Two streaks of light crashed toward a colossal figure then were hurled backward, shooting away in retreat. The taller young man carved two deep furrows into the ground with his heels, finally halting his backward slide by sheer friction. The other blonde youth slowed his retreat by tumbling repeatedly through the air. "Kawaki, we're out of time," he said, his grip tightening around the hilt of his blade until his knuckles turned pale. "If we don't stop Code now, the Otsutsuki God will be resurrected." As he stared at the figure swelling before their eyes, the anxiety on the youth's face could no longer be concealed. "Boruto, that technique you mentioned before, will it really work?" The youth called Kawaki turned to look at him, a resolute light burning in his eyes. "I don't know." Boruto's answer caught Kawaki off guard. In Kawaki's eyes, ever since leaving Konoha, Boruto had always seemed utterly assured, meticulously prepared for every action they took. "The chances of success are only 10%, Boruto continued, his words enough to sap anyone's spirit. "But it's our only hope. We'll use your Daikokuden, my Jogan, and all of the Otsutsuki power within the two of us as the price. We'll create a black hole, a sealing technique with the black hole as its core." Hearing this, Kawaki hesitated. He understood all too well what a black hole entailed. A black hole that could even devour light would naturally be able to swallow the grotesque swelling monster before them. And if they truly succeeded in creating such a technique, there would be no possibility of escape for either of them. "Lord Isshiki, I'm about to resurrect you," came Code's voice from within the now immobile mass of flesh. "This guy is as blindly loyal to Isshiki as ever," Kawaki muttered in exasperation when he heard Code's words. Then he turned to Boruto, his tone unwavering. "Let's do it." In response, Boruto performed a mad act. He raised his right arm covered in wedge marks and reached toward his right eye, which was shining with light. With a wet tearing sound, the eyeball left its socket, bringing forth a gush of scarlet blood. The droplets that spattered onto the ground blossomed into vivid red flowers. Once again Kawaki was stunned by the friend he had known since their youth. Only now did he truly realize that the innocent boy from his memories had long since changed. From the day their roles were exchanged, from the day Boruto stood against the entire world, that boy, not yet 13, had already attained a resolve as a shinobi that surpassed them all. "I'm sorry," Kawaki finally said, the apology he should have given Boruto more than 10 years ago, the apology of a thief who had stolen everything from the other. Boruto did not respond, only urging him on. "Kawaki, we don't have much time." Perhaps that boy who once fled Konoha with his master had never truly blamed him for this matter. Just like that night when the boy spoke to a girl named Ida, "I know he isn't a bad person." Hearing Boruto's urging, Kawaki felt an indescribable sadness well up from within. A single crystalline tear slipped from his eye. Kawaki clasped Boruto's hand with his wedge-covered palm. Between their joined hands lay the Jogan. His eyes had already taken on the golden hue of Daikokuden, while that tear traced a path down his face. Gazing into Boruto's remaining left eye, he said, "Boruto, if there is a next life, I will repay every sin I've committed." Seeing his friend's contorted, trembling face and feeling the strength in his grip, Boruto understood that Kawaki's heart was overflowing with remorse. "Yeah," Boruto said softly, "I'll be waiting for you." For the first time he answered Kawaki's apology, his familiar sunny smile returning. In that moment the wedge markings on both their bodies flared with light and Kawaki activated his ocular technique. A vortex appeared between the two of them with the Jogan in their hands as its core. A peerless, terrifying gravitational force erupted within that space. The black hole, like a ravenous beast that could never be sated, devoured them both along with the ever-swelling Code in the distance. Endless darkness enveloped the space, matter, light, even space and time themselves gradually vanished within it. Just before he was completely swallowed, Boruto saw Kawaki's mouth suddenly move. Closing his eyes as his consciousness dissolved, Boruto understood what Kawaki had said, "Thank you." Boundless darkness shrouded him. After he was devoured, he did not know how much time passed, perhaps an eternity, perhaps only an instant. Suddenly Boruto's awareness returned, yet he could no longer feel his body. The only sensation was that of falling, as though he were endlessly plummeting. It was a helplessness akin to drowning, the sense of falling continuing without end. He had no idea how long it lasted. Just as the interminable darkness was about to end, a thought surfaced within Boruto unbidden. As if by coincidence, the instant he had that thought, a ray of light pierced the endless darkness, tearing the space apart. The sensation of falling vanished and Boruto opened his eyes. Since entering the black hole and enduring that long descent, this was the first light he had seen. The sun was about to sink below the distant horizon, bringing not only light but a wash of crimson clouds. A gentle breeze brushed his cheeks as Boruto tore his gaze away from the beauty of the sunset. Looking down, he realized he was standing on a sheet of metal. Continuing to survey his surroundings, he saw building after familiar building come into view. Most striking of all was the not-so-distant building bearing the character for Fire, the Hokage's office. Yet as he took in the scenery, he noticed that these structures were slightly different from those in his memories. It seemed as though he were standing in his old village, something he knew should be impossible. Yet the wind whispering past his ears and the solid sensation beneath his feet all told him this was no illusion. Just as his doubts had yet to settle, a familiar roar rang out. "Boruto, what are you doing up there?" At that voice Boruto's heartbeat quickened. More than anything he yearned to confirm the identity of the one shouting. Not since he was 13 had he been this excited. Following the direction of the voice his gaze fell upon a figure clad in orange. It was indeed the person he had hoped for. "Dad," he called, his voice faint and trembling. The man wore a hat emblazoned with the character for fire, a ceremonial robe draped elegantly over him. As Hokage he now showed none of the composure befitting his title. His emotions were in turmoil, his voice brimming with both anger and worry. "Stay right there and don't move. I'm coming up to get you." With that he prepared to use chakra to flash to Boruto's side. But before he could act he realized Boruto's figure had vanished. In the blink of an eye Boruto appeared right in front of Naruto. "You brat," Naruto began, but before he could finish his scolding Boruto threw himself into his arms. Holding his son Naruto was at a complete loss, unsure how to respond. He could no longer remember the last time his son had hugged him. His movements were a little stiff as he wrapped his left arm around Boruto. "So fast," someone murmured. Shikamaru, known as the brains of Konoha, looked at Boruto and silently evaluated his earlier actions. Maybe Naruto's too worried to notice, he thought. Boruto's movements just now were already on par with an average chunin. While everyone was immersed in the touching scene of father and son, they completely forgot that there was still a boy stuck inside the Thunder Rail car embedded in the Hokage rock crying for help. "Hey, you guys forgot someone." His name was Raimon Denki, a friend Boruto had made that very day. "Didn't you say we were good friends, Borutokan?" he protested. Late at night, lying on his bed, Boruto still felt as if everything were unreal. To verify whether the current situation was truly real he exhausted nearly all of his chakra to conduct an experiment. He wanted to see whether he could sense his own chakra marks. The conclusion was that there was no fluctuation at all, not a single pulse belonging to his own chakra marks. "This proves that I truly have returned to the past." Staring at the ceiling, Boruto stretched out his hand, his palm facing upward toward it. His 5 fingers curled into a fist as he muttered to himself, "There are still 10 years. Compared to before, time is far more plentiful. But I still cannot squander it. I must become stronger than in my previous life if I am to face the crises that await in the future." He recalled his foes from the previous life, let alone the yet to awaken Otsutsuki God. Even battling those tree humans born from the division of the divine tree had been extremely arduous. He thought of Master Sasuke, who had been devoured by the divine tree in order to protect him. The helplessness of having no choice but to flee and the guilt of abandoning his master were feelings Boruto never wished to experience again. "It's not just me, everyone must become stronger. Only then will we have the right to survive when we face the Otsutsuki." Boruto felt the faint throbbing from his right eye and recalled that in his memories today was the day he first used the pure eye, though it had been triggered passively. However, he could be certain that the power of the pure eye had been his since birth. As long as he could properly develop it, this power from the Otsutsuki God would become a crucial trump card when dealing with the Otsutsuki in the future. In his previous life he had obtained information about the pure eye far too late and had never had the time to truly study it. His development of the pure eye had barely scratched the surface. He had only mastered the most basic ability of the pure eye, seeing the flow of chakra. Yet through conversations with Himawari he had discovered that the pure eye observed chakra far more precisely than the Byakugan. In his sight, different chakras were distinctly unlike each other. He could see clearly the flow of yin and yang chakra within others. In other words, by observing the flow state of others' chakra he might be able to create his own Kekkei Genkai and master other nature transformations beyond those he originally possessed. For example, if he could fully grasp the invisibility aspect of the vanishing Rinnegan he could obtain a transparency release. One had to know that once the Rinnegan vanished, even Momoshiki with his Rinnegan had been unable to evade it. As long as he could master such abilities, facing the Otsutsuki clan or the tree humans in the future would become far easier. However, although he could borrow the pure eye to create other techniques, there was now a fatal problem. This body was far too frail and possessed nowhere near enough chakra to even activate the pure eye, much less wield it. If not for his lack of chakra he would not have had to gouge out his own eye when sealing code. He would not have needed to center the sealing technique on the pure eye, and in the end they would not have perished together with code. The most important thing now is to find a way to obtain enough chakra. Boruto lay on his bed as moonlight streamed through the window onto Boruto's face. It was early April and the air was still a little chilly. "Boruto, why aren't you asleep yet?" His mother's voice came from outside the door. The sudden call startled Boruto. He suddenly remembered how terrifying his mother could be when she became angry at this hour. He could only hastily reply, "I'm going to sleep right now." Then he forced himself to close his eyes. It was the 78th year of Konoha. This was the point in time to which Boruto had returned. This year Boruto had just turned 12 and yesterday had been his first day of enrollment. One had to admit that Boruto truly lived up to being Naruto's son. One used to put makeup on his father while the other had once stuck an entire carriage into his father's stone head. In terms of damaging their father's Hokage rock likeness, Boruto seemed even more filial. At the school gate Boruto ran into two very familiar people. A spiky-haired boy with a pineapple-like hairstyle walked up on his right and greeted him. Yo Boruto. Yo Shikadai, Boruto replied out of courtesy. Boruto, the way you clung to your dad in front of so many people yesterday was so lame. Another boy wearing overalls had hair even more eye-catching than Boruto's, a bright pure yellow. You're so annoying, Rinnegan. Without even turning his head, Boruto already knew who was on his left. Yamanaka, Rinnegan and Nara Shikadai were friends Boruto had known since childhood. But it really was lame, Rinnegan said, arms folded behind his head as he once again commented on Boruto's behavior from the day before. Still, that was something else. He stopped walking and looked to the left. You actually pulled that stunt on your dad. Following his gaze, Boruto and Shikadai looked in the same direction. It was Naruto's Hokage rock face, the one Boruto had damaged yesterday. The gaping hole on its head was still there and a group of workers could be seen busily repairing it. You really outdid yourself, Rinnegan said, suddenly turning to the two of them and giving Boruto a big thumbs up. Boruto could only let out an awkward chuckle. He truly had enjoyed causing his father some trouble when he was younger. Seeing Boruto's reaction, Shikadai's expression turned puzzled. Remembering the questions his own father had asked him the previous night, a doubt surfaced in his heart. By the way, have you guys played that latest game yet? The doubt faded from his face, replaced by his usual look of indifference. You mean the one that came out last Saturday? Rinnegan's tone brimmed with excitement. That game is really awesome. You played it too, right, Boruto? Rinnegan asked. To their surprise, Boruto replied, you mean that game? You don't know? It's that game called Ninja Clash Spin, Rinnegan said. Oh, you mean that one, Boruto replied. Boruto dug through his sealed memories, retrieving information about the game. As I thought something's off, Shikadai thought to himself after seeing Boruto's reaction, becoming more certain of his earlier suspicion. The three of them walked up the stairs toward their classroom with Boruto and Rinnegan chatting non-stop about the new game's mechanics. The one who had brought up the topic, Shikadai, remained silent. Today was the first official day of class. As soon as the three entered the classroom, they saw a familiar figure arguing fiercely with a boy who clearly did not look their age. The boy held an iron staff nearly as tall as he was. The familiar figure was a bespectacled girl with her arms folded across her chest. Their quarrel was so intense that no one around them dared to intervene. The others merely formed a circle and watched from a distance. Hey Sarada, maybe just let it go, someone suggested. Another familiar figure appeared within the crowd, tugging at the girl's sleeve. Her skin was a dark brown and she was noticeably plumper than the others. Hey you fatty, don't butt in here. Get lost, the boy snapped, clearly in a foul temper and cursing outright at anyone who interrupted them. Who are you calling a fatty? The girl who had been speaking softly just moments ago suddenly became sharp and aggressive. Just as the tension was about to explode, a blonde figure rushed into the middle of the group. Ow, that hurts. The figure who landed on the floor was Boruto. He rubbed his backside, which had taken a hard fall. What are you doing? He demanded. He looked back toward where he had been sent flying. Shikadai's leg was still raised. No, that's not right, a thought flashed through Boruto's mind. Everyone in the classroom was now staring at him, including those who had been on the verge of fighting. Hey, good morning everyone, he said with a sheepish grin. The scene rewinds to just moments ago when the three entered the classroom. Boruto pulled open the back door and what caught his eye was a group of classmates gathered together. Sarada was arguing with a tall boy he didn't recognize. Hey, what's going on? Shaozan spoke up first. Should we go help Sarada and the others? At that moment the boy cursed the girl who was trying to mediate. It's over, that guy actually dared to insult Butterball. Shaozan's tone was clearly much more agitated than before, even tinged with a hint of fear. Now that guy is going to suffer. He shielded his eyes with his hand, afraid to see the sight of that boy being beaten up by Butterball. As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, Ruetai lifted a leg aimed at Boruto's backside. Since entering the room he had noticed Boruto's gaze fixated on Sarada without faltering. Ruetai had heard about that boy. He was an exchange student about 3 years older than them. His strength had already reached the level of a genin and he hadn't graduated because he wasn't too bright. He had never passed a theoretical exam, including the graduation test. With this in mind, Ruetai devised a plan to test whether Boruto was indeed abnormal. If Boruto's prowess was truly as his father said, having already reached the level of a chunin, then he should definitely be able to defeat a genin elite like Iwaburo. This way he could verify his identity and confirm whether Boruto was indeed the one he knew. With that decision made, he lifted a leg and unhesitatingly kicked Boruto. The sudden shove sent Boruto flying into the center of the crowd. After a brief moment of confusion he began to confront the instigator, Ruetai. However, after questioning he quickly realized something was off. What do you mean? Iwaburo was unwelcoming towards the intruder. No, this was an accident. Boruto sensed a strong malice emanating from him. If you don't believe me, ask him. He pointed at the instigator who was watching the scene. As all eyes turned towards him, Ruetai unexpectedly said something that left Boruto dumbfounded. Didn't you say you were going to stand up for Sarada? For reasons unknown, Ruetai, the son of Konoha's strategist, told a lie without batting an eyelid. By the way, Iwaburo said you're not too bright, otherwise how could you fail something as simple as graduation? Upon hearing this, everyone present had varied expressions. The originally aggressive Butterball leaned closer to Sarada, whispering something in her ear. This action caused 2 red clouds to appear on Sarada's face. Iwaburo on the other hand directed all his hatred towards Boruto, who was sitting on the ground. Although it was the truth, he hated being called stupid. He reached out, grabbing Boruto by the collar and yanking him up from the ground, lifting him into the air. So you think I'm stupid? He questioned Boruto, his eyes filled with murderous intent. I said not too bright, not stupid. Aren't they the same? You're just calling me stupid. Iwaburo's grip tightened further, his knuckles becoming white as Boruto could clearly feel his breath becoming shallow. No, that's not what I said. Boruto finally reacted, realizing he had never said those words. Upon hearing Boruto's denial, Iwaburo was ready to strike, his right hand clenched into a fist ready to swing at Boruto's face. Boruto of course wouldn't sit idly by, chakra quietly gathered in the palm of his hand. He aimed to condense a spiraling sphere of weakened power to make his opponent taste some pain. Just as the fist was about to land on Boruto's face, a hand grabbed Iwaburo's wrist. Stop. A man wearing peculiar goggles appeared in the classroom, seizing Iwaburo's raised fist. Seeing that the newcomer was teacher Shino, Boruto let out a sigh of relief and the chakra he was gathering dissipated. Despite having his arm restrained, Iwaburo wasn't willing to give up and continued to exert force, hoping to break free. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move an inch and eventually had to give up. Such incredible strength, Shino thought to himself. So he truly possesses the strength of a genin, he may even stand a chance against some weaker chunin, he observed with a knowing look at the boy named Iwaburo. Everyone return to your seats, class is starting, he shouted loudly at everyone, striding toward the podium with a rhythmic gait. After receiving the order, Iwaburo released Boruto and returned to his seat. The 2 girls at the center of the incident maintained their previous demeanor as they whispered to each other while returning to their places. Fortunately, teacher Shino arrived in time to stop Iwaburo, otherwise Boruto might have exposed his strength. Sitting on the ground, Boruto rubbed his backside, and just then a familiar hand appeared before his eyes. Looking up, it was Ruetai, the one who had just pushed him into the fire pit. He still shamelessly wore a smile as Boruto took his hand and got back on his feet. He said to Ruetai, "You better watch out for me after school." Ruetai maintained that irritating smile, shrugging his shoulders, indicating he was ready for whatever. Returning to his seat, it was located in the second to last row by the window. Sitting in this familiar spot, Boruto couldn't remember the last time he had been here. He propped his chin up with his left hand, gazing out the window, lost in thought. Everything that had just transpired was merely a trivial episode for this boy who had returned from the future, and he naturally wouldn't dwell on it. As he daydreamed, he felt a gaze peering at him from not far ahead. Following the gaze, he saw Sarada. Her small mouth was slightly agape as if she was saying something to him. After deciphering it, he understood what she was saying, "Thank you." Seeing this, Boruto returned a reply, though he didn't voice it. "You're welcome." The girl who received the response immediately turned to look at teacher Shino, who was introducing himself at the podium. Her hands were neatly clasped on the desk, appearing to listen attentively. Looking at this girl whose future was filled with non-mainstream elements in his memory, Boruto couldn't help but smile subtly. "Hey, you don't really like her, do you?" A voice that was out of place interrupted him. It was Ruetai. No, Boruto didn't answer directly, he just gave a dismissive response. Who are you talking about?" Upon hearing the topic of who liked whom, Shaozen suddenly perked up, incessantly questioning the 2. "Who are you talking about? Please tell me." As he received no answer from the 2, Shaozen began to make a scene. He tugged at Boruto's arm, pleading with him. "Please, please." Clearly he had forgotten that it was still class time. "Classmate Shanzhong Shaozen, it is currently class time," the teacher's voice came from the podium, filled with dissatisfaction. "Don't think you can do whatever you want just because the teacher is in a good mood. Now go stand outside the classroom." But..." Before Shaozen could finish explaining, he was directly interrupted by Shino. "I'll come to your house tonight, now go outside." Accompanied by sad music, Shaozen, who had lost his color, turned gray and stepped outside the classroom. The recent events were merely a minor interlude as the class continued uninterrupted. The ninja school has undergone reforms, changing its teaching methods. Since the Fourth Shinobi World War, the ninja world has entered a prolonged period of peace. The situation in most regions has stabilized, fostering significant development in various aspects. One of the most apparent developments is in technology. The rapid rise of information technology has spawned numerous job opportunities. In order to adapt to the changing times, the ninja school is no longer limited to training only ninjas. To provide students with more options, students in the ninja department can choose to change their major every year, but only those in the ninja specialization have multiple opportunities. This is necessary because to adapt to different work environments and tasks, students in the ninja specialization must have a broad range of knowledge across various fields. Moreover, with each year's different teaching tasks, there are many students who can keep up with the learning content previously but fall behind as the new semester begins. Thus the number of students in the ninja specialization decreases each year, and by the final 6th grade there are often so few students that they barely form a single class. For example, the current class of Boruto is the last ninja specialization class of their cohort. Therefore by 6th grade some students may be well acquainted while others are unfamiliar. Teacher Shino stood at the podium detailing the teaching arrangements for the semester. The focus would primarily be on practical training, as barring any unforeseen events this would be their last year at the ninja school. As someone who has lived again, Boruto clearly understands what the school's teaching policy is for the final year. Thus he showed no interest in listening, resting his chin on his left hand while gazing out the window contemplating his future path. The primary task ahead is to rapidly increase his chakra capacity. Currently he can think of 3 methods. One is senjutsu, the second is becoming a jinchuriki, and the third is the fruit of the god tree. After much thought, the second method seems to be the only feasible one. Training in senjutsu requires someone to take him to the 3 great holy lands, and there are only 2 people who can do that, but neither would take him. After all, what reason could he give to Naruto to take him? The other person is currently not in the village. As for the third method, it is simply a fantasy. Thus the second option, which has the highest likelihood, is the one he must pursue. To his understanding, currently apart from his father's 9 tails, Killer Bee's 8 tails, and the 1 tail that follows Uncle Gar, the rest of the tailed beasts are in the wild. If he can find them, he has the opportunity to gain their powers, become a jinchuriki, and thus possess enough chakra to wield the beast. But where can he find them? That is the question. Moreover, he is currently stuck in school and can't even leave the village. Sighing, Boruto realized that for now all these thoughts were unattainable. "I'm still not strong enough," he lamented. His sigh was sharply picked up by his classmate Shikadai, who sat nearby, yet he showed no reaction. The bell rang, signaling the end of class. Shino packed his lesson plan and said before leaving, "Remember that this afternoon's class is practical training, so be prepared." After saying that, he left the classroom. Upon hearing this, Boruto suddenly felt a sense of dread and looked to his right. Sure enough, at the edge of his vision someone was staring intently at him, their eyes filled with unmasked hostility. Given Iwabe's vengeful nature, it seems that a confrontation with him today is unavoidable. This is bad. How could I have forgotten about the practical training? Boruto's face showed an extremely unpleasant expression while Shikadai simply laughed. It seems his plan targeting Boruto has not failed. He would be able to confirm his suspicions this afternoon. Huff huff. Rinnegan rushed in panting and immediately plopped down in his seat. "It's all your fault." He wore a face that looked ready to burst into tears, strongly accusing the two. "If it weren't for you two, I wouldn't have been punished, and what's worse is that Shino-sensei actually wants to contact my parents." The more he spoke, the more distressed his expression became, tears almost spilling over. "Alright, I'm sorry." Surprisingly, Boruto was the first to apologize. "I'll treat you to hamburgers after school today." "Really?" Rinnegan immediately brightened up, looking at Boruto with sparkling eyes. "Really, and I'll add 2 extra slices of cheese for you." "Ah, Boruto, you're too good to me." Rinnegan jumped up from his seat and directly leaped over Shikadai to hug Boruto. "Boruto, I love you." He then made a move to kiss Boruto on the face. "Can you not be so disgusting?" Boruto quickly blocked Rinnegan's approaching mouth, straining to escape his embrace. "Just a kiss." Rinnegan refused to let Boruto go. "Stop messing around." Shikadai's voice came from the side. "Who's messing around?" Hearing Shikadai's words, Rinnegan suddenly became angry. After all, the true instigator had yet to apologize to him. Who could have predicted that something embarrassing would happen right after he turned his head? 2 girls were standing in the aisle beside the table, and they were both old acquaintances. "I can't believe I didn't know you had this hobby." Tenten held a bag of chips which she had apparently procured from somewhere, munching on them while watching the two embracing. "Boruto, your relationship is really good." Sarada, with her arms crossed over her chest, adjusted her glasses with one hand. Upon seeing them, Boruto froze in place while Rinnegan quickly returned to his seat. With his elbows resting on the table, fingers interlocked at his nose, he said, "Let me explain." "No need, I came here just to thank you. Thank you for standing up for me this morning." "Oh well then. Then goodbye." After saying that, Sarada turned and left, returning to her seat. "Boruto, she's already gone." Shikadai waved his hand in front of Boruto's face, pulling him out of his thoughts. Tenten pulled out another bag of chips from behind. "Sea salt flavor, very delicious." "Thank you." Just as Tenten was about to return the previously aloof Rinnegan suddenly stopped her. "I want some too." To his surprise, Tenten completely ignored him and walked past him. "She is thanking you for standing up for Sarada." "Ah, I know that." Boruto replied absent-mindedly. Shikadai looked in the direction of his gaze and once again saw Sarada. He couldn't help but exclaim, women are truly troublesome. Back at Sarada's side, Tenten handed the bag of chips in her hand to Sarada. Since Sarada was looking down, she directly saw the chips in the bag. Thank you. Sarada, coming to her senses, took a chip from inside and put it in her mouth. A lovesick girl. Tenten continued munching on chips, blurted out a remark that left Sarada speechless. Not at all. She could only retort with a short phrase which lacked any persuasive power. Then how could you say goodbye earlier, such an awkward thing? She kept sending chips one after another into her mouth. Come on girl, we have to spend the day in the same classroom. Lunchtime arrived swiftly and it was time to eat. Coincidentally, none of the three brothers had brought lunch today. Let's go buy lunch. Boruto was the first to suggest this, but he was quickly rejected. I'm so tired, I don't want to move. After a whole morning of classes, Shaozen was completely worn out. To prepare for various situations, the school had set up a convenience store. Inside one could buy not only bread and milk but also boxed lunches that only needed to be heated before eating. However, due to the large crowd, it was generally difficult to grab a boxed lunch. Boruto, forget about him, if we don't hurry we won't get anything. Rotai urged Boruto as he approached the door. Then I'll bring you one later. As Boruto left the classroom, he shouted at him. Boruto, we must remain good brothers for life. Shaozen lay on the table suddenly expressing his loyalty, but unfortunately Boruto couldn't see his tearful face and didn't hear a single sound. The convenience store was at the very bottom of the teaching building while Boruto and the others were on the top floor. Therefore, to grab one of the few boxed lunches they had to resort to some unconventional methods. The two attached chakra to their feet and flew along the walls in the crowded corridor. It was a true sense of flying along the walls if they hung upside down from the ceiling, walking above everyone's heads. While others took the stairs, they also took the stairs, though in a reversed manner. Thanks to their direct route along the expressway, they arrived much earlier than the others. They successfully bought the limited boxed lunches, but just as they were about to leave, a familiar figure appeared before them. Again, no boxed lunch. Sarada held a fried noodle bun and a bottle of milk in her hands. Unlike the two, she didn't take the unconventional route, so naturally she couldn't grab a boxed lunch. Here, I have an extra one, let's swap. Before Rotai could react, Boruto had already dashed to Sarada's. How did this guy end up like this? The perspective shifted to Boruto and Sarada. Isn't that bad? After hearing Boruto's words, Sarada didn't immediately agree. As soon as she finished speaking, she felt a change in the items in her hands. Boruto ignored her response and directly grabbed the bun and milk from her hands, shoving one of the boxed lunches inside. Then before she could react, he ran to Rotai, grabbing him with one hand and pulling him outside. Boruto understood that she wouldn't agree to the swap, as she would feel she was taking advantage of him. Wait, I can walk by myself. Rotai protested while being pulled along. How could you become someone so infatuated with love in the future? This statement from Rotai caused Boruto to stop in his tracks, freezing in place. He didn't know what to do when had he exposed himself. The very next day after he had crossed over, his most important secret was exposed just like that. He hadn't taken any action after coming back, yet it was already revealed. This feeling of being completely seen through sent him into an icy abyss. A sense of crisis surged in his heart. The feeling of losing control made him feel as if he had fallen back into that endless black hole. He struggled to lift his head, looking at the friend who had pushed him into the abyss, trembling as he asked, "How did you find out?" Rotai wore a smug smile as he looked at him. "Let's talk." After saying this, he broke free from Boruto's grip and walked upstairs. Boruto had no choice. After hearing the password that revealed he was from the future, he could only be pulled forward by him. The rooftop of the school's teaching building was accessible. It was more like a terrace. On the terrace there was a special spot with a bench covered by a canopy. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, shining on Rotai's face. He arrived here first and, seeing no one around, lay down on the bench. Without needing to communicate, he understood that the real Boruto would definitely know he was waiting for him here. A gentle breeze brushed against his cheek and the warm sunlight felt very comfortable. Next to the bench were the empty boxes of boxed lunches. The perspective returned to Boruto. Upon hearing that Rotai wanted to talk, he realized where the other would be waiting for him. However, his steps were slow and hesitant. With heavy steps he finally arrived in front of the terrace door, but hesitated to open it. What should he do once he opened it? As of now, he didn't know how to communicate with the other nor how to interact afterward. After all, he couldn't be sure if he was still Uzumaki Boruto. At least he wasn't the Uzumaki Boruto of the present, not the one that Rotai knew. He raised his hand, reaching for the doorknob that maintained the connection between the two worlds. He understood that once he opened it, the relationship between him and Rotai would likely never return to what it once was. The closer he got to the doorknob, the faster his heart raced, until the moment he touched it his heart stopped beating. It felt as if it were bound by chains. The rhythm that should have continued was interrupted. A complex feeling difficult to describe surged within his chest. He let out a deep breath. He understood that sooner or later there would be a day of confession between them. He just didn't expect it to happen this early and that the other would be the one to bring it up first. He gathered all his strength and twisted open the door that separated the two worlds. The door opened and a warm sunlight streamed through the frame, bathing him in light. The world he had imagined to be destroyed did not materialize, instead a gentle and warm breeze replaced it. On a nearby bench lay Rotai. Perhaps the breeze gave him strength, or perhaps the memories of their previous encounters on this familiar terrace surged in his heart. His steps toward the other were no longer hesitant. Sitting at the opposite end of the bench, he remained silent, gripping the bun tightly until his knuckles turned white. First tell me how you came back. Rotai rested his hands behind his head, glancing sideways at his fidgeting friend. He knew that at times like this the other was tight-lipped, not able to speak for a long while. After Rotai prompted him to speak, Boruto began to recount his sorrowful story. The sun still shone brightly, flocks of birds flew overhead and the blue sky and white clouds formed their racing track. So do you really like Sarada? When Rotai was there, he stood up from the bench and walked to the edge of the terrace, leaning against the green railing. What's wrong? Is it not okay? As Boruto spoke, his inner anxiety gradually calmed down and he lay back on the bench. Mainly you two always ended up arguing every time you met. It was obvious you weren't compatible with each other. Rotai continued to criticize. People grow up, you know. Wait, is that the important part? Boruto suddenly sat up, expressing a big question. Isn't it just to ease the atmosphere? Rotai awkwardly scratched his face. After all, your story is quite hard to believe. The last words spoken by Deer Platform once again pushed the boy into that dark space. Indeed, no one will believe me. However, I believe you. Boruto slowly lowered his head, his gaze passing through the gap between his legs. A shadow loomed in his heart. Boruto suddenly raised his head, looking at the boy. There he stood in the sunlight, leaning against the railing, flashing a bright smile at him. In the moment their eyes met, a glistening tear appeared in Boruto's eye as he trembled and spoke a single phrase. Thank you. He then lowered his head again, trying hard to control his tears. But ultimately he could not stop the tears from flowing. In that instant he was no longer the boy burdened with a heavy future, but rather Boruto of the Vortex. Belonging to Konoha, Boruto of the Vortex, an ordinary 12-year-old boy. Hey, why do you cry more as you grow up? Dear Platform's teasing voice rang in his ears. Not at all. Boruto replied with forced calmness, but the tear stains on his cheeks betrayed him. He had never spoken to anyone about those stories. Even the closest loved ones in the distant future were unaware. A boy who had been on the run since the age of 13, who could he share his grievances with? He had always longed for someone to confide in, but the ever-present enemies denied him that opportunity. Those who relentlessly approached the Otsutsuki and the Divine Tree would not grant him this time. What the world needed was a warrior with strong will and power, not a boy burdened with grievances. Thus he should be mature, unwavering, and incapable of shedding tears for what was lost. Even when losing the last master who accompanied him, he could not allow himself to cry. That boy who loved spicy hamburgers, who enjoyed collecting ninja cards, who would fight for his favorite games until the deep of night. On the day he turned 13, he vanished from this world. In the end he became a qualified warrior, powerful and resolute enough to save the world. But where did that cheerful boy go? Little did he expect that 9 years after his 13th birthday he could actually return to the past. Perhaps this time the boy would still become a warrior, but he would no longer abandon that innocent self. Alright, class is about to start. Dear Platform patted his shoulder. Aren't you supposed to bring lunch for Josen? Hearing this, Boruto finally remembered that he had a hungry friend waiting in the classroom. So he hastily finished his lunch and rushed to catch up with Dear Platform, who was about to leave. I'm so hungry. Why haven't those two returned yet? At that moment Josen's face was resting on the table, his stomach occasionally grumbling. In the end he still couldn't make it in time. Class had begun. Josen arrived at the combat training classroom with an empty stomach. Wait, didn't you say you were bringing me lunch? Josen held a piece of bread in his hand and placed it in front of Boruto. And why is this bread squished like this? The fried noodle bread in his hand perhaps could no longer even be considered bread. The fried noodles were broken into segments and the bread was squished into a lump. Boruto didn't know how to respond. Should he say that he exchanged his portion for Sarada's? There was nothing we could do. When we arrived there were no bento left. Huh, are you kidding me? You still have bits of food stuck on your mouth. Boruto hadn't expected to be exposed just like that. Just say if you're going to eat it or not. Even though Dear Platform stepped in to help Boruto, he still felt responsible for the bread's condition. I wouldn't eat such unappetizing food, gurgle gurgle. Eventually he couldn't resist the protests coming from his stomach and had no choice but to eat the rather unappealing bread. Not far away a girl watched the group of boys arguing. Sarada, what are you looking at? Butterfly still held potato chips in her hand and one wondered how she managed to have chips at all times. I'm not looking at anything. Sarada flustered replied. So that bento wasn't extra after all. The girl's shyness turned her face red once more. Butterfly keenly sensed something was off and followed Sarada's gaze. It's Boruto again, no way. The combat training mainly involved pairs of students practicing against each other. Moreover, the first student to step onto the stage could designate their opponent. Thus Boruto became the first chosen opponent. As for the reason Iwabumi stepped onto the stage the moment Shino announced the start of the practice. He chose Boruto as his opponent. Boruto Uzumaki, I want to fight you. He stood in the center of the ring pointing his specially crafted iron rod at Boruto in the stands. It's all your fault. Boruto looked at deer platform beside him. This time he no longer appeared indifferent but rather sincerely apologized. I'm sorry. Boruto infused his chakra into his legs and leaped directly from the stands. He crossed nearly 50 to 60 meters and landed in the center of the ring. He recalled what deer platform had told him on the way back to the classroom. To ensure you have enough time to grow stronger, you must leave school as soon as possible. Then what should I do? Remembering deer platform's response, he couldn't help but say to Iwabumi across from him, I'm sorry. Huh, what did you say? Iwabumi didn't hear what he said and asked him. Boruto didn't answer Iwabumi's question but silently walked to the edge of the ring waiting for the teacher to announce the start of the match. Seeing Boruto didn't answer his question, Iwabumi stopped making himself look foolish and walked to the other side of the ring. Time passed second by second and Boruto continued to rest with his eyes closed during this period. The words of deer platform from that time still echoed in his ears. With your power, let all the teachers understand that you shouldn't continue staying in school wasting time. By the way, there's an opportunity this afternoon. Don't you worry about Boruto. Josen, while sipping milk from his hand, asked his friend beside him. What you should be worried about is Iwabumi across from him. Deer platform's words took Josen by surprise. Wait, didn't you say Iwabumi already has the strength of a genin? How could Boruto, a ninja student, possibly defeat him? Josen's doubts intensified. Just watch closely. On the other side, Sarada began to worry for Boruto as she looked at him on the field. In the end, she clasped her hands together and prayed for him. Both sides form your standing seal. Teacher Shino's voice rang out. Boruto opened his eyes, his gaze filled with undeniable killing intent. That killing intent was pure and incomparable. Compared to it, Iwabumi's killing intent felt like child's play. Facing this killing intent, Iwabumi felt unimaginable pressure. Begin. As soon as teacher Shino issued the signal, Boruto vanished from the ring. With a command from Zeno, there was no warning. Yanbu noticed that figure in his sight suddenly vanish. Although he had been keeping a close watch, he still failed to react. At this moment he understood that he should not underestimate his opponent because of his identity. In his expectations, the other party should be a second-generation heir who relied on his father's name to flaunt his power. Unexpectedly, the current situation far exceeded his expectations. From Boruto's murderous gaze just now, he seemed to foresee his own death. It felt like prey being hunted by a predator. If the Boruto he saw was like a long-starved wolf and he was nothing more than its chosen. Thus, at the moment Boruto's figure disappeared, he realized he had to take action. See, Hi, Su. Earth-style wall. He quickly formed hand seals, placing his hands on the ground to activate the ninjutsu he was most adept at. Clang! At the moment the earth wall rose, a sharp metallic sound echoed. As expected, it was Boruto. He did not employ flashy techniques, merely a basic thrust. Holding a shuriken gleaming with cold light, he aimed to conclude the battle with extreme speed. However, he did not expect Yanbu to quickly mount a defense. Humph, don't underestimate me. Yanbu's voice came from the other side of the earth wall. He had unparalleled confidence in his ninjutsu. The Jinai clan had lived in the mountains for generations, coexisting with the rocks. Their clan's mastery of earth-style techniques rivaled that of Iwagakure, and Yanbu was a young genius of this clan. Boruto understood that his plan to quickly settle the fight to catch Zeno's attention was futile. Then I'm sorry Yanbu, you could have avoided some hardship. Since a quick resolution was not feasible, he needed to showcase his technical prowess to impress Zeno. Boruto swiftly retreated to his original position. He placed his hand on his lower back, rummaging through his tool pouch. Finally he pulled out 3 shuriken. After Yanbu noticed Boruto had distanced himself, he was about to relax when he heard the sound of shuriken slicing through the air. However, in his expectation, Boruto was aiming at the earth-style wall. Given the solidity of the earth-style wall, ordinary shuriken would not be able to break through. He only needed to inject some chakra to completely block the shuriken Boruto launched. He thought this way and indeed executed the corresponding action. As chakra slowly infused, the earth wall gradually grew taller. To be safe, he even made the earth wall thicker and wider than before. Just as he was feeling smug, he heard the sound of shuriken slicing through the air from behind. The shuriken he had launched from the front came at him from a strange angle from behind. Swish, bang, the shuriken grazed his ear and finally lodged into the wall less than a centimeter from his cheek. Gulp. After the shuriken came to a stop, Yanbu swallowed hard, countless beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. Once he calmed down, he still refused to give up. In his heart he thought that his technique had not been cracked yet. At least his opponent could only defeat him from other directions. Thinking this, he came up with what he believed was a brilliant idea in his not-so-smart brain. He formed another familiar hand seal, still the Earth-style wall. Su. Earth-style wall. This time he shaped the wall into a semi-spherical form, wrapping himself entirely inside, thinking that Boruto would have no way to deal with him. So he maintained the technique while throwing banter at Boruto. "Kid, you can't do anything to me now, can you?" Completely unaware that it was himself who had requested to spar with Boruto. Standing outside the stone wall, Boruto watched Yanbu's actions, trying hard to suppress his laughter. Pfft, with this Boruto wouldn't even need to take action. Just to maintain the technique, Yanbu would exhaust his chakra. In Boruto's memory, having known each other for so long, he certainly understood that even if he pointed out the flaws in Yanbu's approach, he would never surrender. Rather than letting him waste time here, it would be better to directly disrupt his technique. Boruto looked at his teacher Zeno below. The pen he was using to take notes had already stopped. The recent shuriken technique from the Uchiha clan must have already given him enough of a shock. Now it was time to conclude this battle with the next technique. Z-U-C. Water-style water cutter. As the hand seals were completed, a high-speed stream of water shot out from Boruto's mouth. The water flowed like a high-pressure water knife slicing through the ground it passed. He carefully aimed the water knife at the edge of the earth mound created by Yanbu. He was afraid of accidentally hitting Yanbu, who was located in the middle of the mound. After all, this technique was originally used by the second Hokage to cut the god tree. If he accidentally struck Yanbu, it wouldn't simply be a bruise but rather a serious injury. Inside the earth mound, Yanbu was still hurling insults at Boruto, but at that moment a water column burst through the stone wall. Less than 50 centimeters away from him, it carved a large hole with a diameter of over a meter. Thus he was exposed to everyone's sight. Shocked, he remained motionless, maintaining the state of his technique until he left the arena. And so the spar between Boruto and Yanbu concluded with Boruto's victory. "This kid, I didn't expect him to be this strong. That shuriken technique earlier was comparable to many jonin." Zeno wrote an A in the column for practical assessments. "It looks like I need to find an opportunity to talk to the principal." Back in the stands, Boruto high-fived Ruka. The first step of the plan succeeded, and now it was time to see how the school administration would react. "Wait, when did you become so strong?" Since the moment Boruto officially faced Yanbu, when Boruto vanished from his sight, Jingjin was astonished, his eyes wide open, even halting his action of sipping milk. "It felt like a very close friend with whom you used to play. Originally he was just as broke as you, but after a winter break he showed up driving a Land Rover." In Jingzen's memory, when they parted last semester, Boruto's strength was roughly on par with his own. Suddenly he had become much stronger. Such a thing was of course unacceptable to him. "I practiced hard during the vacation." Faced with Jingzen's question, Boruto could only dodge it. "You didn't secretly outdo me, did you?" Jingjin, who had been talking to Boruto, suddenly turned to Ruka. "I didn't." Awesome, as expected of the friendship of Inuzuka, Nara and Akimichi. Jingjin hugged Ruka, rubbing against him. Next match, Kenta vs. Nakajo. Jingjin. Hearing his name called, Jingjin stopped fooling around. "It's with the class leader, so watch me show off my skill." Neither of them paid attention to him, their gazes focused on the timid girl with purple hair on the arena. "Damn it, a bunch of scoundrels who forget loyalty for beauty." Jingjin wailed as he ran into the corridor behind him, appearing in the center of the arena in no time. Ugh. Beneath the arena, Inoji clutched the wall, vomiting violently. On the platform, Inojo, who had initially dominated Kakiko, had lost. Moments after mounting the golden tiger conjured by his ninjutsu, he began retching. He continued vomiting uncontrollably until every last shred of strength drained from his limbs. And thus, despite holding the clear advantage, Inojo was defeated. Who even eats right before a match? It turned out that at the start of the bout, Inojo still held in his hand the half-finished glass of milk he'd been drinking. To save time before stepping onto the arena, he'd hastily drained the remainder in one gulp. "It's all because you two came back too late, ugh." Hearing Inojo's complaint, the other two fell silent, turning their faces away. During the first half of the match, Inojo had clearly held the upper hand. But in the second half, Kakiko cleverly countered his combined assault, summoned mantis, shrimp and sparrows, with her water gun technique. Forced to shift tactics, Inojo switched to close-quarters combat and summoned a tiger. As the beast leapt and twisted across the arena, his stomach churned violently. He vomited while seated atop the tiger's back. "Inojo, are you all right?" Kakiko approached the trio and asked after his condition. She also handed him a bottle of water, purchased immediately after teacher Shino announced the results at the nearby convenience. "I'm sorry." "Thank you, class rep." Inojo, enduring waves of nausea, offered a deliberate earnest thanks. Don't bother with him, he brought this on himself. You owe him no apology, class rep. Rokudai seized the moment to mock Inojo once more. After a brief exchange, Kakiko departed, pausing repeatedly to reassure Inojo along the way. The class rep is truly kind. After Kakiko left, Inojo took a sip of the water she'd given him. Don't you think so too? Silence again, both companions ignored his question, gazing instead toward the spot where she'd vanished. Time slipped swiftly forward and soon it was dismissal hour. The three walked together through the school gates. Workers still labored upon the distant Shadow Rock. Why not use ninjutsu to repair the Shadow Rock? Wouldn't it be far more efficient? Inojo, walking between the others, voiced his curiosity. Because ninjutsu lacks the precision required for such delicate restoration work. Rokudai maintained his usual posture, hands clasped behind his head as if he favored it above all else. The sun sank westward as the three sat inside Rinnegan Burger savoring their meals. Each ordered a different burger, one drenched in escalating layers of spice, one lavishly topped with cheese, and one plain and unadorned. Once sated, they stepped outside the restaurant to part ways. Since Inojo still had art class, only Boruto and Rokudai walked home together. By the way, I never got to ask you, how did you figure out my secret? Alone at last, Boruto finally posed the question that had haunted him since noon. You gave yourself away at every turn, it was nearly impossible not to notice. Liar, I didn't notice a thing. Boruto halted mid-step and turned to face him. Humph. A faint disdainful curl lifted the corner of Rokudai's mouth as he exhaled. Very well, I'll tell you. First, yesterday you embraced the 7th Hokage publicly, a gesture the real you would never have dared. Second, last night my father asked whether I knew your true capabilities. Having observed your descent from the Shadow Rock, he estimated your skill level matched that of a chunin. That's when my suspicions crystallized, and I decided to test you. Rokudai accepted a can of cola from Boruto, bought moments earlier from a roadside vending machine, and cracked it open. Test me? I didn't sense a thing. Rokudai glanced at his friend from the future. Because you've grown too relaxed around us. Think carefully now. Only after finishing his cola did Boruto finally recall Rokudai's strange behavior throughout the day. The first test occurred when Inojo asked him about his father's work on the Shadow Rock. The real Boruto would have swelled with pride, certain he'd done something extraordinary, and would never have hesitated for an answer. And so Rokudai's testing began, with that seemingly casual question about a new video game. The past Boruto always reacted most intensely to new games, but this time he hadn't even registered which title was being discussed. Later in class, his stunned silence upon seeing Sarada deepened Rokudai's doubts. When tensions flared among Sarada and the others, Rokudai seized the moment, kicking him squarely into the midst of the quarreling group. He deliberately provoked Iwabe's resentment, intending to gauge Boruto's reflexes and skill through confrontation. The plan failed when teacher Shino intervened, but resumed later as the afternoon's practical training session provided fresh opportunity. Finally, after he handed his lunchbox to Sarada, Rokudai confirmed his identity beyond doubt. I understand the tests now, but how did you know before I even fought Iwabe? Having mentally retraced every event of the day, Boruto still couldn't pinpoint the decisive clue. Simple, when I kicked you into the crowd I only sought confirmation, you were Boruto. The two sat side by side on a park swing, swaying gently beneath the amber glow of sunset. But then, you accepted Chocho's potato chips and grasped her meaning before I'd even spoken it aloud. And when you suggested treating Inojo to an extra cheeseburger, to cheer him up, I knew you were Boruto. Yet not necessarily my Boruto. So I formed a bold hypothesis, and struck at the instant you were least prepared. I laid it bare, and you froze utterly speechless. That sealed it, you were Boruto, from the future. Listening to Rokudai recount his exposure so calmly, layered with meticulous preparation and razor-sharp improvisation, Boruto broke into a cold sweat, realizing every move he'd made had fallen neatly within Rokudai's design. Truly, you're unmatched. Boruto praised him sincerely, relieved above all that such brilliance stood on his side. Today your strength has already caught teacher Shino's attention. Now we wait, for events to unfold, and observe how the principal and school leadership respond. Before Boruto could fully absorb this, Rokudai had already pivoted to analyzing their next steps. Wait, how can you stay so calm? Boruto suddenly rose, slamming a hand onto Rokudai's shoulder and halting the swing's gentle arc. And why are you helping me? At this unexpected question, Rokudai furrowed his brow, puzzled. Aren't we friends? Weren't we the first to meet? Indeed, their father's professional ties meant they'd known each other longer than any of their peers. They were each other's first true friends. Let's resume the analysis, without delay. Rokudai continued seamlessly, undeterred. Next, devise a path to becoming a Jinchuriki. According to your account, a Jinchuriki is fundamentally a vessel, within whom immense chakra is sealed. Then the class rep must be a Jinchuriki as well, and soon she will begin destroying Konoha village. At these words disbelief flooded Boruto's eyes, and his grip tightened instinctively. What are you doing? In Boruto's eyes a solid killing intent radiated. Having experienced the turmoil of fleeing, he could give up anything. However, there was one thing he could never do, which was to achieve his goals at the cost of his companions' lives. Jin, due to existing in a unique space with Nu, was fundamentally different from ordinary Jinchuriki being connected through a special sealing technique. But Boruto hesitated to gamble. Perhaps the relationship between the two was no different from that of ordinary Jinchuriki. If that were the case, after extracting Nu, it was possible that the squad leader would perish as well. As these possibilities crossed his mind, Boruto's emotions gradually became difficult to control. Can you let me finish my words, Boruto? Dutai pulled his hand off his shoulder. I never said I wanted to sacrifice the squad leader. Hearing this, Boruto gradually calmed down. Although according to what you said she would do things that harm Konoha. But in the end both Lord Seventh and my father decided to spare her, which confirms that she is our companion. If she is a companion, then how could I harm her? After understanding Du's explanation, Boruto chose to trust the other's promise and sat back on the swing. I think besides the 9 tails of the 7th Hokage, the only one close enough to us that can quickly provide you with a massive amount of chakra is Nu. And according to what you said, Nu is a chakra biological weapon created by Danzo's Root organization. Do you really think that a group of outcasts hiding in the sewers could truly protect something like this from the village? Therefore I believe the Nu on the squad leader is not the original Nu from the Root. Creating such a war weapon requires resources that are hard to estimate. Dutai stared into Boruto's eyes and slowly said. Boruto was reminded by his words, recalling that in his past life the only one capable of doing such a thing and likely to have connections with Danzo's remnants was that guy. Are you talking about Orochimaru? Boruto's eyes shone with golden light. If that were the case, everything would make sense. That's right, I believe that even if Orochimaru did not directly participate in its creation, he must have provided resources for Nu's creation. Dutai became increasingly excited as he reasoned, and in the end he even stood up. If that is the case, he must have information about Nu. And don't you find it strange? Even if those remnants mastered Kagaya's techniques, how could they obtain the first Hokage's cells? After hearing his analysis, Boruto found it increasingly persuasive. So the next step is to find Orochimaru and get a Nu from him. After listening to Dutai's conclusion, Boruto clarified the next phase's goal. But how do we find Orochimaru? That's a problem. At this moment it was Dutai's turn to be troubled. I have a way. A figure of a boy in a blue robe flashed through Boruto's mind. The scene shifts to the principal's office of the ninja school. That's how it is, so I entrust this child Shino to you. Iruka sat behind a long table with a nameplate that read Principal. Iruka-sensei, this is so sudden. Shino rarely showed a troubled expression. This is an order from the 7th Hokage, so it must be carried out. Iruka said solemnly to his former student from 20 years ago. Thus Shino could only accept this boy in the blue robe. I'm back. As soon as Boruto arrived home and had not yet taken off his shoes, a figure lunged at him. Welcome back. The person in his arms looked up at him. It was his sister Himawari. Boruto gently stroked her hair, his eyes filled with tenderness. In Boruto's heart he had always felt guilty towards this sister. After that incident he could only flee from Konoha. At the same time both dad and mom were absorbed into Daikokuden. Himawari, still in school, lost her most important family members without knowing anything. At that time Himawari was only 10 years old. Boruto couldn't imagine how an innocent little girl like her endured those days. Even if her memory was tampered with, in her mind her brother was Kawaki. There was still the brother who loved her by her side, as she recognized. However, based on Boruto's understanding of Kawaki, that bastard definitely wouldn't care about Himawari. Boruto could not believe that the guy who could even start a fire while frying an egg could take care of his sister. Boruto had fled for nearly 3 years, disappearing from his beloved sister's important life for 3 years. When they met again, all she knew was that Boruto was her father's killer. When they met there were no greetings, only the shuriken flying towards him. Brother, I helped mom cook today. Her tone was filled with a request for praise. Boruto looked at this sister and his sense of guilt grew stronger. What did you help mom with? Washing vegetables. Hee. No matter when, there would always be a smile on her face when she looked at Boruto. She loved her brother and always had. Except for that time when she broke her favorite panda. After taking off his shoes, Boruto walked barefoot, holding his also barefoot sister towards the kitchen. Mom, I'm back. He opened the kitchen door and called to Hinata, who was cooking inside. Boruto, welcome back. Hinata paused her work and turned to greet him. Dinner will be ready soon, just wait a bit. To be able to eat his mom's dinner, Boruto intentionally ordered fewer snacks when getting hamburgers. After all, his mom wouldn't allow him to eat hamburgers, believing they weren't healthy. To avoid raising suspicion, he deliberately left some room in his stomach. Mom, can I ask you for a favor? Boruto took a cup of water and sat down at the dining table. It's strange, you usually don't talk to Mom like this. Hinata continued cooking without stopping or turning around, chatting with Boruto. Are you asking to buy a game again? No. After taking a sip of water, Boruto gathered the courage to state his purpose. Can you teach me Gentle Fist? This was Boruto's well-thought-out plan. It was one of the powers he must master to deal with those special enemies in the future. Why do you suddenly want to learn Gentle Fist? Hinata poured the fried dish onto a plate which was handed to her by Himawari. I think I am still too weak and Dad is too tired. I want to share some of the burden with him. Of course, this was not an excuse. He genuinely thought so, but he did not articulate it clearly. He did not mention that the pressure he wanted to relieve from Naruto came from those lurking unknown enemies. Of course, Boruto's goal was not just Gentle Fist, he wanted to master all special taijutsu he knew as much as possible, because in the battles against Otsutsuki and the Divine Tree people most of the time only taijutsu could be effective. As for Konoha, he knew of two taijutsu that were his goals. The Hyuga clan's Gentle Fist and the Steel Fist mastered by Metal Lee. Currently he couldn't access the Steel Fist and could only think of a way to master the Gentle Fist first. Boruto, what's wrong? After placing the dishes on the table, Hinata squatted down and hugged Boruto's shoulders, looking into his eyes. Looking into Hinata's eyes, Boruto could read the concern she had for him. This long-lost care left him at a loss for how to respond to her question. As the two of them stayed like this, the atmosphere gradually turned cold. Ultimately it was Sunflower who broke the silence. I want to become strong too so that Dad can spend more time with me. Hearing her daughter's words, Hinata realized that she need not worry about Boruto's reasons for wanting to grow stronger. As long as he was her child, that was enough. She could feel this clearly. The Boruto before her was her child, and as a mother she could clearly sense the bond between them, a bond that could not be faked. Even without the Byakugan she could feel it. Understanding this, she embraced him tightly. Just as Boruto could see her concern in her eyes, she could also perceive the exhaustion hidden beneath his gaze. That kind of exhaustion that comes from being chased by something unknown. I'm sorry, Mom shouldn't have doubted you. Hinata's words were filled with love which Boruto could sense clearly. That indescribable love slowly flowed into Boruto's heart through her words. It warmed his body gradually. He also hugged his mother back and called out, Mom. Tears streamed from the corners of his eyes. Ever since he returned to this time he had found himself crying more often. How pathetic, he thought to himself, critiquing his current self. Yet he did not despise this timid version of himself. If you don't want to talk, Mom will wait until you're ready to tell me. Hinata made a decision. She would no longer pry into the secrets Boruto kept hidden in his heart. After school tomorrow, let's go to Grandpa's house and tell him about this. Boruto understood that after his mother married his father she had already distanced herself from the Hyuga clan. As for the secret of the Gentle Fist, even as the son of the Hokage he would still need the approval of his grandfather Hyuga Hisashi. Thinking of this, Boruto also recalled the long unseen grandfather from his memories. Although at this point in time he hated how his grandfather would always hug him upon their meetings, scratching his face with his coarse beard, now this Boruto yearned to see that grandfather again. Just as they were still immersed in their sadness, the kitchen door was pulled open. Seeing his wife looking so sorrowful, the newcomer immediately shouted. Boruto, did you make your mom angry again? I did not. Boruto shouted without bothering to leave his mother's embrace. Seeing the father and son start arguing as soon as they met, Hinata couldn't help but smile. As for the busy Hokage, how did he have the time to come home? That was because he had a good brother who proactively offered to handle the remaining work for him, allowing him to focus on caring for his son. However, it seemed that Naruto hadn't taken that good brother's words to heart. The scene shifted to that good brother's house. Mom, why is Dad not back yet? Asked a boy with a pineapple hairstyle to his somewhat short-tempered mother. He's not coming back today, he has too much work. The woman referred to as Mom was originally from Sunagakure and her name was Shabakukyo Temari. However, she should be called Nara Temari now. Then I'll go take a look in Dad's study. As for her son, he was naturally Boruto's good friend Nara Shikadai. Don't mess up the study or you know the consequences. Temari as a mother actually threatened her child. What on earth does Dad see in Mom's personality? Shikadai couldn't help but complain internally, but he dared not voice it. If he were overheard, his upcoming days would be difficult. At Naruto's house, Hinata and Naruto hadn't slept together for a long time. Due to Naruto's overwhelming busyness, even when he returned home he often fell asleep while dealing with work in the study. Hinata explained to him about Boruto's unusual behavior today and his desire to learn the Gentle Fist. Naruto stared at the ceiling, reflecting on Shikamaru's words from earlier in the office. That kid of yours, I bet he already has the strength of an elite chunin now, Shikamaru slowly conveyed his speculation. Naruto was unsure of what he was thinking. During his recent interactions with Boruto he had clearly felt that Boruto was indeed his son. Yet there were many differences compared to the son he remembered. These differences couldn't have come about simply from a long absence of communication. For instance, he could distinctly see Sasuke's shadow within him. This feeling after knowing Sasuke for decades was unmistakable. Moreover, he felt that Boruto did not resemble a student, an unusual aura occasionally emanated from him. For Naruto, who eventually became the 7th Hokage, he knew exactly what that unusual aura was. It was that of a battle-hardened ninja. A 12-year-old child exuded a presence reminiscent of the ninjas directly under the Hokage. He thought perhaps he should find an opportunity to have a serious talk with him. With no further words exchanged, today was Wednesday. As soon as Boruto arrived at the classroom, Shikadai told him that he needed to talk to him during lunch. Thus Boruto attended his morning classes with a sense of curiosity. This time, regardless of what Shikadai said, he didn't want Boruto to bring him lunch. On the rooftop, 2 lunchboxes were thrown into the trash can again. As for Shikadai's portion, just like yesterday, it was given to Sarada, so today Shikadai's lunch was fried noodles and bread. However, what was different was that this lunchbox was bought by Shikadai. After buying it, the two stood at the convenience store entrance and just like yesterday saw Sarada. She held in her hands the same bread and milk as yesterday. Seeing the way Boruto looked at her, Shikadai knew what would happen next. With no other option, he sighed and handed Boruto Shikadai's lunchbox. Thus Shikadai's lunch became bread once again. Boruto, regarding your desire to fully master the technique of the disappearing Rinnegan, Shikadai said after taking a sip of water. That phenomenon should be called phase shift. Boruto naturally understood the principle behind the Rinnegan's disappearance, but the occurrence of that phenomenon was coincidental. Boruto had spent almost 10 years trying to master it, mainly because he was unable to determine the role of the third chakra, yin and yang, in this phenomenon. Last night I found some information about phase shifting in my dad's study. Once in Konoha there was someone who possessed phase shift. Boruto's eyes gradually lit up. Sensing Boruto's state, Shikadai poured a bucket of cold water over his enthusiasm. But that person has long since passed away. Hearing this, the flames of enthusiasm that had surged in Boruto's heart were extinguished. Just as he looked disappointed, Shikadai's words reignited the fire within him. However, his lover still lives in Konoha. Boruto looked at Shikadai with palpable urgency to know the identity of that person. Her name is Yuzuki Yugao and she currently resides at the Konoha Ryu Dojo. The time came in the afternoon as school ended and the three of them left one after another as they had done yesterday. By the time Boruto returned home, Hinata was already taking the two siblings towards the Hyuga clan's land. As for Himawari, since she hadn't seen her grandfather and aunt for a while, she insisted on going with Hinata. Unable to refuse her, Hinata had no choice but to take her along. Before reaching home, Boruto and Tekataka continued their discussion from noon. They ultimately decided that Boruto would take care of the gentle fist matter in the coming days, while Tekataka would first look into the situation regarding Yuzuki Yugao. Then during the weekend the two would go to meet her. The current Konoha is quite large, though the Hyuga clan's land and Naruto's house are located in the central area. However, the central area of Konoha now refers to the entire village before the Fourth Great Ninja War. The Hyuga clan's land is in the east while Naruto's house is in the north, meaning the three have to traverse a small part of the central area of Konoha. The three walked like this and finally arrived at the Hyuga clan's land around 5 o'clock. They had walked for about half an hour. This morning Hinata had called Hayashi, so this eager grandfather was already waiting at the clan's main gate. As the red clouds gradually appeared in the sky, he finally awaited the arrival of his long unseen granddaughter. As always, upon seeing his grandchildren he couldn't wait to embrace them. Hee hee. Grandpa, you're so ticklish. Himawari would always say this whenever she got poked by her grandfather's beard. Grandpa, it's been a while, Boruto greeted, no longer bothered by his grandfather's prickly beard. Hayashi greeted the two little ones and then turned to his daughter. Have you eaten? He still didn't know how to address his eldest daughter. For many years he felt indebted to her, as he could never make up for the harm he caused to the siblings during their childhood. Especially after Niji's death he felt deeply guilty towards his brother, and this sense of guilt accompanied him until his own death. It was 3 years later that Boruto learned about the Hyuga clan's cruel way of survival and the tragic fate of the branch family. On the day his grandfather died from depression, Boruto was still on the run when he suddenly received the news of his grandfather's death. That day Sasuke Sensei received the news from his former companions, and under Boruto's relentless pursuit he explained the cause of his grandfather's death and recounted the story of the bird trapped in a cage that lingered in his memories. His grandfather had gradually fallen into depression after learning of his daughter's and son-in-law's deaths. Then while interacting with Kawaki he noticed a problem. Kawaki was nothing like the grandson who used to smile all the time. He began to doubt his own memories and ultimately he couldn't withstand the torment and died. The head of the Hyuga clan passed away quietly in his hospital bed. When Boruto received this news he could hardly wait to rush to Konoha to kill Kawaki. Before this, Kawaki's actions had not caused any casualties, neither for him nor for his parents. Now his grandfather had died because of this matter. After that, every time he met Kawaki the thought of killing him would surface in his mind. But reason told him that Kawaki did not act intentionally and he alone could not defeat the Otsutsuki and the Divine Tree. Thus this murderous intent was buried deep within his heart, returning to the present. He now had the chance to prevent all of this from happening, to stop his grandfather's death. For the past, Boruto Kawaki still had a use to intimidate those within the Hyuga clan who firmly believed in the supremacy of the main family. To prevent them from harboring inappropriate thoughts towards Himawari, especially since the newly appointed clan head was just a young, the four of them entered a large courtyard which had a rockery, a pond, a few green bamboos and a couple of plum branches. This was the residence of Hayashi, the head of the Hyuga clan. As for Hanabi the aunt, she was not at home as she had some tasks to carry out and could not return. Thus only Boruto and the three of them sat at the dining table. After finishing the meal, Hayashi took the mother and son to a room. The bookshelf nearby was filled with numerous documents indicating that this was Hayashi's study. "Boruto, may I know why you want to learn Gentle Fist?" Without any preamble, Hayashi directly asked the question that lingered in his mind. Boruto's answer was simple: he just wanted to become stronger. So Hayashi agreed and told Hinata that Boruto would stay with him for a while and he would teach him. After Boruto left, Hinata voiced her concerns. "Dad, are you sure this decision isn't too hasty?" It was indeed quite strange. Boruto's response was hardly convincing. Yet Hayashi had agreed so readily and even decided to teach Boruto himself. "Actually, I was just going through the motions," Hayashi replied. Moreover, Gentle Fist has not been a secret since Naruto learned it. He took a sip of tea. Those elders wouldn't dare to make things difficult for the son of Hokage. After hearing this, Hinata couldn't help but feel a sense of bitterness. Indeed, everything relied on Naruto. When they married back then, those elders had also planned to brand her as a caged bird. According to the Hyuga's rules, Hinata had already ceased to be a member of the main family after marrying an outsider. To prevent the Byakugan from leaking, they planned to mark Hinata as a caged bird as well. However, once Hayashi clearly told them that Naruto was now the strongest in the ninja world, this plan was scrapped. Those old rats in the gutter dared not offend Naruto. Moreover, now that Himawari was clearly not a member of the Hyuga clan, yet she had the Byakugan. It was precisely because Naruto's identity was something those stubborn old men could not afford to offend. As for why it is me teaching him. Hayashi looked at the two children in the courtyard who were squatting side by the pond. Boruto held a piece of bread while Himawari was tearing bits off to feed the fish. Whenever a fish was attracted to the front, the little girl would giggle with delight. "Just consider me bored," he said, immediately joining the two children in their fish-feeding endeavor. Hinata understood that her old father was starting to be stubborn again. She smiled as she watched the three of them squatting side by the pond. "Boruto, get some more bread for Grandpa," Hayashi shouted energetically. The pond's water was very clear, reflecting the shadows of the three while the fish fed beneath their shadows. At school, Shino and the others had not yet left. He was writing a report titled "Boruto Uzumaki's strength far exceeds that of ordinary ninja students." His report clearly stated that Boruto's strength had reached the level of a chunin. It is worth noting that aside from special teachers like Shino, many teachers are only at the chunin level. In his opinion, as long as Boruto passed the theoretical exam, he should graduate from school. After all, if Boruto were taught according to the school's curriculum, it would be a complete waste of his talent. Before Shino left the school, he handed the report to Principal Irika. It wouldn't be long before this report landed on Naruto's desk. Time continuously flowed forward and soon the day agreed upon with Lu Tai arrived. Just yesterday on Friday, Boruto's desired visitor under Shino's guidance came to their class in the guise of a transfer student. His skin exhibited an eerie white hue and he wore a blue outfit with his hands completely concealed by wide sleeves. Boruto naturally knew the other person's name, including their sensitive identity. Mitsuki, a child created by Orochimaru using cloning techniques. Mastering the modified perfect form of the Sage Mode. The Sage Mode could naturally assist Boruto in rapidly increasing his chakra and unlocking the Byakugan, as the essence of Sage Arts is to absorb the natural energy of the world until it balances with the Bodhi's chakra. This would allow him to enter Sage Mode, and conversely, while absorbing Sage energy, his chakra reserves would gradually increase. Boruto understood that based on his status in Mitsuki's heart, as long as he spoke up, he would impart his knowledge of Sage Arts. Even if he wanted to learn, the other party would teach him without hesitation, provided Mitsuki knew how to cultivate it. Mitsuki's Sage Mode is unlike anyone else's. He is a born sage endowed with sage powers through special methods used by Orochimaru during his creation. To the south of the central area of Konohagakure there is a relatively backward place compared to others. The surrounding houses belong to an older style, their age unknown. Many households here have ninjas, but they are not from prominent clans. In this era where new ninjas are becoming increasingly rare, such situations are seldom seen. After all, ninjas born to small households often had a long-standing job to sustain their livelihood in the past. However, in this era, becoming a ninja is no longer the only option for these individuals. Today's ninja schools teach various techniques to help them make a living. Therefore, apart from those ninja families with a historical legacy, new ninjas from small households have become quite rare. However, as Boruto and Lu Tai walked down this street, they occasionally spotted one or two ninjas, all of whom were genin of about the same age as them, and they all shared the common feature of wielding a sword. Not only were there young men and women in their prime, but many children also had small bamboo swords either in their hands or at their waists. The elderly sitting by the roadside basking in the sun also exuded a chilling aura. Boruto clearly recognized this feeling. It was the unique sword intent belonging to sword practitioners. Moreover, shortly after stepping onto this street, he keenly noticed that he was being watched by those elderly individuals. They harbored evident hostility toward him. Thus the two walked to the center of the street under the gaze of countless onlookers. A dojo equally old yet exceptionally grand appeared before them. Above it hung a plaque, clearly an ancient artifact. The plaque bore the elegantly written characters, Konoha Flow. This is the place, Lu Tai said to Boruto. That Umezuki Yuin is right here. Looking at the three characters on the plaque, Boruto blurted out, the person who wrote these characters must be a swordsmanship master. He could clearly sense the aura of the calligrapher from those three characters. It was a sword intent completely contrary to the Uchiha swordsmanship he mastered. In his consciousness he realized that among all the sword masters he had encountered, only one could match the level of the person behind those characters. That was his master, one of the dual heroes of the ninja world, Uchiha Sasuke, and it was the Sasuke who had not yet lost his Rinnegan. Lu Tai, when we go in later, don't stray more than 2 meters away from me. Before Lu Tai could ask him why, Boruto stepped forward toward the door. Upon seeing the plaque, Boruto understood why those people had been scrutinizing him. It was because they too sensed the unique sword intent of the Uchiha swordsmanship emanating from him. Though he did not know the reason, he could ascertain that the swordsmanship they practiced was entirely opposite to his Uchiha swordsmanship. If he had to describe it, almost everyone on this street was Boruto's swordsmanship, the enemy of the Great Path. Reflecting on the unique layout of this street, it was evidently built around this dojo. Thus it wouldn't be surprising what Umezuki Yuin, who lived inside, would do to him. Excuse me, who are you looking? A little girl in a white training outfit holding a bamboo sword for practice ran up to the two and asked. Hello, we are looking for someone named Umezuki Yuin. Upon seeing this adorable little girl, Lu Tai immediately took a liking to her. Are you looking for the master? The little girl continued to inquire of them. Master? Boruto found it quite odd, as this little girl seemed to be no more than 10 years old. She has already taken a master at such a young age. Follow me, the little girl said, confirming their purpose, and led them toward a courtyard behind the dojo. As they approached the courtyard, Boruto heard the sound of blades slicing through the air. Swish swish swish, a master. Before Boruto even entered the courtyard, he had already determined that the other party was a rare expert in swordsmanship. The sound created by the sword slicing through the air was swift yet not chaotic. Upon entering the courtyard, he saw a woman with purple hair wielding a sword that shimmered with cold light under the sun, moving it with a graceful and rhythmic frequency. In Boruto's eyes, a red moon seemed to emerge, gradually engulfing his consciousness. So strong. After witnessing the other's swordsmanship firsthand, Boruto understood that he could not defeat her now. I can only surrender. His initially high spirits were extinguished. Master, someone is looking for you, the little girl shouted, cupping her hands around her mouth. Upon hearing her disciple's words, she finally halted her sword dance. Slowly opening her eyes, she recognized the visitors. Before Boruto could introduce himself, she recognized them first. You are Uzumaki, Boruto and Nara, Lu Tai, right? What brings you here? How do you know our names? Boruto was surprised that she knew him, as he was certain it was their first meeting. I know your parents, and besides it's hard not to guess based on how much you both resemble your father. Upon hearing this, both Boruto and Lu Tai looked at each other, comparing the features of the other with their father's images in memory. Indeed. They couldn't help but exclaim in unison. So what is your purpose in coming to see me? We want to learn about Mr. Moonlight Gale. Hearing that familiar name from her memory, Shien paused in her action of pouring water. The long-sealed memories slowly awakened. Where did you hear about him? She put on a calm demeanor, but the spilled tea still betrayed her. She poured the tea and handed it to the two. We are looking for information about the technique of invisibility and eventually found his name. As Lu Tai explained, he observed whether her state showed any change. After all, it was improper to expose someone's scars right after meeting them. Then it was recorded in the materials that you were quite familiar with him, so we wanted to find you to learn more. Invisibility, huh? The image of the obviously unwell man floated in her mind. Indeed, Gale can indeed use invisibility. But why do you want to know about invisibility? Whenever it came to matters concerning Gale, she became very attentive. Boruto and Lu Tai had anticipated her response, so they requested her to take them to the training ground. They decided to reveal the reason for wanting to know about invisibility through facts. After accepting their request, Shien led them to one of the training grounds belonging to the dojo. The place was relatively remote with no extra equipment around it. There were a few wooden posts stuck in the ground not far from the wall. The posts were not very tall, only about a meter high, slightly taller than Boruto and Lu Tai. There were a total of 3 wooden posts and the scars on them indicated that they had been frequently used. It was unclear how many people had practiced chopping and throwing here. As Shien indicated that they could use the area freely, Boruto eagerly ran forward, stopping about 10 meters away from the wooden posts. Taking a deep breath, he recalled the feeling of releasing the invisible Rinnegan. He placed his hands not far in front of his chest, palms facing each other in a claw shape as waves of chakra flowed into them. An extremely unstable small Rinnegan appeared between his hands, looking as if it was about to dissipate at any moment. Oh. Rinnegan. Shien immediately called out the name of the technique. How do you know this technique? Lutai suddenly asked at that moment. I used to be part of the direct Umbu under the Hokage alongside Gale, so I naturally have some understanding of this ninjutsu invented by the 4th Hokage. Just as the Rinnegan formed, Boruto made an unexpected move. He threw the Rinnegan away. This exceeded Zion's expectations. In her memory, she had never seen a Rinnegan that could be thrown. Boruto's throwing posture was very standard, and he even used the shuriken technique taught by Sasuke. Thus the Rinnegan flew in a perfectly straight line towards the middle wooden post. After flying about halfway, it disappeared. Immediately afterward, a bullseye-sized scar suddenly appeared on the wooden post in the middle. It was clear that it had been torn out by a powerful rotational force. Seeing this, Shien understood that the Rinnegan had been enhanced with the effect of invisibility. Indeed, it is invisibility. She crossed her hands over her chest, affirming Boruto's guess about the Rinnegan's disappearance. Just as the two were pleased, Shien said another sentence. However, it is somewhat different from Gale's invisibility. This statement was like a bucket of cold water extinguishing their enthusiasm. The biggest difference is that Gale's invisibility acts upon himself. And he cannot eliminate sound. So does that mean it's impossible? Lutai said dejectedly. No, it's just that the method of use is different. The principle is the same. Her words reignited hope in the two. Then may I ask, do you know how to practice invisibility? Boruto immediately asked her. Gale indeed left behind a book about his training insights. The two smiled eagerly, looking at her. But why would I give you his relics? Upon hearing this, Lutai froze. Did she really have a reason? How could she tell her about the future? Who would believe her? Can you tell me about your story? Boruto's voice rang out. Shien looked at the boy, whose eyes were filled with sincerity, showing no sign of pretense. Returning to the courtyard, the three resumed their previous positions. She began to tell the story of that ordinary genius belonging to this street, belonging to the common people. Through her story, the two learned about the origins of this street and the man who should have had a bright future. The name of this street originally belonged to a group of refugees. At that time, the Hidden Leaf village had just been established, and a group of refugees who had just escaped from the perilous times of the warring states came here. Unlike those major clans, they had no special secret arts to inherit, nor did they have bloodline limits. Not even a single person who could be called a ninja. They were just ordinary people who wanted to survive in that turbulent era. They were the lowest existence in the strength-oriented warring states. They heard that the peaceful Senju clan had established a place called a ninja village, and under the banner of willing to protect any clan and civilians, they welcomed others to join. Holding a trivial hope, a group of war refugees from various parts of the Land of Fire arrived at the Hidden Leaf almost simultaneously. There were many of them, mostly old women and children, each looking emaciated, and among them were quite a few who appeared to be on the verge of. The people who arrived at the Hidden Leaf found that most of those gathered here were well-known clans throughout the Land of Fire. Compared to them, what qualifications did their group have to join? However, the news of a group of refugees seeking refuge in the Hidden Leaf quickly reached the ears of the first Hokage. He personally met with the leader of the refugees and said to them, "From now on, the Hidden Leaf will be your home." And he indicated that if they needed anything after joining the Hidden Leaf, they should tell his brother directly. Thus they joined the Hidden Leaf, and the first Hokage's brother indeed cared for them under his brother's direction. Whenever the two brothers had free time, they would come to this street to check on them, showing concern for these bottom-tier members of society. In their daily stable lives, they truly confirmed that their home was on this street. They talked every day about whose child was born, whose son found a beautiful wife, and what they would eat today. Until one day a piece of bad news arrived. The first Hokage had died. He passed away a month after battling Uchiha Madara, and this sudden bad news caught them off guard. In truth, even if they knew what would happen afterward, what could they do? What could a group of civilians who couldn't even extract chakra do? Due to the turbulent times, the first Hokage's funeral was hastily concluded. The Hidden Leaf urgently needed someone to organize the situation, so in the afternoon of that day the second Hokage took office. After taking office, the most respected elder among the refugees approached him. He asked if they could be taught to become ninjas, as these civilians also wanted to protect their homes and the Hidden Leaf. Later, the second Hokage established a ninja school to start enrolling civilian disciples and train civilian ninjas. After the establishment of the ninja school, more and more families on this street entrusted their children to it. At that time, a saying circulated throughout the street. A life-saving grace is hard to repay for eternity. Initially it was unknown who first said it, but gradually this phrase became the guiding principle for the children born on this street. The idea of establishing the ninja school originally came from the people of this street to the second generation. Thus after the death of his brother the second generation taught his unique swordsmanship which he had developed to the children of this street. The original intention behind this swordsmanship was to gain the ability to resist the power of the Uchiha after his brother was killed in battle against them. Therefore this swordsmanship aimed at balancing the Uchiha took a path entirely opposite to that of the Uchiha style. The Uchiha relying on their ocular techniques instead took a straightforward approach to swordsmanship pursuing ultimate skill and overwhelming power. This swordsmanship however took a treacherous path using a special rhythm to trap opponents in illusions with its techniques then defeating them in one strike. Later with the establishment of the Konoha police force the second generation's suspicion of the Uchiha clan diminished. Therefore this swordsmanship was renamed Konoha style, and he personally inscribed the name on the dojo. It symbolized a swordsmanship born for Konoha mastered by its commoners intended to protect Konoha. As time passed although everyone on this street was willing to give everything for this family formed by strangers. Due to limitations of talent not a single jonin appeared on this street until the day the second generation passed away. In total 2 geniuses were born here. One was a late bloomer and the other was the hope of all. One was named Wanshin Gujia and the other was named Tsukuyomi Shikaz. Compared to the old man who out of guilt refused to become a jonin his entire life. The man who emerged among the commoners and developed the Hotan technique through his own efforts clearly resembled their hope. After all they had expressed to the second generation their desire to protect Konoha. Yet with not even a single jonin the Konoha style often found itself standing behind others during major events. How could they talk about protection? Thus Shikaz who became a special jonin at a young age was the hope of these people. Old Gujia thought the same. However he died early just before Orochimaru's invasion. His body was found the next day lying on the roof of a commoner's house. Later after losing her beloved Yuin immersed herself in training and missions hoping to escape everything. With each task completed she was promoted to the Umbu as a special jonin. Due to her significant contributions in the Fourth Great War she was later promoted to elite jonin. However she resigned not long after. Old Gujia had also passed away 7 years ago and this disciple was entrusted to her by the old man. He was a child she rescued during an operation against mountain bandits. He had been dedicated to Konoha until 2 years before his death when he executed missions as a Konoha ninja. Hoping to atone for his sins. Even Naruto had urged him multiple times that it was time to rest. It was only after he saved this child that he finally decided to resign. Before his death he specifically instructed Yuin to take good care of his adopted granddaughter. Without hesitation Yuin agreed the old man was not just a respected elder to her and Shikaz. He was also their master in swordsmanship. From that moment on the little girl named Wanshin Hashimi followed closely behind her. This is the story between them and the story of all the commoners practicing Konoha style on this street. The tea on the table had long stopped steaming and the cup was nearly empty. The three sat silently across the table. The two born in a time of peace found it difficult to understand the older generation's sense of belonging to Konoha. If it weren't for Boruto having experienced those things he too would find it hard to feel the profound love for Konoha depicted in the stories. In the end Boruto asked a question. "Excuse me, does this dojo accept students?" His tone was very firm and his gaze was clear. Regarding the matter of apprenticeship Rutai had no idea, even Boruto only suddenly decided after hearing the story. Why? Yuin was surprised by this boy's sudden decision. She could certainly sense the ruthlessness unique to the Uchiha style from him. It was enough to indicate that his lineage was Uchiha and now only that man from the Uchiha clan could teach him. Thus as an enemy in the sword path it seemed quite strange for Boruto, an Uchiha heir, to learn Konoha-style swordsmanship. "I need to become stronger. To achieve a certain unspoken goal I must become as strong as possible." His words were clear and concise, just a simple goal. "Actually I have a personal motive." Boruto candidly expressed that he had another purpose. "If I become your disciple under the Konoha style I should be qualified to observe Shikazen-sensei's insights on training, right?" Yuin looked at the honest boy in front of her and suddenly found him quite interesting. She naturally understood that when Shikaz handed her that book of insights it was to ensure that if one day he suddenly passed away someone would inherit the Hotan techniques he developed. After all, his health had never been good since childhood. Lung disease had always troubled him. Even if he didn't fall in battle it was possible he could pass away due to illness one day. He also wanted to teach a disciple who could learn Hotan, so before the Chunin exams he proposed the idea of becoming a leading jonin to the third generation. However, before he received a response he passed away. Over the years many have come to her seeking information about Hotan. However, she could tell that those individuals lacked the talent. Thus she had mostly rejected them, and now a boy who had already grasped Hotan appeared before her. Not only was he interested in Hotan but he also sought to learn Konoha style. He had an exceptionally high talent and Yui now felt that if anyone could inherit Shikaze's Hotan that person had now appeared. Moreover, in this peaceful era the number of people willing to learn Konoha style was dwindling, almost leaving only the children of this. Returning to the present, she glanced at the blonde boy and couldn't help but smile. Humph, your speaking skills are on par with your father's. Then she went into the inner room and returned shortly with a box. The thing you wanted is inside, but I have one condition. You must first learn Konoha style and then I will give it to you. It's a deal. As the sun set and the moon rose under the bright moonlight, the two boys walked home. After Yuyen's agreement, Boruto began learning Konoha style at the dojo. Until nightfall, and as a good friend Rutai stayed with him until now. Why do you want to learn Konoha style swordsmanship? It wasn't in your plans. Illusions are my weakness if they can help me overcome this weakness. Moreover, my master once told me that in terms of swordsmanship he could not match the second generation. The Uchiha style walks the path of reality while Konoha style walks the path of illusion, and both have evolved to their extremes on their respective paths. If I can combine both, then at least in the sword path no one can surpass me. Time passed swiftly and half a month had gone by. During this period Boruto not only learned the gentle fist but also the leaf style swordsmanship. His schedule was packed, proving that he truly was a genius. He had already fully mastered the basic techniques of gentle fist and leaf style. In terms of gentle fist, aside from the techniques that could only be accurately grasped with Byakugan and those that required a significant amount of chakra, he had mastered everything else. Now he could use the 8 trigrams empty palm. In a peak condition he could unleash 13 strikes in succession, each capable of severing a tree as thick as his fist. However, he found himself unable to grasp the techniques related to chakra points no matter how hard he tried. His explanation from Hisashi was that it was because he lacked Byakugan. Without the ability to accurately sense the chakra points, he couldn't release chakra from the corresponding points. Techniques like chakra point strikes and heavenly spin were therefore beyond his reach. Since all the basic techniques had been taught to Boruto, Hisashi informed him that he no longer needed to seek him out for lessons. Almost simultaneously Yukaina also told him he didn't need to come to her every day. Now she had nothing left to teach him. Boruto was still puzzled as to why he wasn't being taught, even though he couldn't yet create illusions like she could. In response, Yukaina explained that every practitioner of leaf style creates different illusions. Each learner can only acquire techniques related to leaf style from their teacher. As for the next stage of illusion techniques, he could only explore it himself, for each person's association with the illusions in their mind is inherently different. For instance, old man Gujia derived his understanding from the swaying willow branches. While both he and Shikadai derived their insights from the moon, their techniques were fundamentally different. Thus the path ahead would depend on Boruto's own understanding. She also said that if Boruto could perfect a unique version of leaf-style swordsmanship before the end of the semester, she would give him a very impressive gift that would surely surprise him. With that, Boruto began his solitary training. Boruto. While practicing his swordsmanship, Boruto turned to see the newcomer. It was Mitsuki. Due to Orochimaru's plans, Mitsuki always regarded himself as the moon with Boruto as the sun. Thus shortly after transferring to the class he began to tail Boruto at every opportunity. Boruto understood the reason for this behavior, but he didn't dislike it. After all, in their previous lives they shared this kind of relationship almost inseparable. Even later when he was with Sarada he would still follow behind them. For this matter Sarada had more than once spoken to both of them separately, yet they remained the same as before. Aside from certain private moments they were generally in a 3-person group state, sometimes even with Kawaki added in. I'm going back this weekend. Do you have time? Since their relationship improved, Boruto had revealed to Mitsuki multiple times that he wanted to meet his parents. Boruto naturally knew who his parents were, but even after knowing them for nearly 10 years he still didn't know whether Mitsuki's parents were his father or mother. Although Mitsuki agreed to take him home when he could, time never permitted it. This was because Orochimaru wanted to prevent Mitsuki from being discovered by their classmates. Thus, aside from the necessary checkups every half-month, he didn't allow Mitsuki to return home. Coincidentally, half a month had passed and it was now time for Mitsuki's checkup. So he specifically came to find Boruto to ask if he had time. Boruto, who had been waiting for this, naturally agreed, and they made plans to visit his home together after school the next afternoon. After chatting for a while, Mitsuki left. Boruto, after he left, headed towards the Nara household, needing to discuss some matters with Shikadai. The Nara clan was also one of the prominent clans in Konoha, similar to the Hyuga clan, possessing a substantial amount of clan land. However, the Nara clan's land was located in a relatively remote area of the original Konoha. This land was specially requested by the Nara clan, and they had lived here for generations since the village's establishment. This was related to their way of life, as they were a ninja clan that rarely participated in wars during the Warring States period. The ninja clans during the Warring States period were somewhat similar to the current ninja village system. Essentially they were all mercenaries, albeit with different compositions. However, the Nara clan, despite being a major clan, rarely interfered in conflicts between feudal lords. The Nara Yamanaka and Akimichi clans resided in the mountains almost untouched by external wars. Thus the three clans had income sources beyond being mercenaries. The Yamanaka clan specialized in growing medicinal herbs, though they had gradually shifted their focus to cultivating flowers. The Nara clan was renowned for their unique deer antler trade, with more than half of the deer medicinal materials in the ninja world sourced from their family. The Akimichi clan had considerable expertise in processing medicinal materials, and their industries in medical cooperation and food supply were also quite large. This was part of the reason for the harmonious relationship between the three clans since the Warring States period. Not only was there strategic complementarity, but there was also economic mutual assistance. This complex relationship resulted in an exceptionally strong bond between the three clans. In terms of economic strength, the sons of the clan leaders from the Nara clan Shikadai, Boruto and Rinnegan, were only slightly inferior to the heir of the Raikage company. The area chosen by the Nara clan with its dense forests provided an excellent environment for raising deer. Every time Boruto visited Shikadai, he was always amazed by the size of his home. During this time since Boruto officially embarked on his journey to become stronger, the two had seen very little of each other. Outside of school they hardly met. Recently he heard from Rinnegan that Shikadai had also become very busy. He stayed at home all day not knowing what he was up to. Upon arriving at Shikadai's house, his mother Tamari was cooking in the kitchen. After greeting her, Tamari told him that Shikadai was in the study. Boruto then made his way to the study, and just as he knocked on the door, Shikadai's voice came from inside. "Come in. Shikadai, tomorrow I'm going to meet Orochimaru with Mitsuki." After closing the door, Boruto began to explain his plans for the next day. On the table in front of Shikadai lay many books. They were old and had clearly been read many times. "I've decided," Boruto's words were interrupted before he could finish. "You should go by yourself." What Shikadai said was exactly what Boruto wanted to say. "It wouldn't be wise for me to accompany you without certainty of safety, would it?" He pulled his face from behind the thick books, revealing his eyes. Boruto was at a loss for words as he saw the title on the book cover, finally understanding what Shikadai had been busy with all this time. He also realized what Shikadai had given up. Thus in the ensuing conversation it was mostly Shikadai who spoke. "Just remember to be safe." After Shikadai reiterated the plan, he specifically reminded Boruto. Then after Tamari insisted, Boruto stayed for dinner at Shikadai's home. Afterward the young boy walked home under the cool moonlight. Boruto lay in bed recalling Rokuta's words and the book he had left on the table. The weather was growing steadily warmer, and the blanket draped over him had grown noticeably lighter. He remembered events yet to unfold, particularly the story of how Rokuta had nearly failed to become a ninja. His father assumed leadership of the clan at a delicate juncture precisely 3 months after the Fourth Shinobi World War. The succession was abrupt, triggered by the previous clan head's death beneath the tailed beast ball of the Ten Tails. Simultaneously the Yamanaka clan head perished, and their dual demise created a vacuum. Choza Akimichi, then head of the Akimichi clan and 15th generation member of the Inoshikacho trio, consequently stepped down. Thus the 16th generation Inoshikacho assumed leadership on that very day. At the time Shikamaru and Tamari had not yet formalized their relationship. As a young yet exceptionally capable leader, Shikamaru earned unanimous approval from the elders. That consensus dissolved the moment he began courting Tamari. Had their statuses been ordinary, none of this would have transpired. The Nara clan stood among the most renowned lineages across the shinobi world. As its head, Shikamaru was unquestionably suited to marry almost any woman. Yet he chose an extraordinary one, Tamari of the Sandstorm. Her clan had once been modest, comprising only her and her 2 brothers. But fate intervened. Her father ascended to the position of 4th Kazekage, and her younger brother succeeded him as 5th Kazekage, assuming the mantle before his 16th year. Thus it became unthinkable for a shinobi clan head to wed Tamari. His rank no longer matched hers. The Nara were at best merchant lords, shrewd and respected, yet fundamentally civilian in stature. Clearly he lacked the standing to marry into the Kazekage lineage. Viewed through the lens of contemporary political hierarchy among the great nations and their hidden villages. If the daimyo were emperors, then the Kage were supreme marshals commanding all military might. And Tamari's family had produced 2 such figures in succession. Accordingly every elder opposed the union. Was the clan head expected to become a groom-in-law? Yet their resistance crumbled once Shikamaru became the Hokage's secretary. Still they believed Shikamaru had risen far beyond his station, and felt profound shame. Gradually their hopes shifted to Rokuta, urging him to pursue politics instead of becoming a shinobi. Given his intellect, attaining high office was merely a matter of time. Only then could the Nara clan erase the stigma of having climbed the Kazekage's ladder through marriage. In his prior life with Boruto and the others' encouragement, Rokuta ultimately chose to uphold his own ideals, to remain a shinobi and revitalize his clan through that path. This time, however, before even graduating from the academy, before any of them had officially become shinobi, he was already contemplating a political career. Gazing at the moon ascending ever higher, Boruto's thoughts drifted back to a night long past. It was another night under a luminous full moon, a night when a boy vanished into the sea wind. He had possessed a radiant future, yet died without warning. He fell to an ambush by a nameless foe, so obscure that not even his name appeared in official mission records. Boruto still vividly recalled the boy's collapse, and the leather strap snapping as it held the sword Samehada. The anguish he felt then still echoed in memory. That very night the boy swore an oath never again would he lose a friend and never again would anyone perish before his eyes. At that moment Boruto made his decision. He opened a drawer, retrieved a slip of paper and wrote a brief message with deliberate care. The next day arrived swiftly. Classes passed in a blur and afternoon came just as quickly. No sooner had school ended than Boruto disappeared, neither Rokuta nor Iwaibe saw where he went. Meanwhile Yamato, scheduled for his bi-weekly medical examination at Orochimaru's damp secluded base, departed early to pack. This marked his first prolonged absence from that humid lair, and his first extended period living independently. He had purchased numerous novelties he found fascinating. In truth he was less than a year old, not in body but in memory. Each failed experiment prompted Orochimaru to erase his recollections. Thus this Yamato retained only memories from the moment he awakened, less than a year's worth. Consequently he approached the world with childlike wonder, drawn mostly to trivial curiosities. After packing, Yamato arrived early at the designated meeting point, the main gate of Konoha leading toward the land of light. He waited, well past the appointed hour, until Boruto finally appeared, breathless and drenched in sweat. "Hehe, sorry I'm late," Boruto panted. He too had gathered supplies, not only luggage but also a special item intended expressly for Orochimaru. He was certain Orochimaru would be utterly astonished upon seeing it. As for his mother, Boruto simply told her he'd be away for 2 days with friends, visiting the hot spring village near the Land of Steam. Though the Land of Steam lay halfway across the Land of Fire from Konoha, the lightning train would deliver them there in remarkably little time. Renowned for its geothermal springs, the Land of Steam boasted a thriving tourism industry, prompting the Reigo Company to construct a dedicated rail line straight to its borders. Indeed, its proximity to two of the most powerful nations, and its reputation for exceptional security, made it one of the safest regions outside the 5 great shinobi countries. After persistent pleading, Hinata reluctantly granted her permission. And so the two youths boarded the lightning train bound for the Land of Steam. Watching the landscape blur past the window, Boruto reflected on the strange incidents recently plaguing the village, unexplained cases of mass unconsciousness. Medical examinations revealed the cause: chakra depletion. Even Might Guy's son Metal Lee had fallen victim, so the class rep has begun her move. Perfect, we'll resolve her issue upon our return. The lightning train traveled at speeds comparable to a Chunin sprinting at full capacity, yet unlike any human it never faltered or tired. Its endurance surpassed even that of Jonin. Today Rokuta returned home far earlier than usual, since one of the 3 swordsmen was absent. Their customary post-school hamburger outing had been cancelled. Arriving at his doorstep, he habitually opened the family mailbox, just as he always did. Inside lay the usual bills and supermarket flyers, but nestled among them was a small folded note. Recognizing the crooked, unmistakable handwriting, Rokuta instantly knew who had written it. Reading the words, warmth spread through his chest, and a gentle smile lifted the corners of his lips. "Don't force yourself to do what you dislike. I'll grow stronger, strong enough to face anything." The thunder train raced along the straight tracks which extended long into the distance until they vanished at the horizon. Boruto sat by the window, the scenery outside changing rapidly, overwhelming his senses. However, the young boy in his seat had no mind to admire the view. He held a yellowed notebook in his hands. It was given to him by Shien after he completed his training in the leaf flow. It contained the cultivation insights left by Jifeng before his passing. Shien kept her promise and handed it to Boruto on the day he left the dojo. Interestingly, although Boruto had practiced the leaf flow swordsmanship under Shien, he did not formally take her as his master. This was actually Zion's request. She said she did not need Boruto to bow to her as a master. After all, the teaching method of the leaf flow was one where the master guides you in, but the ultimate understanding of swordsmanship relies on one's own comprehension. Thus the leaf flow has always adhered to a lack of a defined master-student relationship. However, because the technique Boruto wanted to master, the body flicker technique, was uniquely Jifeng's skill. To learn it he had to take Jifeng as his master. So Boruto bowed to Jifeng's portrait under the moonlight. Despite the fact that they had never met. In fact, as soon as he received the notebook, Boruto began to study it. After finishing the entire notebook, he couldn't help but marvel at how talented this master he had never met truly was. The notebook clearly recorded how he awakened the body flicker technique due to fortuitous circumstances. However, he could never perfect it, and after seeking various methods without results, he shifted his focus to researching the formation of the body flicker technique through exploration and experimentation of his own situation. In the months leading up to his death, he finally found the core of the body flicker formation and the ratios between different chakra types. Wind 7 Lightning 2 in 1. This was the composition ratio of body flicker chakra he discovered after more than a decade of exploration. More importantly, he also understood the structural relationship among the three. Using wind chakra as the main component, he would shape the lightning chakra into threads and weave them in. Just like the black lines that appear on a basketball. Then using the yin chakra as an adhesive, once the three states reached stability, the body flicker that eliminates one's form would be born. At the end of the notebook he also wrote that he decided to resign from his umbu position. He planned to become a team leader and find a child who could inherit his skills. Before his death he was determined to pass down the body flicker technique so that Konoha would gain a powerful bloodline limit. One could imagine that the village's strength would be enhanced as well. It had been 2 or 3 days since Boruto received the notebook, and his research on the body flicker had stalled at the step of stabilizing chakra. As long as he could get past this step he would master the body flicker. This mastery would allow him to disappear from sight rather than just using it in a less powerful version of the vanishing spiral due to insufficient chakra reserves. Coincidentally, while Jifun could never achieve it, Boruto found he could eliminate sound even before mastering the body flicker. In other words, the moment he mastered the body flicker, Jifeng's long-held wishes would simultaneously be fulfilled. The body flicker would successfully be passed down and perfected. After once again finishing the notebook, a thought Boruto had never had before emerged in his mind. If I have the chance, I will also teach a child who can use the body flicker. Do. This was the sound of the thunder train announcing its arrival as the journey came to an end, at the hot spring village on the border of the land of fire. This meant that Boruto and his companion should disembark. If the next leg of the journey would have to be on foot. As soon as Boruto got off the train he saw steam rising from the mountains in the distance. The crowd coming and going at the station was mostly made up of tourists. He placed the notebook into the single shoulder bag he wore across his chest. I will pass down the body flicker technique. After leaving the station the two of them walked in the opposite direction of the crowd. They were heading to a fortress buried in the mountains several kilometers away. In a dimly lit room there were numerous containers filled with green liquid. Many snakes and various organs floated within. In the center of the room under a surgical lamp a figure of indeterminate gender was doing something. The eerie room and the strange person both hinted at something unusual. Just then a flippant voice came in. Lord Orochimaru, we've told you not to make us look like villains. As the words fell the lights in the room turned on. Our identities are different now, we are now part of the Konoha Biological Science Research Center. The man had blue hair, a pale shade, and wore an obviously ill-fitting white lab coat. When he spoke his teeth resembled those of a shark, unusually sharp. Shuizuki, I told you not to disturb me while I work. The person in the room slowly turned their head. Standing at the door was not only Shuizuki but also another person wearing a Konoha headband. Oh, isn't this Yamato? Lord Orochimaru, I am here to collect your report. The man following Shuizuki was named Yamato. He was assigned by Konoha to be responsible for the liaison between Orochimaru and Konoha while also monitoring them. Here you go. Orochimaru turned around to pack up the report he had just written, sealing it in a bag. This information is very important, take it directly to Naruto. As Orochimaru handed the information to Yamato he particularly warned him, the information inside pertains to the Otsutsuki clan. Upon realizing the importance of the information, Yamato assured him that no one else would be able to access it. This information would be personally brought back to Konoha by him, and then he left. After Yamato departed, Orochimaru felt a significant sense of relief. Having Yamato return personally was intentional on his part. A few days prior Orochimaru had received a letter from his child. It informed him that Boruto was coming to find him, which he initially did not care about. What intrigued him was why a 12-year-old boy would come to find him. In his mind, according to Naruto's nature, he would never allow his son to come into contact with such a dangerous individual. His own information was classified second only to information about the Otsutsuki clan. How could Boruto know of his existence and want to talk to him? Yet this only stirred his curiosity. It was not enough for him to specifically send Yamato away. After all, even if Yamato informed Naruto about Boruto seeking him out, Naruto would not come to trouble him. However, when he saw the card that had come with the letter, his expression changed. It was a piece of yellow cardstock with just one word written on it. It was that word that inspired him to send Yamato away, even though the information was indeed related to the Otsutsuki. However, the level was not particularly high and originally did not require the task's overall person in charge to monitor. The information was about the recent mysterious incidents of people fainting in Konoha. Boruto-kun, I look forward to what kind of surprise you can bring me. The card had a large character for oil written on it. Walking through the damp and deep cave, Boruto couldn't help but mutter, Orochimaru really enjoys staying in these weird places. He wrinkled his nose in disdain. Boruto, do you know much about my father? The girl in front Satsuki turned to ask as she held a lighting device. In fact, even Orochimaru himself didn't know whether he was more like his mother or father. Satsuki had asked him and his answer was that it didn't matter as he was sometimes male and sometimes female. Finally Satsuki asked him whether he was male or female at the start. After receiving his answer she decided to call him father. Ah, but he doesn't recognize me yet. Is that so? Then how do you know him? Ah well. Boruto was at a loss for words. Should he say that they would know each other in the future? It was obviously impossible to say that, so after a moment of thought he decided to tell a lie. My dad isn't very familiar with him, but he told me about him. I see. Sorry dad. Boruto silently apologized to his dad for putting the blame on. However, he didn't take it to heart as he had placed more than one blame on his father. As the saying goes, too many plates won't crush you. Often when something got broken at home or the room got messy. As long as Naruto was at home, Boruto would always place the blame on him. Then he would get scolded by Hinata, though he couldn't escape Naruto's late punishment either. However, compared to the scoldings from his mother, Boruto thought being lectured by Naruto was much better. The cave was large, filled with traces of artificial excavation, not like a naturally formed one. After walking for about 5 minutes a metallic wall appeared before the two of them. Following Satsuki they reached the base of the wall where a door emanating a metallic sheen appeared. As Satsuki made several gestures towards the door, this exquisite entrance slowly opened. Looking at the light streaming from inside, Boruto couldn't help but sigh. As expected, no matter the time, Orochimaru's technology is always ahead of its time. Boruto had only seen such a fingerprint and retinal verification door at the Konoha Technology Research Center. Inside the door was a tidy corridor. The light did not come from above but from the bottom of the sides of the road. Bright electric lights were embedded in the grooves covered by pieces of glass. The light was a soft white, although bright it wasn't blinding. Boruto followed closely behind Satsuki, and after about 2 minutes Satsuki stopped in front of a door. There were no signs on the door and it was similar to the ones they had encountered along the way. He didn't knock but simply pushed the door open. The room was pitch dark with only a surgical light illuminating the center. Satsuki felt around for the switch and turned it on, brightening the environment. Aren't you supposed to turn on the lights while working? Satsuki casually placed her luggage on an empty table. I'm used to it, so you don't need to worry about it. The figure under the surgical light showed no sign of displeasure at Satsuki's impolite behavior, still focused on whatever they were doing. By the way, you can go directly to the medical room to find Mizuki. After receiving the suggestion, Satsuki prepared to leave the room. Boruto, this is my dad, you two can chat first. I have other matters to attend to. Oh, okay. Boruto was quite surprised by Satsuki's demeanor. Ever since returning here, her attitude had noticeably become very casual. This was something he had never seen before. So you're Boruto-kun? Orochimaru remained in the same position, working with his head down. Could you tell me the reason you're looking for me? Hearing this, Boruto understood that to gain the other's assistance he could only be direct. To prevent their conversation from being overheard, Boruto turned and closed the door that Satsuki had left ajar. Mr. Orochimaru, my purpose is, yokai, I believe you have the information I seek. Orochimaru found it strange that recently those seeking him were all looking for yokai. Previously he had given confidential information to Deo that concerned yokai. Now Naruto's son was also here for yokai. You guessed correctly, but why would I give it to you? Orochimaru finally turned around, looking at him with a teasing expression. I assume you've already received what I asked Satsuki to give you. As you suspected, I indeed have information about that man. Prior to this, Orochimaru had suspected something but had not dared to confirm it. Until now, with Boruto's verbal affirmation, his once calm heart had warmed up once again. Before that, let me tell you a story. The story Boruto was about to share would shatter many people's worldviews, a decision made in consultation with Shuda before arriving. He wanted to inform the other party that he was reincarnated. Both he and Shuda believed that to change the current state of the ninja world, cooperation with Orochimaru was essential. Since cooperation was necessary, he needed to present the heaviest bargaining chip to impress this most eccentric genius. However, there was a crazy plan that Boruto didn't tell Shuda. This was a plan he devised alone. If he wanted the ninja world to have enough strength to cope with future crises, this plan had to be implemented and must succeed. It's a fascinating story, but why should I believe you? Orochimaru's response was still in line with his plans. The next piece of information was what Boruto had prepared, something that would surely impress him. Haven't you already had contact with that organization? In the black market with a guy named Victor. Boruto knew that the other party had known Victor for several years. He just didn't know the other party's true identity. After Boruto's reminder, Orochimaru remembered that indeed such a person existed and he had consulted him about the Hashirama cells. But he had ignored him. There's one more thing regarding Satsuki. Mentioning Satsuki at this moment indeed made Orochimaru hesitate. You created him because you wanted to verify something. About who is right between the god of ninjas and the Asura of the ninja world. Also it's your divergence with Jiraiya regarding whether to inherit or to consolidate everything and solve everything yourself. Boruto's words hammered at Orochimaru's heart, striking cracks into his once sturdy heart. Until Satsuki stayed by your side you already had the answer to the results of your experiments. Now you've been searching for methods to extend Satsuki's lifespan. Because Satsuki is a child created through cloning, even though your technology is sophisticated enough, you still cannot overcome the problem of the short lifespan of cloned beings. And I just happen to have a solution. Without a doubt Orochimaru was persuaded by him. I can help you, but I cannot make another yokai for you. In a sealed room the two suddenly fell silent. Did you not say that you indeed have information on the Newer? After Orochimaru had agreed, Boruto felt elated and believed the plan was a success. However, upon hearing the other party's response clearly, he immediately shouted, "With your skills you still can't do it." Boruto couldn't believe that something a group of root remnants could achieve was impossible for Orochimaru. Gradually Boruto's head began to throb. If there was no Newer, how would the next plan be executed? Did it mean dragging things out indefinitely? Just let me finish speaking, it's not a technical issue. Orochimaru's words made Boruto calm down. It's that there aren't enough materials. Materials, the Senju cells. Boruto knew that there were only two places in the entire world capable of producing a large quantity of Senju cells. One was in Konoha and the other was Orochimaru's stronghold. Of course not as long as there is enough time. Senju cells can be replicated in whatever quantity is needed. But rather a soul, a sufficiently powerful soul. A soul. In Orochimaru's explanation, the so-called Newer was not produced by the root organization at all. Instead it was something they discovered. While Danzo was still alive, the root organization found a special cursed seal through the territory of the extinct Kagaya clan. It was a mural passed down from the Kagaya era which showed no signs of weathering after thousands of years. After years of research they finally understood the meaning of the cursed seal. It was a spatial tunnel that connected to an unknown space. After activating it they encountered a monster sitting on a large stone at the other end of the tunnel. That monster was the Newer, but it only had a soul without a physical body. They reached an agreement with it: as long as they provided a body it would be willing to be controlled. They created a body using Senju cells and sealed its soul inside through a sealing technique. Thus the Newer as known to the world today was born. Since its soul did not belong to this world, it faced rejection and had to frequently return to its original world to rest. To control the Newer they inscribed that cursed seal onto a human, thus creating a special Jinchuriki capable of summoning the Newer. During the extermination of Danzo's remnants, that guy summoned the Newer, and in the end both the Newer and that guy perished. The Newer's soul also returned to that strange space due to rejection. As for why its soul returned there, those guys did not know the reason. However, after exchanging all the data with those remnants for Senju cells from Orochimaru, he came up with a hypothesis based on his understanding of the data and his years of research on the Otsutsuki. That is, that space did not belong to the ninja world. Because in his research any being born in the ninja world would have its soul go to the Pure Land after death. They appeared under the management of the Six Paths Sage. However, the other party's soul was not bound by the Six Paths Sage. Later Orochimaru attempted many times to see if he could open the tunnel using the cursed seal he had drawn. He believed that there should be more than just the Newer's soul in that space, and he had hope of creating something similar to the Newer. Yet he failed regardless of how many times he tried. After ruling out various reasons he reached another conclusion. The materials used to create the cursed seal in that mural were special. According to the data he obtained, the pigments used to inscribe on the human body were scraped from the mural. Since he couldn't find any related records about that pigment, Orochimaru abandoned the plan. What should we do then? After hearing the full scope of the events, a sense of helplessness emerged in Boruto's heart. Does this mean the plan can only be shelved? By the way, hasn't there been any information about the Newer appearing in the village recently? Orochimaru asked Boruto a sudden question. Yes, as expected, Kinshiki is about to make a move. Since Orochimaru had already learned about the future, Boruto saw no need to beat around the bush. Then I have a plan. If it succeeds there is hope. What plan? Boruto did not expect that at such a moment Orochimaru would actually come up with a solution. Borrowing a chicken to lay an egg. Orochimaru revealed his plan. When Kinshiki enters that space you go in with her. See if you can find other clues. Orochimaru's plan pulled Boruto out of his despondency. That's a good idea. Then you should tell me how to prolong Mitsuki's life. Orochimaru's tone carried a hint of threat. He did not care about the other party's life or whether it would lead to the survival of the ninja world. What mattered most to him now was his child. I don't know how to do it. Boruto shook his head. Swish, a long snake slithered out from Orochimaru's sleeve. The snake's head held a kunai, and after binding Boruto it placed the kunai against his neck. You little brat, dare you lie to me? Orochimaru exuded killing intent. As long as he thought about it, the cold sharp kunai would send Boruto to the Pure Land. Don't worry, I know who can do it. That guy is also a member of the Kara organization named Amato. Amato, a researcher from the Kara organization. He used cloning technology to create a large number of clones, and those clones had no issues whatsoever. In the future he was also the one who helped Mitsuki solve problems. However, Boruto always understood that he was a thorough madman, so he remained cautious around him. The information about Jiraiya is also related to him. Boruto gradually calmed him down with his words and he let Boruto go. After both had calmed down for a few minutes, Orochimaru asked Boruto another question. After getting his answer, Orochimaru suddenly found this child very interesting. You don't resemble your father at all, Boruto-kun. Orochimaru looked at the boy in front of him. He felt that the child before him was quite similar to his former disciple, even though that guy would never admit that he was his master. I'm really curious, where will the wind you create blow? Boruto. The door of the room opened and it was Mitsuki. This checkup had lasted about an hour and finally concluded. How did your conversation with my dad go? Not bad. Recalling what had just transpired after Orochimaru asked that question, Boruto shared his crazy plan with him. After some thought he expressed his willingness to assist. Thus Boruto successfully achieved both purposes for coming to Orochimaru. Just a moment ago the young man had articulated a plan that would ultimately overturn the entire ninja world. You should understand that relying solely on yourself there's no way to contend against that Otsutsuki God, right? Orochimaru posed such a question, wanting to know what the other party's final plan was. I understand we must unite all the powers of the ninja world. So before that I will completely overturn the current system of the ninja world. I intend to unify the ninja world. In Konoha the weather was not very good today as it had been raining continuously. In order to ensure that the plan could be executed smoothly, Orochimaru followed Boruto back to the village. Upon arriving at the entrance the group parted ways due to differing objectives. Boruto headed directly towards home while Orochimaru had to first visit the Hokage building. Due to Orochimaru's special status, upon returning to Konoha he was required to report to Naruto. As Orochimaru arrived at the Hokage building he couldn't help but feel a wave of nostalgia. It had been several years since he last visited this place. The last time he came was to attend the ceremony for Naruto's inauguration as Hokage. 5 years had passed since then. His feelings for this hometown had dwindled significantly. Since the passing of his parents the only things that kept him attached to this village were a few friends and teachers. However, as time passed they gradually left. Now the only person he cared about often wasn't here. The places where they met were mostly on Short Book Street. Since he was back in Konoha he might as well go see her. After reporting to Naruto he did not return home with Mitsuki but left the village again. Short Book Street. In a gambling house there sat a woman who seemed out of place among a group of men. Compared to the scruffy men, the woman with a diamond-shaped mark between her brows clearly resembled a sheep among wolves. Strangely enough, although the woman had a beautiful face and an overly voluptuous figure, those men did not dare to cast even a slightly lewd glance at her. This was because despite her infamous gambling skills her strength was astonishing. If she noticed someone looking at her they would be met with a storm of iron fists. The consequences could range from fainting to fractures requiring hospitalization. Moreover, it was said that the best hospital in the area was run by her apprentice. The outcome of entering there was easy to imagine. Big. The woman placed all her chips on big, prompting the others to hurriedly bet on small. Almost everyone made a profit except for her. Just as she was about to place another bet her hand was grabbed. Turning to the person who stopped her she surveyed them with a teasing expression. Oh, you actually came to find me personally, she said. Let's go have a drink. The person was naturally Orochimaru and the woman was Tsunade, the 5th Hokage. Tsunade left the casino without acknowledging the men chasing her for debts. Just as one of them was about to curse her out, Orochimaru paid off Tsunade's debts, a responsibility he had taken on since that person had left. Although Tsunade was getting older her way of life was becoming more childish. Whether in the past or present she would have a friend to help her resolve these issues. Arriving at the izakaya where they often drank he ordered the drinks and dishes they commonly enjoyed. Outside the short door curtain the rain continued to fall, pooling to form a puddle at the entrance. The depth was about a few centimeters. What brings you to find me this time? Tsunade asked, picking up a small dish in front of her and putting it in her mouth. Based on her understanding of Orochimaru, if he came to find her it must be something important. She leisurely finished the fine wine on the table, quietly waiting for Orochimaru's response. Orochimaru looked at the glass in his hand, the liquid inside shimmering and clear. Listening to the sound of raindrops hitting the roof he hesitated on whether or not to tell her. For both of them growing up together was an irreplaceable bond in their lives. He understood that Tsunade was living each day in a daze now. After becoming Hokage she had not touched gambling again. After the 4th Great Ninja War she had hastily resigned from her Hokage position. Fleeing to Short Book Street she tried to numb her heart by picking up discarded habits. He wasn't sure if he should bring up that person's news now. Ultimately he gathered his courage. I have received news related to him. Who? Tsunade asked, pouring herself another glass from the wine jug. Jiraiya. Tsunade hesitated for a moment while pouring, then spoke in a teasing tone. Orochimaru, I didn't expect you to have a day of joking around too. Please bring me another jug of wine. It was a special person who told me. I choose to believe his words. After saying the first sentence, his conflicted emotions dissipated. Tsunade understood he was not joking. However, the sudden news left her in silence. She had finally crawled out of her past memories only to fall back into them because of his words. She didn't know how to respond and could only repeat her previous actions, numbly drinking. I can't tell you that guy's information. Orochimaru prepared to dissuade her from seeking Boruto to learn about the repayment, as that person's existence was currently very sensitive. At first I didn't believe him either, but under his reminder I chose to believe the information he provided. I came here to tell you this matter. Next I will verify its authenticity. Orochimaru finally finished his glass of wine, not intending to discuss the next plan with Tsunade. He would investigate the truth himself and then come back to inform her. And then? Am I just left waiting here alone? Tsunade continued to drink glass after glass, showing no signs of stopping. Just like before, let you and Jiraiya resolve it yourselves. Tsunade spoke with a hint of grievance, continuing, Orochimaru, I won't live much longer. I am already 69 years old and the secret techniques have taken a toll on my body. I am not you, my time is running out. Tsunade put down her wine glass, suddenly glaring fiercely at Orochimaru. I will not wait any longer. Orochimaru looked into her determined eyes and felt as though he had returned to the past. During the time of war, the three of them had to hide in a cave due to the pursuit of the Earth Shinobi. Jiraiya sat on the ground leaning against a stone pillar with blood continuously seeping out from his abdominal wound. As the pursuers were about to catch up, Orochimaru considered abandoning Jiraiya. However, Tsunade adamantly refused to agree. So he pulled out a kunai ready to end Jiraiya's suffering. At that moment Tsunade stood in front of him. She grabbed his hand that held the kunai, refusing to back down. Meanwhile Jiraiya, sitting on the ground, made a gesture to indicate he was okay. The three of them remained in that stalemate until help arrived, successfully escaping the crisis. Back in the present, Orochimaru, who had originally planned to leave, reconsidered. Looking into Tsunade's eyes, he ultimately agreed to bring her along. However, he also informed her that he still wouldn't reveal who had given him the news. In Orochimaru's eyes just now, the expression Tsunade showed was the same as it was decades ago. Yet now only the two of them remained here. A week had passed since returning to the village. The number of villagers inexplicably falling into a coma was increasing. During this time measures were taken to prevent Jian-jin from discovering that he was being watched. Orochimaru had been following Jian-jin as previously arranged. As expected, Jian-jin and news activity frequency was increasing. According to speculation, her final actions were about to unfold. Boruto, it should be tonight. Orochimaru specially sent Mitsuki to inform Boruto of the progress of the plan. Swish, swish, Boruto swung the knife in his hand, trying to combine the swiftness of the Uchiha style with the deception of the Konoha style. Although he had been practicing the Konoha sword technique during this time, he still had not developed his own version. Thus he decided to first find a way to combine the fundamental techniques of both styles. I hope you can learn to apply what you know to other contexts. Alright, I understand. You can go back now. This was regarding the most critical part of the plan, investigating the souls of other monsters. Both Boruto and Orochimaru decided not to inform Mitsuki for now. After hearing Boruto's words, Mitsuki indeed returned. Whether in the present or the past, Mitsuki had always obeyed Boruto. This was actually his flaw discovered by Orochimaru after he created him. Aside from being a clone with inherent physical defects, Mitsuki also had an emotional deficiency. He lacked his own will, functioning like a machine with no goals beyond his tasks. He was easily lost and needed a guiding target. Thus Orochimaru devised a plan that allowed Mitsuki to obtain information about the children of Konoha. In the end, Mitsuki chose Boruto to be his son. However, Boruto always felt that Mitsuki didn't need anyone to shine light on him, he could shine on his own. This would be something Boruto would later tell him. But for now, Boruto still needed to illuminate this moon. Just as Mitsuki was about to leave, Boruto halted his actions. Mitsuki, try to find the direction you want to go and don't rely on anyone. Boruto's sudden words caught Mitsuki off guard, making his body feel heavier. Before this he had never considered such things. However, until then I will always illuminate you. Mitsuki suddenly turned around to look at the boy. The boy's golden hair shone brightly in the sunlight and beads of sweat trickled down his cheek. He revealed his white teeth and his smile radiated strength. Thank you for being yourself. He comforted the boy, who was mired in confusion. Mitsuki left, and this time he didn't find the contemplation of his future so distasteful. The feeling of helplessness from being lost was no longer so heavy. What is the future I desire? The thought of having a son supporting him lifted the boy's spirits. Even the air around him seemed to become more vibrant. In Konoha, in a simply decorated room, a girl sat before a mirror, her clothing scant at the back revealing a large tattoo. She was tending to her hair. Her hair was not only thick but also uniquely colored, purple. The comb in her hand was not a luxury item. However, she used it gently, indicating that it must hold significant meaning for her. After tying her hair into a long braid, she carefully put the comb away. Her name is Shinraku Jin, the daughter of a remnant of the root organization Shinraku Ritsu. Shinraku Ritsu was the one responsible for the Oxhead King plan. It was he who brought Nu into this world. Under Danzo's brainwashing, he had always believed that everything he did was for Konoha. After the fourth Great Ninja War, Danzo's root organization was purged and he was expelled from Konoha. However, due to his lingering resentment, he secretly scraped off some paint from a mural as he fled. He hoped to use this to make a comeback. Not long after leaving Konoha, he encountered a woman he fell deeply in love with. To evade the pursuit of Konoha, he could only escape to a nearby small country. Here he met this woman and they quickly married, giving birth to a lovely daughter. However, good times did not last long. Amidst friction between these small countries, his wife's already poor health worsened and she ultimately passed away. After his wife's departure, he fell into madness. He remembered Danzo's words, believing that these unfortunate events were caused by the conservative policies of Konoha. Thus he decided to overthrow Konoha. Aware that he lacked the ability to seek revenge, he placed his hopes for vengeance on his daughter. He took out a jar of paint he had kept for many years and exchanged information about Nu for Hashirama's cells from Orochimaru. After successfully inscribing the summoning seal for Nu onto his daughter's body, he constantly reminded her that their family's tragedy was brought about by Konoha. Until his dying breath, he continued to do so. Over several years of subtle influence, he successfully transferred his hatred of Konoha onto his daughter. Thus, after his death, Shinraku Jin changed her name to Jien Jin. She infiltrated Konoha as an orphan, waiting for the opportunity to exact revenge. Now the chakra absorbed by Nu was sufficient. Tonight is the moment of revenge. Dad, I will fulfill your last wish. Jien Jin gazed at herself in the mirror, murmuring. In the Hokage's office, two special individuals appeared. One was the former Hokage Kakashi. The other was the current leader of the Umbu, now named Sai. He came to report that they had discovered the true identity of the monster and the person manipulating it. As for why Kakashi was here, the reason was that the severity of the situation had reached an shrank standard. While there had been no casualties, yet the impact was too widespread. It had already caused immense panic among the civilians of Konoha. Coincidentally, Kakashi, as the sixth Hokage, had just returned from his vacation. Thus he was asked to assist. So the cause of the incident is that girl named Shinraku Jin. Kakashi stood by the window gazing at the nightfall over Konoha. Yes, Lord Sixth. Upon hearing Sai address him, Kakashi felt a drop of cold sweat on his temple. I told you not to call me Lord. All right. Kakashi-sama. Kakashi truly had no way to deal with Sai. Then the next step is to find that child and have a talk. Bang, a huge sound resonated in everyone's ears, accompanied by a thick cloud of smoke in the distance. In the woods south of Konoha, as the smoke dissipated, a monster with the body of a tiger and the tail of a snake appeared in place. Its tail ended with a snake's head towering like a small mountain. Under the moonlight, its tail split into several dozen parts, each bearing a snake's head. Not far from that forest, on a stone cliff, a girl stood. But she did not notice that three figures lay hidden in the shadows. The monster let out a roar towards the moon in the sky. The moment it appeared, Naruto quickly ordered Sai to gather the Umbu personnel. He instructed Sai to go and control the enemy, promising to follow shortly after. Just as Sai departed, Kakashi vanished in an instant. The monster began to move, its gigantic body as massive as a mountain. The forest in the southern part of Konoha connected to the park at the village center. It made its way toward the village center along the lush green trees beneath. As it reached about halfway through, towering earthen walls emerged surrounding its entire body and preventing it from advancing any further. Then a purple barrier enveloped it. This was the Umbu squad brought by Sai, and the purple barrier was an improved version of the four purple flames formation. It required up to 30 Jonin-level ninjas to provide chakra. Its sturdiness could even withstand a tailed beast bomb launched by Naruto. It was perfect for trapping the enemy. Next, specialized steel cables would be used to completely control it. Dozens of skilled jonin threw one steel cable after another at the monster, attempting to hinder its movement. Thank you all for your hard work. A golden flash fell beside Kakashi and the others. It was Naruto, indicating that Shikamaru was in charge of evacuation efforts. He was prepared to deal with this creature here. Just as the golden energy was about to surge once more, Kakashi stopped Naruto's subsequent actions. Wait, Naruto, if we attack it with chakra, it will only grow larger, and if it explodes, this area will be flattened. Kakashi emphasized the enemy's condition to Naruto. Explosion. Naruto clearly hadn't understood Seiya's earlier report, so Sai had to explain it to him once again. According to the records at the root, the essence of the Ox-Head King plan was a super biological bomb. They aimed to deploy it at the target location. Utilizing its ability to absorb massive amounts of chakra, it would explode once it had absorbed enough chakra. This would complete the mission, but it was unclear why only one was deployed each time. Clearly, if multiple were deployed at once, the efficiency would be much higher. After hearing Seiya's explanation, Naruto was at a loss for what to do. With such a large size, using Sage Art would require summoning Gamabunta for assistance. However, with the enemy's current size, a battle between the two giants would undoubtedly jeopardize the village's safety. Is it really just a matter of watching? Naruto gazed at the monster ensnared by the steel cables. At that moment, a colossal vortex appeared above its head. Then its massive body was completely sucked into it, leaving no trace behind. On the other side of the cliff, Boruto and the others also vanished into the night. The group found themselves in a peculiar space where a gigantic tree stump stood. Thick hemp ropes hung in the air, and a closer look revealed that they were in a massive pit. Looking towards the entrance, they could see a strange moon hanging in the night sky. It was a golden full moon emitting light not from reflected sunlight but from its own luminous glow. The plan was successful. Orochimaru, who had not shown himself earlier, approached Boruto and spoke. The time rewinds to half an hour earlier. After Konatsuki summoned Nu, she ran to the edge of a rocky cliff to observe the results. It just needs a bit more chakra to reach its complete form. Swish, the sound of a weapon slicing through the air came as a kunai flew past her ear and embedded itself in the ground. Captain, you underestimated me. The newcomer was Mitsuki. According to the plan, he was to be the first to act and find a way to make the enemy use Nu's chakra. Mitsuki, when did you find out? Konatsuki still didn't turn around, looking at Nu, who was now illuminated by the four purple flames formation. We can only detonate it directly. She realized the situation was critical. If it dragged on, the plan would completely fail. Thus she decided to detonate Nu and began to form hand seals. Unexpectedly, another sound of air being cut through rang out, and this time she felt an overwhelming chill. Just as she sensed, Mitsuki's shuriken was aimed directly at the back of her head. If this strike hit, she would be severely injured if not dead. Therefore she had to abandon the idea of detonating Nu and dodged to the side. Then at the same moment she turned, she counterattacked Mitsuki. She threw the kunai she had been holding straight at Mitsuki's face. Then she jumped to the side away from the cliff, realizing that a hasty counterattack would not pose any threat to Mitsuki. The moment she landed, she began to form hand seals. Indeed, the kunai was deflected just a few centimeters in front of Mitsuki's eyes. Everything happened without any warning. Just as Konatsuki was about to finish her hand seals, a gigantic snake made of energy burst out of the ground beneath her. In less than a second her body became immobilized. Captain, your plan has failed. Less than 2 seconds passed from Konatsuki's counterattack to being bound. Resolving the opponent quickly with Sage Art was the order given by Orochimaru. Although he didn't understand why it was necessary to expose Sage Art, he could do it without it. Yet he still followed the orders. Just as Mitsuki relaxed, a jet black energy suddenly surged from Konatsuki. The energy was of exceptionally high grade, tearing the snake apart. Soon the cursed seal on Konatsuki's back began to glow red and emit light. She could feel this power coming from Nu, and it was immense. She believed she now had the power to deal with the opponent and rushed towards Mitsuki. Holding a kunai in hand, it was now imbued with mysterious energy, granting her strength and speed beyond her previous capabilities. The kunai shimmered with a cold light under the moon. Interesting. Mitsuki found it very intriguing that his Sage Art snake was actually being escaped. Consequently, he decided to take this seriously and began to play with the opponent. The blue energy surrounding him transformed into several blue snakes that coiled around him. Although he was serious, he did not enter Sage mode. He simply utilized Sage Art chakra. Since his body was specially crafted by Orochimaru for Sage Art, he could slightly manipulate natural energy even in his normal state. Therefore he did not enter Sage mode as Orochimaru had instructed him before engaging with Konatsuki. If he were to enter Sage mode, this girl before him might very well die. Just as the two were about to collide, Boruto stepped in between them. He caught both of their hands as the mysterious chakra belonging to Nu and natural energy were simultaneously in contact with him, just as he expected. The Byakugan activated. A flash of white light swept through and they were sucked into a vortex. In the instant the white light appeared, Orochimaru arrived behind Boruto and grasped his shoulder. At that moment a vortex also appeared above Nu's head. Inside the mysterious space, Kaname watched Orochimaru's sudden appearance with wary vigilance. She sensed with absolute clarity that should he strike her, she would possess not a shred of resistance. The other three, excluding Kaname, were all captivated by the enigmatic space, observing it intently. At that very moment a monstrous beast the size of a water buffalo plummeted from above Orochimaru's head. For reasons unknown, Nu had shrunk to the size of a water buffalo upon returning to this realm. In its perception, eliminating this towering figure would leave the two smaller beings utterly defenseless against it. Thud. From dozens of meters high, the water buffalo-sized creature crashed downward with tremendous force, instantly raising a vast cloud of dust upon impact. Snake, ox, tiger. Wind release breakthrough. Concerned for Orochimaru's safety, Sarada unleashed the jutsu to dispel the dust cloud entirely. All present widened their eyes, eager to witness the outcome, only to find astonishingly that Orochimaru had already subdued the beast within mere seconds. Though both employed the hidden shadow snake hands technique, Orochimaru's mastery far surpassed Sarada's. Nu, now no larger than a water buffalo, lay immobilized, its four razor-sharp claws bound tightly together, its tail coiled and pinned firmly at its waist. It could not even rise, only lie helplessly upon the ground, snarling in impotent fury. Witnessing this, Kanami's heart sank into utter despair. She realized with chilling certainty that surrender was now her only path. Class representative, let go of your hatred. Boruto prepared to activate the inherited genjutsu passed down from his father, the ultimate illusion, Byakugan Eye of the Divine Sky. At these words, Kaname erupted in fierce rebuttal. What do you know? My family's ruin was wrought entirely by Konoha. During the wars, Root served Konoha with unwavering devotion, yet after peace came my father, who was born into Root, was branded a criminal. Her eyes blazed with fury as she glared at Boruto, her body trembling with seething hatred. None of this has anything to do with you, not anymore. Boruto remained calm, composed as ever. My father taught me from childhood to remember this hatred. Yet every word she spoke carried barbs, each sentence reinforcing her unyielding vow of vengeance. I am a weapon forged solely for revenge, this war belongs to me alone. Yet Boruto swiftly discerned the flaw buried within her rhetoric. No, it is your father's war. And everything you do now stems solely from his influence. These words momentarily stilled Kanami's rage, drawing her back toward quiet reflection. Indeed, this is my father's will. Since my earliest memories I have lived in flight, hiding, evading, never staying still. All I long for is to return to that moment, to when my mother gently combed my hair. Her voice trembled anew with emotion. But it is too late now. I have chosen to inherit my father's will, I will exact vengeance upon Konoha. Her gaze hardened as she fixed it upon Boruto. Konoha, a cowardly system that breeds chaos, was precisely what dragged my family into the abyss. At last the conversation had reached the heart of what Boruto sought to address. Yes, Konoha's system is deeply flawed. But have you considered how many more like yourself it would spawn should you destroy it all? Kaname fell silent, unable to answer Boruto's question. Even if you razed everything to the ground, would that truly change the village? Each of Boruto's questions pierced deeper, striking at the core. So it is the system itself that must be transformed. If you truly wish to change it, then let go. Return to the village, and change it through other means. Boruto's words gradually stirred Kaname from her haze. As hesitation flickered across her face, memories of those years on the run resurfaced. No, I hate Konoha. My vengeance belongs to Konoha alone. Her voice rose to a raw, guttural shout. Stop deceiving yourself. If you truly hated Konoha, you would not have summoned Nu in the southern forest but marched straight into Central Street, into the heart of the crowd. Boruto's words struck her soul with surgical precision, her actions betrayed her rhetoric. And earlier, you risked your life to save them, didn't you? You saved Samaire and the others, yes. And during that sparring session with Rinnegan, your care was never feigned. Then why do you claim to hate Konoha? Boruto's words shattered the brittle shell of her forced stoicism. In her father's telling, Konoha was evil, and its people unworthy of life. Yet once she infiltrated the village, she discovered reality diverged sharply from her father's narrative. Not everyone deserved oblivion. At school she had made friends. There was Chaochu, who always shared her snacks. There was Shino Sensei, who looked after her with quiet kindness. Outside school there was the elderly neighbor who, knowing Kaname lived alone, always gave her 2 eggs whenever she bought groceries. There was also the landlady who halved Kaname's utility bills, and the convenience store clerk downstairs who often gifted her popsicles. They were all profoundly kind, genuinely good people. Kaname could not fathom why her father insisted again and again that everyone in Konoha deserved death. She did not understand how she could drag such benevolent souls into her crusade of vengeance. Was this not the gravest betrayal of gratitude? Her father's incantations of vengeance still echoed in her ears, even as the faces of those who cared for her swam before her eyes. What should I do? The weight of contradiction shattered her psyche. Overwhelmed, she collapsed to her knees. Ayahawk. Tears burst forth uncontrollably. She undeniably hated Konoha, yet she found herself utterly incapable of harming the innocent. One tear after another struck the ground. She clutched her ears, desperate to drown out her father's relentless commandments. As her vision blurred with tears, a hand appeared before her, steady open waiting. If you trust me, take my hand. Boruto's voice was warm as spring breeze gently scattering the storm of her father's voice. She lifted her gaze, tears still streaming, her spirit adrift like one sinking into a deep cold abyss. His words were the lifeline reaching down to pull her from the depths. I will help you seek justice. I will reform Konoha's system, and the entire shinobi world's order. Wah! Yet the girl did not grasp the boy's hand. Instead she flung herself into his arms, gripping the fabric of his chest with desperate strength, sobbing without restraint. He stood motionless, offering only presence, offering only stillness. Beneath the golden moonlight the girl rested against the boy's chest, the world seeming to pause suspended in that single fragile moment. Were it not for 3 overeager interlopers it would have been perfect. The quartet, one human pair, one serpent, one beast, displayed only 2 expressions. Orochimaru watched with detached amusement while the other 2 wore looks of bewildered disbelief. On the rocky walls of the massive pit 4 individuals and a beast traversed its surface. Just as Jiang Jin nestled against Boruto's chest, Orochimaru began to execute the next step of his plan. He would not forget the ultimate purpose of their presence in this space. To find the souls of other creatures apart from the new and somehow create a chakra aggregate similar to that of the new. Then they would bind it to Boruto, thereby rapidly increasing his chakra volume. However, after his inspection he found nothing at the bottom of the pit. Thus he suggested climbing out of the pit to see what lay outside. Boruto agreed to his proposal as the abilities of those present could not be judged by common standards. Moreover, with Orochimaru there to ensure their safety, Boruto had previously questioned Orochimaru about the reason for his low chakra levels. Clearly he and Himawari were both children of their parents. Yet his chakra was not abundant while his sister Himawari was naturally endowed with an extraordinary chakra volume. Orochimaru's response was that he did not know the reason either. His research revealed that a ninja's chakra often depended on genetic inheritance. Furthermore, due to his deep exploration into biological technology, he had discovered genes decades ago. He found that the genetic inheritance of ninjas also relied on genes, with the most crucial being the chromosomes that determine male and female. Currently Boruto inherited the Y chromosome from his father, tracing his lineage back to the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. Moreover, the talent displayed by Boruto was evidently inherited from Minato. However, the issue lay here: Minato's chakra volume was not insignificant. It was on par with that of typical cage-level powerhouses. Therefore Boruto's chakra volume should not be lacking, yet the anomaly persisted. Could it be a genetic mutation? As he pondered this, a spark of brilliance ignited in his eyes. Indeed, it made sense. According to Boruto, the Byakugan he possessed was the eye of the Otsutsuki deity. And such eyes were absent from all other Otsutsuki except for the deity itself. Yet Boruto had awakened it. Why was that? Only a mutated gene could explain this phenomenon. In his investigations he found that among all the clans in the ninja world, 5 were particularly special, all tracing their bloodline back to the Otsutsuki clan. Apart from the still thriving Hyuga clan, the other clans were either dwindling into obscurity or had vanished entirely. Currently the only notable remnants were Naruto of the Uzumaki clan and Tsunade, the last of her clan. As for the Kagaya clan, they had been completely exterminated, while the so-called descendants of the Sage of Six Paths Kinshiki and Momoshiki perished in the Second Great Ninja War. It seemed that the bloodlines of Naruto and Hinata had successfully brought their children's bloodlines closer to that of the Otsutsuki. If the Otsutsuki clan's bloodline originated from the Otsutsuki deity, then Boruto might have awakened the Byakugan due to a genetic mutation that reverts him to an ancestral state. After Orochimaru shared his hypothesis, Boruto became even more determined to unlock the Byakugan quickly. Perhaps he was unaware of the true power of the Otsutsuki deity. But he had glimpsed a fragment of that power through the artificial beings birthed from the addition of its genes. The reflections of Daimon, the omnipotence of Ada, and the marks of Code were all powers drawn from its genes, including the ability to traverse time using the Byakugan, which also stemmed from its power. With such a formidable existence, Boruto understood that even if he reached the pinnacle of strength in the future, he could not contend with it. Back in the present, the 4 individuals and the beast finally reached the top of the pit. What greeted their eyes was desolation. They had arrived at a barren plain. There were no creatures to be found, and beneath their feet lay no soil, just the same dark red rocks as those on the pit wall stretching endlessly to the horizon. As they surveyed the strange space, the only notable difference was the large pit they had just left. It seems the plan has failed. Orochimaru stood behind Boruto, gazing at the desolate land. Our hypothesis has failed. Orochimaru did not believe that any other monster's soul would wander in such an environment. He felt that the plan devised by the 2 of them had been aborted, and they would have to find the tailed beasts instead. No, there is still hope. Boruto's sudden words captured everyone's attention. They followed Boruto's gaze to the golden round moon in the sky. Compared to the one they had seen at the bottom of the pit, the moon now appeared larger and brighter. Moreover, it was continuing to grow. Wait, the moon is flying towards us. Jiang Jin discovered the reason for the moon's enlargement. It was descending faster and faster. By the time they were ready to dodge, it had already come within 50 meters of them. It halted there, and the golden light it emitted gradually faded. From that golden light a pure black horse emerged, devoid of any blemish. Though it was called a horse, it was vastly different from ordinary horses. It was nearly as large as an elephant, possessing tiger-like claws, and had two tails protruding from its rear. The most distinctive feature was a long horn on its forehead. "Welcome back to this time, young Boruto." The beast did not open its mouth, instead it spoke in a peculiar voice. Its voice was deep and thunderous, resembling the sound of a great drum. At the moment it spoke these words, Orochimaru sensed something amiss and immediately released 3 small snakes, controlling them to bite the other 2 individuals and the beast. Thus Mitsuki Jiangjin and the Nu shut their eyes and blended in. Boruto also reacted, realizing that this unfamiliar being seemed to know the secret of his origin from the future. Instantly deep hostility flared in his eyes as he slowly reached for the ninja tool pouch at his waist. Meanwhile Orochimaru behind him emitted a series of hiss sounds from his wide sleeves. "Don't worry, I mean no hostility." The black horse sensed the unusual behavior of the two but was not angry, instead it continued to speak. "Allow me to introduce myself, and my name is Bo. I am of the Divine Clan." Boruto held an immense disdain for beings who proclaimed themselves as gods and was ready to act when Orochimaru intervened. "Let it finish speaking first and see if we can glean any important clues." After hearing Orochimaru's words, Boruto calmed down, though his hand remained near his waist. "You are quite intelligent, you made a wise decision." The beast praised Orochimaru's intervention to stop Boruto. It then continued, "So once again welcome you back, young Boruto. Welcome to Takamagara." The last words of Bo were shocking to both Boruto and Orochimaru. Based on the information that Boruto would receive in the future, the legendary Otsutsuki deity resides in Takamagara. Now by a twist of fate the two have ended up here, which made Boruto even more anxious. "I didn't expect that right after leaving the novice village I would arrive at the ultimate boss home. This was not a simple matter that could be explained as just unfortunate. Could it be that after his rebirth he would die before achieving anything? Don't worry, that guy cannot sense you. Right now he is too preoccupied with his own affairs to deal with you." Boruto then realized that the other party had always spoken with his eyes closed. "Boruto Uzumaki, before I explain everything I have a question for you." His tone suddenly turned serious. "Can you trust the guy beside you? The information that follows is related to the future. Are you willing to let him know?" Boruto turned to look at Orochimaru. He had to admit that every time he saw him he was captivated by his strange eye makeup. As for boss question, Boruto did not hesitate. Since he had decided from the beginning to let Orochimaru assist him, he naturally had to give him enough trust. "Of course he is my aide." His tone was extraordinarily firm. This was his own decision and he would never regret it. "Then Boruto, I will now tell you the story of what happened in this world." The story Bo narrated was long, and due to the unique constitution of Nu he was freed from the snake poison and was about to wake up to prevent any unexpected situations. Orochimaru controlled a small snake to bite it. Time rewinds back tens of thousands of years. The Otsutsuki deity was once called Jiraiya, and back then Takamagara was quite different from now. At that time Takamagara was a land of perpetual spring much larger than the current territory. Moreover, Takamagara and the place where Boruto and others lived did not belong to the same universe. Takamagara existed independently outside the universe, its size continuously expanding like the universe itself. There were 3,000 beings living on this land, all diverse in form, and they considered themselves deities. The pure eye was their common trait, the power granted to them by this world at the moment of their birth. Each pure eye was imbued with a powerful force. Jiraiya had an essential difference in appearance compared to other deities. While other deities took on beast forms, he was human-shaped and was born with an extra pure eye. This indicated that he inherently possessed stronger power than other deities. Thus he looked down upon other existences from the very beginning, believing that all other deities should obey his commands. Over the next tens of thousands of years he conquered other deities by force. Hundreds of deities thus fell under his dominion. With those who submitted there naturally existed those who were unwilling to yield. The rebellious deities gathered together to form a coalition. The strengths of the two organizations were similar and most deities remained neutral. Thus, although there were occasional frictions between them, they mostly maintained a peaceful coexistence. Until one day Jiraiya suddenly turned against one of his subordinate deities. The reason was that his subordinate, dissatisfied with his rule, wished to break free from his control. He ruthlessly killed the other and took away their pure eye. Thus his power grew stronger and his ambition to rule Takamagara intensified. To stop his ambition, a war began. More and more deities fell and the number of pure eyes he possessed increased. Until the entire Takamagara fell silent, at which point he reached out to his remaining followers. As a result, all deities except Bo perished, but at that time their souls still lingered. Just as Jiraiya was about to strike him down, he used one of his pure eyes as a price to launch a divine technique and fled with Nu's soul. Not knowing how long they fled, the two eventually arrived in this small world, escaping Jiraiya's relentless pursuit. This small world was a fragment of Takamagara shattered by the war. Due to remaining in a drifting state, they eventually floated near the shinobi world. They became connected by a special curse seal, thus linking to the shinobi world. After their escape, Jiraiya decided to eliminate their souls as well. After that, aside from the fleeing Bo and Nu, only Jiraiya remained alive in the entire Takamagara. His goal succeeded, he became the sole ruler of this world. However, this world grew increasingly fragile, nearing the brink of dissolution. In the end, he decided to risk it all, unleashing the strongest scratch of all time. He completely broke the barriers of the universe, opening a passage to another universe. To restore his territory, he needed immeasurable energy. Using his own appearance as a model, he separated part of his flesh. That part of flesh combined with the blood and flesh from the bodies of the deities he killed created two species. One was the Otsutsuki clan, primarily powered by him, and the other was the Ten Tails, primarily powered by other deities. He sent them to another universe to gather energy to restore Takamagara. Initially, the Otsutsuki clan complied with his will, but after tens of thousands of years of oppression they rebelled. And they successfully killed him, but Jiraiya had left himself a contingency plan. He found a way for Amato to reach his corpse and had him use his genes to create artificial beings. These artificial beings could serve as vessels for his reincarnation. From the very beginning, he set a major pitfall for the resurrection method of the Otsutsuki clan. That is, the genetic data of the Otsutsuki clan originated from him, and the wedge for reincarnation was also devised by him. Normally used, there would be no issues. However, if directly inscribed onto the body of an artificial being created from his genes, interesting complications arose. If Isshiki chose to use the body of Kawaki for resurrection early on, there would be no surprises. But since Isshiki ultimately abandoned Kawaki and chose Boruto, the genetic data belonging to Jiraiya inscribed in the white wedge within Kawaki's body could then replace the original data that belonged to Isshiki. Thus Kawaki encountered Jiraiya in his conscious world, the Otsutsuki deity referred to by the Otsutsuki. This also led to the later events where Jiraiya attempted to resurrect himself using his body. As for how Bo knew about Boruto, it was his future self who informed his present self. This includes why Boruto left the infinite plummeting black hole and returned to the present, which was also done by him. In the end, I used the remaining pure eye as a price. To carve out a hole in the black hole you used to seal this brought you back to the present. After about an hour of storytelling, Bo was finally about to conclude the tale of all truths. Just as Boruto was about to express his gratitude to him, Boss' next words were difficult for Boruto to accept. There is one more thing, you are not the only one who has returned to the present. It's just that their memory recovery time is uncertain. After thoroughly listening to Boss' story, Boruto understood that time seemed not as abundant as he had previously thought. According to Bo, Kawaki and Kodo had also returned to the present. It would have been fine if it were just Kawaki, but Kodo had returned as well. Thus Boruto needed to accelerate his path to becoming stronger. For now he could only hope that Kodo had not awakened memories of the future. Otherwise, given the other party's loyalty to Isshiki, not only would he be in danger, but the entire Hidden Leaf village would be doomed. If counted from now, the limit was based on the memory of when Chikage appeared. That left him with less than a year. He needed to gain enough power to counter him before then. Huff. Undoubtedly the information brought by Bo was useful, yet it also weighed heavily on Boruto. If the Tsutsuki's vessel for reincarnation had indeed been tampered with, should he still pursue the power of the peach style? Moreover, how should he deal with those artificial beings that Shinju used as vessels for resurrection? These questions left Boruto feeling overwhelmed. He needed to think them over carefully afterward. Before that, he should have a good talk with Bo. Thank you for sharing this information with me. However, I have one more question for you. Why do you want to help me return to the present? Boruto was no longer in the guarded posture he had just been in. He stood normally, looking at the other party. If what the other party said was true, then there must be a purpose behind their assistance in helping him return. You're quite clever. I do have my own motives. Boruto was surprised as Boss' way of speaking was completely different from before. I have always wanted revenge. To win the war, that guy needs my abilities. In that situation, my power is key to whether he can achieve victory. Bo continued speaking as he slowly descended, standing before the two. Shortly after the war began, I was captured by him. For 2 long millennia I was imprisoned in a dungeon. He forced me to work for him, winning battle after battle thanks to my power. In the end, he successfully acquired the strength he sought, and to solidify his rule he decided to kill me. Bo grew increasingly agitated, shouting in the end. I fear not death, but I must return the humiliation he inflicted upon me in full measure. The pure eyes you possess are a sign of your awakening and the hope that allows me to seek vengeance. As for why I believe you can help me take revenge, Bo leaned his head closer to Boruto's, opening his eyeless gaze and staring into Boruto's eyes. Because the divine technique you used last revealed to me the possibility of completely obliterating that bastard. I know you are in urgent need of power as well. Thus I will grant you power, but in return you must help me achieve my revenge. As he spoke, the warm breath he exhaled brushed against Boruto's face, making him uncomfortable. Boruto also focused on the empty sockets of the other party's eyes, which appeared entirely pitch black, resembling a pair of black holes. He understood that he had no choice. If he rejected Bo, how could he acquire enough chakra in such a short time? Should he seek out the tailed beasts? Time was simply not on his side, especially since it was now known that more than just he could return to the present. Thus time was becoming increasingly tight. Alright, I agree to your terms. Just after Boruto agreed, Bo used his claws to tear open his tail. Instantly black blood flowed from his tail, drawing an intricate sigil pattern on the ground. Upon closer inspection it resembled the sigil on Chikich's back. The difference was that the large eye in the center was transformed into the head of a horse with a single horn. Boss figure appeared glowing brightly the moment the sigil was completed. Emitting a dazzling red light, Boruto, who stood in the center, slowly rose and eventually floated in the air. Following that, Bo began to circle around Boruto. With every circle he completed, the sigil on the ground shrank a little more, gradually lifting away from the ground. Finally, after Bo had made 9 circles, the sigil had reduced to 1/5 the size of a coin etched into the palm of Boruto's left hand. Immediately afterward, Bo rapidly shrank his form until he was about the size of a water bottle. Then he directly lay on top of Boruto's head, curling his 4 legs beneath him. Mr. Orochimaru, you can wake them up now. After everything was concluded, Boruto looked back at Orochimaru, who was still immersed in Boss story. Upon hearing Boruto's words, Orochimaru finally emerged from the tail. Borutokan, what a fascinating story that was. After receiving Boruto's command, Orochimaru released 3 snakes towards them. Unlike before, these snakes were meant to antidote them, and after being bitten they would awaken in just a few minutes. As Orochimaru had anticipated, about 2 minutes later the 2 humans and 1 beast awakened. When they awoke, their heads were still groggy, but they clearly remembered the reason for their fainting. Once they came to, the 2 humans and 1 beast looked at Orochimaru with different expressions. As the son, Mitsuki understood why Orochimaru had knocked him out, so he showed no particular expression. He was just slightly displeased with Orochimaru's actions. The other 2 had more interesting reactions. Chikage, frightened, hid behind Boruto, clutching his clothes. Peeking out from Boruto's shoulder, he observed Orochimaru with wide eyes resembling a scared little kitten, while Nu displayed a different demeanor. It transformed into its dragon form, continuously huffing at Orochimaru, but as soon as Orochimaru looked at it, it instantly fell silent. The plan is complete, and now let's head back. Boruto, with Bo perched atop his head, crossed his arms and addressed everyone with a serious demeanor. Borutokan, what is that on your head? To avoid drawing too much attention, Bo had hidden the horn on his head after shrinking. He then transformed his face to resemble that of a cat. Coupled with his naturally clawed paws, he now looked no different from an ordinary cat. Except he was merely a black cat with 2 tails. Oh, just a wild cat I picked up earlier. Boruto understood Boss' intention, adhering to the philosophy of avoiding unnecessary trouble. Boruto naturally went along with his wishes. At that moment, Bo cooperatively let out a meow, meow, so cute. Chikage embraced Bo, stroking his head. Nu felt that Chikage's affection was being stolen away, so it decided to give this little one a fright. Just as it prepared to open its mouth wide, it noticed that the little creature had opened its eyes. Its eyes had no pupils, yet it still felt scared and couldn't speak. Though it looked completely different from before, it could still sense an aura from him. This indicated that the other party was not only familiar but also far stronger than its current self. To the other party it would be akin to squashing an ant. Thus it could only wisely keep its mouth shut. Watching Bo in Chikage's arms, Boruto couldn't help but smile. I didn't expect to have an unexpected gain after obtaining Bo. On the rock wall of my village, as a swirling vortex flashed by, 4 people and 2 beasts returned to the place that had originally vanished. Although Jian did not cause any casualties, she also admitted her mistake. However, she could not be let off so easily. It's just that according to Mui's rules this is how it should be. Orochimaru stated that he would take Jian to the Hokage. With Boruto's comfort, Jian was willing to leave with this dangerous uncle. Class monitor, I will wait for you. Just as Jian and Nu were about to follow Orochimaru, Boruto shouted at her back. Thus this operation came to an end and they each returned to their homes. After greeting Mitsuki, Boruto hurried home. When he had just returned to the village, he was worried about how to explain to his mother after disappearing for so long. However, at the moment he landed, Boruto noticed not far away. The improved version of the 4 purple flames formation deployed by the Umbu was still active, and even the earth-style wall used by Uncle Kakashi was still there. It seemed that even though he had been there for nearly 3 hours, it appeared that less than half an hour had passed on my side. I wonder if I can use this to increase my training time. Boruto murmured with a hint of hope. Don't think about it, humans can't stay there for long. What? Don't ask. Based on your physical strength you can stay there for at most 5 hours, and that's pushing it. Oh. Due to the development of electrical technology, even at night my village was quite bright. On the way home, Boruto reflected on today's experiences aside from new. The biggest gain was that he finally had a clue about perfecting his my style. He remembered that Yuin had once mentioned to him during his training. The illusions released by the my style are achieved through the most shocking things in your heart. At that time Boruto didn't know what to do, as for someone who had experienced so much. It had become quite difficult for anything to shock him. Moreover, she had said that the more powerful the manifested illusion, the greater the influence the caster could exert and the more people would be affected. For example, the moon that he and Shippu manifested could affect dozens of people at once. Therefore Boruto's training in the my style had been progressing slowly. After all, for Boruto he needed something not only shocking but also sufficiently powerful. After the conversation with New, Boruto finally understood what he needed to manifest. I'm back. After a while Boruto returned home. As usual, after hearing her brother's voice, Himawari immediately ran out to greet him. Welcome back, brother. What is this? Just as Boruto had expected, the next moment the cat turned New was subjected to a barrage of affection from Himawari. Hinata appeared displeased upon seeing New. According to the rules she had set, pets were not allowed in the house. Boruto, mom doesn't agree to you keeping a cat. But it's not an ordinary cat, it's my summoning beast. Hearing this, Hinata was puzzled, as animals that could become summoning beasts were quite rare. First, it had to be a summoning beast, meaning it could autonomously refine chakra. How could such an animal be so easily found by Boruto? Don't lie to mom. Hinata obviously didn't believe Boruto, as summoning beasts generally had their own specific gathering places. How could he have picked one up just after going to school in the morning and returning in the evening? Brother, this cat actually has 2 tails. 2 tails. This statement was also heard by Hinata, and if this cat really had 2 tails, the possibility of it being a summoning beast would increase. Himawari, can mom take a look? Hinata squatted down in front of Himawari, wanting to confirm the authenticity of the 2 tails. After Himawari handed New over to Hinata, she discovered that it indeed had 2 tails. Moreover, the chakra fluctuations emanating from it far exceeded those of ordinary creatures. Without a doubt, the cat in her hands was a summoning beast capable of autonomously refining chakra. Furthermore, the 2-tailed cat was the same as the one recorded in the texts. This meant that not only was it a summoning beast but also an exceptionally powerful one. After confirming this, Hinata agreed to keep it. Alright, mom agrees to let you keep it. Yay! I have a new friend now. After Hinata was willing to let this black cat stay, Himawari immediately jumped up with joy. Brother, what is its name? Boruto glanced at New, who was lying on the ground exhausted, and couldn't help but smile mischievously. I don't know, why don't we let Himawari name it? Really? Hearing this, Himawari's eyes sparkled with excitement. Clearly, for a little child like her, naming a new family member was an irresistible task. On the ground, New struggled to lift its head and vigorously shook it at Boruto. However, Boruto acted as if he hadn't seen it. Yes, let's have Himawari name it. After receiving confirmation, Himawari looked even happier. Mimi. Dodo. Or should it be Xiaohei? After hearing several names from Himawari, New clearly didn't want any of them. What a joke! As a dignified deity, how could it accept a name like Mimi? How would it face others in the future? Even Dodo and Xiaohei were quite embarrassing. So it vigorously shook its head, almost creating afterimages. Boruto understood that if he gave it a name as childish as Mimi, New would certainly feel like dying. In the end, he still felt that it was better to give it some dignity. Himawari, look at how it looks, it clearly doesn't want a name that's too cute. Why don't you think carefully? Really? But I can't think of anything right now. Himawari also noticed New's resistance to those names. However, given her current situation, asking her to think of a name that wasn't too cute would clearly be putting her in a tough spot. Don't rush, you can think about it slowly. So Himawari decided that by tomorrow night she would definitely come up with a good name for New. Time quickly came to when it was time to rest, and Boruto lay in his familiar spot. Summer was about to arrive and the weather was getting hotter. Tomorrow I will go find teacher Yuin about how to perfect my own my style swordsmanship. Today Boruto finally confirmed how he should perfect his own my style. He realized what had shocked him the most in his life. That black hole that had brought him to where he was today. If he could manifest his own black hole. Surely, as long as he faced opponents who were not also masters of illusion, he could strike them down with a single blow. The weather today is rather poor, with the entire Konohagakure shrouded beneath dark ominous clouds. Not only is the weather gloomy, but the hearts of the people are also overshadowed by despair. A giant monster that suddenly appeared in the village yesterday, although it did not cause any significant damage, still frightened many villagers. Boruto walked cautiously along the path to school, avoiding puddles of various sizes, indicating that last night's rain was quite substantial. Along the way he overheard numerous discussions about the monster that appeared last night. Some speculated whether it was sent by another village to disrupt Konoha, while others wondered if a rogue ninja had emerged from within the village. The common thread in their discussions was questioning whether Konoha's current security measures were adequate and if they could truly ensure their safety. A group of people gathered preparing to confront the Hokage's office for an explanation. It seems that Naruto would be quite busy in the coming days. During the lunch break, Boruto called out to Shikadai on the rooftop to discuss their upcoming plans. Here. Shikadai tossed a bag to him which was marked confidential. Driven by curiosity, Boruto opened it and saw several large characters written in red ink, Chunin Exam Registration Form Special Edition. Did the plan succeed? Shikadai lay back on the bench gazing at the dark clouds that enveloped Konoha. Yes. Boruto looked at the registration form in his hands, and from the attached notes it appeared to be specially prepared for him. It was an opportunity for him to graduate early from school. As long as he defeated 2 opponents after registering, he could graduate. Graduating early was an essential part of his plan to become stronger with less than a year until the Otsutsuki's arrival, and even stronger foes awaited thereafter. Therefore he needed as much training time as possible to become stronger. Remaining in school would be a waste of time. Since ninjas are essentially military personnel, this special early graduation must be approved by the Hokage. After submitting his application and considering Boruto's performance during this period, the higher-ups including Naruto approved his proposal, but with a condition. Shikamaru's suggestion was for Boruto to defeat 2 opponents alone in the next Chunin exam, which would grant him graduation. With only a month left until this year's Chunin exam, Shikamaru instructed Shikadai to find an opportunity to hand the registration form to Boruto. After reviewing the information on the form, Boruto looked up at the sky. So I have to participate in this exam after returning from the Hidden Mist Village. According to the school's curriculum, in the upcoming month the students would travel to the Hidden Mist Village in the Land of Water for an education. In Boruto's mind, the figure of a young boy with green hair and purple eyes emerged. By the way, how is the plan progressing? Shikadai's question pulled Boruto from his memories. Boruto could only recount everything he experienced at Takigakure yesterday to Shikadai. So what's the next plan? To become stronger. Boruto stood up from the bench looking at the still reclining Shikadai. I've asked Orochimaru to investigate the information regarding the Shell organization. During this time I just need to focus on training. The ominous clouds floating in the sky finally broke their silence, with streaks of white lightning dancing within, accompanied by loud rumbling sounds. After school, Boruto arrived at the dojo to share his thoughts with Uzuki Yukaina. That's a good idea, but I don't support you doing this. Uzuki Yukaina was still dressed in her white training uniform, her long purple hair tied up in a ponytail. You must understand that only the things witnessed firsthand will appear more real when manifested. Only in this way can the illusions created have a greater effect on others. In summary, Yukaina's words indicated that only experiences personally encountered could confuse opponents. Although Boruto's idea was good, no one had ever seen anything like the Black Crow. Did Boruto intend to create a sufficiently influential illusion based solely on his imagination? After much persuasion from Yukina, Boruto could only reluctantly agree to think it over thoroughly. Should he directly tell her that he had not only seen it but had also crafted it himself? Upon hearing such words, who wouldn't think he was deceiving her? Thus Boruto decided that it would be more persuasive to show her the result after he had developed the technique instead of explaining everything. The rain birthed by the massive clouds was equally monumental, and without an umbrella Boruto returned home drenched. Upon arriving home he found the creature Yoko in a disheveled state, ravaged by sunflowers. Kid, quickly save this old man. Suddenly Yoko's voice echoed in Boruto's head. The voice appeared directly in his mind without any warning, leaving Boruto puzzled as he looked at Yoko sprawled on the ground. Don't just stare, it's me calling you. Boruto was unaware that Yoko possessed the ability to communicate directly. So at Yoko's urging, Boruto finally lent a hand and rescued him from the clutches of the sunflower. Koi, have you thought of a name for him yet? Boruto sat down on the ground in front of the sunflower. Unsurprisingly, the sunflower hadn't yet come up with a satisfactory name. Following Boruto's suggestion, she rushed to the study hoping to find a good choice on the computer. Boruto carried Yoko back to his room and inquired about a question he had always wanted to know: what exactly was the ability of the Eye of Purity? The answer he received was the same as the information he had uncovered in his previous life: it could perceive all chakra flows in the world. Boruto then asked 2 more questions: what is divine technique and how did Yoko obtain his information? Is it related to divine technique? Yoko's subsequent answers further helped Boruto understand the essence of divine technique. Divine technique is specifically associated with the Eye of Purity, but it is not mandatory to possess the eye to use it. For example, those artificial beings cloned from Shiji's genes do not have the Eye of Purity yet can still employ divine technique. This is because Shiji's own divine technique is unique. The being named Ada possesses a divine technique that originates from Shiji's own inherent abilities, omnipotence. Shirji discovered that if someone's Eye of Purity were to dissipate, they would lose the corresponding divine technique as well. Fearing that he would also face this situation, he altered the world's rules with his omnipotence. He inscribed the divine technique into his genes, allowing those artificial beings to use divine technique even without the eye of purity. Apart from himself and the artificial beings created from his genes, anyone wanting to use divine technique must possess the eye of purity. Now that he had completely lost his eye of purity, he could no longer use divine technique. As for how he obtained Boruto's information, Yoko admitted that it was indeed the effect of his divine technique. The rain outside intensified while lightning flashes and thunderclaps grew ever more frequent. Inside the room, the two figures continued their discussion on divine arts. As for my own ability, it is called ancient or present. After over 10 minutes of explanation, Bo finally revealed the name of his power. His left eye's ability, present, bears resemblance to Ada's far-seeing vision yet remains fundamentally distinct. Ada's far-seeing vision transcends all distance and prohibitions, allowing her to perceive events unfolding in the present, or those already concluded in the past. She achieves this by projecting an imperceptible phantom avatar onto a designated location. His ability, though limited solely to perceiving the present moment, permits him, upon paying sufficient price, to manifest physically at that very location unbound by spatial constraints. This is precisely how he succeeded in rescuing Yamato's soul from Shirbai's grasp. His right eye's ability, however, explains why Shirbai chose to keep him alive until the end. His right eye wields ancient, an ability akin to Jifang's one yet profoundly divergent. Jifang's foresight unfolds hundreds, or even thousands, of possible futures simultaneously. Present, by contrast, reveals only the singular future that must come to pass. It enables one's present self to transmit memories backward to one's past self, and likewise one's future self to impart memories forward to one's present self. This is precisely why Shirbai preserved him until the final hour. So long as he lives, Shirbai may harness this power to achieve invincibility in battle. As for why Shirbai did not simply seize the ability outright, it was out of fear of driving him to desperation, compelling him to activate present without regard for cost. After all, the present possesses one unparalleled strength: it can pierce through cosmic barriers entirely. With sufficient sacrifice, its wielder may physically traverse into alternate universes. As for how he learned of Boruto's whereabouts, the answer lies in ancient. His future self activated the ability and transmitted the memory to his present self. And the reason he rescued Boruto from within the black hole at this precise moment stems from a unique facet of ancient. It allows the user to select which temporal iteration of their past self receives the memory. That memory manifests exclusively in the chosen self's consciousness, not in any other temporal version, not even in the original timeline's subsequent iterations, because the arrival of that memory instantly fractures the original chronology. A new timeline is thereby born. Since the present timeline now diverges from the past, the butterfly effect ensures Boruto's reliance on future memories will steadily diminish in efficacy. Upon hearing Bo's exposition on the nature of divine arts, the relationship between the pure eyes and the origin of his knowledge about Boruto, Boruto finally understood. From this moment forward, he could no longer depend excessively upon memories from his future self. Though broad trajectories remained unchanged, minute details would increasingly deviate from his prior life's course. By the way, do you happen to have studied black holes? After carefully organizing the information, he asked thoughtfully. Black holes. So now you're eager to manifest your divine art? Bo lay sprawled across the bed, declining to answer Boruto's question directly, and instead inquired into his motive. Though time grows urgent, your current physical constitution is utterly incapable of sustaining divine art cultivation, even with my assistance. Divine art? You mean my divine art is that black hole? It's that powerful. Clearly Boruto had forgotten Bo's earlier remark. The very reason Bo had taken interest in him was his divine art. Powerful it is, but its drawbacks are immense. Within the realm of divine arts, the greater the power, the more stringent its activation conditions. Take Shirbai's ultimate claw mark. It rent open the barrier between two universes, leaving him gravely weakened in its wake. This exhaustion in turn contributed significantly to his demise during the war against the Otsutsuki clan. Of course, when wielded judiciously, even formidable divine arts bear minimal peril. Consider the same claw mark. When employed by code, it produced no adverse effects. Yet such benign usage hinges entirely upon prudent application, a standard Boruto's divine art could never meet. To initiate a black hole of this magnitude demands an unbearable toll, one his present self could never endure. In the memories transmitted back from my future self, analysis of your divine art yielded this conclusion. Its cost is sacrifice. Vast quantities of chakra must be expended, and crucially an object potent enough to serve as the black hole singularity must be offered up. The optimal sacrifice is an Otsutsuki, provided they are rendered utterly helpless. Hearing this, Boruto realized divine art cultivation must be suspended, for now. Yet he felt no despair. His curiosity about black holes was never rooted in divine art, but in refining his swordsmanship. He shared his reasoning candidly with Bo, and received an answer far exceeding his expectations. He had anticipated Bo, having lived so long, would possess some knowledge of black holes, but not such profound mastery. According to Bo, black holes warp not only space, but time itself. Boruto knew this intimately. Within the black hole he had experienced utter disorientation, time stripped of all meaning. Bo explained that he had extracted Boruto from the black hole precisely because of this property. The black hole generated by Boruto's divine art functioned as a microcosm, a self-contained universe. At the instant of its birth it severed all ties with this cosmos and slipped into the interstitial void between universes, a place no being has ever reached, not even Shirbai himself. Here time holds no significance. Consequently the black hole into which they fell exists simultaneously in past, present and future. Moreover, all traces of its emergence vanish utterly, even eyewitnesses forget it ever occurred. Fortunately Bo's divine art possessed just the loophole required. He inscribed the memory directly into his own mind, before the black hole came into being. Thus Bo succeeded in rescuing Boruto, and thus this divine art holds genuine potential to eradicate Shirbai entirely. So long as Shirbai is cast into this black hole after fully awakening he shall be exiled beyond the cosmos. Unless someone intervenes from outside he will slumber there eternally. Hence Boruto's sword technique must not only embody the black hole's form, but also evoke the visceral sensation of time's passage. To base his swordsmanship upon the black hole proved extraordinarily difficult, not merely due to the black hole itself but because he must also simulate time's primordial chaos. "Brother, I've thought of a perfect name." At that moment a knock sounded at the door. On the boundless sea under the blue sky and white clouds with gentle winds and bright sunshine large fish occasionally leaped out of the water. A ship sailed toward the horizon. It departed from the port of the Fire Nation heading to the now popular tourist destination the Water Nation. The passengers on the ship were mostly a group of boys and girls around 11 or 12 years old. Among them was Boruto, and their destination in the Water Nation was to go on an educational trip to the mist-hidden village. Boruto stood on the deck leaning against the ship's railing. As usual his companion the creature known as Kurikumo was perched on his head, but now it had a new name decided by Himawari. "Boruto, can I have a hug with Kurikumo?" The girl in the red dress approached Boruto. It was Sarada, who had not appeared for quite some time. Perhaps due to her Uchiha bloodline, Sarada had almost no resistance to cats. During this period Boruto had brought Kurikumo to school almost every day as it had asked him to do so. After all, at home it was constantly bullied by Himawari. After pleading numerous times Boruto finally decided to bring it along every day during class. Since coming to school with its now adorable appearance many girls rushed to hug it every day. It enjoyed it each time and relished the attention. Boruto had now realized that this creature was just a lecherous old being that had lived for who knows how many years. It loved to stay in the arms of pretty girls. Of course Himawari was also cute, but it could not stand the torment from her. For instance, right now before Boruto could respond to Sarada it eagerly jumped down from Boruto's head. With 4 legs flailing desperately it made its way to Sarada's feet. Then it began to rub against her leg, completely devoid of any semblance of a divine being. "Looks like there's no need for me to agree." Boruto looked at Sarada with a face full of helplessness. If one observed closely they could see that Boruto's left wrist was wrapped in layers of bandages. It was unclear what they were concealing. Many classmates had asked Boruto if he was injured, but he always denied. Of course there were more than just a few of them on the deck. Many classmates were present. Konoha was located in the heart of the Fire Nation, and the only place nearby that could be called a large lake was the Valley of the End. However, that place had now become a major cultural relic protection project. Therefore these children had never seen such a vast expanse of water. Every person expressed their excitement upon seeing the sea. Some even took out cameras. Only Boruto understood that this educational trip would not be so simple. In his previous life it was during an educational trip that he met Kagura, and during that time a dangerous internal rebellion occurred in the Mist Village. A guy named Kinshiki had attempted to form the new 7 ninja swordsmen in a bid to revive the blood mist rule from the era of the 4th Mizukage. As the grandson of the 4th Mizukage, Kagura was coaxed into joining him. Although the situation was ultimately resolved, it resulted in significant casualties. Now Boruto reflected on that Kinshiki and found his rebellion plan utterly foolish. His so-called flawless plan was actually always under the control of the Mizukage. He was merely a pawn used to temper Kagura. As the appointed next Mizukage, Chojuro had long discovered the boundless hatred hidden deep within him regarding his identity. Kagura hated being the grandson of the 4th Mizukage who was responsible for the Blood Mist Village. He believed that as the grandson of a criminal he had no right to become the next Mizukage. However, during this incident Boruto successfully helped him reassess his identity. This was also one of the reasons Boruto chose to participate in this educational trip. After all, according to the arrangements above, Boruto could choose not to attend due to his preparations for the Chunin exams. As for another reason for Boruto attending the educational trip, it was for his plan to dominate the ninja world. If he could pull the next Mizukage into his ranks before the plan began, the execution of the plan would surely go much smoother. Even if he refused, Boruto still had another goal to achieve. To confront the Otsutsuki clan, the power of the tailed beasts was indispensable. The legendary fourth Mizukage was said to be a perfect Jinchuriki capable of controlling the tailed beasts, thus Kagura as his grandson would surely have this talent as well. He needed to find a way to make Kagura become the Jinchuriki of the three tails. This way he would have a powerful ally when facing those strong enemies in the future. Only he and Orochimaru knew about this plan. To ensure its smooth progress, Orochimaru sent a small snake responsible for communication between the two. This snake was specially modified, allowing them to converse through it. He, that tickles. Kurikumo, now renamed, intentionally rubbed its tail against Sarada's nose. Hiss Borutokan, there haven't been any new updates on the shell organization that you asked me to investigate. A small white snake emerged from Boruto's waist pouch, slithering down to his ear. It spoke in a very soft voice, whispering into his ear. However, recently an organization called Zero Organization has emerged from somewhere. Boruto recalled the conversation Kurikumo had with him some time ago, thinking, could it be due to the butterfly effect? History had changed, to perhaps completely different events would slowly appear compared to his previous life. If that's the case, then this suddenly appearing Zero Organization must be thoroughly investigated. With this thought, Boruto made his decision. He could not allow any unforeseen circumstances to become a stumbling block in his plan. Orochimaru-sama, please investigate this organization as well. We cannot let it hinder our plans. Boruto's tone was resolute and decisive. No matter who it was, as long as they became an obstacle to his efforts to save the ninja world, he would ruthlessly eliminate them. Understood. After the white snake finished speaking, it retraced its path back into the ninja tool pouch. A gloomy emotion gradually gathered in Boruto's eyes, signifying an impending storm. Not only was there the threat of the Shell Organization, but now there was also an unknown Zero Organization. The current date was already mid-May. After 2 weeks of educational travel, he would have to take the Chunin exams. If all went well, he would leave the Ninja Academy at the beginning of June. Now he just hoped that the plan would proceed smoothly. Against the backdrop of the blue sky, a flock of seagulls flew by. This indicated that land had already appeared nearby. Indeed, in the distance on the sea surface a large port emerged. At the port, Chojuro, wearing the Mizukage hat, was accompanied by a boy. The boy had green hair and purple eyes with a great sword strapped to his waist. Mist Shadow Village lives up to its name, shrouded in dense fog year-round. The hemispherical stone buildings are the most common architecture here, whether for civilian housing or the Water Shadow Tower. They follow a uniform design. Due to the humid environment, green moss that loves moisture grows wildly everywhere, appearing in every corner of this village and even the country. Affected by the previous policy of isolation, the situation in the Land of Water is the worst among the 5 great nations. This is what Zuliangna and the others learned about the Land of Water and Mist Shadow Village from history books. Until they set foot on this land themselves, their perception of Mist Shadow Village was just like this. Their ship slowly sailed into the port of the Land of Water. Cargo ships came and went in the port, with containers being hoisted up by tall cranes. Not only cargo ships, but many passenger boats like the one Boruto and his friends were on also docked at this port. Tens of thousands of workers and travelers gathered at the largest port in the Land of Water and even the entire shinobi world. It seems that ever since the Fourth Shinobi World War ended, the Land of Water lifted its original isolation policy and swiftly entered a phase of rapid development. The bustling port and the towering buildings in the distance all signify that the Land of Water, once the most barren among the 5 great nations, has transformed dramatically. As everyone officially set foot on this foreign land, they felt a true sense of having left the Land of Fire. The humid air and the lingering thick fog told them they were in another country. While they were still observing their surroundings, a figure wearing a straw hat approached them, leading a young boy. He first shook hands with Shino, chatted with him for a while, and then came to this group of excited children who were thrilled about their first trip away from home. Hello everyone. Welcome to the Land of Water, Mist Shadow Village. It was then that they noticed the large character for water written on his straw hat. He was none other than the current 6th Mizukage, Chojuro. And the boy behind him was the target of Boruto's trip, Kagura Karatachi. He was the last officially recognized member of the 7 ninja swordsmen from Mist Shadow Village and the only one left. As the grandson of the 4th Mizukage, Kagura was undoubtedly a genius. He was the 2nd recorded genius capable of skillfully using all the ninja swords. The last one to achieve this feat was none other than the legendary Kirigakure's Mengetsu Hozuki. Because his talent stood out dramatically among the younger generation, with the unanimous endorsement of the higher-ups of Mist Shadow Village and the daimyo of the Land of Water, he became the sole candidate for the next Mizukage at a young age. Now at merely 15 years old, his future was blindingly bright. However, as fate would have it, if the timeline were to follow his previous life, his life expectancy was less than a year, as he would die in the next attack by pirates on Mist Shadow Village. By then he had not even celebrated his 16th birthday. According to Kojiro's arrangements, he still had work to do during this time. After all, he was still the current Mizukage. Thus he decided that Kagura would be responsible for the itinerary of Boruto and his friends. After giving this order to Kagura, he left. Thus the naturally shy Kagura could only muster his courage to introduce himself. Hello everyone, my name is Kagura Karatachi and I will be your guide for the upcoming itinerary. With that, Kagura's task shifted from protecting the Mizukage to being a tour guide for Boruto and his friends. As for why Chojiro arranged for him to be the guide, it was naturally because there was a special young boy among this group of children. These young girls found it hard to resist someone like Kagura who was polite and calm. As he approached, they all gathered around him, bombarding him with questions. Welcome to our village, Lord Boruto Uzumaki. Kagura barely escaped from their encirclement. He walked firmly to Boruto and bowed solemnly to him. Just as he bowed, a hand appeared in front of his eyes with bandages around the wrist. Don't be modest, you are far stronger than us second-generation heirs. After all, you are the candidate for the next Mizukage. Kagura was undoubtedly very surprised that Boruto knew such confidential information. Seeing that he had not responded for a long time, Boruto took his hand directly and said, so let's set aside our identities and backgrounds and become friends by our names. Boruto's smile was as sunny as ever, exuding a sense of trust. After finishing this, he prepared to head directly to customs. However, as soon as he left Kagura's side, he was surrounded by the girls in his class. Among them, the girl closest to Boruto, Chocho, asked him a question that every girl wanted to know. Is he really a candidate for the Mizukage? After Boruto confirmed this, they finally let him go. Then they all simultaneously began to fawn over Kagura. How could a young boy who was not only handsome, had a good personality, but was also so talented not garner admiration? After breaking free from the girls' encirclement, Boruto arrived at the customs checkpoint. Nowadays, the 5 great nations have set up such facilities at important entry and exit points. This is mainly to verify the identity of visitors and prevent any dangerous individuals from infiltrating. As he passed through the metal security check, Boruto was unsurprised when his ninja tool pouch was required to be inspected before entering. Fortunately, as soon as he got off the ship, he had instructed the small white snake to find a place to blend into the village. The ninja tools in his pouch now were all of the non-lethal type that could pass through. As for the weapon he truly intended to use this time, Boruto had hidden it away and they would definitely not find it. After smoothly passing the security check, Boruto once again entered this highly modernized Mist Shadow Village. Every time he came to Mist Shadow Village, he couldn't help but marvel. In terms of military strength, the current Mist Shadow Village may not stand out among the 5 great nations. However, in terms of modernization, it has already reached the forefront of the 5 great nations. Even the so-called strongest Konoha village cannot match the current Mist Shadow Village in terms of modernization. As for how Mist Shadow Village achieved its current state in less than 20 years. One only needs to compare the current map of the Land of Water with the maps of the past to understand. During his days of fleeing, Boruto gradually discovered this. The current peace in the shinobi world is merely peace among the great nations. There is one thing he has never mentioned to anyone: if the goal of unifying the shinobi world was not his own proposition. Rather, it was told to him one night many years later as he sat on the Hokage rock in Konoha by his father, the 7th Hokage Naruto Uzumaki. Not far from the village of my 2 people walked side by side. If anyone were to see them, they would clearly recognize each other's identities. The legendary Sannin of my Orochimaru and Tsunade. Hey, aren't we supposed to investigate information related to Jiraiya? What are you heading back to the village? Tsunade, walking on the left, asked Orochimaru a question. After their previous conversation, Orochimaru had agreed to let Tsunade follow him. The reason was primarily that Tsunade wanted to personally verify whether the information Orochimaru brought was true. Yet to this day, Orochimaru had not revealed any information about Boruto to her. This was the condition under which Orochimaru had initially agreed to her following him, and Tsunade silently adhered to the agreement. This is where I cooperate with that guy. According to our previous agreement, you cannot inquire, okay? Perhaps it was because he was with a friend he was most familiar with. Orochimaru spoke in a tone that lacked the eerie quality he usually. Even as he spoke, he shook his head. Seeing Orochimaru's demeanor, Tsunade understood that she would not be able to extract any information from him. She could only give up and continue walking beside him along a small stone path hidden in the woods. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled light spots on the path beneath the shade of the trees. The fresh air of the forest filled their nostrils, and after walking for a while, a field full of irises appeared before them. The peculiar thing was that the irises were all white. Not far behind the flower field, wooden houses stood tall with several iron rods for hanging quilts in front resembling parallel bars. Under one of the parallel bars, a child and a man sitting in a wheelchair were hanging clothes. The clothes were placed in a basket and the man put the basket on his lap, hanging the clothes one by one on the rack, then handing them to the little girl. After receiving the clothes, the little girl would immediately hang them on the parallel bar. Each time she successfully hung the clothes, she would smile at the man, who would smile back at her. Although the man was not particularly handsome, his smile radiated warmth and approachability. Is that you, Kabuto? Tsunade recognized the man's appearance, and she always felt an uneasy premonition about the meeting between the 2 renegades of Mai. However, Orochimaru completely disregarded Tsunade's feelings and walked straight toward the man in the wheelchair. As a top-tier expert, Kabuto naturally sensed their arrival. He cast a sharp glance at them showing no intention to speak. Kabuto, long time no see. In the end it was Orochimaru who broke the silence first. Tsunade had no choice but to come forward to Kabuto as well. It's been a while, Lady Tsunade and Lord Orochimaru, Kabuto politely replied to Orochimaru, but he first addressed Tsunade. Kabuto understood that he was now part of Mai, so he had to greet his current superior first. As for the little girl, he had sent her away when Orochimaru approached him. After all, he couldn't be sure of Orochimaru's intentions for coming here, so he prioritized the child's safety. Upon seeing Kabuto's actions, Orochimaru remarked with a smirk. Kabuto, you bear a striking resemblance to the first time I met you. Haha, please don't joke about it, Lord Orochimaru. Kabuto replied, somewhat disgruntled, raising his head and adjusting his glasses, which served no real purpose. He was no longer the nameless subordinate trailing behind it. He no longer needed to display the same humble demeanor as before. His aura suddenly shifted and he was no longer merely the head of an orphanage standing before them. Instead, he was the only perfect sage in history, Kabuto. I wonder what brings you both to my humble abode. His tone shifted from the previous respect to a threatening note laced with killing intent. He had long since acquired the strength to engage in equal dialogue with the two of them. If one were to be misled by his current malnourished appearance and his position in the wheelchair, then anyone would pay the price for their error. Just as the atmosphere began to grow tense, the little girl who had just left led a man to this place. Upon arriving in front of Tsunade and the others, he bowed deeply. I'm sorry, my brother's emotions are a bit unstable. The man's name was Hirai Makoto, and like Kabuto, he was a war orphan taken in by the head of the orphanage Yaoshiro Nanoyu. Since Kabuto and Nanoyu had voluntarily become spies to protect them, he had been resenting Kabuto for leaving them behind. As he gradually grew older, he slowly began to understand their predicament. Thus, when the other children who were taken in reached the age to leave, he was the only one who chose to stay. Though he had long learned of the head's death, the news of his brother, Kabuto, who had also become a spy, had never reached him. He boldly speculated that Kabuto was not dead but was merely on a mission. Although the probability was slim, he decided to stay in this place, believing that his brother would surely return. After the Fourth Great Ninja War, Kabuto returned to this place, although his appearance was completely different from the past. However, the glasses he wore had not changed. He understood that they were the head's glasses he had given him. Without hesitation, he embraced his brother, who had been away from home for over 20 years. Later, Kabuto shared with him his experiences over the past 20 years, including the truth that the head had actually died at his hands. However, he did not expect that instead of being furious, he would comfort him. Perhaps Hirai Makoto truly regretted not being able to stop Kabuto from leaving back then. If only he could have stepped forward at that time. Could he not have taken Kabuto's place as a spy? Wouldn't the head not have to die? Unfortunately, there are no ifs. In the end, under Makoto's mediation, the atmosphere among the group finally eased. Orochimaru proposed to have a good talk with Kabuto, so the others walked into the house. Hey! You are the fifth Hokage. The little girl was clearly surprised by Tsunade's identity, happily bouncing as she walked. Everyone, the Hokage has come to see us. Kabuto, have you ever thought about why you and those children became Orochimaru's question was clearly just to stir trouble, nearly causing the now calm Kabuto to clench his fists again. Actually, I too am a war orphan. This was the first time Orochimaru spoke about his own story to Kabuto. Now that the Fourth Great Ninja War has ended for so long, they say the ninja world is at peace, but where do orphans like Xiaoping come from? The appearance of Mist Hidden Village was completely different from what Zhuo Liangna and the others had seen in the books. As soon as they entered the village, they could see a large fountain, and the girls hurriedly pulled Zeno to take pictures. Meanwhile, the boys were captivated by the stalls selling toys by the roadside. Wow, this box of Ninja Combat seems to be a limited edition. With just one glance, Lu Tai was drawn to a beautifully packaged box at the stall. On the dazzling golden box were written 4 characters, Ninja Combat. This is currently the most popular collectible card game in the entire ninja world, featuring ninjas that are renowned throughout the realm. What should we do? Should we get it? Jing Jin showed great interest in this limited edition of the entire ninja world. If we pool our money together, we should be able to buy it. After hearing Jing Jin's suggestion, Lu Tai seriously considered it and eventually came up with a solution. He observed the proud expression on the boss' face as well as the rarity of this item. The boss would definitely raise the price, so to buy it everyone would have to chip in. Otherwise, the one who directly bought it would definitely have to fend for themselves during the upcoming study tour. This port city has become a hub for commerce. Behind them, Kagura's voice came through as he was fulfilling his duty as a tour guide. Goods from all countries will converge here, and it is now transitioning into a tourist city. However, after hearing Kagura's explanation, Boruto showed no reaction. After all, he understood very well that for the formerly backward land of water to achieve this, a great price must be paid. However, the greatest price was not paid by the land of water but by the small nations that had long since vanished from history. Wow, Mist Hidden Village is really impressive. Jing Jin said, full of energy. Kagura gripped the ninja sword tighter and the ornament at the end of the hilt swayed even more. I'm glad you like it here. We are proud of this village. Although his words were filled with pride for the achievements of Mist Hidden Village, the look in his eyes revealed a sense of loss. At that moment the observant Lu Tai noticed the ornament on his hilt. He took a few steps closer and pointed at the decoration on his sword's handle. Hey! I didn't expect you Kagura to be a fan of Shadow Zheng. Yeah, I really like his movies. Kagura specifically raised the knife at his waist a little higher and the ornament swayed violently in the wind. The ornament was a red pair of sunglasses, but its shape resembled a mask that could only cover the eyes. At that moment the previously silent Denki reacted. He slowly appeared behind Kagura, the black shadow obscuring his eyes as he opened his wallet behind Kagura. This is a theater version exclusive, currently extremely rare merchandise. May I ask how much would you be willing to part with it for? His voice and actions startled Kagura, who was facing away, causing his face to turn pale. Although he clearly rejected Denki's request stating that he wouldn't buy it, Denki persisted, wondering if he had offered too little. He kept pulling out one 10,000 yen bill after another from his bag. In the end he surprisingly produced 20 10,000 yen bills, creating an awkward situation. Finally Iwabuchi had to forcibly pull him away before the atmosphere among them temporarily improved. After playing for an hour the group boarded a bus prepared specifically for them and left for the interior of the Land of Water. This city, due to its significant reasons, was decided by the Land of Water to be directly governed by Mist Hidden Village for better protection. However, it was ultimately not the residents of Mist Hidden Village, so the next destination for Boruto and his group was indeed the village itself. One could only say that it truly deserved to be one of the 5 great countries, as the journey in the bus had been remarkably smooth without any bumps. Everyone was enjoying the scenery along the way except for one person. As they got closer to Mist Hidden Village, Boruto's expression grew increasingly serious. In his memory, it was on the second night after stepping into Mist Hidden Village when the new 7 ninja swordsmen led by Shurshin Seiju revolted and stole those 7 mysteriously powerful swords. In his past life Swole Liangna and Mitsuki were also involved and had to participate in the battle against them. But that was in the past. The current Boruto was a completely different person. He had to resolve this incident as quickly as possible to prevent his classmates from unknowingly falling into danger. Shurshin Seiju, I will make you understand that your so-called new 7 ninja swordsman is nothing more than a complete joke. With that thought, Boruto inadvertently flicked the bandages on his wrist. What was stored there was his specially hidden winning weapon. Let me see what the so-called 7 ninja swordsmen are really capable of. He looked again at the boy sitting in the front, and soon he would face this boy again in a match. The second duel in 10 years. When the group arrived at Mist Hidden Village, it was already night and the moon had risen. Interestingly, due to the special weather conditions in Mist Hidden Village, the moon tonight was bright but still hard to see clearly. The bright moon was completely obscured by thick mist, making it difficult for any moonlight to penetrate through the gaps in the mist and shine on the ground. The bus took everyone to the arranged hotel, which, like the bus, was also prepared for them by the Land of Water. The purpose was naturally to strengthen diplomatic relations with Konoha village. After all, many of the children in this group were the precious darlings of Konoha's higher-ups. For just a small amount of money they could enhance the diplomatic relations between the two sides. Why not take advantage of it? After entering the hotel, the children, except for Boruto, were once again mesmerized by the scenery before them. This was a high-end hotel with an ocean theme, with giant whales carved on the walls and crystal chandeliers hanging from the ceiling, all proclaiming its elegance. After confirming that they would be staying here for the next while, they all rushed to grab their luggage and hurry upstairs, hoping to secure a desirable room. In the end, only Boruto was left waiting for the elevator. Boruto didn't care which room he stayed in, as he would hardly return here during the upcoming time. While he was still waiting for the elevator, Zeno and Kagura started chatting again not far away. They were discussing trivial topics such as expressing their gratitude for the wine prepared for them. As soon as he entered the elevator alone, the small white snake used to contact Orochimaru crawled back to his ear. Boruto-kun, Toby has agreed to assist us. Upon hearing this, Boruto's eyes lit up and he immediately replied, Mr. Orochimaru, let's proceed with the next step of the plan. In the largest hotel of Wuin village, Boruto stood before a massive floor-to-ceiling window, conversing with the small white snake nestled by his ear. Black Cloud rolled back and forth on the bed. Seeing that the bed was indeed very comfortable, a look of enjoyment frequently crossed its face. The moon hung in the pitch-black night sky. Unlike before, a strong wind had blown away the thick fog shrouding the night. Now, standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, Boruto could clearly see the moon. Mr. Orochimaru, we can begin the plan we discussed earlier. Since it was a single room, Boruto was unafraid of anyone overhearing him, so he spoke at a normal volume without any disguise. To unify the world, it is impossible for just the two of us to achieve that. Forming a sufficiently powerful organization is unavoidable. Boruto crossed his arms, looking up at the moon in the sky, his eyes filled with indifference. According to the previous plan, now Yakushi Kabuto is willing to join us. He will be the first member of our organization. Black Cloud, tired from playing on the bed, began to snore and fell into a deep sleep. So next, I hope you can continue recruiting like-minded partners. Boruto assigned Orochimaru a new task to continue strengthening the organization's power. You really know how to command people, Borutokan. Orochimaru could no longer refrain from complaining about Boruto's continuous orders and treating him like a servant. Since only the two of them knew about this plan, most of the various tasks were essentially being handled by Orochimaru. Sorry, but now that Yakushi Kabuto has joined, you can take it a bit easier. As for the newly appearing Zero organization, let Kabuto investigate it. Boruto's actions lightened Orochimaru's burden. The decision to let Kabuto handle information gathering was not a spur-of-the-moment thought, but rather something Boruto had considered long before deciding to invite Kabuto. After all, Kabuto had previously been a ninja responsible for espionage work, and in terms of information collection he was even more professional than Orochimaru. Alright then, let's end the call here. By the way, after this task is completed, come visit me. Orochimaru reminded Boruto at the end. He understood that if Tsunade continued to follow him, an accident would inevitably occur one day. Thus he wanted to have a proper discussion with Boruto about Tsunade. Okay, Mr. Orochimaru, please remember our organization only needs true strong individuals who can help us unify the ninja world. Understood. Boruto's gaze remained fixed on the moon in the sky. He had already discussed the formation of the organization with Orochimaru before. At this moment Orochimaru asked him a question: what would the name of the organization be? After pondering for a moment, Boruto provided him with one character, Yu. The name of the organization would be Ue, a thought that originated from when Naruto had once mentioned an organization to him, and it was also an idea proposed by Naruto himself. He said that if he were to unify the ninja world he would name the organization Ue, symbolizing a source of light illuminating the world in darkness. This name's inspiration came from the long-gone Akatsuki. In Boruto's memory, Naruto had once told him that his greatest regret in life was his youthful naivety. He advised Boruto not to always think "I want both," and if he couldn't make sacrifices in the end he might end up with nothing. A powerful enemy could indeed force nations and ninjas to unite, but what if it was an enemy so strong that they could not be looked up? In the face of such an enemy, alliance agreements become a joke when those willing to enforce the agreement vanish. Who will come to help you when your own safety is at stake? This was the conclusion Naruto had reached while sitting with him on a moonlit rock watching the completely destroyed Konoha. Now Boruto fully understood that if he wanted to confront future enemies he had to sacrifice something. Unifying the ninja world was the only way to gain the strength to confront enemies, so casualties would inevitably occur during this process, but he would not stop his steps. Standing under the floor-to-ceiling window, Boruto shifted his gaze from the moon and began to unwrap the bandage on his left hand. Beneath the bandage he had etched a prominent character, sword, with special ink. This was a ninjutsu storage technique used on scrolls where a sealing spell was drawn with special ink. As long as it was executed properly, the necessary ninja tools could be stored within. This was also taught to him by his master Sasuke, who said that doing so would make it easier to carry larger ninja tools while Not only was it convenient, but it could also catch opponents off guard during battles. Inside was the gift that Uzuki Yukari had promised Boruto after he completed his own Konoha-style development. This meant that Boruto had mastered his own Konoha-style swordsmanship before the semester was even halfway through. Tomorrow night he'll let the ninja swords of Wuin witness the swordsmanship from Konoha. Boruto gently stroked the character for sword with his right hand. The young boy was determined that starting tomorrow he would make the name Konoharyu known among all sword masters in the ninja world. And that there was a genius disciple of the deceased Konoha's user of the body flicker technique, Ueguang Jifeng. After a night passed, the next day Shino gathered them in the lobby of the hotel. As expected, Kagura also arrived, as he still had to fulfill his duties as a guide. He wore the same gentle smile as yesterday, occasionally greeting other classmates. He was just as polite and mindful as he had been yesterday. However, Boruto, also a swordsman, could clearly sense that his aura was disturbed. When Boruto first saw him he had the impression of a blade that was sharp yet restrained. Although he could not judge his strength, he could confirm that his sword heart was clear and his sword intent was bright and unwavering. However, now he exuded the same bright sword intent but lacked the previous calm confidence. It seemed that last night Jinpachi Chiruji had sought him out and informed him of his plans. Under Jinpachi Chiruji's influence he had fallen into confusion, starting to hesitate about whether or not to join them in their rebellion. This meant that the timeline of Wuin village had not changed. Tonight Jinpachi Chiruji would lead his so-called new 7 ninja swordsmen to steal 7 ninja swords, creating chaos in an attempt to restore the blood mist policy of Wuin village. Today's study tour involved visiting various museums and memorials, and by the time they returned to the hotel Shino had assigned them an assignment. After the study tour they were to write a reflection on the trip, which caused many students to wail in despair. Among them was even Shikadai. Despite being very intelligent he disliked doing assignments because he found them troublesome. After returning to his room, Boruto snuck out of the hotel under the cover of night, but his actions were discovered by a classmate staying across from him. Thus a small tale began to follow Boruto. Tonight the moon is completely obscured by dark clouds and the fog, which is already thick, is denser than usual. Boruto, under the cover of night, arrived at a venue he was visiting today. As expected, Shikadai and Kagura would meet here tonight. This place is designated for young ninjas to practice their swordsmanship. Today Boruto and his companions had observed a group of children around their age practicing sword techniques. The swordsmanship of the Hidden Mist Village ranks among the top in the 5 great villages, second only to the Hidden Cloud Village. The moment Boruto entered the venue, his figure vanished. Where did he go? A classmate following him, having briefly lost focus, voiced his confusion at suddenly losing sight of Boruto. Suddenly she felt a chill behind her and swiftly sidestepped, rolling on the ground. When she stood up, she was already gripping a sharp kunai. She had taken the opportunity to retrieve it while rolling on the ground. With the kunai held in her right hand at her chest, she protected her face with the other hand, intently staring at the figure that had just attacked her at the entrance. The person remained stationary. Just as she found it strange, the figure spoke up. "Why are you here, Sarada? Why did you follow me?" It turned out that the one trailing Boruto was Sarada, who lived in the room opposite his. Upon hearing his voice, Sarada confirmed the identity of the one who had just attacked her. It was none other than Boruto, who had just vanished before her eyes. "I've noticed something odd about your behavior since yesterday," Sarada said as she dusted herself off after standing up. "I saw you sneaking out and couldn't help but follow you." Boruto sighed and rubbed his forehead upon hearing her response. Originally Boruto had not intended to involve other classmates, but he didn't expect Sarada to follow him. Moreover, she had accompanied him all the way here. Time was running short before the meeting with Kagura and Shikadai, and Boruto had no time to send Sarada back. Left with no choice, he had to let her continue following him. "Next I need to meet a few people, and if you insist on tagging along I have 3 conditions." Boruto raised 3 fingers at Sarada and stated his requirements with a serious expression. 1. You are not to act rashly until I give the command. 2. You cannot stray more than 5 meters away from me. With each condition he stated, he lowered a finger until his right hand formed a fist. 3. If I tell you to run, you must flee regardless of the circumstances. If you cannot do this, I won't take you with me. You should understand that if I wanted to, you would never notice me. Sarada understood that Boruto was referring to the method he had just used to disappear. Just as she was about to retort, she was interrupted. But, Sarada had no choice but to lower her fists that she had raised in defiance and reluctantly agreed to Boruto's conditions. All right. So the 2 of them entered the venue together. The first floor contained a massive water-filled pool, which despite being a pool actually served as a fighting arena. Boruto and Sarada hid behind the railing of the second floor stands. Time passed quickly, and about 10 minutes later 2 groups emerged from the entrances on either end of the arena. On one side was the lone Shikadai and on the other was Shizuma leading the Ninja Blade 6. "So you did come after all." Shizuma spoke first, having anticipated that Kagura would arrive on time. He tossed a uniquely shaped weapon to Kagura, which was one of the 7 ninja swords, the twin blades Hiramakarei. Kagura caught it effortlessly, but instead of strapping it on his back he asked a question that had been on his mind. "What exactly do you want?" "War." Shizuma shouldered a bizarre weapon that was taller than he was, covered in spikes. "The ninja world is too boring as it stands. As ninjas, aside from doing trivial tasks like catching cats and dogs, we are nearly useless. I aim to break this dull state of the ninja world. I want ninjas to stand at the top of this world once more." Shizuma spread his arms wide in front of Kagura, adopting a gesture of embrace. "And you, Kagura, as the grandson of the 4th Mizukage who established the policies of the Bloody Mist, naturally should join us. Let us create a new Hidden Mist Village and a new ninja world." Kagura had lived in the shadow of his grandfather since birth, always feeling like a sinner, believing he was out of place in the world. Under Shizuma's influence since childhood, he had always denied his own identity, feeling he should be as cruel as the 4th Mizukage. As his hand trembled while holding the sword, he slowly began to strap Hiramakarei behind him. Pfft! At that moment an untimely laugh came from the second floor stands. "Boruto, what are you laughing at?" Sarada whispered urgently, trying to stop Boruto's laughter. "Who?" As soon as Boruto's laughter echoed, a tall skinny boy standing behind Shizuma shot a shuriken toward the direction of the sound, which ended up lodged in the railing. "Come out." The boy pulled out more shuriken from his bag, threatening Sarada and Boruto to reveal themselves. Not just him, but several other boys and girls gradually began to form hand seals. Under such threats, Boruto and Sarada had no choice but to appear from behind the railing. Boruto stood atop the railing looking down at the 7 below, while Sarada obediently stood behind the railing. "I presume this is the son of the Hokage, Lord Boruto, right? I wonder if I have offended you in any way." Although he had heard this line before in his previous life, he had found it quite persuasive then. Now, with the memories of his past life, hearing Shizuma's declaration of independence once again, Boruto couldn't help but laugh. He could only say he had underestimated Shizuma's foolishness. With their average skill level below that of Special Jonin, they wished to overturn the ninja world. "I just think your ideas are too naive. How many of you have seen the scene of blood spraying from a neck? Just because you read about how ninjas killed many opponents in wars in history books doesn't mean you think you can do the same. As the saying goes, the truth is a sharp knife. This group of kids born in a time of peace and averaging under 16 years old had no opportunity to experience such things. Only Shizuma had actually killed someone, yet in Boruto's eyes he did not possess the mentality of a ninja. Killers are always killed. In the future, Boruto believed their so-called revolution was nothing more than a bunch of kids caught in their adolescent delusions. Just after Boruto finished speaking, the boy who had thrown the shuriken was clearly enraged. Whoosh, a barrage of shuriken flew toward them. Although Boruto easily dodged, he forgot that he was not the only one standing there. Swish, Sarada was caught off guard and a cut appeared on her arm. Boruto hurriedly checked on her condition, and upon confirming she wasn't seriously injured, he took off his jacket. After folding it up, he asked Sarada to hold it for him. Then he jumped down from the second floor, landing heavily on the water's surface, creating a thick wall of splashing water. I was hoping to have a chat with you guys. Boruto's voice came from behind the water wall, his tone cold and laced with a strong murderous intent. But now it seems unnecessary. One could only say that the boy who had thrown the shuriken was unlucky. Boruto had come alone precisely to avoid involving his friends. Yet he had inadvertently injured Boruto's friend. We shouldn't engage in this new 7 ninja swordsman business. The man lying on the ground had completely shattered arms and a sunken ribcage, clearly in a state of gasping for breath, yet he still mustered the strength to utter those words. The man being scolded was also in poor condition, slumped against the wall, blood continually oozing from his mouth. His most severe injury was to his left arm, which had been sliced clean off by a sharp blade at the shoulder. If not for someone applying emergency treatment, he would surely have bled to death. As for his severed arm, it was still soaking in a nearby large pool of water. Not only him but several others also bore various degrees of wounds. Thinking back to moments ago, the group had held different ninja swords, exuding an air of bravado and arrogance. Now they were fully aware. Indeed, their so-called revolution was nothing but a joke. 6 of them wielded the finest blades from Kirigakure, yet when facing a boy younger than them, many couldn't withstand even a single attack. They were utterly defeated by this boy and had no anger left. Despite the blades lying just a short distance away, they had no thought of picking them up for revenge. Now an oppressive silence lingered among them, waiting for their companions to find someone to rescue them. The one who had just defeated them was now chatting with Kagura by the water's edge. About 10 minutes had passed when the girl who had left finally returned with a group to rescue them. Along with the medical personnel, there was also a group of fully armed ninjas. Even the current Mizukage arrived, a ninja sword hanging at his waist. Seeing the dire state of those present, he finally believed what Sarada had just told him. If we don't hurry, those guys might die at Boruto's hands. His gaze shifted away from the sprawled bodies on the ground to the 2 boys at the water's edge. Though he didn't know what they were discussing, judging by the smile on Boruto's face, they seemed to be enjoying themselves. It was hard for him to imagine how a child like Boruto, born in a time of peace, could still smile so happily after experiencing a battle that could be described as tragically horrific. Most importantly, he understood the need to strengthen ties with Konoha. In this generation, due to Naruto and Sasuke's presence, the entire ninja world could only cooperate with Konoha. And as it stands, if Boruto could grow up smoothly, the next generation would similarly have to choose to ally with Konoha. If a good impression could be left in Boruto's heart now, it would surely yield greater benefits in diplomatic relations later. Thus he wiped the frown from his face, replaced by a radiant smile. Boruto-kun. He raised his voice to attract their attention, and as Boruto turned to look at him, he moved closer to the 2. Thank you for helping us eliminate the threat to the village. His tone was filled with admiration for Boruto, showering him with compliments without reservation. After all, in his eyes, Boruto was merely a 12-year-old child. Children of that age were easily deceived. Ha ha ha, thank you Lord Mizukage, you flatter me. Boruto naturally understood his thoughts, but at such a moment he couldn't afford to lose face. So he jogged up to him, successfully reducing the distance between them. It was merely luck. Boruto displayed a humble demeanor with every word, ensuring that his hidden agenda went unnoticed while achieving the desired effect. Indeed, a tiger father begets no dog son. Chojuro continued to flatter Boruto, his face filled with admiration as he patted Boruto on the shoulder. But the true thoughts in his heart were known only to himself. Boruto also assumed a humble and teachable posture. Both were centuries-old foxes. To outsiders it appeared as a scene of harmony between young and old. From here on out you have no part in this. Go back and rest well. In the end, Chojuro spoke in a caring elder's tone, urging Boruto and Sarada to return to their hotel to rest. Kagura see them off. Under his arrangement, Kagura prepared to leave with Boruto. Just as the 3 passed by the sprawled men, Boruto abruptly stopped. He turned to Shizuma, who was genuinely receiving treatment, and said, "Don't forget the advice I just gave you." Though he tried his best to speak to them in a gentle tone, his words still made them tremble. Seeing their reaction, Boruto could only shrug his shoulders, giving a helpless look to the others. Finally, after receiving a resigned smile from Chojuro, he left. It was now past midnight and the moon had vanished from the sky, with the thick clouds that had obscured it gradually dispersing. Light from the sun was beginning to break over the horizon and the white mist that had enveloped the streets of Kirigakure was fading. It seemed today was a good day Boruto's study trip could continue. However, not only Boruto but also Sarada beside him had no mood to participate. Boruto was fatigued from staying up late while Sarada had yet to recover from her earlier shock. The group arrived at the lobby of the hotel and at this moment Boruto asked Kagura for a favor. He knew that Kagura would have to continue his guiding duties later, so he asked him to request a day off from teacher Shino. He needed to rest well today. Oh, and please ask for her day off too. Boruto pointed at Sarada, who was waiting for the elevator, lost in thought about his recent actions. Upon hearing her name she snapped back to reality. Huh. No need, I'm not that tired. She proposed her own idea but was directly rejected by Boruto, who told Kagura to disregard her and just do as he. Thus Sarada returned to the door of her room in a daze. Just as she took out her key and opened the door she heard Boruto calling her. Oh hey, it's time to return my clothes. It turned out that Boruto had entrusted her with his jacket the night before and now she was still wearing it. Earlier when she went to notify the Mizukage she had put it on for convenience. Why didn't you say so earlier? I almost forgot about it. I thought you were cold and wanted to wear it to avoid the chill. His words instantly flushed Sarada's cheeks and she threw the jacket onto Boruto's head before quickly darting into her room and slamming the door shut. Outside, the jacket on Boruto's head blocked one of his eyes, but he could still see from the other that he was utterly bewildered. What did I do to upset her? Inside the room Sarada leaned against the door feeling embarrassed as she recalled her earlier demeanor. Ah, it seems to smell like lavender. Is it the scent of laundry detergent? For some reason she recalled the fragrance of the jacket she had just worn. In the young girl's memory, although the boy had been merciless, his words had been quite cool. Kid, you shouldn't have gotten so badly hurt, but who told you to harm my friend? As Suelangna reminisced, her thoughts gradually returned to the moment when Boruto handed her his coat. Boruto, may I ask if we have any grievances between us? Shiching's manner of speaking was very direct. As he spoke he gestured to the others to be prepared. Upon receiving his command everyone except for Kagura took up their weapons. Including himself there were 4 men and 2 women. He also took down the large sword Samahata that was strapped to his back, slowly unveiling the white cloth covering it. No. After receiving Boruto's answer he continued to ask, then please leave on your own. We do not wish to harm you. Though he said this his actions did not stop for a moment. Do you think I am a fool? Boruto untied the bandage around his wrist and casually tossed it aside. As it touched the water's surface ripples spread outward from the point of contact. Due to its material it would not sink but floated on the water's surface. You don't need me to explain why you chose to rebel during this period, do you? Boruto grasped his wrist with his right hand, covering the character for sword and channeling chakra to break the seal on his wrist. The speed of the seal's removal was swift and a sword hilt slowly emerged from his wrist wrapped in layers of leather to provide a better grip for the user. So I must stop you before you make your move. Boruto gripped the hilt tightly, yanking it sharply as a ninja blade was drawn from a dark red sheath. However, Boruto did not draw the sword directly but instead held both the sword and sheath in his left hand, letting his hand naturally hang by his side. From this angle it was evident that this sword was not suitable for Boruto to wield at present. The entire blade including the hilt measured 1.06 meters while Boruto himself was only about 1.5 meters tall, akin to him fighting with a miniature version of himself. Yet judging by his demeanor he seemed unconcerned about any discomfort in battle. Since you Boruto have already guessed it, we shall not hold back. Kagura did not understand the conversation between the two and could only ask why they had to fight. Boruto's reply was that their objective from the start had been to target Boruto and his group. With the strength of these few it would be too difficult to incite a rebellion directly, and it would not take long for the Mizukage's people to suppress them. However, if he could find a way to exhaust the Mizukage's resources, then his plan could proceed more smoothly. Thus he planned to set his target on Boruto's group, who had just arrived in the Hidden Mist village. As long as he could kill one of them, the Mizukage would find himself embroiled in diplomatic turmoil. With the aid of those behind them stirring the pot, the Mizukage would be completely trapped. Those behind you. Hearing this, Kagura finally understood the confidence Shurcheng had in instigating the rebellion. A noble bastard from the Land of Water's ruling family. Boruto accurately stated the other parties backing, leaving everyone present including Shurcheng himself in shock. How did you know? Shurcheng questioned loudly, panic evident in his voice. He could not fathom how Boruto knew such hidden information. Could it have come from the Mizukage? You don't need to know. I just find you exceedingly foolish. You claim to elevate the ninja to the pinnacle of the ninja world, yet you are merely a lackey. Boruto's voice grew louder, the sarcasm increasingly evident. Have you considered that a bastard with no inheritance rights cannot possibly help you attain the position of Mizukage? Oh, after all, you are merely a frog at the bottom of a well, having never seen a true powerhouse, yet you believe your strength is unmatched in the world. Do you really think that just because you wield that sword you can become the strongest in the ninja world? As a member of the Hoshigaki clan, Shurching admired his clan uncle's fame with Samehada immensely. Naturally, he could not allow anyone to tarnish Samehada's reputation. Driven by anger, he charged at Boruto wielding Samehada. Clang! The moment Shurching rushed forward, Boruto drew the intricately designed katana, executing a drawing slash. As chakra flowed, a blue light appeared along the blade. At the instant the charge was complete, Boruto violently slashed forward. Konoha style, wind break. This was a relatively basic technique of the Konoha style where a certain amount of wind chakra was infused during the drawing slash. The blue blade light shot towards the advancing Shurching, and everyone could distinctly hear the sound of air being torn apart along with a deep scar left on the water's surface it passed over. The water swiftly retreated to both sides, unable to close for a long time. By the time Shurching reacted, it was already too late to dodge. He could only forcefully block it with Samehada, which was why there had been that sharp metallic clash earlier. Shurching, struck by the blade light, managed to absorb the impact by continuously retreating. If it weren't for Samehada's sufficient hardness, this strike would surely have cleaved him in two. Sweat dripped down from his forehead as his hands gripping Samehada trembled. In that moment he understood that the boy before him was not simple. However, he did not lose his fighting spirit, for such a powerful sword technique surely had its limitations. Can you let me finish my words? Boruto casually rested the sword on his shoulder, appearing unfazed, yet only he knew the actual situation. Facts showed that Shurching had guessed correctly. Such a high-level sword technique indeed had great requirements for its execution. First, there was a massive demand for chakra, and secondly, it required a long charge time. If Boruto had used his previous chakra amount, he would have collapsed on the ground after using it once. However, due to the presence of the dark clouds, he was not lacking in chakra, so the earlier strike had no effect on him. However, the second condition was unavoidable, so it was likely that he would not have the chance to use this technique again, as the opponent would not be foolish enough to give him time to charge. I do not look down upon this sword. Saying this, Boruto lifted the sword from his shoulder and pointed it at Shurching and the others one by one. Rather, I look down upon you lot, a group of middle school kids who do not know their own limits. Upon hearing Boruto's assessment, Shurching could no longer resist the urge to attack. They all raised their swords to their chests, waiting for Shurching's command. Shurching also gathered himself and looked towards Boruto. Finally unable to hold back, are you? Boruto's tone remained unchanged, showing no signs of tension. He formed hand seals with his empty left hand, utilizing the shadow clone technique to summon a total of 5 clones, each holding a kunai. Though he could have summoned more. I have heard that there once was a 7 ninja swordsman from the Hidden Mist village renowned in the ninja world for a silent killing technique. As Boruto's main body spoke, one of the clones quickly formed seals and performed a technique familiar to those from the Hidden Mist village. Cho, Si, Wei. Mist Shadow Technique. Next, I ask everyone to critique my silent killing technique. In the thick fog, Boruto and his clones simultaneously used another ninjutsu, a technique he had only recently learned. Intangibility, shadowless walk. Optical refraction, essentially achieved by altering the refraction of light surrounding the user. It had been 1 month since Boruto obtained the Moonlight Hiate's cultivation notes. Previously he had struggled for a long time to stabilize his optical refraction chakra form, yet just 3 days after forging a pact with Kurikumo he mastered it effortlessly. Thereafter he devoted himself to exploring how to wield it with greater efficiency, until while researching historical records he stumbled upon a legendary shinobi named Momochi Zabuza. Zabuza had combined the foundational mist shadow technique with his peerless assassination skills to devise the silent killing art, a technique that earned him renown across the shinobi world. Inspired, Boruto reasoned if even the rudimentary mist shadow technique could achieve such stealth, what might be possible if he substituted optical refraction to conceal his presence entirely. Thus was born Boruto's exclusive silent killing art, a lethal fusion of optical refraction and his refined swordsmanship, rendering his strikes utterly unpredictable. Watch yourselves. Boruto's voice echoed simultaneously from every direction. Enshrouded in thick mist, the others had no idea where his true form lay. This assassination technique had been specially refined by Boruto to counter them. His optical refraction was indeed formidable, yet maintaining invisibility rendered him unable to perform any other jutsu. Hence only 2 methods could effectively counter his optical refraction: 1, a sensor-type shinobi of exceptional acuity, 2, wide-area jutsu deployed indiscriminately. Among this group, the sole threat Boruto needed to guard against was the lightning blade Raikiri, the fearsome blade capable of generating overwhelming lightning. The water surface provided a uniquely constrained battlefield. To avoid injuring her comrades, the girl wielding Raikiri would surely hesitate before unsheathing it. That left only wide-area water release techniques, but they possessed one fatal flaw: slowness, not only in initiation but also in movement. With Boruto's agility, evading them would be effortless. Don't die just yet, I have full confidence in my swordsmanship. Trapped within the dense fog, the others remained utterly incapable of sensing Boruto's location. None among them possessed sensor abilities, and the mist itself had been deliberately summoned by Boruto. It served not only to obscure his presence but also to mask the ripples stirred by his feet skimming the water's surface. Tap tap tap. A cacophony of footsteps erupted around them, 6 distinct, chaotic and rhythmically irregular. The one who'd earlier thrown shuriken suddenly noticed the footsteps multiplying around him, drawing closer, intensifying, yet when he scanned each direction no figure appeared. Only the ever-deepening ripples beneath his feet betrayed an unseen presence drawing near. Gurgle gurgle. He tried to cry out, but no sound emerged. Though nothing stood before him, his voice refused to obey. When he attempted to flee, he discovered his mouth was sealed, and something else held him rigid, paralyzing even the instinct to strike. Just as panic threatened to consume him, a whisper, soft, intimate, impossibly close, brushed his ear. "Shh. Don't move." It was Boruto's voice, calm, detached, chillingly devoid of emotion. "You may not feel it, but right now a kunai rests against your throat." His next words sent icy sweat cascading down the youth's spine. "It lies precisely 2 centimeters from your carotid artery. Tell me, what happens if you so much as twitch? Whatever follows, do not move. Not even once." Within the swirling white mist, a boy who moments ago had brimmed with swagger now endured a torment unlike anything he'd ever known, since the day he drew his first breath. Boruto commanded his shadow clones to seize the youth's arms, and strike methodically blow after blow. "Use wind release, scatter the mist." Shin roared the command. He knew prolonged tension would shatter their collective resolve, delay was no longer an option. At his order, the shorter girl wielding the needle-like longsword immediately formed hand seals. Wind release sandstorm. Her broadest wind technique, modest in destructive power yet perfectly suited to dispelling the fog. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A gale surged through the entire arena, tearing the mist apart. As the last tendrils dissolved, they saw only one comrade, the one bearing the executioner's blade, frozen midair. He stood rigid, arms thrust straight upward like a man crucified. His gaze fixed on the ceiling, tears streaming silently, interspersed with muffled guttural whimpers. "Free him, now." Shin barked the order, and instantly the others lunged toward their immobilized ally. TCH. Boruto realized that unless he neutralized the girl first, continuing optical refraction on water would betray him through telltale ripples, so he abandoned further torment of the hapless youth. He dispelled invisibility, and delivered a thunderous kick to the youth's chest, sending him hurtling like a sack of grain onto the platform beside the pool. Then he pivoted, his target now the girl who'd unleashed the wind release. Both his clone and his true body stamped down in unison, chakra flared, and they shot forward like twin streaks of light. Boruto himself charged straight at the girl. To resume his silent killing art, she had to fall first. Boruto's blade was no ordinary weapon, and his body, amplified by Kurikumo's chakra, lent his downward slash a force no mere girl could withstand. Needle was famed for its finesse, demanding little raw strength, especially wielded by a 15-year-old girl. To her eyes, Boruto moved faster than cognition could track. When she finally reacted, all she managed was to raise Needle in desperate defense. Boruto employed no flourish, only a clean vertical leaping slash. Clang. Metal shrieked in protest, then came a deafening impact. Boom, splash splash splash. Concussive force slammed into her arms, then rippled violently through her torso, finally exploding outward through her feet into the water below. The water erupted, towering meters high, before collapsing into shimmering droplets that rained back down. As the last droplet fell, all they saw was the girl's arm hanging limp, Needle discarded beside her, its legendary edge dulled by defeat. Stunned disbelief flooded her face as Boruto's gleaming blade pressed cold against her throat. She waited for the final word, eyes squeezed shut in terror. But death did not come. Instead, searing agony lanced through her abdomen. Blinking open her eyes, she realized she was hurtling backward, away from the pool. Thud. Her spine struck the wall with brutal finality. Don't leave Wang Lina. Just as the main body dealt with the girl, the other few individuals apart from Shurchungjin were also taken care of by the clones. One clone held Shurchungjin back while 2 clones confronted the large man wielding the blade, and the other 2 dealt with the lightning blade woman and the exploding blade man. The reason for the downfall of the lightning blade woman was similar to that of the needle woman. Due to being on the water's surface, she could not unleash her greatest advantage and could only compete in swordsmanship with Boruto's clone. In the end, the clone used the fork of the lightning blade to simultaneously send both blades flying into the water, forcing her to surrender. After all, her initial intention for joining the new 7 ninja blades was merely to obtain that blade. Now that the blade was gone, she naturally had no reason to continue fighting. The man wielding the exploding blade while attempting to attack Boruto with an explosion was paralyzed by Boruto's kunai releasing lightning upon contact with the blade, and then a Rinnegan struck him directly. He was sent flying unconscious. As for the large man, he was nothing but a silly giant spinning in circles due to the teasing of the 2 clones, eventually collapsing from exhaustion. Now Shurchungjin was the sole remnant of the Ninja Blade 7 in its poor state, standing alone. It is worth noting that from Boruto mocking them to resolving their situation barely 20 minutes had passed during which they even chatted. Bang! Chungjin finally broke free from Boruto's clone's entanglement. Eliminating one clone had already drained a considerable amount of his energy. Next he had to face 4 clones and the mysterious strength of the main body. Boruto remained in the same relaxed posture, casually watching him. Chungjin's grip on the knife trembled much more than before and he was on the verge of losing his hold. He understood that the upcoming duel would decisively determine the victor, yet he also realized that relying solely on himself would pose no threat to Boruto. Thus he turned his gaze to the figure watching from the second floor. Water release, water shark bullet tech. His hands came together forming a tiger's mouth shape pointing towards Sarada, and then a shark made of water materialized beneath. With unparalleled speed it lunged towards Sarada on the second floor. Sarada. The speed was so quick that even Boruto failed to react in time and could naturally do nothing to stop it. Bang! After the water shark struck Sarada, she was slammed against the wall behind her and fell unconscious. Just then the sound of air being split came from behind Boruto. With no time to react he could only hurriedly block. He was then pushed back several meters by the immense force. Due to insufficient preparation for the block his wrist sustained a degree of injury. This was the best plan that Chungjin's not-so-smart mind could devise to use his injured companion to distract Boruto and then take the opportunity to attack him. However, he clearly forgot the reason why Boruto had attacked them in the first place. When he looked at Boruto again, all he found waiting for him were eyes filled with murderous intent. What he was about to face next was a demon that had emerged from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Boruto chose not to attack him with his clones, only advancing with his main body. As for the clones, their responsibility was to keep an eye on the individuals lying on the side and to check on Sarada's condition. They approached quickly just like before but at a much faster speed. Chungjin understood that if he fought Boruto up close he would undoubtedly lose, so he activated his vast chakra reserves to perform ninjutsu. Water release, great water surge. The water surface beneath him suddenly boiled and a waterfall towering over 10 meters appeared before him, pressing toward Boruto in a forward-leaning posture. The waterfall pressing toward Boruto resembled a gigantic pocket, leaving him nowhere to escape. Puff! Watching Boruto disappear beneath the giant wave, Chungjin couldn't help but feel a surge of victorious joy. It seems I have won. Just as he was admiring his achievement, a figure burst out from the water surface beneath. The first thing that caught his eye was the tip of a blade piercing through the recently calmed water like an arrow. Then Boruto's furious face appeared before him at an incredible speed. The distance between them was also very close. He exerted all his strength to narrowly dodge the blade aiming directly at his chin. However, he still sustained a minor injury, a gash forming on his chin. After successfully avoiding Boruto's knife filled with murderous intent, Chungjin quickly retreated to a relatively safe position. Seeing that one strike had failed, Boruto did not dwell on it and immediately prepared for the next attack. Chungjin was still astonished at how Boruto had escaped from the previous technique. Before he could react, Boruto charged at him again. Damn it! The distance between them was such that Chungjin had no time to release ninjutsu and could only grit his teeth and draw his blade to fight Boruto. Clang clang clang, Boruto swung his blade rapidly and Chungjin could only continuously defend, failing to find any opportunity to counterattack. The knife in his hand was already particularly heavy and having just expended a large amount of chakra to perform ninjutsu, defending became increasingly laborious. Gradually feeling overwhelmed in a moment of carelessness, Boruto's downward slash completely tore through his defense. He could only use his shoulder to support his shark muscle. But a sense of despair surged within him. He did not expect the pressure from Boruto to increase further. The blade made close contact with his shoulder and subsequently Boruto's actions instilled fear in all the conscious men and women present. Slash. Boruto chose not to spare him, and with the sound of the blade cutting into flesh echoing, Chungjin cried out in pain. Just like a hot knife through butter, Chungjin's arm was severed right at the base by Boruto. He pressed down on his wound in agony, trying to staunch the bleeding as much as possible. His cries of anguish still echoed in the arena, and all who witnessed this battle understood. This 12-year-old boy, while acting as a ninja, was nothing more than an emotionless killing machine. Before you die, I have one last thing to tell you. Boruto pressed the blade against his neck and coldly uttered the next words. As a killing tool known as a ninja, you should be prepared to die before each action. Boruto's words rang out like the death knell, and after finishing he raised the ninja blade to end Chungjin's life. Just then a voice successfully interrupted Boruto's descending blade, saving Chungjin's life. Wait. A familiar voice came from the second floor. In the dimly lit interrogation room, 3 individuals sat around a single table with a one-armed boy who had just escaped danger on one side and 2 men with fierce expressions on the other. The man in charge of the questioning extinguished his cigarette and tossed it into the ashtray. Another man leaned over to record the dialogue between them. The boy looked up at the not-so-bright chandelier above him. The yellowish light induced a sense of dizziness. This hazy feeling successfully reminded him of the words spoken by that demon. You should be grateful that my friend is unharmed, otherwise losing just an arm would be the least of your worries. The boy struggled to recall the icy indifference in that guy's tone when he last spoke to him. As he uttered those words he could distinctly feel vitality ebbing away from his wound. He realized that at that moment his life was worth less than the weeds by the roadside. In that person's eyes he was utterly unconcerned. The only reason he was still alive was that it was unnecessary. There was no need to waste time on such a waste. Upon hearing a familiar voice he immediately rushed to her side, not even casting a glance back at him. In other words, the strength he has displayed so far is already close to that of a jonin. The interrogation room had only 3 walls, with one side being a large sheet of one-way glass. On the other side of the glass was another room similarly dim and devoid of light. However, compared to the interrogation room, the conditions in the other room were much better, with people of increasingly high status within. Most notably, both the second and third water shadows of the Mist Village were present, observing the interrogation through the glass, along with Kagura, who could be considered the future water shadow. Thus the boy in the interrogation room might be the only individual since the establishment of the Mist Village to be interrogated by 3 generations of water shadows at once. This achievement could be considered unprecedented, though it was uncertain if it would have any successors. If what Shurcheng said is true, then Naruto's son will undoubtedly become the next generation's leading figure, Chojiro. The speaker was a woman who appeared to be in her 50s, dressed in blue with red hair, her wrinkles unable to diminish her aura, indicating she must have been a beautiful woman in her youth. Her name was Terumi, May the 5th Mizukichi, renowned for rescuing the Mist Village from the abyss. Although she had overthrown Yagura's regime through a coup, this was the long-held wish of the Mist Villagers, which led to no objections when she nominated Chojiro as the 6th Mizukichi. This was primarily due to her unparalleled prestige in the village, second only to the first Mizukichi in history. Consequently, even after retiring for many years, she still felt compelled to assist Chojiro with village affairs. Although Shurcheng is indeed an idiot, there's no doubt that his talent is second only to Kagura. Chojiro, wearing a Mizukichi hat, stroked his chin, his expression not quite favorable. Kagura, if you were to face him, do you have any chance of winning? Chojiro knew that based on Shicheng's statements, even Kagura, who was slightly stronger than him, would not stand a chance against Boruto, yet he still posed a question with an obvious answer, hoping for a different response from Kagura. In response to Lord Chojiro, no. Kagura's resolute reply extinguished the flicker of hope in his heart. This meant that not only this generation of the Mist Village would live in the shadow of Konoha, but likely the next generation would as well. Why is it that such talents always emerge in Konoha? Chojiro lamented helplessly. For a country like the Land of Water, which had little to offer beyond fish, the only way to grow stronger was through territorial expansion. They had already begun this after the Fourth Great Ninja War, gradually annexing 1 or 2 small nations while the situation was still chaotic. However, since Naruto took office, their expansion efforts had to come to a halt. Unlike previous Hokages who prioritized the Fire Country's interests, he cared deeply about the survival of small nations. Under his deterrent presence as the strongest in the ninja world, the Land of Water had to abandon its expansion and shift its focus to maritime trade. However, various problems had recently arisen in the country, although they could be addressed for the time being. But what about in the future? What about when it is Kagura's generation? Chojiro, you know that complaining doesn't solve the problem. Terumi May, not only the previous Mizukichi but also Kojiro's mentor in governance, reminded him. I understand. Chojiro, hands on the table, let out a long sigh and then raised his head, locking his gaze on Shurcheng through the glass, determined and profound. Terumi Maisama, let's initiate that plan. Understood. I will go make arrangements. After receiving a confirmed signal, Terumi May turned and left the room without the slightest hesitation. After she departed, Chojiro picked up the intercom on the table and relayed the upcoming orders to the 3 individuals in the interrogation room. Alright, the interrogation is over, take Shurcheng back. His command interrupted the man who was about to continue the questioning, and under his puzzled gaze one man entered the interrogation room to escort Shurcheng away. Kagura, come with me to the office. Without waiting for Kagura's response, Chojiro left the room first. Thus Kagura could only follow him, bewildered. In room 404 of the Ocean Grand Hotel, Boruto had just awoken from a dream. Since Orochimaru had informed him about the sudden emergence of the Zero organization, he had been having a strange dream. In the dream, under the glow of the rising sun at the edge of a cliff filled with flowers and grass, a black-haired girl was saying something to him. Although he couldn't quite hear what she was saying, he couldn't even make out her face. Yet he could still discern that she was indeed a girl. This left Boruto puzzled. Could he have been affected by a genjutsu? He shared his experience with Kuroyuki, who responded that it could only be a genjutsu of Sharingan level. Otherwise, under the protection of her chakra, Boruto as he was now couldn't possibly fall under genjutsu. This response only deepened Boruto's confusion. He hadn't interacted with any Sharingan users besides Sarada lately. Moreover, just yesterday she had told him how she evaded Shicheng's water shark, indicating that she had only awakened the most basic single tomo and had no ability to cast genjutsu. Furthermore, there was no reason for her to use genjutsu on him. After dismissing the nonsensical thoughts in his head, Boruto washed up and prepared to head downstairs for something to eat. Upon taking the elevator to the lobby, Boruto heard a familiar shout. "No way, you don't really think that winning against me with your little dog tricks means you have some skill, do you?" In the brightly lit hall, several young boys sat on two sofas with numerous local specialty snacks placed on the table between. Among them, two boys held gaming consoles engrossed in a competitive game. The boy with yellow hair, having lost the match, was frustrated and began to scold the boy across from him who had a unique hairstyle. No matter what actions he took, the boy sitting opposite maintained an indifferent demeanor. Regardless of what was said, his response remained the same. "If you feel gloomy, just play." After saying this, he would often grab a snack from the table and enjoy watching the other guy continue to rage ineffectively. At that moment, one of the bespectacled boys noticed Boruto watching them. "Boruto!" His voice drew the attention of everyone to Boruto, who had just exited the elevator, prompting him to wave back. "Boruto, do you want to play?" The speaker was Ritai, who had previously used a technique to completely shatter Jingzen's mindset. Upon hearing Ritai's inquiry, Boruto replied that he would come later as he was heading to the restaurant to grab something to eat. Having slept all day, he was extremely hungry. It was already around 6 or 7 in the evening and Boruto hadn't expected to sleep for so long. After waking up, his stomach began to protest, urging him to quickly find something to fill it. After receiving Boruto's response, the others no longer pressed him to join them, and thus the just paused argument resumed, with Jingzen scolding Ritai again. Noticing that the others' gazes had shifted away from him, Boruto lifted his foot and headed towards the restaurant. Due to the unique nature of this hotel, it often hosted guests from various regions of the ninja world, some of whom were high-ranking officials, making the variety of food prepared in the restaurant truly impressive. This was precisely what delighted Boruto, as he had lived on fish during his days of fleeing, and he and Sasuke were indeed master and apprentice with no culinary talent whatsoever, often eating food that was neither cooked nor raw. These experiences had made him somewhat averse to fish-based foods, but fortunately this hotel offered not only local dishes but also various other cuisines for him to choose from. He ordered several familiar dishes from the land of fire and sat down at a table near the window facing a familiar figure. The girl opposite him had surprisingly changed into a different outfit than before. In front of her was a bowl of ramen, and to prevent the steam from fogging her glasses, she had deliberately removed them while eating. Boruto had spotted her the moment he entered the restaurant. He understood that after everything that had happened last night, she would certainly have questions for him. Strangely, however, she merely focused on her meal, completely ignoring Boruto, leaving him no choice but to eat silently. Boruto was not alone for dinner, as Kurikumo had also come along. In front of him was a serving of fried mackerel, and with every bite he took he would lick his paws. It was unclear if it was because Hinata truly treated him like a cat that he now found it hard to resist fried fish. Even when alone with Boruto, he would unconsciously meow a couple of times. The atmosphere between the two was awkward. Sarada completely ignored Boruto and he didn't know what to say. Only Kurikumo occasionally broke the silence with a meow. "I'm leaving first, you eat." Surprisingly, Sarada didn't ask anything and simply picked up her bowl and prepared to leave. "Wait." Boruto instinctively said this, but he regretted it immediately after speaking. "Is there something you want?" Sarada's words completely choked Boruto. He didn't know what to say to her. Should he explain what he did yesterday, why he had suddenly become so strong? That would be ridiculous, wouldn't it? "It's fine, I will leave first." All that was left for Boruto were the sounds of Sarada's gradually fading footsteps and silhouette. However, he failed to see the blush on her cheeks after she turned away. After she left, Boruto was at a loss for what to do and could only quickly finish the food in front of him before leaving the restaurant. Back in the hall beneath the dazzling lights, Ritai and the others were still seated on the two comfortable sofas playing games and snack. Boruto approached them, finding there was still some space available, and sat down. Seeing his listless appearance, Ritai and the others were uncertain about what had happened and thus remained silent. Human is really disgusting." Jingzen suddenly laughed at the screen of the gaming console, his laughter sounding quite lewd. His words successfully broke the silence among them, pulling everyone away from the low atmosphere created by Boruto. "Weren't you just scolding me for being gloomy?" Ritai teased Jingzen, who was struggling to contain his smile. "Just now it was you playing and now it's me. Can they be the same?" Jingzen shamelessly defended his double standard, believing it to be completely justified. Everyone found his behavior amusing, and even Boruto, who had just been gloomy, laughed. "Let me see what you guys are playing." Boruto's mood improved, prompting Ritai to show him the gaming console, as he was curious about what had caused the argument between the two. Just as he received the gaming console, Jingzen's sudden remark caught him off guard, and the others also paused their actions. "What's up with you? You look dead, did you break up?" This nonsensical comment stunned Boruto, and the others halted their activities as well. Moreover, Ritai, who was drinking water, almost spat it out. Once the shock wore off, everyone turned to Boruto with curious eyes. Among them, Iwabu even approached Boruto, tightly grabbing his arms and leaning closer, the sparkle in his eyes illuminating Boruto's face. "Really? When did that happen?" From his bull-like panting, Boruto could sense his excitement. He had never seen Iwabu this animated before. He had never known that Iwabu was so interested in gossip. It's fake. Boruto finally responded directly to Jingzen's speculation, forcefully breaking free from Iwaba's grip. However, judging by the expressions of the others, they clearly did not believe Boruto's denial. Thus he could only desperately explain that he did not have a girlfriend, so there was no question of a breakup. After a clear explanation, the others gradually calmed down. Panting, Boruto took a sip of water and asked Jingzhen where he got the idea that he was in a relationship. The response he received left Boruto feeling perplexed. Can't you tell? Jingzhen pulled out a lollipop from his mouth. Still by the tea table, several people were munching on snacks while listening to Jingzhen's analysis. Actually, on the second day after school started, I noticed something was off. Rarely Jingzhen set aside his game console while speaking, fully engrossed in narrating his reasoning process. Later, every time during class you would intentionally glance over. He became increasingly excited as he spoke, feeling like a genius, as if he were the reincarnation of Zhuge Liang. He also noticed that after the semester started, Boruto was always extremely cautious when speaking to Sarada, even though they had known each other well before school. Since Jingzhen met the two, whenever they encountered each other they would deliberately make things difficult for one another. He had never seen Boruto like this. With his narration, the credibility of his speculation was steadily rising among the group. Suspicious glances converged once again on Boruto. Until yesterday, Jingzhen was merely curious about why their relationship had become so close. He had not considered this angle until last night, when he stayed up late playing games and discovered a shocking secret. At 11 o'clock last night, while lying on the sofa, Jingzhen saw two incredible figures through the floor-to-ceiling window. Boruto left the hotel first, and shortly after Sarada also left, which seemed normal at the time. Then, in order to obtain rare items in the game event, Jingzhen stayed up until dawn. At this moment he saw Boruto and Sarada returning to the hotel together, and Sarada was wearing Boruto's clothes. Upon seeing this, Jingzhen couldn't believe his eyes, even forgetting to pick up the dropped item. Thus he believed that the two were hiding their relationship from all their companions and had secretly gotten together. This speculation kept him excited all day. Just after seeing Sarada quickly enter the elevator, Boruto appeared with a face like someone who had lost a loved one, which made him remark if Boruto had suffered a heartbreak. Upon hearing this, the others became noticeably more excited, with Yanbu showing the most enthusiasm. He returned to his previous state, gripping Boruto's arms tightly and making gasping noises. What did you two do together last night? Could it be? As he said this, Yanbu's face grew redder, steam inexplicably rising from his head. How did you manage that? Teach me. Whenever topics about relationships arose, Yanbu became extremely eager. Not just Boruto, everyone was curious why he was acting like this. Boruto could only deny again that they were just ordinary friends, stating he had nothing to teach him. By the way, who else did you tell this speculation to? Boruto seemed to understand why Sarada had been avoiding him today. After breaking free from Yanbu's grasp once more, he asked a crucial question. I also told Chocho this morning. Jingzhen scratched his head and thought for a moment. After being dazed all day, he finally recalled. This morning, after receiving information from teacher Shino that Boruto and Sarada had taken a day off together, Chocho, being Sarada's best friend, naturally became worried about her situation. To prevent Chocho from worrying too much, Jingzhen decided to share what he had seen this morning and last night. Now, after Boruto's reminder, he recalled Chocho's shocked expression, even causing the chip she was holding to fall to the ground. Considering that Chocho was the daughter of the head of the Akimichi clan, the fact that she wasted food was indicative of how shocked she was. Upon hearing this, Boruto confirmed his suspicion that Chocho must have told Sarada about the matter, which led to the awkward situation just now. Now Boruto realized he must express his feelings to Sarada, otherwise she would definitely overthink. Oh no, it's not just her nature but also that of the Uchiha clan. This point was also conveyed to him by Master Sasuke. If the Uchiha clan is prone to falling into mental traps, this flaw is also the source of their power. It was also because Sarada activated her Sharingan in front of him that he decided to help Boruto escape from Konoha, as he understood the cost that came with unlocking the Mangekyo Sharingan. Thus Boruto quickly informed the others that he had urgent matters and stood up to leave. Arriving at the door of Sarada's room No. 403, Boruto knocked after mentally preparing himself. Just as he was about to apologize, he found that it was not Sarada who opened the door but Chocho. The three of them stood there looking at each other, falling into an awkward situation. In the hidden mist village inside the Mizukage's office, two figures, one large and one small, one standing and one sitting, were none other than Chojuro and Kagura. Chojuro flipped through the documents on the desk, which had just been brought by a ninja following Terumi Mice orders. As Kagura glanced at the documents upon the other's departure, he only saw a photo of Shizun attached to the first page. In fact, Kagura and Shizun had known each other for a long time. They were friends back in ninja school. Although the hidden mist village had escaped from the predicament of the bloody mist, one custom still remained. That is the graduation ceremony. In the past, children in the hidden mist village had to kill their opponents during the graduation to become ninjas. Even if the opponent was a friend, the infamous Zabuza became notorious for killing all his classmates from the same generation, earning the title of a demon. That title was a recognition of his strength but also an insult to his character, which later became the reason he sought to overthrow the fourth Mizukage. Although the graduation ceremony has now turned into a more lenient process, unexpected incidents still occur. During the graduation ceremony, Kagura almost lost his life due to a mistake, and this guilt has haunted him for many years, which is why he has listened to Shizune over the years. Now that the other party has become a prisoner, Kagura wonders if they will ever meet again. Judging by the current situation, it seems they are about to announce his fate. Although Kagura understands that over the years the other party has been manipulating him, he still considers him a friend in his heart. Due to his grandfather's influence, everyone in the Hidden Mist Village looked at him with disdainful eyes when he was young. The only information he read from those gazes was the word, disgust. At that time, Shizune, who approached him, was like a ray of light illuminating his heart. He was well aware that their friendship was pure back then. However, things changed after Shizune's family gradually declined. The Kirigakure clan, who had long dealings with the sharks of the sea, survived by preying on the lives of other beings. Chojiro's words were like a stone thrown into a tranquil lake, stirring up the previously calm waters within Kagura. The 7 Ninja Swordsmen, a title reserved for the highest special forces in the Hidden Mist Village, hold a status even above that of the Water Shadow's Direct Dark Division. Comprised of 7 powerful individuals who rank just below the Water Shadow, each equipped with a demon blade, it is said that when they act together they possess the capability to obliterate a small nation. They were the third great weapon of the Hidden Mist Village aside from the Water Shadow and the Tailed Beasts. Since the Third Shinobi World War, after a nameless Leaf Village ninja reduced them to 3 aside from Samehada and Hozuki, the rest of the blades have vanished from the Hidden Mist Village. As for the decapitation blade, it was only recovered later after the fourth Water Shadow eliminated the traitorous Pipa Shizo. Thus the 7 Ninja Swordsmen became a mere name without substance. Later Zabuza defected with the decapitation blade and Kisame left the Hidden Mist with Samehada. Only one of the 7 Ninja Swordsmen remained in the Hidden Mist Village, the current Water Shadow, who is the last master of Hozuki. After the Fourth War, the Hidden Mist Village paid a considerable price to successfully recover the 7 demon blades, but from that point onward they no longer relied on the power of the 7 Ninja Swordsmen. Therefore, aside from Hozuki, which holds significant meaning, the other 6 blades were placed in a hidden weapons vault. In other words, although Kagura is recognized as one of the 7 Ninja Swordsmen, in reality the 7 Ninja Swordsmen have become merely a title. They are no longer the indispensable special forces of the Hidden Mist Village. Now Chojiro's intention to restart this special forces unit undoubtedly reveals to Kagura that the Hidden Mist Village needs formidable strength. These individuals, while lacking the raw strength to match yours, are indeed the most outstanding among the new generation. Chojiro spread 6 dossiers across the table, sequentially presenting them to Kagura, each individual depicted within being quite familiar to her. These are the same individuals who were effortlessly dealt with by Boruto, including the now one-armed Shizune. From today onward they will become your subordinates, and your task as a protector of the Water Shadow will thus conclude. Chojiro's reason for concluding Shizune's interrogation was precisely this: while they may not be useful at present, it does not mean they won't be needed in the future. Boruto's strength has signaled to the Hidden Mist Village that the next generation of 5 shadows will inevitably still be led by the Leaf Village. If they do not enhance their strength, will the Hidden Mist Village retain any initiative in future 5 shadows discussions? It is worth noting that the 5 Shadow Summit is not merely a simple meeting but rather a dialogue among the highest military leaders of the 5 strongest nations. Every outcome they discuss at the table will influence the international landscape of the ninja world for the coming year. Currently the Hidden Mist Village, relying on its near monopoly of maritime trade, can maintain initiative in each meeting, but this situation is not permanent. Countries with coastlines are not limited to the Land of Water. Aside from the Wind Country, which is surrounded by yellow sand, other nations also possess significant coastlines. Among them, the Land of Lightning is also a nation surrounded by the ocean, and currently their overseas trade is rapidly developing. When they catch up to the Land of Water, what advantages will the latter have? How will they gain the initiative in future 5 Shadows meetings? The only method is strength. Both the Leaf and the Land of Lightning have established their positions based on this. Similarly, the Land of Earth holds no advantages, even their power is comparable to that of the Hidden Mist Village. This is precisely why Kuratsuchi often finds herself in a passive position during meetings. This is still under the circumstance that Inoki the Elder is alive. What will happen after his death? How can Kuratsuchi ensure the interests of the Land of Earth at the 5 Shadows Summit? Chojiro understood that he must find a way out for the future Water Shadow, so after Terumi May posed that question, he had her prepare. In the days to come you will undergo secret training with them following the completion of your tour guide tasks. Chojiro certainly wouldn't prepare for just one aspect. Cultivating good relations with the next generation of the Leaf is very important. Just like the current alliance between the Leaf and the Sand, forming a union will naturally grant them greater voice in discussions. I will not ask what you talked about with Boruto. Try to maintain a good relationship with him in the days to come. His commanding tone clearly indicated to Kagura that she had no power to refuse. He then shared 2 confidential matters with her, each more secretive than the last. Not long after he finished discussing the plan, a clear knocking sound echoed in their ears. Knock knock knock. Both turned to look at the office door, after which Chojiro signaled for Kagura to open it. Upon receiving the nod, Kagura went to open the door where familiar faces awaited her. Lady Terumi Mei. Kagura's first sight was Terumi Mei holding some documents and she immediately bowed deeply to her. Come in together. Terumi Mei showed no desire for pleasantries, walking directly past him and into the office with the others following her inside. She quickly walked up to Chojiro, handed him the documents and nodded. Kagura stood beside the table while the few individuals who came in with her lined up neatly. Each stood upright with arms crossed behind their backs, including Shizume, who had only one arm. They each carried a demon blade, the very same individuals previously eliminated by Boruto. From today on you are the new 7 ninja swordsmen with Kagura as your leader. Chojiro made no explanations, directly announcing their identities and tasks. Next you must engage in training directly led by Lady Terumi Mei until each of you reaches the strength of an elite jonin. Before that you must conceal your identities, including the title of the 7 ninja swordsmen, which will not be recorded. Following the 4th war, the ninja world is at least generally in a state of peace. If other villages were to learn that the Hidden Mist Village is restarting the 7 Swordsman program, it would be hard not to arouse suspicion about the Hidden Mist Village's intentions to incite war. While they could respond that they have no such intentions, others would not believe their words, only watching what they do. In international relations, hollow explanations hold no weight. After issuing the orders, Chojiro allowed the others to leave, keeping Shizume behind. The other individuals could be considered somewhat misguided youths swayed by him, but this one before him was a genuine unstable fact. The title of the 7 ninja swordsmen alone cannot bind him, and given Kagura's character it would be challenging to fully control him. Hence a means to ensure his obedience was necessary. Chojiro approached him, placing a hand on his forehead and closing his eyes with his other hand, forming intricate hand seals. When he moved his hand away, Kagura saw a strange pattern appear on Shizume's forehead. Tonight the village of Wuin was indeed under a sparse moonlit sky, with even the thick fog that usually shrouded it having lifted considerably. Beneath the Shueiying building, Shenlu and Shurchengzhen walked out together. Upon closer inspection, Shurchengzhen's head was wrapped in a headscarf. After exiting the office, the two had walked side by side to this point, maintaining a strange silence throughout the journey. Although they had known each other for over 10 years, the longer their acquaintance lasted, the fewer words they exchanged. After leaving the building, they would soon part ways in different directions. Just as she was about to turn away, Shenlu finally called out to him. "Jin, I'm sorry." His sudden apology successfully slowed Shurchengzhen's steps, but he did not respond, and in the next moment he lifted his foot to leave once more. Slowly his figure disappeared into the night. There was indeed a reason for Shenlu's apology. Time rewinds to when the few of them were still in the Shueiying office. After leaving a complex incantation on Shurchengzhen's forehead, Nagasuke returned to his chair and began to explain what it was to the. Though his tone was quite amicable, it sounded chilling to the two young men, echoing in their minds like the whispers of a demon stirring their inner turmoil. What you have on your head is a type of sealing technique inspired by the caged bird of the Hyuga clan from Konoha. Since the frequent appearances of rogue ninjas, the higher-ups during the 4th Mizukage's era have been contemplating ways to prevent such occurrences. After many unsuccessful attempts, they drew inspiration from the Hyuga clan's method of protecting the Byakugan. After years of research, they developed this sealing technique. Its effects are nearly identical to that of the caged bird, except it does not limit the abilities of the person being sealed. Those marked with this technique must obey the orders of the caster, otherwise they will suffer from severe headaches, or worse, their brains could be crushed by the technique. The latter effect was intentionally enhanced to eliminate the possibility of the deceased revealing village secrets. Thus, in a moment of thought, Nagasuke could completely extinguish Shurchengzhen's life. It is worth mentioning that Shurchengzhen is the first Wuin ninja to be marked with this technique since the 4th war. Since graduating from the ninja academy, Shenlu had been groomed as the next Mizukage and naturally understood why Nagasuke acted this way. He realized it was because he lacked the ability to subdue Shurchengzhen, and thus an insurance was necessary for such an unstable factor. After that, Nagasuke instructed Shurchengzhen to wait outside and spoke a few words to Shenlu alone. "You should understand why I am doing this, right?" Not knowing how to respond, Shenlu could only nod. "If you want to help him try to become stronger. After you become Mizukage, you will obtain the method to lift the seal." Nagasuke's words ignited a spark within Shenlu and his once dull eyes brightened. Then, under Nagasuke's orders, Shenlu left the office. Indeed, there was a method to lift the seal, and Nagasuke had not deceived him. This sealing technique, including the method for lifting it, had become a secret passed only to the Mizukage since the higher-ups began to gradually perish. To maintain absolute control over these dangerous individuals, it would only be passed down from the previous Mizukage to the next. Currently in Wuin, only one man and one woman in the office knew this technique. As Shenlu arrived outside the office, he saw Shurchengzhen pull out a headscarf from somewhere to cover his forehead. As for why he wasn't wearing a forehead protector, it was because he was still a criminal, and of course his forehead protector had been confiscated. At the same time, in the largest hotel in Wuin, in room 403, Boruto and Sarada sat face to face beside the coffee table while Chocho sat between them. The atmosphere among the three was filled with a strange silence, as neither of the two facing each other dared to speak. To ease the awkwardness, Boruto kept drinking water, repeatedly picking up and putting down his cup even though the cup had long been empty. On the other hand, Sarada kept adjusting the hem of her clothes. The only one behaving normally was Chocho, who held a bag of cucumber-flavored chips, occasionally taking a piece to eat. With a puzzled expression she stared at the odd behavior of the two, and after finishing the bag of chips in her hand she finally couldn't help but speak up. "You two, what are you trying to do? Just say what you want, is it that hard?" Her tone was very assertive, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "It's just a bit awkward." Finally Boruto spoke up, hesitating as if he had made a difficult decision. "What's so awkward about it? We've known each other for a long time and we're not strangers." She expressed her opinion with a very decisive tone, hands on her hips, completely unaware of Boruto's underlying meaning. A drop of cold sweat trickled down the temples of both the boy and girl sitting at each end of the coffee table, silently lamenting in their hearts. "The awkward part is, why are you still sitting here?" At this moment Boruto cast a discreet glance at Sarada, who also received the message, realizing Boruto wanted her to find a way to send her best friend away. However, Sarada returned a troubled expression, her eyebrows knitted together, clearly unwilling to be the bad guy. Seeing this, Boruto felt a deep sense of helplessness. Remembering his past life, whenever he encountered such situations she always had this "I can't do it" look, leaving him to bear the consequences alone. He still remembered the worst time was when Sasuke Sensei emerged from the Tree of God and opened his eyes to see the two of them holding hands. What awaited Boruto afterward was a hellish training session. Though it was called practical training, it was essentially a one-sided beating, even though Boruto's strength had reached the pinnacle of the ninja world. Ninjutsu and shuriken came raining down on him like a tempest, as if they were free to use. Those bizarre ninjutsu were techniques he had never seen his master use, whether before or after the Exodus. After recalling these memories, Boruto let out a deep sigh, realizing that he would have to take on the role of the bad guy himself. He quickly stood up, striding firmly to Chocho's side, his expression dark. Chocho was startled by his sudden movement. Since the beginning of school, after Boruto had a fight with Iwabe, he hadn't gone more than 3 exchanges in any sparring sessions that followed. Thus the entire school buzzed with the notion that he was the strongest in the school. Although Chocho was not weak, if Boruto truly aimed to strike her she would certainly be unable to withstand it. As Boruto approached Chocho, he even kicked away the trash can that stood between them. Under the lights Chocho couldn't clearly see Boruto's expression, but she could sense the unwavering aura emanating from him. Just as her heartbeat reached its peak, Boruto finally made a move. "Chocho, I beg you, just go outside for now. Last night the fierce Boruto bowed down like this." Room 403 exudes a sense of comfort. Decorated in a modern minimalist style, its clean lines and pure colors alongside ample white space provide a transparent and expansive visual delight. Within this cozy room the atmosphere among the 3 children has descended into an inexplicable silence. Clearly Boruto's actions have left the other 2 completely bewildered. Dai is visibly startled by Boruto's unexpected bow. As for Sarada, she recalls Boruto's decisiveness from the previous night. It's hard for her to imagine that the Boruto she saw then is the same person as the one in front of her now. After understanding Boruto's request, Dai remains in a state of deep shock. Thus she leaves room 403 in this dazed state, maintaining her bewilderment even on the way back. "Alright, it's settled." After escorting Dai out the door, Boruto speaks these words with a light-hearted tone. Sarada can clearly sense that he is not pretending to be strong. It seems that what he just did is not worth mentioning at all. Before long the two return to their previous positions on opposite ends of the coffee table. However, the atmosphere between them is not as cold this time, though it remains awkward. Next, Boruto must fulfill the purpose of his visit to Sarada. He picks up the cup from the table, wanting to take a sip for courage, only to forget that it has long been empty. He can only awkwardly hold the cup, pretending to toy with it. "So what exactly are you here for?" Unexpectedly it is Sarada who speaks first, inquiring about Boruto's intentions. However, it's evident that her tone this time is much friendlier than during their meal. Boruto understands that the current situation no longer allows him to delay, so he places the cup back on the table and states his purpose. "Regarding that rumor, it was a speculation from Jogen, and I sincerely apologize for any distress it has caused you." Boruto is straightforward, explaining the reason behind the rumor, including why Jogen might have such a speculation. As he speaks, he quietly observes Sarada's expression, hoping to catch any unusual reaction, but the reality exceeds Boruto's expectations. Sarada maintains a calm demeanor while listening to his explanation, as if this matter has nothing to do with her. While listening to Boruto, she pours herself a glass of water and also fills Boruto's cup. After Boruto finishes explaining, the cup she just filled is empty once again. "Are you done?" In stark contrast to Boruto, Sarada still has half a cup left. After taking a sip, she poses a question to him. "What else?" Her eyes are clear, a deep shade of black, yet the expression they convey is far from gentle. Feeling her pressing gaze, Boruto realizes that she seeks an explanation that goes beyond just the misunderstanding of their relationship. "You know what I want to know." The sense of coercion in her words intensifies, pushing Boruto into a corner. For Sarada, the misunderstanding among their classmates regarding their relationship is of little importance. Even before this incident several of her close friends had asked her if she was dating Boruto, especially since their interactions had changed completely since the semester began. One girl even remarked enviously, "It's truly enviable that you and Boruto are together, after all he is the son of the Hokage." Indeed, the Boruto from their memories had always presented himself as a childish brat. Due to his background, Boruto had rarely faced any significant setbacks during the more than 10 years since his birth. Combined with his prodigious talents, it was nearly impossible for him to suffer failures except for playing games with a few friends. Thus Boruto had always appeared childish. Although the other boys in class were similar, his immaturity was particularly evident. However, since the start of this semester, Boruto has completely changed, genuinely displaying the demeanor expected of a prodigy. In their observation, the current Boruto is calm in handling matters, powerful in strength, kind to others and brimming with confidence. Coupled with his already decent appearance and superior background, Boruto has become the object of admiration for nearly all the girls in school. They speculate that Boruto's drastic change may have stemmed from his relationship with Sarada, enviously wishing Sarada could have such a boyfriend. However, Sarada explicitly informed them that she was not dating Boruto, they are just ordinary friends. Just then one girl suggested, "If that's the case, I can pursue Boruto without any objections from Sarada, right?" To her surprise, Sarada firmly opposed this, reacting more vigorously than ever before. In the end, Sarada herself could not explain why she reacted so strongly, leading nearly all her friends to conclude that she and Boruto must indeed be together. This is also why Dai chose not to leave moments ago. In her imagination, the two have long been together. What secrets could there possibly be that need to be hidden from her? In truth, Boruto has now fully understood the reason behind Sarada avoiding him. In the past, whenever he kept a secret from her, she would sulk and often not speak to him for a long time. But back then they were in a romantic relationship, and now they are merely friends, at most childhood buddies. He has no obligation to explain the reasons behind such a significant change. Moreover, how could he explain the truth of his arrival from the future? He must keep it as secret as possible. Currently, apart from himself, only two others know. Thus the two once again fall into a prolonged silence as time flows by. Finally, Sarada utters a phrase that breaks the silence between them. "If you don't want to talk, you can go back for now." Sarada's words sound quite normal, but they strike Boruto as hard. From his understanding of Sarada, whenever she says this, it signals that their Cold War is entering its second phase, where simply coaxing her will no longer suffice. In their previous life they were a couple, but gradually eased into their original dynamic. But what about now? What is their relationship now? Just as Sarada stands up to open the door and see him off, Boruto finally ends his internal struggle. Sarada halts her departure as someone has grabbed her wrist. Under the soft light, Boruto sat cross-legged on the ground while Sarada, with her back to him, posed as if she wanted to open the door. A hand stopped her movement. Boruto grasped her wrist and they maintained this position for a moment. After a few minutes, Boruto finally spoke. With his head lowered and hair covering his eyes, Boruto's demeanor conveyed his equally somber mood. "I'm sorry." These three words were a method Boruto had concluded during his years of being in a relationship with Sarada that could calm her down in the shortest time. No matter how intense their arguments were, as long as he uttered these three words, Sarada would calm down. As he expected, Sarada indeed calmed down and turned to him, though she still faced away. "Why are you apologizing? I shouldn't have kept it from you. I will give you a reasonable explanation." Boruto knew he had to provide a reasonable explanation for his current situation to mend his relationship with Sarada. "Let go." Sarada's voice was barely a whisper, and Boruto, still looking down, did not catch what she said. "What?" "I said let go." This time Sarada's voice was loud, startling Boruto, who quickly released her hand. Returning to her seat, Sarada held the spot where Boruto had just grabbed her, her face flushed with embarrassment. Meanwhile, Boruto sat opposite, looking out at the moon, picking at his nose to ease the awkward atmosphere. After several seconds, Sarada resumed her previous sitting posture, preparing to continue their conversation, though the blush on her face revealed her inner turmoil. "All right, you speak." Boruto turned to look at Sarada, noticing the persistent blush on her face, which made him feel embarrassed as well. "Speak about what?" His actions irritated Sarada, who pointed at his nose and scolded him. "Are you an idiot? Didn't you just say you'd explain things to me?" It was only after Sarada's reminder that he realized and formally began to explain the reasons for his transformation, albeit with slight modifications. In his account, he explained that his drastic change was due to a dream he had. In the dream there was a mystical creature, a gigantic toad, which told him that an unprecedented crisis would soon befall the ninja world. Aliens known as Otsutsuki would come to Earth, and their goal was to reclaim the chakra scattered throughout the ninja world since ancient times. As for their purpose, they firmly believed that by absorbing sufficient chakra they could become the legendary deities. It is said that the legendary Sage of Six Paths was a descendant of the Otsutsuki clan, who along with his brother rescued the inhabitants of the ninja world from dire straits. The method of rescue was to seal their mother, the Otsutsuki, within a massive sealing stone, which is now the moon. They indeed saved the ninja world, but they were unaware of the even greater shadow looming over it. They discovered that their mother sacrificed her people to the god tree to create an army to combat unknown enemies. However, by the time they realized this, it was too late. Both had already exhausted their life forces, and throughout the remainder of their lives they found no trace of these powerful foes. Thus they could only share this news with their most trusted friend, a toad named Gamamaru, before they passed away. This toad was a spirit beast that could foresee the future through dreams. At this point Boruto suddenly brought up their respective fathers. "Have you heard from your dad about the stories between him and mine?" Sarada was clearly taken aback by Boruto's question, recalling that she had recently met Sasuke for the first time while accompanying Naruto, who had been on missions for years. Naturally she wouldn't know their stories. The only thing she knew was that Sakura had once told her they were classmates. As for more details, she had no idea. After receiving her response, Boruto continued narrating the story he knew. In his story, Naruto and Sasuke were the reincarnations of the two sons of the Sage of Six Paths. Due to the influence of their chakra, regardless of the experiences they faced, their reincarnated selves would ultimately meet again until one killed the other and perished as well. The two chakras would continue to reincarnate and entangle each other, perpetuating this curse. Because of their unique chakra, the reincarnated beings often became top-tier ninjas in the ninja world. However, this curse was ultimately brought to an end by Naruto and Sasuke as their chakras dissipated into the world, thereby eliminating the greatest threat to the ninja world. Upon hearing such a fantastical story, Sarada appeared clearly bewildered. She had indeed read about the Sage of Six Paths in her textbooks. However, she had never heard of the toad or reincarnation afterward, let alone that her father was a participant in this legend. In stark contrast to her state, Boruto now bore no hint of gloom. He awaited Sarada to absorb this information, and only after her expression began to improve did he continue with the next part of the story. Gamamaru had successfully foreseen their duel in the past, but he had not seen who would emerge victorious. In the days that followed, his life returned to tranquility. He had not had any prophetic dreams since the Fourth Great Ninja War. Until recently he dreamt of a crisis far beyond anything before, and in the dream he once again saw a boy with azure eyes, with golden hair like Naruto's and the unique whisker marks on his face. It was clear the boy bore many similarities to Naruto. Ultimately he learned the boy's identity and used a special sage technique to contact Boruto. He informed him about the impending crisis in the ninja world and that he would be the one facing it directly, standing at the vortex of this. This was the reason Boruto explained to Sarada for his significant change. After listening, Sarada still seemed doubtful and immediately questioned Boruto. "Why should I believe your fantastical story? How can I be sure you're not lying to me?" Boruto's response was to suggest she ask Sakura to confirm if such a sage toad truly existed. Seeing Boruto's confident demeanor, Sarada's initial doubts gradually lessened, though she still did not fully believe him. Boruto was completely unafraid of having his fabricated reason exposed. After all, most of what he said was true, merely revealing the prophecy of the Great Toad Sage ahead of time. In the distant future, the Great Toad Sage indeed made a prophecy regarding Boruto's protection of the ninja world. As for why Boruto dared to attribute the idea to the Great Toad Sage, the reason was that the elder's forgetfulness had become increasingly severe. On the vast expanse of the ocean, a ship filled with passengers sailed, appearing quite small against the broad sea surface. Sailing on this stretch of water, the only companions were the white clouds in the sky and the fish swimming in the sea. Standing side by side on the deck, the boy and girl admired the scenery, having already gazed at it for many days on their journey. Yet for some reason, despite sharing the same ship and following the same course, their moods were much better than when they had set out. The distance between them was also much closer than before. This behavior led their classmates to believe that the rumors of their relationship were indeed true. After all, since the day they heard the rumor, neither of them had denied it. Moreover, during the following days of study abroad, their relationship had grown even closer. This made their friends who often hung out with them feel quite uncomfortable. Just like now, the two stood shoulder to shoulder watching the scenery, with Heian nestled in Zhao Liangna's embrace, laughter occasionally escaping them. Sipping, Jingzhen drank from a box of apple juice, nudging the deer platform beside him with his shoulder. "Look, they're all cuddled up again." Deer platform expressed his helplessness at Jingzhen's words, while Dai Dai stood on the other side, still holding the same old potato chips, this time a special edition from Wuing Village. "By the way, what did your good friend say to you?" After finishing the juice with a vigorous sip, Jingzhen crumpled the box and tossed it into a distant trash can with a basketball-like motion. After the box landed accurately in the bin, he made a downward elbow gesture. Same as Boruto's answer, nothing. It turned out that the day after the incident they had noticed the unusual behavior of the two. Subsequently they each inquired if they were truly together. The answers they received were remarkably similar, both stating that they were not dating. However, despite their words, some of their actions and behaviors seemed indistinguishable from those of a couple in the eyes of their friends. In the days that followed, their friends felt that the two simply did not want to share the truth with them. Thus, in their collective understanding, they already considered them a couple. Sigh, I wonder what they are so shy about. Watching the two enjoy the scenery together, Jingzhen could only mutter in dissatisfaction. Listening to Zhao Liangna recount her amusing encounters, Boruto's thoughts gradually drifted back to the night they both confessed. Zhao Liangna was visibly shocked by Boruto's story, her inner turmoil and restless demeanor clearly expressing her current feelings. In truth, Boruto understood her feelings very well. Anyone would struggle to accept so many things that exceeded their comprehension. Even he had taken time to adjust after discovering he had returned to the past. He realized that it was up to Zhao Liangna to absorb this information. He could not assist her. After another half hour, Zhao Liangna gradually accepted Boruto's explanation. By now it had been 2.5 hours since Boruto came to find her in 403, and it was already past 10 at night. Huff. After a long sigh, Zhao Liangna had preliminarily accepted the information Boruto had shared, and she posed another question. This was a question she had wanted to ask for a long time, but she had never found the right moment. Now during their private time together she finally had the chance to ask. And one more thing, why have you suddenly been so nice to me? Isn't your kindness unrelated to whether or not you can save the ninja world? She pulled out a box of medication for stomach issues from her backpack and placed it in front of Boruto. The question she asked along with the medicine on the table left Boruto momentarily speechless. Recalling Boruto's actions towards her this semester, Zhao Liangna couldn't help but blush. The changes in how they interacted, especially the times he exchanged bento for bread, were not just once or twice. Whenever he encountered an opportunity while shopping, Boruto would do his best to help her. This eventually led to Jingjin no longer allowing Boruto to bring him meals. From Zhao Liangna's observations, she noticed that Boruto seemed to know about her stomach issues, as she often found pain relief medicine in her drawer. Every time he would find a moment to secretly place it in her drawer. Although he was careful, Zhao Liangna still discovered it. Watching the longing in Zhao Liangna's eyes, Boruto once again recalled memories from his past life. During one meal together, Zhao Liangna suddenly felt unwell and took out a box of stomach medicine from her bag. After she took the medicine, Boruto asked her concernedly about her condition, to which she replied that it was an old ailment. In her account she mentioned that when she was young her mother was too busy to prepare lunch for her, so she could only buy bread from a convenience store to fill her stomach. Over time she developed this issue, and from then on Boruto remembered her stomach problems. Consequently, whenever they were together he would always carry a box of medicine. It wasn't until she learned the 100 healings technique from Sakura in her quest to become stronger that she no longer needed this stomach medicine. The time came when Boruto and Deer Platform first encountered Zhao Liangna at the convenience store this semester, and seeing the bread in her hand reminded him of this matter. Thus the later incident of exchanging bento for the bread in her hands occurred. Now Boruto understood he needed to explain his actions. After a complicated mental preparation, Boruto ultimately used a single sentence to explain his behavior. I don't need your answer, after all I can't waste time on this matter anymore. Boruto's words were undeniably harsh, yet one could sense the underlying reluctance and deep affection in his tone, hinting at the resolve he had to express such thoughts. He then left 403, returning to his own room, leaving Zhao Liangna alone by the coffee table. At that moment Zhao Liangna was still caught in the shock brought on by Boruto's words, unaware that he had already left. After about 10 minutes she finally came to her senses. At night Boruto's words lingered in her mind. It's simple, if you like someone you must understand her. The love-struck girl would surely find it hard to sleep contemplating Boruto's words before deciding in her heart. As the passenger vessel gradually receded into the distance, the group standing at the harbor finally stirred into motion. To reaffirm their profound regard for Boruto and his companions, the farewell delegation was once again led by the Mizuki herself. This time however the procession was markedly longer than the one that had welcomed Boruto's party, comprising not only the Mizuki and Karura but also dozens of unfamiliar figures. Even Boruto, who had traveled back from the future, did not recognize them, yet their distinctive attire betrayed their extraordinary status. Forehead protectors and tactical vests marked them unmistakably as elite shinobi of Kirigakure, the Mist Village. The Mizuki adjusted the brim of her conical hat and turned away briskly. All present knew full well they had not gathered here merely to bid farewell to a group of children, but because the Mizuki bore a covert mission, one she intended to entrust to them. Yet their orders extended only to assembling at the harbor that day, beyond that neither destination nor objective had been disclosed. Still they could infer the mission's gravity and difficulty from the composition of the unit. Every shinobi present was an elite of Kirigakure, renowned even among jonin for exceptional prowess. A task force of such caliber could effortlessly annihilate an entire minor nation, especially under the direct command of the Mizuki herself. Once Boruto's vessel vanished completely beneath the horizon, Chojuro immediately led the assembled shinobi toward a warship distinctly different from the others docked nearby. This vessel belonged to the official naval fleet of the Land of Water, temporarily placed under Kirigakure's operational control, an arrangement vital to securing the village's maritime trade routes. It was a fully armed warship mounting a heavy artillery piece with a caliber of 120 mm. Pirates encountering it would have no choice but to flee. Its single shell could sink their vessels outright. Karura stood poised today, not merely in demeanor but in readiness, for the upcoming mission concerned him directly. Though Chojuro had informed him long ago, and though he had prepared meticulously, a quiet tension now gripped him. Chojuro, walking ahead, sensed his unease and offered reassurance. Do not worry. If the fourth Mizuki could accomplish it, so can you. He then clapped a firm hand upon Karura's shoulder. Karura understood his meaning implicitly. As the sole inheritor of Yagura's bloodline, he was unquestionably the most likely to succeed. Moreover, should he undertake this task as the designated successor to the Mizukage, it would fortify his authority and legitimacy upon assuming the title. After this is concluded, your formal training begins. Per the plan, once the mission ended, he would vanish from public view under the pretext of carrying out classified operations, joining several others in seclusion to master the legendary Seven Swordsmen of the Mist. Recalling Boruto's words to him that night, Karura grasped a sobering truth: genuine peace across the shinobi world could never be achieved through diplomatic summits among great nations alone. One phrase struck him with particular force, and resonated deeply within him: complete honesty between individuals is impossible, how much less so between nations. Indeed, Karura had lived those words for over a decade. His sensitive lineage had cast a shadow over his early life. Before meeting Shizun, everyone around him kept a cautious, distant reverence. Later, even Shizun abandoned him, until he assumed the mantle of Mizukage heir when the villagers' disdainful glances slowly faded from sight. Yet he knew their prejudice had not vanished, it had merely retreated, buried deep beneath layers of deference concealed behind lowered eyes. Still, he bore it without resentment. In his subconscious, he truly believed his family owed Kirigakure a debt, and until that debt was acknowledged, endurance was his only path. Then Boruto told him the one who erred was the fourth Mizukage, not you. Those words struck like a sledgehammer, shattering the dark chamber he had built to conceal his true self. In truth, he had long understood why the ignorant villagers redirected their hatred for the fourth Mizukage onto his family. It stemmed solely from fear. As his father recounted, even while his grandfather ruled Kirigakure as the Bloody Mist, no villager dared oppose him, instead all voiced enthusiastic support. Now he understood, under that regime many villagers had indeed reaped tangible benefits. In earlier days, shinobi bore responsibility for protecting civilians, but those born into noble clans regarded villagers with open contempt, speaking to them always from a position of arrogant superiority. When such shinobi committed wrongdoing, it was invariably the powerless civilians who bore the punishment, forced silently to endure injustice without recourse. Then Yagura ascended, a Mizukage unlike any before him, born not of nobility but of common stock. He sought to transform the relationship between aristocratic shinobi and ordinary citizens. Yet something shifted profoundly after his inauguration. His temperament twisted. He launched the Bloody Mist policy, systematically purging bloodline limits across the land of water and offering extravagant bounties for informants. To the villagers, this became a long-awaited outlet, an opportunity to vent generations of suppressed resentment. Not only could they drag haughty shinobi lords one by one into prison cells, but they could also claim generous rewards. Crowds flooded the ANBU headquarters daily. Of course, where ignorance flourished, so too did dissent, among ordinary citizens who sensed the policy's inherent wrongness. Foremost among them were Mei Terumi and Zabuza Momochi. When the fourth Mizukage died unexpectedly, the villagers remained unaware of the circumstances, though Karura as his grandson knew the truth. He had been assassinated by one of his own subordinates. Yet a haunting question lingered within the Kikuju family: how had an obscure nameless shinobi breached layers of elite protection to reach Yagura, and how had he slain a perfect Jinchuriki without sound or trace? However grave the doubts, the Kikuju clan, stripped of all authority, had no means to uncover the truth. Yagura's funeral concluded swiftly. Mei Terumi succeeded him, and immediately dismantled the Bloody Mist policies upon taking office. Whereupon those same villagers who had once eagerly denounced their peers now donned new masks, claiming they too had been coerced by Yagura's tyranny into betraying fellow shinobi. They began vocally condemning Yagura's atrocities, and redirected their venom toward the Kikuju family. Scurrilous insults soon ringed their home. Subtle discrimination followed, casting them absurdly as victims of the very policy they were accused of enabling. Yet curiously, despite the vitriol hurled at the Kikuju family, Yagura's tombstone remained immaculately clean. How best to describe it? Even in death, the fourth Mizukage's awe-inspiring authority endured. As Karura drifted deep into memory, the warship beneath his feet slipped silently from the harbor, steering toward the forbidden waters of the land of water, where a mist-shrouded island cradled a vast still lake. And within that lake dwelled a colossal turtle. Finally back home. Standing at the entrance of Konoha village, Jingjin raised his clenched fists and shouted towards the azure sky. The others were at a loss for how to react to his behavior. After all, in Boruto's eyes, this kid seemed to be a bit lacking in common sense, always performing actions that were both amusing and exasperating. For instance, on the return ship he somehow managed to bring a whole box of milk, drinking incessantly despite being lactose intolerant. As they rocked on the choppy sea, it was no surprise that he soon had an upset stomach. From morning until evening the already limited public restrooms were blocked by him, and this all took place out at sea. As for why it was a public restroom, the reason was that his room's toilet was also clogged. After receiving the order to disperse, he vanished in a flash. Presumably he went home, but his actions left Luda in a bind, since the local specialties they had bought together were packed in the same bag which he had already taken. In other words, Luda still needed to make a trip to his house to retrieve their items before he could go home. As for Jing Jun's eccentric behavior, everyone was puzzled. Aunt Jingya and Uncle Zhuo were both very composed individuals, so how could they have a son like Jing Jun? Alright, I have to head back now. I'll see you all on Monday. Once Jing Jun's figure disappeared below the street, Boruto finally shifted his gaze away from him. After hearing Boruto's voice, the others also reacted and expressed their farewells for next week. Watching Boruto's departing back, Sarada found it hard to look away. At that moment Dai Dai came up to her ear and deliberately blew a breath of air. Feeling the discomfort in her ear, Sarada finally redirected her attention from Boruto's departing figure. Dai Dai, hey, what are you doing? Sarada rubbed her ear, expressing her dissatisfaction with Dai Dai's behavior, looking at her with a small pout of complaint. Dai Dai did not respond directly, instead assessing the girl before her with a half-smile on her face. Her aggressive gaze made Sarada feel extremely uncomfortable. In the end, Sarada could only cross her arms to shield her average-sized chest, retaliating with a similarly aggressive stare. However, judging from their interaction, Sarada's counterattack was ineffective. Dai Dai even seemed to smile more broadly after Sarada's response. In utter frustration, Sarada could only flee, clutching her belongings and running towards the village like a startled kitten. Seeing her like this, Dai Dai could no longer contain her laughter and burst out loud. Ha ha ha, Luda, did you see her like this? She wiped the tears from her eyes caused by her laughter and nudged Luda with her shoulder. Clearly she forgot about Luda's current situation. Burdened with numerous bags, Luda toppled to the ground with her gentle push. Upon learning that the school would take them to the Hidden Mist village, his parents were particularly excited. They asked him to bring back local specialties, each requesting increasingly bizarre items. Due to her background from the desert, his mother Tsunade requested him to bring back more gifts from the seaside after hearing about his trip. From small seashells to large fish specimens, a variety of unusual items cost him quite a bit. As for Shikamaru, he asked him to bring back a set of shogi made from the locally unique yellow pine wood, which was said to be priceless. As he simply could not carry everything, he entrusted the souvenirs he bought for himself to Jing Jun for safekeeping. Lying on the ground, Luda gazed up at the drifting clouds, suddenly struck by a thought that could be deemed disrespectful. Why not tell Dad to forget about this pig deer butterfly thing? With the thought of being bound to these two little geniuses for his future ninja career, he felt a wave of despair wash over him. Luda, are you alright? In the northern part of the village there was a villa. The reason this particular small building was called a villa in a village center mostly filled with detached houses was clear. It had its own garden, and not just one. Besides the fenced backyard, there was also a front yard lawn that was even larger than the house itself. Apart from the most noticeable lawn, another point was that there were no other buildings within at least 5 meters around it. This was something rarely seen in the valuable central area of Konoha. Aside from the large family compounds, this was the only personal residence of this kind. The owner of the house was none other than the highest leader of Konoha village, the 7th Hokage Naruto Uzumaki. This plot of land originally belonged to the late 4th Hokage and his wife, and later the original house was lost in Pain's invasion during the Shinra Tensei. After reconstruction, Naruto naturally had the right to reclaim it, so after starting his family he moved here. Thus, given the special nature of this land, no foolish individuals would dare to build houses in its vicinity. Now, having concluded their study trip, Boruto was lying on the small bed he hadn't seen in ages, reflecting on the events of his recent return, which felt much like usual. Upon hearing his return, Himawari rushed out from the living room. She embraced her brother, whom she hadn't seen for half a month, perhaps missing him too much. When she looked up, Boruto saw tears glistening in her eyes and her nose was twitching. She looked at him with a pitiful expression, her voice trembling as if she were about to cry. Brother. Boruto quickly sensed that Himawari was on the verge of tears and wanted to avoid having to comfort her. He thought of a clever trick, hurriedly picking up the black cloud resting on his head and tossing it in front of Himawari. As expected, her mood stabilized immediately upon seeing the black kitten. Then, after taking out the small gift he had prepared for her, Himawari's spirits improved. Boruto then claimed he was too tired and planned to retreat to his room. As he ascended the stairs, Boruto saw Himawari holding a clearly ill-fitting little dress, slowly walking toward the black cloud. It wanted to struggle, but to no avail. In the end, Boruto heard its voice. You little brat, quickly save this lord. It never expected Boruto to be so heartless, not even glancing at it before disappearing up the stairs. Sorry my good brother, I will remember your kindness for a lifetime. Lying in bed, Boruto clenched his left fist against his chest, expressing deep admiration for the black cloud's willingness to sacrifice for him. At the same time, in a residential building in the northern part of the village, Sakura returned home after finishing her work. Seeing her daughter cooking in the kitchen, she felt her day's fatigue lessen significantly. At the dining table while eating, Sarada suddenly said something that left her hesitating. Mom, can you teach me the 100 healings technique? Recently, Konoha village has been rather lively, often frequented by a variety of individuals. Judging by their attire, it's evident that they are not residents of the nearby area. They all bear various ninja headbands, and if nothing unexpected occurs, they are likely here to participate in the Chunin exam. Today marks the second day since returning to the village in accordance with his previous agreement with Orochimaru. The first thing Boruto did upon his return was to seek him out, though it was impossible to go to his former hideout. Since forming an alliance with Boruto, Orochimaru relocated the items from his previous hideout to a new location closer to the village for the purpose of facilitating quick communication and handling emergencies. As for how close it is, let's put it this way: from the village it takes approximately 2 hours at Boruto's pace, which is based on his speed before signing the contract with Konoha. It's roughly the distance from the village gate to Shiroku Street, and that hideout is situated in a cave less than 10 kilometers from Shiroku Street. On the day the hideout was chosen, Boruto accompanied Orochimaru and saw that the place he selected was yet another cave. Boruto couldn't help but complain, why is it always inside a cave? However, his strong dissatisfaction dissipated entirely after hearing Orochimaru's response. What else would you want as a hideout? To put it bluntly, the organization we are forming is essentially a terrorist group. Young Master Boruto, are you looking to set up an office building in the village for coming and going? Although both of them were not ordinary ninjas when they decided to establish Suki, the organization was still too small to require a large hideout. Moreover, while it is referred to as a hideout, it truly serves as a meeting place. If it weren't for the necessity of storing Orochimaru's research equipment, a larger space wouldn't be needed. Any restaurant could suffice, as Boruto envisions that each member of the organization should maintain their own original identity. Under normal circumstances, everyone should go about their own business without having to stay here every day. After all, every member of the organization must be a skilled individual or possess enough potential to become a top expert as per Boruto's requirements. If such a group were to disappear simultaneously, the higher-ups from various villages would surely take notice, making it necessary to have a concealed identity. This is where Suki and Akatsuki differ the most. One is a well-known mercenary organization in the ninja world before exposure, while the other is a secret society of aspirants. According to Boruto's vision, the organization requires comrades who share the same dream, so he doesn't need them to defect from their villages. Moreover, striving for peace and unity in the ninja world is much simpler when achieved by those in high positions rather than a group of rogue ninjas on the run. This is also why he has the idea of recruiting Kagura. After all, she is the next confirmed Mizukage, assuming she survives until her predecessor's term ends. To prevent such a scenario, Boruto must deal with the various mountain bandits and pirates that infest the ninja world after finishing his battle with Kinshiki. It is indeed somewhat amusing, though quite grim, that a prodigious youth with high expectations could perish at the hands of a nameless little pirate. Of course, eliminating pirates and bandits is not just to ensure Kagura's survival until she becomes the Mizukage, it also allows him to rapidly accumulate the organization's prestige among the populace. If the prestige is sufficiently high when they officially act on their plan to unify the ninja world, the obstacles they face will be significantly reduced. As for where he learned this, it brings us back to Sasuke. When he told Boruto the story of Naruto, he mentioned a saying that his brother conveyed to Naruto. It's not that one becomes Hokage to earn everyone's recognition, but rather that only those who earn recognition can become Hokage. In the days that followed, Boruto gradually understood the depth of this statement. For a ruler, what is important has never been power but the people's hearts. However, in the ninja world, due to ninjas wielding extraordinary powers, the will of ordinary citizens is essentially insignificant. In such an environment, the so-called public opinion is represented by a minority of ninjas. Yet Boruto realized through his confrontation with the Kara organization that with the advancement of technology, the gap between ordinary ninjas and common civilians is narrowing, except for some special existences. Thus, the public opinion represented by ordinary people will become increasingly important, making it necessary to gain substantial civilian support beforehand. When the organization prepares to overthrow the old order, those supportive citizens will also become an undeniable force. This is also why Boruto wants Orochimaru and Kabuto to join the organization. With the assistance of 2 leading biologists in the ninja world, Boruto can expedite the arrival of that day. Additionally, in his plans, Amato from the Kara organization is also someone he intends to recruit. Although Amato has his own objectives, to achieve them he must ensure that the ninja world isn't destroyed by the Otsutsuki. Thus, to a certain extent, he could collaborate with Boruto. In the forthcoming era, the value of technological personnel will rise, so it is essential for Boruto's organization to acquire as much support from tech talents as possible. Returning to the present, Boruto walks through the deep damp cave with water continuously dripping from the ceiling. Feeling the sensation of something thick and moist underfoot, the muddy ground could be isolated with chakra, yet the tactile sensation still registers. Eventually, upon arriving at the concealed dark door, a drop of water fell from the cave ceiling, landing precisely on Boruto's head. Unable to endure it any longer, he made a decision as he opened the door. I must find a way to acquire the research center's building. His determination was unprecedentedly resolute. Due to this decision, in the near future Boruto would put Kinshiki through hell, but that is a story for another time. The dark door was specially designed by Orochimaru, and not only was it discreet, but it was also equipped with a fingerprint switch. One must locate the hidden switch in a specific manner, and only then can it be opened using a fingerprint which must be registered in its database. Every time Boruto thinks about how Orochimaru could create such an intelligent door by himself, he can't help but exclaim, truly worthy of Mr. Orochimaru. Stepping onto the concrete floor, Boruto followed the long corridor and entered a room with a long table set up. Upon entering, he saw a familiar figure conversing with a stranger. So Mr. Orochimaru, what do you need me for? Time quickly passed and tomorrow marked the day of the Chunin exam. To prepare for the upcoming Chunin exam, Lu Tai specifically called him out even though he knew that with Boruto's current strength passing the test was practically a foregone conclusion. However, just to be safe, he still gathered information regarding the opponents Boruto might encounter. Earlier in the morning, Lu Tai even called him, mentioning that there were a few noteworthy opponents and expressed a desire for them to discuss it in person. So after lunch, Boruto left directly for a training ground. This was a special training ground surrounded by dense jungle. Due to the pristine nature of the forest, very few people would come here. Essentially only ninjas came here, and importantly it was the exclusive training ground of the Nara clan. Tall trees blocked most of the sunlight, allowing only a few rays to filter through the layers of leaves, landing on the ground in scattered patches of light. The ground felt very soft beneath his feet, not just because of the lush grass but also due to the sensation of various leaves being crushed. Boruto arrived at the training ground exactly at 1 o'clock, the time they had agreed upon. Yo! Under a large tree not far away, a boy leaned against it, flipping through a thick stack of documents. Without a doubt the boy was Lu Tai, who had arrived a little earlier. Upon hearing Boruto's greeting, he looked up. Finally here. Boruto found his tone strange when he spoke, glanced at his watch confirming he had arrived on time and responded. Don't look at me like that, I didn't arrive late. Lu Tai ignored Boruto's cheeky remarks. He had two purposes in mind for meeting Boruto. One was the documents in his hand and the other was the game Boruto had asked him to play a few days earlier. However, for now he wasn't in a hurry, so he stood aside waiting for Boruto to review the documents. After receiving the documents, Boruto sat down against the tree. He was curious about what kind of opponents Lu Tai felt the need to remind him about. He quickly flipped through the documents, managing to review most of them in just a few minutes. However, based solely on the descriptions in the documents, Boruto felt there was no one particularly noteworthy. Feeling at a loss, he asked Lu Tai which opponents were truly exceptional while handing the documents back to him. There were two individuals Lu Tai mentioned, one being Wolfang Ice Falls from the Land of Snow, which could greatly aid Boruto's path to becoming stronger. The other was a girl from the Land of Lightning, Kisai, who could pose a significant threat to Boruto in this Chunin exam. The former mastered Ice Release while the latter was a powerful opponent. After reviewing their introductions, Boruto immediately perked up. As Kuroyuki could provide him with sufficient chakra, Boruto was already capable of activating his Byakugan. However, he could only utilize the basic abilities of the Byakugan, which allowed him to observe chakra formations. This was also why he had been able to grasp the art of shifting so quickly. After gaining the ability to activate the Byakugan, he had been trying to figure out if he could find someone with a bloodline limit to see if he could replicate their chakra release techniques. Then he would attempt to mimic their release techniques, allowing him to use the same techniques himself. However, given his chakra attributes, he couldn't replicate the bloodline limits found in Konoha. For some unknown reason, Boruto could not use all basic chakra attributes like his father. He only inherited wind, lightning and water. So even if he could replicate another's bloodline limit, Boruto could only master a few special ones. For this reason, he had used the Byakugan secretly more than once during his study trip to the Mist Village. He also wondered if he could find any overlooked individuals under the policy of the Mist Village, but it turned out that the policy was executed quite perfectly. During his time there, Boruto had only encountered one bloodline limit user, the previous Mizukage Terumi Mei, who possessed two bloodlines. Although both release techniques, boil release and lava release, were formidable, Boruto clearly couldn't master them. To his surprise, this Chunin exam, which he hadn't thought much of, turned out to hold unexpected delights for him. It seems this Chunin exam won't be too boring after all. If the individual from the Land of Snow was a surprise for Boruto, the other one could potentially become a rival. The one who uses blue demon flames. Boruto carefully reviewed the information on Kisai, noting her unique trait as a mysterious fire release user from the Land of Lightning, said to possess a bizarre blue-black fire that burned significantly hotter than ordinary fire. Once Boruto finished reviewing their information, Lu Tai was ready to fulfill his second purpose. By the way, regarding the new game you wanted me to check out, I have some new findings. As Boruto listened to him, he carefully folded 2 sheets of paper into small squares and placed them into his clothing bag. Upon hearing what Lu Tai said, Boruto immediately reacted, looking up at him. What did you find out? Just as you suspected, that game has a very high degree of reality replication. Even while playing, I could indeed feel the unusual fluctuations in my chakra. Boruto certainly wouldn't waste time recommending an ordinary game to Lu Tai. Instead, he needed Lu Tai to help verify something. This game had appeared last Sunday, boasting the title of the most realistic VR game in the ninja world, claiming to offer players the most authentic gaming experience. Having been released for only a week, it quickly became a sensation throughout the ninja world. It was undeniably an impressive game. However, Orochimaru discovered an issue. Its publisher was an obscure little company, and the company's address was near a small town that was previously investigated as a base for the mysterious Zero organization. Thus they suspected that the game might be connected to the Zero organization and wondered who could play the game to see if any clues could be discovered. Coincidentally, Lu Tai had purchased the game but hadn't played it yet. Coupled with the Nara clan's prowess in chakra perception, Boruto asked Lu Tai to pay special attention while playing. To their surprise there indeed was a problem. From now on you shouldn't play this game. After receiving Boruto's command, Lutai showed no intention of objection and immediately agreed. In order to further investigate the irregularities behind this game, Boruto followed Lutai back to his house, taking the game and its equipment under the pretense of borrowing it for the game. Next he needed to find an opportunity to hand over the game console to Orochimaru. Originally Boruto was worried that the time would drag to next weekend, but unexpectedly he ran into Orochimaru on his way home. He brought Satsuki to the village to buy things, and just as they finished shopping and left the mall they happened to bump into Boruto. Boruto handed him the game console and casually informed him about Lutai's discovery. In the end Boruto decided to change the direction of his upcoming actions, postponing the matter of finding new companions and slightly pausing the investigation into the Shell organization. The current primary goal is to clarify what the new organization's intentions are. After all, if their goal is related to this game, delaying any further would be too late. In less than a week the game has already appeared in various parts of the ninja world. After completing the handover, Boruto parted ways with them, preparing to return home to thoroughly review the exam materials for the test starting tomorrow and to study this person called Kisei. Orochimaru then moved the items to Satsuki's residence, leaving with the game helmet, knowing that he and Kabuto would have to work overtime in the upcoming days. Regarding Boruto's exploitative behavior towards labor, he and Kabuto had protested multiple times. However, each time Boruto would comfort them with empty promises. "I appreciate your hard work, after all with great power comes great responsibility. Moreover, it's not that our organization lacks manpower, things will improve in the future." Once or twice they still complained about Boruto, but now they have become numb to it. Recently Kabuto even vented to Orochimaru. "Orochimaru-sama, why did you agree to their invitation? I was practically retired during my days as just the director. I didn't expect that the workload here would be so heavy, can I withdraw?" Orochimaru was not surprised by his complaints, as Kabuto had indeed lived a comfortable life before. The most exhausting part of his day used to be sitting in that fake wheelchair teaching the orphans, and he never expected to return to work after retirement. Moreover, the workload is even greater than when he was hiding in the east of the ninja world. Nowadays all he desires is for time to pass quickly until quitting time. Who would have thought that the most perfect sage would be worn out by work even more so than when he faced the Uchiha brothers alone? One can only say that even sages can grow old, right? However, Orochimaru was completely unconcerned with Kabuto's complaints, for he knew that before Kabuto joined he had been handling all this work alone, essentially being a slave. All the weapon research, cultivation of Hashirama's cells and investigations into various pieces of information were all assigned to him by Boruto. But why did Boruto choose not to share the burden? His reason was that he was still young and had to go to school, leaving him with no time to do these things. Naturally Orochimaru did not believe this evasive answer. Not to mention, with the nearly unlimited chakra provided by the Dark Cloud, as long as Boruto was willing he could easily explore every corner of the ninja world using shadow clones. If he applied that to intelligence gathering he wouldn't be so exhausted. Now that Boruto was about to graduate, it would be interesting to see how he would wriggle out of it. Thus Orochimaru was eagerly awaiting the arrival of the ninja exam, finally seeing a light at the end of the tunnel. As for why Tsunade hadn't helped them, it was simply because she had yet to join their organization. The reason did not lie with Boruto, but rather Tsunade hesitated after learning about the reasons behind the formation of the organization. She told Orochimaru that she needed to think carefully. As a result, the slaves in the organization remain Orochimaru and Kabuto. Upon returning to the base, Orochimaru immediately went to the computer, linking the helmet to the main console with no time to talk to the two in the room. While Orochimaru was working diligently, a person approached him from behind. After watching for a while he realized he couldn't understand it and simply asked Orochimaru what it was. "It's something Boruto gave me, and it's already confirmed that this thing is related to that Zero organization." Orochimaru could tell who was behind him without turning around. Although Tsunade had not formally joined the organization, Boruto indicated that there was no need to deliberately conceal information from her. After all, he understood that as long as it was beneficial for Konoha, Tsunade would not impede them, and he trusted her character, believing she would not leak the organization's secrets. In Boruto's mind, since they were preparing to invite Tsunade to join the organization, they should not be overly wary of her. Thus Tsunade often appeared at the base, watching them conduct various tasks and experiments. Although she only observed and did not participate, appearing entirely as a spectator, none of them had any intention of driving her away. Now, based on Boruto's memories and Kabuto's theories. Since Tsunade already knew the vast majority of the secrets, she naturally understood Boruto's origins and the strange cat that suddenly appeared around him. Thus Orochimaru saw no need to hide information. If there really is a butterfly effect, then the Zero organization, which did not exist in Boruto's past life, is the greatest threat. After all, the information network created by the partnership between Orochimaru and Kabuto is sufficient to cover the entire ninja world. Although they couldn't uncover the identity of the Zero organization's leader, they still obtained a reliable rumor. That is, this mysterious leader is said to be the will of Nagato. Regarding the idea of achieving relative peace in the ninja world through absolute force, Boruto has both agreements and complete opposition. Thus it is without a doubt that this organization will become an obstacle to the moon unifying the ninja world. Furthermore, since they claim to have inherited Nagatos, will they surely have some confidence in their own strength. Therefore, in several people's speculations, the opposing party is likely to become their formidable enemy. Thus, before confronting the shell organization, this unexpected existence must be eliminated. This is why Boruto requested the two to shift their focus to researching this helmet. They must first eliminate this unknown threat. After Tsunade understood Orochimaru's explanation regarding this matter, she recalled something her disciple had told her previously. Now she is considering joining the organization established by Uzumaki Boruto, for from their current actions there is no doubt that this child who claims to have come from the future is indeed the inheritor of the will of fire. His ultimate goal remains to protect the people around him, though the scope of those people is somewhat large. However, before that she needs to make a phone call. Soon the phone at the Uchiha house rang. Hello, is this Sakura? Dong dong dong, fireworks exploded in the sky, the sound traveling through the air to distant places. Today Konoha was especially lively, but the only downside was that due to the fireworks set off during the day, only the sounds could be heard while the fireworks themselves remained unseen. The flowing silhouettes of people blocked the streets like a dam, creating a scene of crowding. Yet regardless of the jostling crowds on the street or the vendors by the roadside, every face revealed a genuine smile. This was an annual auspicious day, as the joint Chunin exams were to be held in Konoha following the customary tradition. In fact, prior to the Fourth Great Ninja War there had not been many joint Chunin exams and the scope was not as extensive. However, after the Fourth Great Ninja War, this special exam that had only occurred sporadically transitioned to an annual event, with efforts made to broaden its scope to encompass the entire ninja world. As for the reason, it was naturally because what it represented now was more than just a simple Chunin exam, it had become a form of diplomatic engagement. Since the end of the Fourth Great Ninja War, the friction between the major nations had gradually decreased until all apparent conflicts had vanished. With the disappearance of friction among the great nations, the small countries nestled between them gradually began to enjoy a stable existence. However, although the visible friction had disappeared, various subtle clashes still occurred in the shadows, prompting the great lords of the major nations to unite the leaders of various villages to find a solution. Thus the annual summit of the Five Kages was established, where major issues were addressed, yet some minor matters remained challenging to resolve. Consequently, what was originally an exam for Chunin promotion became a venue for resolving these smaller issues. Through the results of the new generation's competitions between different countries, the military strengths of each nation were showcased, ultimately dissolving minor frictions. Originally the joint Chunin exams were exclusive to the ninjas of the 5 great villages, but as the internal situations of various small countries stabilized, they gradually sought ways to join the small group of the 5 great nations for protection. However, the discussions exclusive to the 5 Kages naturally did not permit the entry of small fries, prompting more and more to opt for the joint Chunin exams, seizing this opportunity to draw closer to the 5 great nations. As for the reason behind seeking protection, it's simply a story of the weak have no rights. In this seemingly peaceful ninja world, for a country to survive it must either be sufficiently powerful or have a strong backing. If neither condition is met, what awaits is oblivion from the map, only to appear in history books. At 10 in the morning, tens of thousands gathered in Konoha to attend the venue built for the joint Chunin exams, comprising people from various countries and different identities, not just ninjas. Boruto held the knife he had previously used to deal with someone, resting it on his shoulder in the same manner as before. Basking under the still warm sunlight, he stood at the bottom of the venue with a group of participants gazing up at the pavilion where 5 individuals sat, each wearing a conspicuous hat. The exam venue was a uniquely designed structure resembling a large water barrel with a long pavilion at the top providing shade for the audience, one of which stood out distinctly. That pavilion was noticeably higher than the others, featuring 2 levels. The lower level was a particularly large room with a huge screen hanging on the wall facing the venue's interior, used to display information about the competing parties. The second level housed a smaller pavilion designated for the 5 Kages viewing seats. After the fireworks concluded, the host began introducing the identities of the 5 Kages, and with each introduction thunderous applause erupted in the venue. Today marked the first day of the exam, with the first challenge set to take place in the training ground No. 44 of Konoha, known for its Death Forest. It was said that due to the forest's pristine nature and remarkable chakra content, it was home to numerous rare and exotic beasts. Each creature was not only ferocious but also powerful, with the possibility of encountering giant bears over 6 or 7 meters tall and crocodiles measuring 12 or 13 meters in length. Thus that place was an absolute forbidden zone for Konoha, and it was unexpected that the first challenge of this assessment would occur. As Boruto listened to the host's lengthy and tiresome introduction, he yawned out of boredom, contemplating observing the opponents around him who would compete for the top spot. Soon Boruto spotted one of his targets for this exam, a fellow wearing a fluffy hat on this hot day. Despite the sweltering heat, he exuded a chilling aura. He was Kiba, hailing from the land of snow, a wielder of the ice release bloodline. If all went as expected, Boruto would be able to master ice release through him. Not far from him, separated by 2 people, stood a girl dressed in cool attire. Her face bore several blue stripes drawn with paint, a total of 6, much like Boruto's father, but hers were painted on and in blue. Her gaze was sharp, emanating a sense of confidence complemented by her remarkable appearance and uniquely light purple hair. She exuded the aura of a wild beauty, though she could not yet be called a beauty herself as she was merely 2 years older than Boruto, qualifying as a girl. Kisai won, a genius girl from the land of lightning capable of wielding an extremely high-temperature blue flame. While Boruto was secretly observing her, the girl sensed a strange gaze directed at her from nearby. Turning her head, she caught sight of Boruto, who was genuinely appraising her. Realizing her actions had been noticed, Boruto remained unfazed. Instead, he raised his right hand with a smile and greeted her. In response to seeing Boruto, the girl nodded back. The two then simultaneously turned their heads back to look at the screen above the podium, which was introducing the participants of the exam. Though their unwavering confidence remained, their states were entirely different at that moment. Boruto still wore a bored expression while the girl's face inexplicably flushed red. In the stands, a girl noticed their behavior and silently made a note about a certain individual. At that moment, Boruto was unaware that one day in the future he would be dealt a harsh blow because of this incident. The introduction ends here, and now please proceed to the venue for the first exam. At the instant the host announced the start, 2 figures vanished from the arena before the audience's eyes. Their silhouettes then appeared on the giant screen broadcasting the scene outside the entrance of the venue. As they made their way to Training Ground 44, the scenery flashed past Boruto's eyes at an astonishing speed. One could only say that it was fitting for the genius that Lord Takumi had specifically mentioned Kisai was actually able to keep up with Boruto's pace. It is known that whether in the past or present, Boruto's talent for instant movement has always been exceptionally high, and his perception of space is also extraordinarily keen. To his surprise, upon returning to the present, he found a peer who could match him in this aspect. However, as they ran side by side, Boruto noticed that the way the girl ran was somewhat peculiar. Though she was a girl and naturally lighter in weight, the impact upon landing was less than that of Boruto. Yet the amount of dust kicked up upon landing was surprisingly minimal, even less than that of Sarada, who is also a girl. Boruto had only seen such a phenomenon in one other creature, which was not human. The only one capable of such a feat around Boruto was his transformed cat Tora. Among those Boruto knew, even Izuno Yamanaka, who had a family background dealing with cats, could not achieve it. To reach this level, Yamanaka would need to utilize the family's secret technique of summoning cat spirits and must land on all fours. However, this girl clearly could not use the summoning technique for cat spirits, nor did she need to land on all fours. She could achieve it using a normal running style. All these discoveries deepened Boruto's curiosity about her. Interesting. Boruto couldn't help but think, realizing that this Chunin exam was shaping up to be more than just entertaining. Thus the two of them raced to the entrance of Training Ground 44 at almost the same speed. Approximately 5 minutes after they left the examination venue, they arrived at the entrance of the training ground at the same time, where they would have to wait for the others who had yet to arrive. According to the rules, candidates who arrived here first would earn an additional 10 points in the subsequent evaluations. The teacher responsible for waiting for the exam gathering clearly did not anticipate that 2 candidates would arrive simultaneously, so he could only use the portable earpiece on his ear to inquire with the overall exam supervisor. Give both of them 10 points. After the report, about a minute later, a final decision came through the earpiece. The voice was gentle, but it was clearly a man's voice. The speaker was currently below the viewing area reserved for the 5 Kage in a room with screens mounted on the outer walls. Dressed in black matching his hair, he had a large scroll hanging from his waist revealing his identity. Shinobi Saito, currently the captain of the Hokage's direct Umbu unit and also the head of all Umbu forces in Konoha. The reason why Boruto and the girl were competing for these 10 points was due to the written exam scheduled for the next day. The second exam was a written test. If they could secure the additional 10 points today, it would provide a significant advantage in passing or achieving a higher score. After all, one major question was worth about 10 points. After the teacher in charge conveyed this information to them, Boruto's expression remained unchanged, but Chisai on the other side was entirely different. Before receiving this news, she had been taking deep breaths and smoothing out her breaths with her hands, praying internally that she would definitely earn those 10 points. From Boruto's perspective, it gradually became clear that this girl likely did not perform well academically. Coupled with some of her subconscious behaviors, Boruto began to understand her character. I didn't expect that despite her bold attire, her personality would be completely different. The large sword resting on Boruto's shoulder was still very conspicuous, and he maintained this posture as he slowly approached her. Hello. Thud. Just as Boruto greeted her, the girl who had been looking down was startled and directly sat down on the ground, and they both stared at each other in shock. Boruto was evidently startled by the girl's reaction, so much so that he fell over. Unsurprisingly, this further deepened Boruto's impression of her. After a moment of confusion, the girl quickly stood up, brushed off the dust from her clothes, and jogged up to Boruto to shake his hand. Hello, I'm Chisai, very pleased to meet you. Clearly she intended to say Boruto's name but realized she did not know him. I'm Uzumaki. Boruto, nice to meet you. The girl's stuttering manner of speaking once again deepened Boruto's impression of her. Hello, Boruto-kun. Upon hearing her address, Boruto wondered if she might not actually be a shy person. She dared to directly call a stranger by name. After just 2 short sentences, Boruto felt that his judgment of her character might be incorrect. Just as Boruto was still hesitating about how to have a proper conversation with this girl, a twist occurred. After all, her personality was completely different from what Boruto had assumed to be shy, naturally requiring a change in his initial approach. "Excuse me, what is the name of that sword you're carrying?" Boruto truly did not expect that the first to break the ice would be her, and she seemed quite interested in his sword. However, when Boruto checked her profile earlier, he clearly found that she was not a ninja who used swords, so why was she staring at his prized blade with sparkling eyes? Although Boruto was interested in this matter, what was more important now was to find a way to bridge the distance between them, and only then could he seek the information he wanted from her. "This sword was given to me by my swordsmanship teacher because I met her requirements." In order to quickly gather information about her, Boruto handed the sword over for her to examine. The look of shock on her face when she received the sword showed that she had not expected Boruto to so generously hand it over to this stranger. After receiving the sword, she cautiously drew it out and examined it closely. "According to my swordsmanship teacher, this sword is called Tajikiri Amanoko, reputed to be a famous blade in the ninja world since the times before the Warring States period. However, she is also not certain if it is true." "She is correct. This sword is indeed the legendary Tajikiri Amanoko, the blade said to slay demons." Her immediate response clearly piqued Boruto's interest, and seizing the opportunity, Boruto's curiosity about this girl's identity reached its peak after receiving her reply. "Because I have seen it. I have seen it." The girl's response completely caught Boruto off guard. According to the information, she was only a couple of years older than him, so how could she have seen this artifact from before the Warring States period? During their brief interaction, Boruto came to understand her character to some extent. Regardless of her looks or sweetness, she definitely had a hint of foolishness. "Where did you see it?" Boruto felt that with her intellect she would not hide where she had seen it, so he decided to directly ask without any roundabout approach. As he expected, Kisei answered without a second thought. However, no matter how much Boruto pressed her, she was unwilling to reveal any further information. Just as the atmosphere between them had reached an impasse, the other candidates finally started to arrive one after another, and the first examination was about to begin. Thus Boruto had no opportunity to pursue her further and could only think of ways to gauge her thoughts during the upcoming exam. The entrance to the No. 44 training ground was a rusted iron gate covered in patches of rust, standing only 4 meters tall, yet managing to keep those rare beasts contained within. The 2 sides of the gate seemed like 2 different worlds. One side basked in sunlight while the other was overgrown with weeds. Upon closer inspection, one could find many special talismans pasted on the 2 pillars of the gate, all inscribed with the character forbidden. It must be because of these talismans that a mere iron gate could confine those wild beasts within. As soon as the referee ninja gave the command, all the candidates swiftly passed through the now open gate, gradually disappearing into the depths of the forest. Their goal was to reach the central tower as quickly as possible, with the final rankings determined by the order of their entry. The rankings would influence their final standings. Considering that in this era ninjas not only needed to possess formidable strength but also the wisdom to adapt to changing circumstances, the ranking system for the exam was altered. The rankings would now be based not only on the outcomes of the final contest but also on the previous 2 exams. The final ranking would be calculated by combining the results from all 3 exams. To ensure that a sufficient number of spectators could witness the candidates' performances, all but the second theoretical exam would be broadcast live. Thus, even though the candidates had left the venue and entered the training ground, the audience in the venue remained undiminished, all watching the process of their traversal through the training ground on the large screen in the center. Each time a candidate executed a jaw-dropping maneuver, the audience would erupt with cheers and applause like a tidal wave. It is worth noting that tickets to watch the Chunin exam generated significant revenue, not to be underestimated even by the 5 great villages. While Sarada was watching intently, a busty woman sitting beside her woke her up. "It's time to go, Sarada." The woman had a small diamond-shaped mark on her forehead with golden blonde hair and wore a green coat emblazoned with the character for gamble. It was none other than the 5th Hokage Tsunade, known as one of the legendary 3 of Konohagakure. The reason Sarada was following her would soon be revealed. Sarada clearly did not want to leave, not just to watch the exam process but primarily to keep an eye on a certain individual, fearing that he would get too close to another girl. Just as she was about to ask Tsunade to stay a bit longer, one phrase from Tsunade completely jolted her awake. "Have you forgotten why you are studying the 100 Healings technique?" Tsunade had come specifically to teach Sarada the 100 Healings technique. As for why Sakura was not the one to do it, one reason was that she simply did not have the time. The other was that although Sakura had mastered the technique, she did not have the right to casually pass it on to others, not even to her own daughter. After all, the 100 Healings technique was Tsunade's adaptation derived from her studies of her grandfather, the first Hokage Hashirama Senju's self-regeneration technique. Although it had an incredibly powerful self-healing effect, its range of limitations was considerably narrower. As long as one had chakra and the talent for precise chakra control, they could learn it. The only variable was the time it took. Even Shizune after finally having some downtime managed to master the 100 healings technique. Thus according to Tsunade's regulations this secret technique including that of Sakura and Shizune could not be casually taught to others without her permission. If this were to happen it wouldn't be long before the entire ninja world would see countless practitioners of the 100 healings technique. After all any medical ninja had the ability to learn it including Orochimaru who had already become a sage. It was hard to imagine what kind of monster Orochimaru would become if he mastered the 100 healings technique. After hearing Tsunade's scolding Sarada finally agreed to leave the venue realizing that worrying about other girls appearing around Boruto was utterly pointless. Given the current power gap between them she felt she did not have the qualification to stand by his side. It was as if Boruto had already participated in the Chunin exam while she could only be an audience member below. Even if other girls appeared around him could she stop them? Did she even have the right to do so? In order to earn the qualification to stand beside Boruto and drive away other butterflies she had to become his legitimate girlfriend. However the immediate priority was to stand by his side and properly respond to the words Boruto had said to her that night. That night she had already understood why Boruto did not need her response. Under the looming crisis threatening the entire ninja world Boruto simply did not have the time to change the nature of their relationship. If nothing unexpected happened Boruto would bury these feelings deep within his heart for a long time. There is a saying that goes women only affect the speed at which I draw my sword and that holds true for Boruto now as well. If Sarada truly liked Boruto then she could not hold him back, letting go of her feelings for him was the best choice. But would she really make such a choice? Even in the previous life when Boruto was being hunted by the entire ninja world she steadfastly chose her love for him. Perhaps it was the influence of the Uchiha bloodline or maybe it was because she was just as stubborn in matters of the heart as her mother. In any case it was absolutely impossible for her to give up her feelings for Boruto. The past wouldn't, the present wouldn't, and even in the uncertain distant future it wouldn't. All of this was simply because she was Uchiha Sarada. Alright Lady Tsunade. In Tsunade's memory there was a pink-haired girl who had the same look in her eyes. Perhaps before the final chapter of her life arrived having such a disciple was a blessing from the heavens. You are really a lot like your mother. Tap tap tap. A rhythmic clatter of keyboard keys echoed through the dim laboratory where several figures stood gathered. Boruto, Kabuto and Orochimaru were present. The tapping came from Kabuto who was calibrating equipment. Meanwhile Boruto and Orochimaru stood before a metallic examination table. Orochimaru adjusted the neural interface headset Boruto had given him earlier while Boruto prepared to lie down upon the table. By the way, how did today's exam go? Orochimaru asked without looking up, his fingers still tracing over the device in his hands. In his estimation once Boruto passed the exam and formally left school his own responsibilities would ease considerably, making Boruto's academic performance a matter of genuine concern. Not bad, the questions were fairly straightforward. Boruto shifted his position on the table grimacing slightly. A slab of cold unyielding metal offered little comfort for reclining. Oh, and what about that girl from Kumogakure? Have you uncovered anything on her yet? Having settled into position Boruto raised the question he'd entrusted to Orochimaru after yesterday's first exam. At that Orochimaru froze mid-motion. A rare flash of irritation flickered across his otherwise impassive face. Just who do you take me for, to expect intelligence from another nation within a single day? His patience with Boruto's relentless expectations finally snapped and he retorted without restraint. Yet despite his frustration progress, however slight, had been made. All we've confirmed is that she's an orphan. She appeared in Kirigakure several years ago seemingly brought back by Killer Bee. Time was scarce. Even leveraging both Orochimaru's and Kabuto's extensive intelligence networks yielded only this fragment of information. Strangely every other trace of her vanished. No records, no whispers, not even Kumo's own operative stationed in Kirigakure possessed any knowledge of her. Her identity was almost certainly classified. Killer Bee, the Eight-Tails Jinchuriki. Boruto instantly seized upon the critical implication a figure personally escorted into Kirigakure by the Eight-Tails host could be nothing less than extraordinary. Uncovering her true identity he realized would demand time, and careful maneuvering. Yet learning of her connection to Killer Bee sparked an intriguing idea in Boruto's mind, a plan beginning to take shape. Await their inevitable sparring match, test her abilities firsthand, then decide his next move accordingly. Lord Orochimaru. Boruto-san, the calibration is complete. We may proceed. Kabuto ceased typing and announced the readiness of the system. Upon hearing Kabuto's signal Orochimaru handed the headset to Boruto and instructed him precisely how to don it and initiate the interface. Once you're fully seated and the headset is secured, Kabuto will launch the program. Should any anomaly arise, we'll extract you immediately. After deciding to investigate this enigmatic simulation thoroughly, Orochimaru spent 2 days analyzing the headset, discovering its sole peculiarity: an abnormally deep neural linkage. While standard VR headsets monitor brainwave patterns for basic input, this device performed such scans with unnerving frequency, far beyond rational engineering norms. For safety, Sasuke, Orochimaru and Kabuto embedded an emergency termination protocol directly into the hardware. Thus should the headset begin interfering with Boruto's neurophysiology during the session, they could sever the connection instantly via the linked terminal. As for why Boruto was chosen for this task, it was simple: neither Orochimaru nor Kabuto could enter. When deliberating who should infiltrate the virtual world, Kurikumo had already designated Boruto. As the architect of the butterfly effect principle, Kurikumo naturally required presence, but even it remained uncertain whether this incident stemmed from that very phenomenon. Though Kurikumo perceived fragments of the future, its vision was inherently limited, not omniscient. Certain truths remained obscured even to it. The ability co-activated passively the future self determined which memories to transmit, and thus which futures Kurikumo would witness. Among all the memories transmitted thus far, none contained any reference to the Kara organization. Just as apprehension mounted over who would risk entry into the simulation, Kurikumo stepped forward, and rendered the decision unilaterally. It declared Boruto would undertake the mission, and affirmed that even if the interface inflicted neurological strain, it would ensure Boruto's absolute safety, shielding him from harm entirely. Naturally, Boruto met this claim with skepticism, and pressed Kurikumo, "How can you be so certain?" Kurikumo replied that under its influence Boruto's mental and physical evolution had reached unprecedented thresholds, though still far short of Otsutsuki level magnitude. Yet in terms of fundamental life tier progression he had already converged near parity. Boruto was effectively a self-actualizing nascent Otsutsuki, immune to conventional genjutsu or psychic interference. Even if Ada awoke now and deployed the same divine technique she wielded in her prior life, Boruto's cognition and memory would remain inviolate. Once Kurikumo clarified the rationale, Boruto and the others accepted the logic, and so here he lay, headset secured, body resting upon the metallic table. SSSH. As final preparations concluded, Boruto let out an odd strangled cry, startling both Orochimaru and Kabuto, who immediately demanded to know what had happened. His answer only deepened their exasperation. "This table is too hard, could someone please bring a cushion?" The tension dissolved into stunned silence. Their earlier anxiety evaporated, replaced by profound disbelief, and utter refusal to indulge the request. Whatever Boruto said next they simply chose not to hear. Without further confirmation of readiness, Orochimaru gave a curt nod, and Kabuto initiated the program. "Hey, Imsti," Boruto's protest died mid-sentence as consciousness slipped away. When Boruto opened his eyes again he found himself suspended within a serene cerulean void. Before him bold characters glowed, "Welcome to the path of shinobi." Surveying the minimalist interface, Boruto understood instantly: create an account, then select an avatar. Meanwhile, deep within a shadowed cavern, a young woman likewise donned the neural headset. Beside her a man with bandaged hair restrained her gently. "Nameless, one must never forget your purpose. Do not slip." Without any surprises, Boruto successfully entered the game. Within just a few minutes of his arrival he discovered that the performance of this game perfectly matched their promotional materials. This was almost unbelievable. Even in later days of his past life, Boruto had never seen such a realistic game until he traveled back. It baffled Boruto that such impressive technology was only applied to a game. Additionally, after some investigation, Boruto learned that the supporter behind this company was indeed the suddenly emerging Zero organization. This made Boruto even more curious about their true intentions. "Let me see what you are really up to." When Boruto opened his eyes in the game he found himself in Konoha, but it looked completely different from the Konoha he remembered. Only by relying on the distant iconic Hokage rock could he recognize that he was in Konoha. There are only 5 Hokage rocks. This means the timeline of the game is set before Uncle Kakashi became Hokage. Boruto saw that the Hokage rocks in the game were only inscribed with the 5th Hokage Tsunade, and there was no mention of the 6th Hokage Kakashi, let alone the 7th Hokage Naruto, confirming the approximate timeline. However, he was not very sure exactly when it was, as it could just be because Kakashi had not assumed office yet. Moreover, Tsunade's term was not short. So the next most important thing is to find a way to confirm the correct timeline. After analyzing the known information, Boruto immediately drafted a subsequent plan to first establish an accurate timeline and then investigate the situation of the game world as much as possible. By the way, since this is a game there should be task guidance, right? As a loyal player of various games in the past, Boruto naturally understood most game processes, so he tried to call forth the player UI using his thoughts as described in the game introduction. He had to praise the game's server performance. As soon as he thought about it, it responded immediately, unlike a certain game he played that claimed to be truly immersive which used a potato as a server. Looking at the player interface before him, Boruto immediately noticed a red dot appearing on the taskbar. When he clicked it, a task guideline appeared before his eyes. Following the task guideline, Boruto walked toward the center square of the village. The game was Ninja Path and the location was the center square of Konoha. Here there was a golden-haired NPC whose only task was to provide guidance to new players, but interestingly she did not seem to be a data-driven NPC. "Now please begin your adventure." The golden-haired NPC had just completed another task, but her expression was completely different from before. When sending off the last player she was smiling, but now she wished to hurry and get rid of the player in front of her. While receiving this player he always stood too close, eyeing her with a disgusting gaze. Several times during the process she wanted to log off immediately but finally managed to send him away. "Ah, I'm so tired." The golden-haired NPC could no longer maintain her previous standing posture, letting her hands droop and her back hunch as she voiced a complaint filled with dissatisfaction toward her work. "Why do I have to deal with such a guy? How could this type of person even appear in the ninja world now?" Not far from a small food cart, Boruto controlled his character to stand there watching the strange NPC's actions. In fact, he had arrived when the golden-haired NPC was serving the first player, but later he noticed that her reaction while receiving the second player was completely unlike that of a typical NPC. So he decided to observe her carefully for a while. After she sent the player off, Boruto discovered a secret: this NPC responsible for new player guidance was definitely a real person. Why would a game company use a real person to portray an NPC? Wouldn't that incur additional costs? One must understand that the essence of a game is still a commodity aimed at profit. A company capable of creating such an impressive game and equipment would not lack the ability to write a program for new player guidance, right? It was clearly impossible, therefore there was only one possibility left: this NPC was a special existence. Her significance might even surpass the game itself. Her unreserved display of preferences when guiding players would greatly influence the sales of this game. To have her complete this task, they seemed unconcerned about whether the game would be profitable. This operation completely ignited Boruto's curiosity. He realized that to uncover the truth of the game, this strange NPC was the key. While still complaining, the NPC suddenly noticed that a task message had appeared again, so she could only force herself to regain her composure, drop her impatient expression, lift her head, straighten her back and smile at the front. Just as she completed this series of actions, a golden-haired boy in an orange-black tracksuit appeared before her. "Hello, Uzumaki Naruto." The golden-haired NPC looked at the game name above the boy's head and hesitated for a moment before correctly pronouncing his name. The newcomer was naturally not Naruto but his eldest son Boruto. As for why he used his father's name to play this game, that dates back to when he created his game character. Half an hour earlier, Boruto was standing in a blue virtual space selecting a character model. After searching for a long time he could not find a character that he liked. What kind of ridiculous game is this? With such impressive technology I can't even customize my appearance and can only choose from the official character models. Just as Boruto was complaining and sliding the screen backward, a golden-haired character wearing an orange-black tracksuit deeply captured his attention. Without hesitation he chose this appearance and changed the game name to the one that fit this appearance best. Thinking back to the scene in the game where his dad was blasted away by a monster, Boruto couldn't help but curl his lips. His conscience told him it wasn't right, but his heart questioned, was it really that bad? So before officially playing this game, Boruto had already found a heartfelt joy within it. "This game is really great." This was the first sentence Boruto said after creating his character. "May I ask what assistance you need?" Back to the present, the golden-haired NPC as usual asked this question before starting the new player guidance. "I indeed have questions for you." Boruto's answer was as she expected, but as she quietly waited for Boruto's next question, unexpectedly his words left her momentarily stunned. "Did your company pay a portrait fee for using the appearance of the 7th Hokage?" Silence, a prolonged silence. Boruto's words left this NPC utterly bewildered. She had no understanding of what the term portrait fee meant. Her little mind could not grasp this term, and in her memories those two guys had never taught her its meaning. In order to smoothly complete the task she could only awkwardly shift the topic back to the mission. "May I ask, do you want to know about the game tutorial?" She was completely unable to handle the other person, so she resorted to this method to steer everything back on track, but Boruto was not buying it and returned to his previous question. "I'm talking about the portrait fee." "Sir, I don't understand your meaning." Her response sounded to Boruto as if she were trying to back out of paying, so he pressed on with the same question, knowing that in his perception such a portrait fee would definitely not be insignificant. If he could secure it, his mother would surely reward him handsomely. Despite Boruto's recent flourishing status, he currently had not a penny to his name. As for the reason, he had recently begun practicing the various techniques taught to him by his master Sasuke in his past life. How should one put it? The techniques of the Uchiha clan were indeed formidable, but the cost of utilizing them was equally high. For example, a wire that could combine the Uchiha's shuriken technique with the dragon fire technique cost 50,000 yuan, and such an expensive item was actually single-use. Once used, it was difficult to recycle. Just in these aspects his small treasury was completely emptied. Fortunately he didn't need to buy a suitable dagger, or else with his current funds he couldn't even afford a scabbard. Thinking of this, Boruto decided that when he returned home tonight he would apply more maintenance oil to his cut as a way of thanking it for saving him money. Again reflecting on this, he felt deep down that he was truly a good owner. Cut was incredibly lucky to be following him. As for what Cut was after, Boruto confirmed with Chisai yesterday that the knife in his hand was indeed the renowned Tongzi cut and steel. He specially named it that. The blonde NPC looked at Boruto's increasingly twisted smile and immediately felt doomed. How had she encountered such a character again? It was a relief to send one away only to have another arrive. Moreover, judging from his expression, this guy seemed even more twisted. Why is my fate so miserable, she thought, a massive wail echoing in her heart. After finishing his strange laughter, Boruto noticed that this NPC was emanating a strong aura of misery, and he felt that she was probably just a downtrodden worker, leading him to decide not to make things difficult for her. He quickly changed his demeanor and began to act very courteous. Hello, I understand you're just an employee and feel this matter has nothing to do with you. I won't make things hard on you, so please don't be disheartened. Boruto's voice was gentle, successfully pulling her out of her sadness. The light in her eyes began to sparkle and she gradually regained her human essence. However, I have one condition: you can't tell me what your name is. Boruto, looking into her sparkling eyes, realized this was a good opportunity. If all went well, he could extract information about the Zero organization from her. As he expected, this girl indeed told him her name, but the way she revealed it caught Boruto off guard. She didn't speak, instead she pointed to her head. Boruto quickly understood that her intention was to show him her game nickname. However, following her finger, Boruto found nothing atop her head. Just as he was puzzled, the girl began to speak. My name is this, Nameless. The girl's voice carried no emotion, indicating that she did not seem to mind her strange name or had perhaps become numb to it. Nameless. Can that even be a name? Boruto couldn't help but question in his heart. What were her parents thinking? Although Boruto found many flaws in her name, he couldn't voice it outright, so he could only silently mutter in his heart. Hello, it seems you don't have to stay here. Can you take me to play this game? In his observation, Nameless, while performing her guiding task, was not rooted to the spot. She would react and move differently based on the situation. So could it be that she wasn't required to stay here for guiding? Could he trick her into explaining the guiding task to him on site? This would also be more convenient for extracting information from her. Yes, but why should I take you to play? My duty is merely to provide verbal guidance to newcomers. The girl was not naive. She directly guessed Boruto's intention and retorted, asking why she should follow him. With her arms crossed, she looked at Boruto with a questioning gaze, her lips slightly curved, appearing smug as if she had seen through his little scheme. Her guess was correct, but she could not fathom Boruto's true intentions. After all, how could a little girl outsmart Boruto, an old fox who had lived for 10 years? Nameless believed she had seen through Boruto's thoughts, unaware that since he dared to ask the question, he was naturally prepared. He was confident he could persuade her to agree to his request. If you don't agree to me, things might not end well for you. A lewd aura appeared on Naruto's face as he looked at her with an unkind gaze, and Boruto even made his father's eyebrows twitch slightly. What do you want? One could only say that Nameless was still a little girl. Though she had lived for a long time, how much of that time was truly hers? Faced with Boruto's teasing, she was no match for him and could only be led along by the nose. Now her previously crossed arms tightened even more as she tried every possible means to distance herself from this lewd uncle. As Boruto controlled Naruto to emit strange laughter, Nameless felt her tension rising, about to burst at any moment. Beautiful lady, I assume you don't want to be reported and lose your job, do you? Upon hearing Boruto's threatening words, Nameless lowered her head, her expression instantly darkening. She felt embarrassed by the attitude she had just displayed. I can't believe I was scared by a little brat. How embarrassing. Her voice was so soft that even Boruto standing before her couldn't hear it. However, Boruto's threat indeed had an effect. If she were to be reported, Molujin would not care about the matter. But another guy would definitely scold her, the one known as Shoujo Sai, the game fanatic. Thus, under Boruto's coercion, Nameless agreed to his request. About 2 minutes later, the two blonde figures exited the gates of Konoha village. Fire release, great fireball technique. In the venue of the Chunin exam, two young boys were engaged in battle, showcasing their skills on the arena as the audience below cheered enthusiastically. The boy from the grass-hidden village unleashed a great fireball technique with flames surging like a torrential flood towards his opponent from the land of snow. Die. The boy using the fireball technique was confident in his attack, believing that his opponent would surely be unable to withstand it, and once the smoke cleared he would secure victory. Just as he thought victory was assured, the audience erupted with cheers like a tidal wave. One could faintly hear them shouting he actually blocked it. Indeed, as the raucous cheers indicated, the attack he thought would surely hit was unexpectedly blocked by his opponent using a peculiar technique. When the dust settled, what appeared in the arena was a thick wall of ice, and only then did the boy realize that the smoke created by the flames was significantly greater than expected. It must have been the water vapor rising from the scorched ice wall that condensed into mist upon encountering the cold air. While he was still in deep shock, a white figure appeared atop the ice wall wearing a striking white hat and looking down at him. Hey buddy from the grass-hidden village. His voice was loud and enthusiastic, yet his accent was thick with an icy tone indicating he was from Freljord. Let me introduce myself again, I am one of the few ninjas in our area who can use ice release. Your fire release won't work on. Though the other person spoke in a friendly tone, the boy completely couldn't understand what he was saying. What is this guy talking about? His eyes widened in shock. At that moment a lady sitting in the VIP viewing area gestured to one of her attendants. After receiving the order he approached a group led by Naruto, deeply bowing. Upon seeing Naruto nod, he rushed to the edge of the viewing area and shouted at the boy in the white hat. Didn't I tell you not to speak in dialect? Don't you understand? The man's voice was equally loud, echoing throughout the venue. The white hat boy looked visibly scared and immediately changed his tone after hearing the words. Sorry, let me reintroduce myself. My name is Wolfang Ice Falls, an ice release user from the land of snow. His smile was full of confidence and he gleamed under the sunlight. Who is that guy? In the stands Boruto asked his companion Shikadai, wanting to know the identity of the person appearing at the edge of the VIP area. In Boruto's mind, anyone appearing in the VIP area unless they were a Kage must be an important figure from various countries. Upon hearing Boruto's question, Shikadai looked up and saw the individual turning to walk inside. He searched his memory and finally recalled the person's identity. The man of Windflower Key. He is the Prime Minister of the Land of Snow, likely accompanying the daimyo of the Land of Snow. So the daimyo of the Land of Snow is also up there. Boruto caught the key information in his words but was puzzled about why the person would come to watch this exam. After all, even if the Chunin exam affected the honor of his country, it wouldn't warrant a daimyo's personal visit. At that moment a girl sitting beside Boruto spoke up. The daimyo of the Land of Snow, according to my mom, has a good relationship with my parents and your dad. Shikadai's words interrupted Boruto's train of thought and he immediately turned to Shikadai, but before he could ask, Shikadai already provided the answer. She was able to take this position thanks to their help back then. Shikadai's comment shocked Boruto as he hadn't realized his dad had a connection with the daimyo of the Land of Snow. While he was in a daze, Shikadai's next words completely bewildered him. I heard she is a great beauty and my mom said she likes your dad and is still single to this day. Upon hearing this, Boruto's eyes widened in disbelief. He never expected his dad to have such a connection with the daimyo. At that moment a question that had troubled him for years was finally resolved. No wonder when I was wanted in the ninja world, apart from Konoha and Sunigakure, the Land of Snow had the most intense pursuit against me. Throughout Boruto's years of escape, one thing puzzled him greatly: he didn't understand why the Land of Snow was so keen on capturing him, considering he hadn't even offended them. Now he understood. It turned out he had been let down by his useless dad. Stupid old man, I've never seen anyone as useless as you. Shikadai and Rinnegan were unaware of Boruto's rich inner turmoil, they merely saw him inexplicably shedding tears. They inquired about what was wrong only to receive a bewildering answer. It's nothing, I just miss my dad. At that moment Boruto decided that during their game of a ninja path, tonight he would definitely make sure his dad got kicked a few times. The winner, Wolfang Ice Falls. Just then the referee's voice rang out confirming that the boy using ice release had won. At the end of the match he had formed an ice dagger with chakra in his hand, pressing it against his opponent's neck. After the result was announced, the venue erupted with thunderous cheers. Once the cheers subsided, Boruto also left his seat as his match was about to begin. In the next match, interestingly, Boruto's opponent was a ninja from a mist-hidden village who was not very strong. Among this year's candidates he was of average skill. In order to conserve energy as much as possible, Boruto only used one technique to achieve victory. At the moment the referee announced the start of the match, Boruto quickly used the mist technique, and just as he had done against Shikamaru, thick fog rapidly enveloped the entire arena. As a result, the audience below could not see the process of their confrontation, they could only hear three metallic clashes, after which Boruto dispelled the mist technique. What appeared before everyone was the mist boy holding his bleeding arm and Boruto pointing a kunai at his head. The winner, Vortex Boruto. At the VIP viewing area, a woman in red wearing a hat spoke to Naruto, her tone not particularly pleasant, carrying a hint of mockery. Lord Hokage, this is your son, right? Truly a hero emerges from the youth. You're too kind. But how did he learn the unique mist technique? The woman in red cast a sidelong glance at the water shadow, Jojuro. Apart from the woman in red, another lady present became extraordinarily excited upon hearing Boruto's identity. Naruto's son. A strange aura began to spread in the small pavilion, and the few people present cast their thoughts towards Nagato and Naruto. Faced with such an unexpected situation, Shikamaru, the strategist of Konoha, was at a loss for words. Although due to years of warfare and the simplicity of the mist technique, not only Konoha but also other countries had long mastered its use, even many ninjas from smaller nations could perform it. However, nominally it remained the secret ninjutsu of the hidden mist village. While it was fine to use it privately in a public setting, it could easily be used against you as leverage. Indeed, our clever Otsutsuki seized this leverage and exposed it, intending to stir discord between Konoha and the hidden mist. Her ad hoc strategy was quite brilliant, if this matter was not a big issue after all, as the mist technique was like a bus that many in the 5 great villages had mastered. Thus, if it weren't for the presence of many people and this opportunity to launch an attack, Konoha and the hidden mist could simply have had a quiet discussion later. As the saying goes, some matters may seem trivial but under the sun they can become infinitely magnified. This is precisely the Otsutsuki's tactic. Just as Shikamaru and Naruto were pondering how much they needed to offer to quell this matter, an unexpected individual came to their rescue. Otsutsuki, there's no need for your concern. Lord Boruto learned this technique from me during his visit to our village. Nagato's response completely shattered the Otsutsuki's scheme. The others were also baffled as to why the Mizuki chose to stand up for Konoha. If the Otsutsuki's plan had succeeded to maintain relations with the Hidden Mist, Konoha would inevitably have willingly offered various benefits, making the Hidden Mist the biggest beneficiary. Moreover, with Boruto's identity as the son of the Hokage, Konoha could not possibly escape this compensation. The two from Konoha were unaware of Nagato's intentions, but they recognized this as a good opportunity to take advantage of, prompting Shikamaru to nudge Naruto's shoulder. Thank you, Mizuki, for personally teaching my son. Naruto quickly reacted and stood up to approach Nagato, wanting to shake hands as a sign of gratitude. Since they were putting on a show, Nagato immediately stood up, shook Naruto's hand and wore a delighted smile. After the handshake, Konoha no longer had to worry about any further threats from the other party. After all, it was Nagato who first stated that Boruto's mist technique was taught by him. Since he made this statement in public, he had to take responsibility for it. For the sake of the Land of Water and the Hidden Mist Village's reputation, he could not possibly backtrack, but everyone present was clever enough to see that the Mizuki was offering a ladder for Konoha. Thus no one would genuinely believe his claim of having taught Boruto. After this discussion, both returned to their respective positions. Unexpectedly, the Otsutsuki launched another attack. I wonder, Mizuki, why did you choose to teach Lord Boruto? Upon hearing this, Nagato with a face full of anger raised the teacup in front of him and took a sip. That has nothing to do with you, Otsutsuki. Nagato's tone was filled with dissatisfaction towards the Otsutsuki, and he ceased speaking thereafter. Seeing her plans thwarted twice in a row, the Otsutsuki could only turn away and give up. The atmosphere among the few people seated at the front returned to calm, but the one sitting at the back was not as tranquil. She wore a pure white long robe topped with a large white hat embroidered with a similarly white snowflake at its center. Her gaze was fixed on one person, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions, and an inexplicable bitterness surfaced in her heart. She could not comprehend how that once brilliant boy who always radiated light had become so mundane. It seemed her purpose for coming to Konoha had completely fallen through. She would have to return and find a husband, as it was time to ensure her country had an heir. As she slowly lowered her head, she struggled to suppress the sadness that seemed to have arisen from nowhere, but ultimately it was in vain, and a single crystal tear rolled down her cheek. The competition continued, and as planned it would last until around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. It was still just past 11 and the time flew by, and a hint of red cloud slowly appeared on the horizon, signaling the end of the first day's competition. Unless something unexpected happened, Boruto would face off against the Wolfang Snowfall tomorrow, so to ensure he could copy his ice release, Boruto needed to rest well today. However, before that, Boruto still needed to pay a visit to Orochimaru, as he had promised someone yesterday to find her, and of course he needed to gauge her intentions. After finally squeezing out of the venue and preparing to head outside the village, he unexpectedly bumped into someone. A woman in a white robe with skin as smooth as cream and cheeks as white as snow looked extraordinarily beautiful, especially with her long hair that was a peculiar shade of dark green matching the color of her eyes. To be honest, it wasn't Boruto who bumped into her, rather her robe was simply too long, and as Boruto squeezed through the crowd he accidentally stepped on it, causing her to trip. Fortunately, as she fell, Boruto caught her sleeve, slowing her descent, otherwise it would have been quite disastrous for her. Ultimately it was still Boruto's responsibility, so after helping her up, the two went to a bench by the roadside to rest, and Boruto ran to a nearby convenience store to buy her a bottle of water and a pack of tissues, apologizing in the process. Watching her drink water, Boruto suddenly felt that she looked somewhat familiar, but he couldn't quite remember where he had seen her before, so he decided to ask her. Sister, I think I've seen you somewhere before. Since she looked very young, Boruto wasn't sure how to address her, so he ended up calling her that, forgetting that it was rather impolite. Perhaps Boruto was just a bit clueless when it came to interacting with girls. Little guy, are you trying to flirt with me? The woman tightened the cap on her water bottle, looking at him with a teasing gaze. With her alluring eyes, Boruto was caught off guard. His face instantly turned red, and for a moment he didn't know what to say and could only look away. Watching Boruto's reaction, the woman found it amusing, and her desire to tease him grew stronger. You're too young, I don't like kids as small as you. Her words made Boruto's face turn even redder, resembling a monkey's bottom. Boruto was thus continually teased by her. During this time he kept his head down, shyly not daring to say too much to her. It wasn't until about 10 minutes later that Boruto finally took his leave. So it's Uzumaki. Boruto, you really resemble your father, especially when you're shy. And remember, don't become a boring adult. He. Upon arriving at the outpost, Boruto leaned against the wall and gasped for breath deeply and repeatedly. The moment he had parted from that young woman he had broken into a sprint, desperate to put as much distance between them as possible. In their earlier exchange, Boruto had been utterly outmaneuvered, led along like a puppet on strings. It wasn't solely because the young woman possessed extraordinary finesse, though she certainly did, but rather because Boruto remained quite simply inexperienced. Even counting the time he'd spent with Sarada in his previous life, he was still fundamentally just a boy. After all, they rarely saw each other, how could they possibly explore life's deepest truths? And when they did meet, it was almost always amid battle, hardly the setting for quiet introspection. Thus throughout their 5-year relationship, Boruto remained a paragon of self-restraint, a man of unwavering integrity. Damn it! Once his breathing steadied, Boruto muttered the curse instinctively, only then recalling he didn't even know her name. Nor had he introduced himself. He hadn't lied, he truly felt he'd met her before, yet the memory eluded him, gnawing at his mind like an unsolved riddle. What's wrong? Orochimaru stood nearby, helmet in hand, meticulously inspecting its hardware functions, as he always did. Boruto offered no reply, instead he collapsed onto the bed, readying himself to re-enter the game. Sensing Boruto's reluctance to explain, Orochimaru chose not to press further. Upon receiving Kabuto's confirmation that the system was fully calibrated, he handed the helmet to Boruto without another word. The moment Boruto secured it upon his head, Kabuto pressed the launch button, and darkness swallowed his vision once more. He was back inside the path of shinobi. Incidentally, after Boruto had complained yesterday about the unyielding hardness of the platform, Orochimaru, unable to withstand his persistent grumbling, had procured this very bed. Inside the game, Boruto opened his eyes to the same scene as the day before, the spawn point at Konoha village. True to his agreement with the nameless girl, he made his way to a small snack shop specializing in beverages. Before even stepping inside, Boruto spotted a flash of golden hair, a figure seated alone at a tiny table within the shop. Before her sat a glass of sweetened water and a skewer of tricolored dango, untouched. She rested her chin in her palms, gazing idly about, searching for something, or someone. After scanning the room, her eyes finally locked onto the tardy arrival. She planted her hands firmly on her hips and fixed him with a fierce, unblinking glare. Sorry, I'm late. Yesterday Boruto had discovered that the food here delivered a startlingly authentic gustatory experience. That first bite, the vivid visceral sensation, had left him utterly astounded. This VR headset could replicate taste itself, a technological marvel so profound yet relegated merely to gaming. Such brilliance felt tragically wasted. When he shared this revelation with Orochimaru and Kabuto, their reactions mirrored his own, deepening their fascination with the enigmatic Zero organization. Boruto sat down and offered repeated apologies, none of which seemed to mollify her. Realizing words were futile, he resorted to action. 2 fresh servings of dango appeared on her table. Since you're so sincerely contrite, I'll reluctantly accept your apology. Her words rang hollow, but Boruto knew better. As she devoured the dango he'd bought, her face lit up with a smile brighter and more genuine than any he'd ever seen from her before. Still, he couldn't help but wince at the cost those coins had taken agonizing effort, kicked by cattle countless times yesterday, to earn. Which brought him to a grievance: why in a martial arts game did the beginner quest involve milking cows? Worse still, the tutorial neglected to mention cows came in both genders. And there was no warning, not a single hint. So yesterday Boruto had been kicked, again and again, by bewildered bovines. At last she finished every morsel before her. After sipping her sweet water, she rose and gestured for Boruto to follow. Alright then, let's go milk some cows. At those words Boruto sprang to his feet, fists raised high in spirited resolve, ready to conquer the task. Why would we milk cows? An ill-timed question, she seemed to have forgotten something vital. Wait, what do you mean? Didn't you take me to milk cows yesterday? Stunned, Boruto suddenly grasped a horrifying truth: he'd likely been tricked, perhaps deliberately, perhaps cruelly. Just as he lunged toward her, he realized, too late, that she'd already vanished. Explain yourself. Boruto seized control of his father's avatar and charged after her with all his might. 10 minutes later they stood at the village gates, yet an awkward truth hung heavy in the air. No matter how hard he pushed, he couldn't close the gap. A stark notification flashed before him: stamina depleted. His body refused to move, no matter how fiercely his will commanded it. He slumped where he stood, panting heavily, not because he was exhausted but because his father's avatar was utterly spent. Not far away the nameless girl stood motionless, savoring a candy, somehow acquired, who held it so large before her face that only her 2 gleaming eyes peered out, locked onto him with unmistakable mockery. Her taunt was absolute. Damn it! Frustration boiled over, then gradually subsided. At last he calmed. Seeing his composure restored, she ceased her teasing and approached him slowly. Sitting on the ground, Boruto looked up at her, and asked a question. How are you not tired? The answer struck him like a physical blow, leaving him feeling foolish, exposed. Come on, it's a game. Have you ever seen an NPC get tired? In essence, Boruto as a player operated under stamina constraints, while she as an NPC did not. No matter how fast he ran, he could never catch her. Watching his crestfallen expression, she posed a question, one that deepened his suspicion of her and of the Zero organization tenfold. I have a question: why do you look so much like the avatar you're using? Is there a connection? That sudden unexpected line confirmed it beyond doubt. This game concealed secrets too profound to be mere entertainment. You can see my real face. A game secretly harvesting a player's biometric data, without consent or disclosure, raised a chilling question: what purpose could such surveillance serve? Boruto didn't know. But considering the shadowy organization behind it, one bold hypothesis took shape. Were they searching for someone? He'd entered the game only twice, and already uncovered a revelation of staggering weight. Boruto organized the information he currently possessed and realized that only this speculation made sense, as so far no substantial damage from the game had been discovered. Thus he decided to continue with this question in mind and keep investigating. In the following time, Wu Ming led Boruto out of the village to a gathering place for monsters, informing him that this was the true beginner task: eliminate the small bandit gathering. To prevent Wu Ming from deceiving him again, Boruto asked what the next task would be, and the answer he received was that after completing this task he would receive a task certificate. With this task certificate he could go find Hokage and access the interface to learn professional skills, after which he could choose whether to become a ninja. Are you saying that this game has more than just the ninja profession? Wu Ming's last words successfully gained Boruto's trust, and he discovered a very important piece of information. After receiving Wu Ming's affirmative response, Boruto found the game increasingly interesting. To enhance realism and gameplay experience, the professions in the game are not limited to ninjas. If there are other professions such as chefs, artists, and even the ability to develop real estate in the game and become a boss. It's just that the gameplay of the ninja profession is the main selling point of the game, which is why it bears that name. So how do I operate the character in battle? It's just like when you were milking cows yesterday. As long as you think of the action in your mind, your body will perform the corresponding act. Wu Ming's answer raised the technical level of the game once again, making Boruto appreciate the developer's love for talent even more. However, not every action can be performed, as the body in the game has various limitations such as stamina restrictions. She easily pointed out the shortcomings of the game, but to Boruto this further highlighted the impressiveness of the device. What if there were no game restrictions? What level could it achieve? In that case, I will go complete the task now. Boruto waved goodbye to her and ran towards the monster gathering place, while Wu Ming stood waiting as agreed until he completed the task. As expected. In the midst of the monsters, Boruto showcased the various combat techniques he had mastered, discovering that as long as he could reasonably imagine the action, the character he controlled in the game could execute it precisely, except when his physical stamina reached its limit. Boruto wondered if long-term use of these techniques in the game would affect his real self, whether it would truly increase his proficiency. He realized the device's unique feature: if his imagination of the technique was not specific enough, it could not be executed. Thus, to use more exquisite techniques, one must have a sufficiently deep understanding of them. Perhaps with its help, players could enhance their real combat abilities during battles. It didn't take long for Boruto to complete the beginner task. Perhaps to accommodate new players, the monsters' actions and AI were quite dull, so he did not spend much time. Among the monsters' drops there indeed appeared a somewhat tattered badge, and its name matched what Wu Ming had just told him. Boruto placed it in his backpack. At that moment he noticed a problem: the money in his system bank had increased. After counting how much he had, Boruto immediately rushed towards Wu Ming. Don't you have anything to say? Boruto displayed his financial data to her, revealing a total of 10,023 gold coins. After she looked at it, she felt it was quite normal. The basic reward for a beginner task was indeed 10,000 gold coins, and she couldn't understand why Boruto looked at her with such an angry expression. 10,000 gold coins as a reward is very normal. The point is 10,000, not 23. And then what? Seeing her indifferent expression, Boruto realized she was completely unconcerned about his reason for being upset, and a deep sense of helplessness flooded his heart. Under the blow, Boruto knelt on the ground, propped himself up with his hands, and continuously pounded the ground, cursing non-stop. Damn it. Remembering the origin of those 23 gold coins, Boruto felt increasingly sorrowful. They were the result of being kicked by cows countless times yesterday, and he had spent most of them apologizing to her, leaving only 23. Damn it, I can still recall the feeling of the cow's tail hitting my face along with the mixed scent of cow dung. If one listened closely, they could hear a faint sobbing sound. Even during the most difficult times in his past life, Boruto had never felt such grievance. It felt like he had returned to his childhood to experience it. As his cries grew louder and more sorrowful, a single sentence from Wu Ming effortlessly brought him back. Did you not say that this is your father's body? Boruto, immersed in sorrow, immediately brightened up upon hearing this. Right, how could he forget that? This meant that the person being whipped by the cow's tail was not himself. This was just a game character, and moreover his appearance was still himself, the most beloved old dad. Thinking of this, Boruto perked up. At this moment he recalled the vow he made during the examination today, so he stood up, completely shedding his previously dejected demeanor. Let's go, we need to milk cows. Are you okay? At this moment Wu Ming took out a lollipop from somewhere, slowly savoring it just like before. You won't forget that we need to find Hokage to submit items next, right? However, Boruto completely disregarded her words and reached out his palm towards the lollipop in her hand. Faced with Boruto's shameless behavior, Wu Ming could only express her helplessness, pulling out a very strange flavor from the game backpack. After Boruto received it, he looked at the words on it and showed a delighted expression. You really understand me. The flavor of the lollipop in Boruto's hand could be defined as bizarre, cheese flavor. Wu Ming could not accept such a thing at all. As for why she had this flavor, it was because after Boruto finished work yesterday he saw a stall by the roadside selling lollipops. At that time he bought 2 with the hard-earned wages he had gained, and Wu Ming was a bit puzzled as to why he wanted to give it to her. Boruto's reply made her heart tremble. Aren't we friends? Then we should share. After receiving the lollipop, she imitated Boruto's actions, unwrapping the candy paper and placing it in her mouth. This was her first time tasting something so sweet. Although it was fake, the sweet feeling truly flowed into her heart. Really tastes bad. Upon hearing Boruto's voice, she immediately looked at him, learning that he was eating the cheese-flavored one. Though she said it tasted terrible, he smiled happily. After Boruto left, she directly took many lollipops from the system and also brought him some. Time in the game passes quickly. After finishing the task, Boruto stepped out of the Hokage building with Wu Ming. Standing outside the building, Boruto looked at his unlocked job interface, a look of disbelief once again crossing his face. He pointed at the job section of the interface and glanced at Wu Ming, who pretended nothing was happening beside him. Hey, why does my job section say milkman? His voice was clear, yet Wu Ming seemed to have completely ignored him, whistling as she slowly turned her head away. Don't pretend you didn't hear me. Seeing her behavior, Boruto could no longer contain himself and shouted out, knowing full well that his purpose in entering the game was to uncover information about the Zero organization. But now his job was that of a milkman, spending nearly all day in the dairy farm. How could he investigate information like that? Well, this just reflects the high degree of freedom in our game. Just tell me what's going on. Boruto's anger flared as he pointed at her and shouted after seeing her expression. However, Wu Ming's subsequent response completely baffled him. She turned her head away, crossed her arms behind her back and rubbed her toes on the ground while softly saying, I honestly have no idea what's going on. If the training manual didn't mention anything like this. Seeing her response, Boruto truly believed that she might not actually know, so he decided not to press her further and just take things as they come. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have yelled at you. After calming down, Boruto immediately apologized to Wu Ming, then wandered aimlessly around the village with heavy steps, hoping to find another solution. Watching Boruto, who seemed to have lost his spirit, Wu Ming realized she might have indeed made a mistake. However, she genuinely didn't know such an outcome would occur, as it had never happened before. She wondered if she could ask Shoujo about what was happening if there was a solution. But the immediate priority was to stabilize Boruto's current state, so she jogged to catch up with him. Just as Boruto reached the next intersection, she successfully caught up with him and blocked his path. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. She hadn't realized how important the game was to Boruto, so she sincerely apologized for her actions, just hoping that he could continue playing. For some reason, during the short 2 days they spent together, she felt very happy being with him, as it was one of the rare times she could see the outside world. Ever since she woke up, she had been in that dark cave with Shoujo. Whenever she tried to leave, they would stop her, insisting it was for her safety. Their exact words were, the current world is no different from when you were sealed, so we can't let you out, otherwise someone might attack you indiscriminately or even kill you. Wu Ming trusted their words immensely, because in the era she lived in, opposing forces wouldn't care if you were a child or lacked combat ability if they would choose to kill you. Each time she was taken away from the cave by her clan, she would handle their strongest members, and right before her eyes the remaining weak and elderly would be killed by her clan after they emptied the enemy's food and wealth. A great fire would rapidly spread, erasing the traces of their misdeeds, cleansing the warm blood that stained their hands. She firmly believed in what they said, not only because she had experienced it countless times, but also because they were her friends, the only 2 people she knew in this strange world. Thus her life transitioned from a pitch-black cave to another slightly larger cave, living a monotonous life day after day. One day Shoujo suddenly told her he had a way for her to see the outside world. She received a helmet, and Shoujo told her that as long as she wore it she could enter another world. It would allow her to see the blue sky and white clouds, breathing in the fresh air she hadn't inhaled in a long time. With great anticipation she put on the helmet, and during her first visit to this world the blue sky and the sound of the wind made her feel alive. After exiting the game she generously praised Shoujo, who displayed an uncontrollable smile. It was the happiest she had ever seen him. Afterward she would come to this world whenever she had free time, feeling the light she hadn't experienced in a long time with her body. However, one day that man returned to the cave. She didn't know what he discussed with Shoujo, but afterward she was forbidden from using the helmet freely until the game's release day. They both agreed again for Wu Ming to come to this world, but upon arriving she suddenly realized that no matter what she could never find that initial joy again. In this world she was no longer free. She had her own job, monitoring all players who entered this world, always staying at a stone slab at the top of the stairs on the east side of the central square. Wu Ming clearly remembered that the position of that stone slab was the 3rd one counted inward from the railing. She began her daily guidance work, repeating the same words and actions day after day, yet she did so without complaint, because she always remembered what her 2 friends had told her after she woke up. We will give you a chance for revenge. However, in her almost numbing daze, a blonde boy appeared before her. He was particularly unreasonable, and under his pressure she had no choice but to agree to his rude demands. So she left that stone slab and went with him to other places in this village. To vent her dissatisfaction with him, she took him to the dairy farm, wanting to teach him a lesson. However, in the end, the lollipop he gave her and his words completely calmed her anger, and she began to look forward to their next meeting. Thus, when he logged off, they made an agreement to meet at a snack shop outside the square where they first met at 4:30 p.m. the next day. Unexpectedly, he arrived late, causing her to wait for half an hour, which led to Boruto's apology and the 2 servings of dumplings. However, what she didn't tell Boruto was that during the half hour she waited, she was constantly praying he would come, and only after he appeared did her anxious heart settle down. Because she was afraid of losing her new friend. I shouldn't have tricked you into milking the cows, leading to the issues with your account now. Boruto had never heard her speak like this before. It was completely different from her usual demeanor, making him feel uneasy. I will find a way to compensate you. The only solution that came to Wuming's mind at this moment was to seek out Shoujo, as she believed that as a game designer Shoujo would surely have a solution. If she were to ask him herself, perhaps there could be a solution. Although it was unlikely that he would help her, she felt she had to at least give it a try. She kept her head lowered, her voice growing softer. Boruto naturally noticed her state, and so he decided to say the words he had been thinking of. There's no need for that. My behavior yesterday was indeed not good, and besides, you didn't do it on purpose. Boruto spoke in a relaxed tone, as if everything that had happened before was non-existent, still smiling as he spoke. Upon hearing Boruto's response, Wuming finally mustered the courage to look up at him. In her eyes, Boruto's smile was so warm and friendly that it made her trust him a little more, even easing her feelings of guilt. Controlling his father in the game, Boruto was indeed taller than Wuming by about a head, so even though Wuming could see Boruto's true form, she still had to look up to see his face. Otherwise, when speaking with someone staring at their chest felt quite awkward. Of course, this secret was known only to Boruto. After she lifted her head, Boruto continued speaking. Although in Wuming's eyes Boruto was standing inside Naruto with his head roughly at Naruto's chest level, it was not the same from Boruto's perspective. To ensure the player's gaming experience, the player's perspective is aligned with the character's perspective, meaning that in Boruto's perception the two were currently speaking while looking into each other's eyes. Did you forget? We're friends, right? Since we are friends, this little thing doesn't matter, so there's no need to apologize. Boruto's comforting words fell on Wuming's ears, but they meant something entirely different to her. In her understanding, this was merely a lie Boruto concocted to comfort her. You don't need to comfort me, I can't see that you're very sad. Wuming's words left Boruto puzzled. Where did she see his sadness from his bright smile? He merely felt that the next steps were a bit of a headache. After all, to better understand the game's truth, being a ninja was the best option, as he found that the activity time for the ninja profession was the most convenient without daily mandatory tasks. In the section for learning professional skills, one can view the introductions for each profession. Apart from the ninja profession, all other professions have some degree of daily mandatory tasks. For instance, his milk worker role required him to milk 5 to 10 cows at the farm every time he logged into the game before he could engage in other activities. This was euphemistically called working hours, and only the ninja profession lacked such strange requirements. This meant Boruto had to waste a portion of his time in the game each day before he could begin his investigation. This would waste a lot of time, which was why Boruto had been feeling down before. Unexpectedly, this became Wuming's reason for feeling guilty toward him. However, at that moment Boruto was completely unaware and could only continue to comfort her. However, Wuming unexpectedly felt even more inclined to help Boruto after hearing his comfort. After making an appointment to meet him tomorrow, she logged off. Watching Wuming disappear before his eyes, Boruto couldn't help but voice a soul-searching question. Is this how you clock out? This company is quite humane, allowing you to decide your own quitting time. In Boruto's understanding, Wuming had left only after he logged out yesterday, which was probably around 9 in the evening. He thought she hadn't left because it wasn't quitting time yet. But if the time was correct, it should be around 7:30 in the evening now. She could actually clock out. This kind of flexible working hours made Boruto envious. After she left, Boruto didn't know what to do, so he logged off as well. Taking off his helmet, Boruto got up from the bed, stretching with a satisfied expression. This thing is much more comfortable than that broken platform from yesterday. After Boruto woke up, he began chatting with Orochimaru. Their conversation naturally revolved around the information Boruto had gathered in the game and whether there were any unusual phenomena with the helmet after he entered the game. So during my battles with those monsters, strange chakra fluctuations appeared on the helmet. After aligning the in-game and real-time, Orochimaru discovered that the abnormal chakra situation coincided precisely with Boruto's fights. Are you sure there's no mistake? Boruto naturally wanted to confirm this, as it was the biggest anomaly they had discovered in the past 2 days. Of course, we can distinguish between chakra fluctuations. Boruto's worries were completely unnecessary, as among the 3 present apart from himself, the other 2 were reconnaissance-type ninjas whose perception of chakra anomalies was even more sensitive than their eyesight. By the way, please also investigate how this device allows players to have 5 senses in the game. Since they couldn't quickly conclude the issue of chakra anomalies, Boruto casually shared another discovery with them. Boruto-kun, you really are a lot like your master. You both like to delegate tasks to others. After Boruto finished speaking, the previously silent Do suddenly interjected, his tone filled with dissatisfaction regarding Boruto's behavior, which was evident from the snake coiled around his waist hissing incessantly. Hearing this, Boruto couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. Indeed, during this period since the organization was established, he had been living the easiest life, as he always found the two of them busy with their tasks. I'm sorry, it is indeed my fault. Boruto awkwardly scratched the back of his head. But it will get better soon, I will be done with school shortly. Upon hearing Boruto's apology, Yakushi Do could only suppress his long-standing anger, but it was clear from the still hissing snake that he was not satisfied with Boruto's response. Alright, once Tsunade finishes teaching, things will get better. Boruto did not expect Orochimaru to be willing to mediate, and his gratitude towards Orochimaru surged. Sunflower seeds, instant noodles and bottled water. In the venue of the Chunin exam, the cheers of the audience mingled with the calls of vendors, and even the scorching sun today could not dampen the high spirits of the crowd. The host's microphone crackled to life again as he introduced the identities of the 2 contestants about to take the stage. Next up we have the Wolf Fang from the land of snow battling Boruto Uzumaki from the Hidden Leaf Village. As he announced the names of the combatants, the cheers in the venue grew even louder. Both participants had delivered thrilling performances in yesterday's matches, captivating all the spectators, including those watching from home. Anyone who had witnessed their individual matches would debate who was the stronger fighter. Some believed that the bloodline limit was unbeatable, while others thought Boruto's fighting style was more efficient. The reason for this phenomenon was clear. According to the competition rules, the victorious Boruto and Wolf Fang from yesterday would face each other today. Thus a group of opportunists had opened betting pools as early as yesterday, speculating on the outcomes of all the upcoming matches, with the highest interest centered on the match between Boruto and Wolf Fang. Due to their remarkable strength exhibited yesterday, the odds for both fighters were very close, with Boruto's odds set at 1-1 against Wolf Fang. This ratio was drawn after careful consideration. After all, Boruto had displayed an incredibly mysterious ability, ending his fight in less than 2 minutes. While Boruto's strength was undeniable, they also believed that Wolf Fang, who mastered ice release, was not without a fighting chance. Having learned this, Boruto had just secretly wagered 50,000 yen before stepping onto the stage, his last pocket money for the next half-month, hoping to turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Although his victory was a foregone conclusion. Hey, Boruto-kun, I watched your match yesterday, you're really impressive. Please give it your all in this bout. Wolf Fang's outfit was unchanged from yesterday, still dressed in white hat and white clothes, the only difference being that his coat was no longer pure white but a beige color. Thank you for the compliment, but please show your true strength as well. Boruto accepted the praise without hesitation, but his desire for Wolf Fang to go all out was not merely for the sake of the competition, he wanted to steal his ice release techniques. The match begins. With the referee's command, the 2 youths at either end of the arena sprang into action. In order to prevent Boruto from using yesterday's technique again, Wolf Fang quickly formed hand seals, causing his abdomen to swell slightly as he stored a large amount of chakra within. This technique allowed him to gather chakra in his lungs, and when he expelled it through his mouth, it would create a powerful wind capable of dispersing the dense fog created by Boruto's mist jutsu. Wolf Fang, his cheeks puffed up, was quite pleased with his remarkable wisdom, continuously reveling in his own cleverness, his eyes narrowing into slits. However, his plans were destined to fall through as he watched Boruto leisurely remove the cotton wrist guards from his arms. By the way, how long do you think Boruto will take to defeat his opponent? Sarada suddenly asked the intensely focused Shikadai, who was watching the standoff. However, the reply did not come from beside her but from behind. I think Boruto can finish him off in at most 5 minutes. The voice belonged to Iwabi, whose loud voice startled those nearby, causing them to wince and cover their ears in protest. Keep it down. The first to speak was Rinnegan, who had a lollipop in his mouth and was the most displeased with Iwabi's behavior. Soon the protests from the others, including Chocho Denki Mitsuki and class rep Kanoha, followed. Just as Shikadai was about to respond to Sarada's question, she suddenly added, no need. I believe Boruto will take less than 3 minutes to defeat his opponent. Shikadai was initially puzzled by Sarada's sudden assertion until he followed her gaze and soon understood her reasoning. I guess he will take more than 10 minutes, Shikadai said with a smile while looking at Boruto in the arena, causing the others to stare at him in confusion. Shikadai could naturally sense their bewilderment, but he did not turn back. Instead, he answered nonchalantly, you'll see soon enough. The scene shifted to the VIP section at the highest point of the venue, where the same figures as yesterday, the 5 Kage and their secretaries along with the daimyo and the Prime Minister of the Land of Snow, were seated. As they discussed which of the 2 youths on stage would triumph, Naruto, the father of one of the contestants, remained silent, his focus fixed on Boruto as he pulled out a strange long sword from his wrist. Thud thud. Naruto felt his heartbeat quicken, unexpectedly realizing the reason for this phenomenon was that the creature within him had suddenly sought his attention. So he slowly closed his eyes, his consciousness gradually sinking until he felt the sensation of standing firm on solid ground, prompting him to open his eyes. What's wrong, Kurama? In front of him was a vast space resembling a massive air raid shelter where a giant fox lay as large as a mountain. Naruto, I can sense something unusual about the sword in Boruto's hand. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. Upon hearing Kurama's words, Naruto immediately grew concerned. After all, anything that could capture Kurama's attention was no trifling matter, especially in the hands of a child like Boruto. However, Kurama reassured him, stating it was not necessarily a bad thing, but Naruto would need to ask Boruto where he had obtained that sword. After Kurama finished comforting him, Naruto left the seal space, his gaze towards Boruto now more serious. Given Boruto's previous performance, the secret surrounding him had grown increasingly suspicious. Naruto understood that once this match concluded he needed to have a serious talk with him, if only he had not previously struggled to find the right time. At the same time, in a southeastern section of the venue, a beautiful woman with purple hair sat accompanied by a petite girl who looked like a delicate sculpture. Master Boruto-senpai has taken out the sword you gave him. The small girl exclaimed, and Yuka noticed the golden-haired boy and the striking sword resting on his shoulder. As Boruto drew the sword, all eyes in the venue focused on him. Wolf Fang, be careful, my cut is not just an ordinary sword. The boy's words were filled with confidence. Boruto's next move was entirely unexpected by Wolf Fang. He rushed at him with a knife in hand, attacking without the use of any ninjutsu for cover, solely relying on himself and the blade. Realizing the situation was unfavorable, Wolf Fang could no longer maintain the air in his mouth. He could only muster all his chakra stored in his chest to activate his ninjutsu. Wind release, dust storm. He understood that relying solely on this gust of wind would absolutely fail to halt Boruto's advance. Thus he aimed his mouth at the ground, and in an instant a whirlwind of wind and dust surged towards Boruto, attempting to slow his progress. The audience outside had their vision obscured by the rising dust, with only a few individuals possessing remarkable eyesight able to see, while the rest were completely blind to the scene. This was Wolf Fang's plan in the midst of crisis. This should at least hinder him a bit. Wolf Fang thought to himself as he took a breath, suddenly feeling the hair on his body stand up, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Looking at the dust still swirling around him, Wolf Fang calmed down slightly. He didn't believe that his opponent could accurately see his position in such conditions. But the immediate priority is to change my position to avoid being found out by him. With that, he immediately took action. To be safe, he also used the ice clone technique to disrupt Boruto's perception, taking advantage of the fact that he was still unseen. His on-the-spot abilities were impressive, befitting a genius from the land of snow, but he still overlooked one crucial detail. He did not realize that Boruto, whom he thought could not see him, was actually observing him. Swish, thud, a sharp sound of an object piercing flesh reached his ears. Turning his head towards the sound, he saw a ghostly figure pull a long knife out of his clone's body. The figure then vanished into the clouds of dust. His speed was astonishing, and Wolf Fang could only catch a glimpse of a shadow, with nothing but the sound of the blade slicing through the air and embedding into flesh accompanying him. Watching his clone gradually become riddled with cracks, a sense of horror welled up in his heart. Without a doubt, that figure was his opponent, Boruto. However, he could not understand why his opponent was able to see him in such low visibility. Was Boruto perhaps a sensory-type ninja? And most importantly, why did he not directly attack his real body but chose to target the clone instead? But there was no time for him to ponder the reasons. He understood that if the dust did not settle, he would remain in a passive position and Boruto could take his life at any moment. Thus he prepared to launch another technique to make the surrounding dust sink rapidly. Outside the arena, Sarada and her group were unable to see everything happening on the stage, except for her relying solely on her verbal descriptions to understand the situation. Sarada was fully activating her recently unlocked Sharingan to observe the movements of the two within the dust cloud ever since it had risen. Boruto's footsteps show no signs of slowing down. It seems he can sense his opponent's exact position. Since the dust in the arena was just ordinary dust without chakra interference, Sarada could vaguely see the chakra representing. In her eyes, Boruto's chakra showed no hesitation, directly rushing towards Wolf Fang's location. After the latter used the clone technique, Boruto attacked his clone with a piercing strike without any hesitation. Wait, why is Boruto not directly attacking his real body? Sarada was equally puzzled by Boruto's actions. In that situation, if he had directly attacked the opponent's real body, the battle would have ended instantly. His actions seemed to be signaling to the other party. This move is useless. He was essentially advising the opponent that if they wished to avoid being eliminated, they should clear away the annoying dust. After hearing Sarada's commentary, the teammates expressed their confusion except for one person who was entirely different, Shikadai, the only one present who understood Boruto's true intentions. If his expectations were correct, Boruto's intent was to send a signal to the opponent, show me your true abilities. Otherwise they would lose quickly. He understood that Boruto was giving the other party an opportunity, as swiftly resolving the battle did not align with Boruto's interests. Winning the match was merely a secondary objective. His true goal was to steal the opponent's bloodline limit, the ice release, during this match. Water release, water surge. As almost all the spectators fixated on the center of the arena, a column of water burst forth from the mist, shooting directly into the sky, eventually spreading like a fountain after reaching a certain height. As the water droplets fell like rain, the dust that had been supported in the air by the airflow gradually sank to the ground, revealing the original arena to everyone's sight once again. The only difference was that the arena floor was now soaked with rainwater. After consecutively releasing 2 large-scale ninjutsu, and a clone, Wolf Fang's expression had lost the relaxed demeanor he had at the beginning of the fight, and he was gasping for air. Not far from him, Boruto maintained the same position as before, covering his mouth to wait for the dust to settle. After all, it was inevitable to inhale some during the process. Once all the dust had settled, he leisurely returned to his previous lazy posture, shouldering the long knife and smiling at his opponent. "Hey, can we continue?" The distance between the two was about 10 meters. With Boruto's speed he could close the gap in less than a second, but he chose to wait for Wolf Fang to recover before deciding whether to strike. After catching his breath for a moment, Wolf Fang finally regained his composure. Although he understood that the two were not in the same realm after their brief encounter, he did not want to choose to surrender so easily. He slowly formed hand signs, gradually straightening his previously bent back, and exhaled deeply. What he exhaled was extraordinary. In the heat of the day, a thick mist of ice could be seen emanating from his mouth. "Boruto-kun, you are truly strong. I know I am no match for you." Boruto was not surprised by his words, but that did not mean the audience below would not be. After all, many had placed significant bets on him. Consequently, various discontented voices began to emerge from all around, with some even directly cursing. Hearing the derogatory voices about Wolf Fang, Naruto as the Hokage displayed displeasure and immediately signaled Shikamaru beside him, who then left. "So before I lose, I will use my strongest technique. I hope you can handle it." Upon hearing him say this, the expressions of those present varied, with the vast majority worried about whether Boruto could withstand it. Only 2 individuals shared a knowing smile, one being Shikadai below the stage and the other being Boruto himself. Ice release. As Langya uttered these 2 words, everyone present witnessed a startling phenomenon beginning beneath his feet. A thin layer of ice rapidly spread across the entire arena. At that moment, whether ninja or not, all understood one truth: the youth named Langya Hyoso was about to unleash an incomparably formidable jutsu. Boruto, standing opposite him, felt the heaviest pressure of all. Whether spurred by his own competitive spirit or not, he suddenly sensed that relying solely on his sword against such an opponent would be an affront to the dignity of that jutsu. Thus Boruto hurled his katana outward, its immense force driving the blade deep into the wall beneath the arena. Yuzuki Yugugo, seated among the spectators in serene silence until then, now wore a grave expression. Though she concealed it well, the taut veins rising along her forehead betrayed her inner turmoil. It seemed clear, even if Boruto emerged victorious from this battle, his path ahead would be far from easy. From the highest observation platform, only Naruto, besides the delegation from the Land of Snow, recognized this technique instantly. He had witnessed it years earlier during Team 7's mission to the Land of Snow. Yet only Kakashi Sensei, the copy ninja, had ever withstood it, by activating his Sharingan. This grand-scale jutsu, freezing water midair into ice, compelled Naruto to admire the boy's brilliance. Because the technique required moisture-rich terrain, Boruto had deliberately expended excess chakra earlier while dispelling dust, leaving behind residual water across the arena. He then leveraged that very moisture to initiate his next move. Naruto could not help but praise him as a true prodigy, not only for his vast chakra reserves but also for his extraordinary battlefield intellect, unmatched among his peers. Indeed, had he not faced Boruto, this youth would assuredly have claimed second place in the tournament, assuming Boruto himself did not compete. As for first place, Boruto already knew the answer: the enigmatic Kunoichi from the hidden village of lightning. Watching the white ice creep up to his own feet, Boruto knew the moment had come. Clasping his hands together into a cross shape, he triggered a sharp resonant poof. An exact replica of Boruto materialized upon the arena floor. His original body extended its right hand, and within its palm coalesced a soft milky sphere of chakra. "That's the Rinnegan." Among all present, Naruto reacted most intensely, so stunned that he nearly rose from his seat. Unseen by Naruto, a woman clad in white robes also widened her eyes in awe. Softly she murmured, "I never imagined I'd see this technique again, after having long since abandoned hope. Yet I wonder, will I ever witness a colored Rinnegan once more in this lifetime?" Memory surfaced before her stood a whiskered golden-haired youth who had wielded this very technique to save both her and her snow-draped nation. Now another golden-haired youth stood before her wielding the same jutsu, yet the boy who once saved her was no longer a boy, nor was she the actress who once delighted in pretense. A profound wordless sorrow welled within her heart. At that instant Naruto's voice rang out once more. "Wait, it's not just the Rinnegan." Boruto's clone placed both hands upon the chakra sphere, channeling torrents of chakra into it. Gradually the Rinnegan shifted to emerald green, a wind release-infused variant. Boruto's signature technique, the wind release Rinnegan, a spiraling sphere of unparalleled piercing power. Yet he was not finished. With a subtle flick of his wrist he sought to amplify it further. Then something uncanny occurred. The shrieking Rinnegan vanished entirely. Among all present only Uzuki Yugugo allowed a smile, unrestrained and radiant, to break across her face, momentarily forgetting even Boruto's earlier defiance in hurling his blade into the wall. Hey 8. Her breath caught on the name, tears glistening in her eyes. At that very moment another woman's vision blurred as well. What now rested in Boruto's palm was no longer merely the wind release Rinnegan, but a version enhanced by the intangibility technique, rendering it utterly unpredictable. In truth, Boruto had long suspected this possibility. During his exploration of the intangibility technique he uncovered its essential secret. Fundamentally it was not a nature transformation at all, but rather a chakra construct resembling a garment draped over an object. A garment capable of bending light to render its wearer, or whatever it enveloped, visually imperceptible. Its optical distortion mechanism mirrored that of bloodline limit research, but beyond invisibility it possessed no other function. Yet perhaps as divine compensation this garment possessed perfect compatibility. So long as the object remained within Boruto's control it could be rendered invisible. Thus anything held in Boruto's hand, including the Rinnegan, could vanish from sight. And should he one day master the Chidori he could likewise cloak it. When he first conceived this idea his grin was irrepressible. Having personally witnessed the Chidori's malleable form, the vision of an invisible Chidori blade thrilled him beyond measure. At last Langya completed his preparation. With a commanding shout every fragment of ice in the arena surged toward his feet, and behind him loomed a colossal 10-meter-long white unicorn whale. Unicorn whale. The instant the words left his lips the massive creature surged forward, flying straight toward Boruto. Even beneath the whale's overwhelming presence Boruto flinched not a whit. He slammed his foot down, and launched himself like a cannonball hurtling headlong into the beast. Rinnegan. His clenched fist collided fiercely with the whale's spiraled horn. All present saw the bulging veins at their necks, and then with a crystalline crack fissures erupted across the whale's icy form. Snap, the whale shattered. A blizzard of glittering ice crystals enveloped Boruto, just as he released the intangibility technique's enhancement upon the Rinnegan. In that split second of dissolution a fleeting arc of prismatic light bloomed before every eye, the refracted spectrum of light bent by Boruto's intangibility technique. Faint and brief, less than a heartbeat, but magnified by the swirling ice its ethereal beauty captivated every soul in attendance. Thank you Borutokan. A single glistening tear traced down Kazekage Fubuki's cheek. I lost. This was the almost exhausted utterance of the Wolfang ice waterfall lying on the ground, drained of all chakra. The victor, Vortex Boruto. Time flew by and soon it was noon. Since today's number of matches was only half of yesterday's, the contests ended shortly after 1:30. It was just in time for lunch and thus the spectators decided to eat together after watching the match. Boruto, walking at the back of the group, displayed a displeased expression as if he had lost himself. Ruto naturally noticed this and deliberately slowed his pace to walk beside him. What's wrong? Ruto asked directly without any need for circumlocution, caring about his thoughts. After all, their relationship was more than just friends, they were comrades on the same path. Ruto had long suspected the reason for Boruto's expression, and it was likely due to a failed plan. The objective of this match was not achieved, and regarding matters related to the plan Ruto maintained a businesslike attitude. I made a blunder. Sure enough, the cause was close to Ruto's suspicions. Boruto had failed to successfully replicate the principles of ice release chakra, as their battle had been too swift and the opponent had only used 2 ice release ninjutsu throughout. Even though Boruto was a genius, this was merely his first time using the pure eye to perceive the opponent's chakra composition and attempt to copy it. Due to the short time and the limited use of ice release by the Wolfang, along with only 3 instances yesterday, Boruto failed to clearly discern the composition of the ice release. He only arrived at 3 conclusions, none of which were the most crucial one. Ice release is composed of wind and water elements, which Boruto already knew. 2. In addition to ice release there should also be traces of fire release, because Boruto indeed saw signs of white chakra among the other chakra. 3. The formation of ice release chakra is very similar to the spiral sphere he mastered. Both are continuously rotating spheres. Aside from the above, Boruto could not glean any further insights. He completely failed to determine the critical aspect of chakra ratio for bloodline limits. Because the form of ice release chakra is fundamentally different from that of transparent release chakra, which resembles a stable basketball in a stationary state. Although ice release chakra is also in a stable state, it has been mentioned that its appearance is similar to the spiral sphere continuously rotating, making it impossible to discern its composition ratio. Moreover, its rotational method differs from that of the spiral sphere, so for the time being Boruto's attempt to figure out the formation of ice release is nearly futile. Another matter is that since the Wolfang had originally come to participate in the Chunin exam and has been eliminated, he no longer needs to remain in Konoha. That means unless something unexpected occurs, Boruto has to find another way to copy ice release. A heavy atmosphere lingered between the two of them. It sounded simple, but now after the blood mist incident, ice release ninjas were hard to come by, and who knows when they would encounter one again. A group of people arrived outside the venue. After walking through the long corridor, the bright sunlight shone down on them again. At this moment Boruto suddenly thought of something and his eyes lit up. At Boruto's request, the group had to change direction and followed him into a narrow path completely shrouded in shadows. And just at the moment they turned the corner, Boruto confidently declared that he would treat them to lunch today. It turned out that Boruto had remembered that before the match he had sneakily bet 50,000 yen on himself, and now coming here was to celebrate his victory. Furthermore, knowing the gap between him and the opponent, he specifically bet on the duration of their battle and the outcome, so the amount of money he ultimately received far exceeded a simple win or loss. To achieve his goal, Boruto set the time limit within 20 minutes. If this choice was made by him, after all, from the perspective of the betting side, both parties seemed to be evenly matched, and at the very least they should fight for half an hour. Thus Boruto calculated that with a 5,000 times multiplier along with his principal, he would receive a total of 250,000 yen, naturally giving him the confidence to treat. However, joy often turns to sorrow. Just as the group of kids wound through the twists and turns of the alley, they turned the last corner and faced several familiar figures. Each of them wore a conical hat facing away from them, while those who had set up the betting stalls and a group of gamblers crouched on the ground holding their heads. As for the seized betting funds, Shikamaru, the strategist of Konoha, was personally counting them. Not good. At that moment a signal of alarm rose in all the children's hearts, and they turned to leave quietly before being discovered. However, just as they turned around, a shout halted their steps. "Isn't that young Master Boruto?" It turned out that just before they intended to turn, a man wearing a blue conical hat had caught sight of them, and a sudden malicious idea sprang up in his mind. The group knew they had been spotted, and without caring who had leaked the information, they could only take to their heels, but they forgot where they were. And the most crucial point was that the legendary fastest ninja was right here. With his speed there was no way this group of kids could escape. So at the moment they prepared to flee, a golden figure sliced through the sky, appearing before them and blocking their escape route, followed by another figure emerging behind them. In less than a second the group found themselves trapped with nowhere to run. Under the threat of the two Narutos, they could only continue down the path they had come. Among the group of children, one boy was the most unfortunate. He was being held by the collar by his father and brought to face him. Boruto truly did not expect that even as Naruto's clone he could not resist, and after struggling in vain he could only obediently be led away. "Speak. What are you all doing here?" Naruto's tone held no hint of warmth. At that moment he was the Hokage, not just someone's father. Faced with Naruto's serious gaze, Boruto could only choose to be honest. After all, even if he didn't speak, those captured would reveal his actions. As for why, it was certainly because Boruto's bet on his own victory left a deep impression on them. Ha ha ha. After hearing Boruto's explanation, all the adults present except for those from Konoha burst into unrestrained laughter. As the father of the main character, Naruto looked at his son in front of him, momentarily unsure of what to say. In a deep alley, Boruto, who had just showcased his prowess on stage, had completely collapsed. The one who sanctioned him was the 7th Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki, his very own father. The reason they came here was that Boruto had noticed some spectators in the stands uttering words about gambling during the match, which was strictly prohibited in Konohagakure. Of course, if you ran to Short Book Street, the rules of Konohagakure would not apply to you, but ever since the 4th Great Ninja War, Konohagakure had entered a prolonged period of peace lasting several decades. The 6th Hokage, Kakashi Hatake, began to reform the villagers' way of life and environment, and naturally unstable behaviors like gambling had to be prohibited. Strangely, the renowned gambler, Tsunade Senju, also expressed her support for Kakashi's decision, stating that even if she wanted to gamble she would have to go to Short Book Street, let alone these ordinary citizens. "Shikadai, did you have any part in this?" Just as everyone's attention was drawn to Naruto and Boruto, Shikamaru approached his son and asked this question. After receiving a negative response from Shikadai, his expression softened a bit, and he then asked why they had followed Boruto here. To avoid being blamed by his mother later, Shikadai unhesitatingly sold Boruto out, explaining to Shikamaru why they had chosen to come here with Boruto. The others, while Shikadai was explaining, also chose to betray Boruto, hoping that Shikamaru would speak well of them in front of their respective parents afterward. Just as this explanation concluded, the father reprimanding son activity on the other side also came to a satisfactory end. After Naruto's lecture to Boruto, he would inform his mother Hinata about the incident and unilaterally decide to reduce Boruto's allowance. Thinking about not only having his allowance cut but also facing his mother's wrath, Boruto suddenly felt darkness before his eyes and knelt heavily on the ground. With his fists pounding the ground repeatedly, Boruto's wager was naturally confiscated. After Naruto had lectured the few kids present, he allowed them to leave, but just as Boruto was about to depart, a crisp and familiar voice called out to him. "Wait, Boruto." The voice belonged to a woman wearing a huge white hat. After she spoke, Boruto turned towards the sound and realized he seemed to have seen her before. After a moment of recollection, he remembered that she was the beautiful sister he had tripped over earlier. Not knowing how to address her, Naruto introduced her identity to Boruto. "Boruto, this is Lady Kazahana Koyuki, the daimyo of the Land of Snow." Upon hearing this, Boruto finally recalled how they had addressed each other during their previous encounter, causing his face to flush with embarrassment. Seeing Boruto shyly looking down, Kazahana Koyuki couldn't help but curl her lips, dragging her long skirt as she approached Boruto. "What's wrong? Weren't you quite bold when you were hitting on me back then?" She teased the young boy before her in a manner similar to before. Hearing her teasing, Boruto couldn't help but mutter, "You're older than my dad and still want me to call you sister, how shameless." His voice was barely audible and he thought no one would hear, but unexpectedly the woman whose hat covered her ears caught every word clearly. She certainly wouldn't tolerate Boruto's remarks, as she had not been a gentle woman before taking on the role of queen. Thud, a crisp sound echoed, originating from Boruto's head. "You really resemble your father." Kazahana Koyuki's hand remained in the position of having just struck Boruto, hovering in the air. Her originally beautiful face was contorted with anger as the veins on her forehead indicated her fury. Equally rude. After being hit, Boruto could only cradle his head, appearing very pained, with a child's sense of grievance showing on his face as he looked at his father standing behind her. However, Naruto, noticing his gaze, pretended not to see and immediately turned his head away. Realizing his father was unreliable, Boruto looked back at the culprit in front of him, hoping to gain her sympathy, but judging by her expression he knew it was futile. So he took his hands away from his head, restoring his expression to normal. "Alright, you don't need to look at me with such an innocent face." Kazahana Koyuki's tone returned to its previous demeanor, instantly transforming her into a gentle beauty before everyone's eyes. One could only say that as an actress her control over emotions was indeed effortless. "As for the reason I stopped you, there are two in total." Once both calmed down, Kazahana Koyuki began to explain to Boruto why she had called out to him. The first was that she was about to leave and wanted to tell him her identity before departing. The second was to bid farewell to this little brother and to invite Boruto to visit her in the land of snow whenever he had the time. "I have already accomplished my purpose for coming to Konohagakure. Coincidentally, the wolf Fang was eliminated by you. So there is no need to stay in Konohagakure any longer. We will be leaving tomorrow." Kazahana Koyuki spoke gently, her eyes filled with tenderness. "Don't you have anything you want to say?" Her sudden question caught Boruto off guard, and after some thought he managed to utter just two words. "Take care." Thud, ouch, Boruto clutched his head again, suddenly feeling that this woman might really be crazy. He hadn't done anything wrong, so why did he have to get hit? "Forget it, you and your dad are just alike, completely." After striking Boruto's head, she no longer kept her hands suspended in the air as before, but chose to fold her arms, gazing at the young boy before her. Before long her expression shifted from displeasure to a carefree smile. "Remember, if you encounter any problems in the future, come to the land of snow to find me. Sister, I will definitely help you." Upon hearing her guarantee, Boruto instantly perked up, realizing that the woman before him had suddenly become extraordinarily beautiful, as if a celestial maiden had descended. His eyes sparkled as he looked into her eyes. "Really? Of course. Then I actually have a request. I want sister to help me." To achieve his goal, Boruto disregarded his earlier comments about her age and shamelessly called her sister again. "Go ahead and tell me." Upon hearing Boruto's title for her, Kazahana Koyuki felt an indescribable joy rise within her, prompting her to let Boruto express his request. Can you help me get my money back from my dad?" Within the base of the Moon organization, a person not seen for a long time arrived today. "Orochimaru, where have you put my things?" She had golden hair, a beautiful face and a voluptuous figure. Since Sarada only needed to increase her proficiency for her upcoming training until she fully mastered medical ninjutsu. Thus today, after deciding to join the organization, Tsunade visited this base for the first time. Although she had often appeared here before, her identity was no longer that of an observer but a formal member of the organization. "It's in the third room on the right after you go out." Orochimaru's response was concise. As for why this situation occurred, it was because right after Tsunade decided to join the organization, she had asked Orochimaru to help her move what she needed here. However, in the 2 days that followed, she had been instructing Sarada and had not come here, so she naturally didn't know where Orochimaru had put her things. After receiving Orochimaru's answer, Tsunade stepped outside and happened to run into Boruto, who had just arrived at the base. After a brief greeting, they parted ways. While greeting him, Tsunade noticed something unusual. His mood seemed to be quite low. However, since she had other matters to attend to, she didn't have time to inquire further about this young leader. In the time that followed, Boruto remained in a daze, keeping his head down as he walked toward the bed. Along the way, he casually responded to greetings from Orochimaru and Kabuto. He reached the bedside, took off his shoes, lay down and then put on his helmet, completing the series of actions in one breath without saying a word. He lay there on the bed waiting for Kabuto to finish checking the equipment before starting the game. The other two people in the room saw his current state and did not dare to ask any questions, so they could only choose to ignore Boruto's behavior and continue with their own work. Time passed in this manner. While waiting for Kabuto to check the equipment, Boruto stared blankly at the ceiling, slowly recalling recent events. It was still that alley, still the same group of people. After Boruto expressed his needs, the air suddenly turned silent and everyone except him felt an absurd sense of helplessness. Unexpectedly, even at this point, Boruto was still fixated on the gambling money that had been confiscated. Knowing that it was impossible to retrieve it, he sought help from others. However, such behavior was putting others in a difficult position and he didn't consider whether this was reasonable. Not to mention whether the foreign daimyo Fenghua Xiaoxue had the qualification to intervene in the system of another country's ninja village. Even if she did, Konoha would not agree. Just as the situation was at a standstill, Naruto suddenly interjected, "Quickly take your classmates and leave here." His tone was exceptionally firm, leaving no room for negotiation, and he stated that he would definitely inform Hinata about this matter, making it impossible for Boruto to escape this beating tonight. After being urged, Boruto still appeared reluctant to leave. Seeing Boruto dawdling, Naruto's frustration boiled over, and just as he was about to speak again, a quiet complaint reached his ears. Why is it that gambling is allowed in the short street just 10 kilometers away while Konoha village completely prohibits it? Boruto used a special method to lower his voice, ensuring that only Naruto standing in front of him could hear this statement. After saying this, Boruto left with his classmates. Back to the present, the gloomy Boruto, who had just been lying on the bed, couldn't help but smile at this thought, but he immediately returned to his heartbroken expression. Boruto truly felt heartbroken over the confiscated 50,000. Remembering that he had actually won some bets, his expression grew even worse. It was not just 50,000 that had been taken, but 250,000. Thinking about this, tears uncontrollably fell from the corners of his eyes, flowing past his temples and finally dripping onto the pillow, his lips trembling. My money. The check is complete. Half an hour after Boruto arrived at the base, Kabuto finally finished the preparations. To avoid wasting more time, he directly started the game after notifying Boruto. Boruto slowly closed his eyes, and after hearing a ding sound in his ear, he opened his eyes. The scene before him was no longer the dark room but the familiar streets and blue sky. He had returned to this world once more, awakening at the point of his birth. Following the familiar streets, he was on his way to the dumpling shop to meet a girl as agreed. Uncertain if it was just an illusion, Boruto noticed that there seemed to be many new faces in the village. It appeared that in just a few days the number of players in the game had significantly increased. It took about 5 minutes to walk from the birthplace to the central square. Along the way, Boruto observed the new players and found that they were mostly ninja professions. There were also quite a few players in life-type professions, but none of their jobs were as outrageous as his. They were mostly common professions. Boruto's already poor mood was further dampened by this situation. The dumpling shop was not far away, and soon Boruto spotted a familiar figure sitting inside. He sat down in front of her, and on the table were the same dumplings and sweet soup as yesterday. You don't have to go to work today. What Boruto referred to as work naturally meant the duties of the newbie guide NPC, since he had noticed many more players than before during his walk. Surely among the many players there must be quite a few newcomers. No, a new NPC is responsible for that work. After taking a sip from the bowl of sweet soup, the unnamed girl answered Boruto's question. Boruto did not expect her to give such an answer. Upon hearing it, a sense of sympathy surged from the depths of his heart. I'm sorry, I didn't know you lost your job. Boruto felt he had touched on a sore spot for the unnamed girl, so he quickly apologized, hoping for her forgiveness. In response to Boruto's speculation, she immediately clarified that it was not for that reason. Rather, it was because the number of players in the game had increased, making it impossible for her to guide each one individually. Thus they switched to a data NPC to handle that. Additionally, there would soon be an opening event which was very important, so she had been reassigned to the position of event coordinator. After hearing the unnamed girl's explanation, Boruto felt a sense of relief. After all, it was not only because the two of them were now friends. Moreover, he also needed her to gather inside information about the game. However, he became interested in this event. Perhaps the secrets of the game were hidden within it, so he asked about the details of the event. Can you tell me about the event in advance? Inside the game Ninja Path. In a dumpling shop located in the center of Konohagakure, a boy and a girl sit across from each other discussing an important upcoming event in this world, the Huistone event. The girl, being an internal staff member of the game developer, should have chosen to protect the information about the event. However, a single remark from the boy completely shattered her resolve. Aren't we friends? The boy's words struck a chord in her heart, making her want to reveal the details of the event. However, his next sentence instantly froze the joy in her heart. Besides, you made me a milkmaid. Boruto knew how to cool down the atmosphere. He completely failed to notice that the expression of the girl across from him had changed after he spoke. The nameless girl let out a deep sigh. If it weren't for this, she would really want to give Boruto a good thrashing. Telling you is pointless. Reflecting on the event's content, the girl's mood improved somewhat. After all, a milkmaid couldn't complete the event. In her explanation, the main gameplay of the Huistone event involves collecting a type of stone souvenir called Huistone. The player who collects the most will receive the necklace of the first Hokage. Although it's just a replica, the reason she said Boruto's participation wouldn't help is that the main gameplay of this event is based on a point competition format. The winner of each match will receive a Hui stone, and at the end of the time the player who has collected the most Hui stones will receive the final prize. Since Boruto's current profession is a milkmaid, he cannot learn combat skills in the game, making victory impossible. However, Boruto seemed completely unconcerned about whether he could learn skills and was instead very interested in the event's rewards. Moreover, I asked you yesterday if there was a way to change professions, and the answer was no. Looking at the deep in thought Boruto, the nameless girl uncharacteristically said this, but unexpectedly Boruto responded with, "When does the event start?" Despite the nameless girl's repeated advice not to participate, Boruto still decided to join the event and aimed for first. His reason for participating wasn't just to investigate the secrets of the game, it was also due to the event's rewards which he was determined to obtain. But how can you participate when you cannot change your profession? The nameless girl was still unwilling to give up and wanted to persuade Boruto to abandon the event. However, like her, Boruto was not one to easily change his mind once he made a decision, so she ultimately failed to convince him. Regarding Boruto's gaming profession, although she couldn't help him change it, she still thought of a solution. She handed him a transparent stone and asked him to choose to use it. With a flash of white light, Boruto discovered that something was missing from the description of his profession. "How did you do this?" Boruto's eyes sparkled with disbelief as he excitedly stood up from his seat, leaning on the table with both hands. Seeing Boruto so happy, the nameless girl couldn't help but smile and told him that this was the solution she found for him after logging off yesterday. In Boruto's eyes, although his profession hadn't changed, the mandatory requirement of labor was no longer present. This meant that in the future when Boruto played this game he would not be forced to work at the milk farm, saving him time for his investigation. Originally he had planned to finish his work after chatting with the nameless girl. Although Boruto wanted to know how she accomplished this, the only answer he received was a single phrase. "It's a secret." After saying this, the nameless girl placed her finger on her lips, making a keep it secret gesture, and then quickly left her seat, heading towards the village gate. As she left, she crossed her hands behind her back, skipping joyfully, clearly in a good mood. Everyone has their own secrets. The nameless girl did not intend to reveal hers, and Boruto wouldn't pry into it either. After all, he had a huge secret of his own. Besides, hadn't he previously mentioned that they were friends? Since they were friends, why need to dig deeper? However, the nameless girl, gradually moving away, fell into reminiscence, explaining the origin of the stone. Back to last night, after bidding farewell to Boruto, the nameless girl logged off. Upon exiting the game, her first stop was to find Shoju to ask if he had any way to help others change their profession. The answer she received was that it was not possible. It was not that it couldn't be done, but that it simply wasn't allowed. In this world, every person's profession must be fixed. To enhance playability, he had set it so that all players' profession pools were combined with NPCs' profession pools. If it were changed, the entire world would have to be rebuilt. Even though the world was constructed based on the nameless girl's power, changing this would require resetting all players' and NPCs' panels entirely. In other words, although this game was so advanced that it could even simulate the five senses, it was actually a historical mountain code. After hearing Shoju's answer, the nameless girl lowered her head, her face filled with sadness as she said, "Is there really no way?" Seeing her sorrowful expression, Shoju for some reason recalled the image of himself deep in thought sitting on a stool in a pristine laboratory. Just when the nameless girl was at her most desperate, Shoju proposed a solution. Thus today Boruto could obtain that specially made Hui stone, a patch that could help him break free from his constraints. What Shoju told her was that while updating the profession system was impossible, the nameless girl could use her abilities to apply a patch to Boruto's profession panel. Of course, he did not know who was the person that made the nameless girl care so much. Following closely behind her, Boruto also recalled why he was so determined to obtain this prize. The Chunin exam is typically held during a fixed period every year, and this year was no exception. Coincidentally, Himawari's birthday also fell within these days. A few days ago, Boruto, Himawari and Hinata were sitting on the sofa looking through photo albums. Observing closely, Himawari noticed that Naruto in his youth wore a particularly special necklace around his neck. Upon her questioning, Hinata told the two about the necklace's origin and the fact that it had long been damaged. In Himawari's sorrowful tone, Boruto understood his sister's wish to have it. Clearly he wanted to buy her a replica souvenir, but he soon realized that he didn't have enough money left, which led to his subsequent gambling escapades. He had originally earned enough money for the necklace, but a surprise appearance by Cheng Yaojin led to all his money being confiscated, leaving Boruto truly penniless. While he was still pondering how to obtain the necklace as a birthday gift for Himawari, he suddenly received this news from the nameless girl, which Boruto was naturally eager to seize. Time swiftly approached Friday, and the venue for the Chunin exams was particularly lively. The number of spectators had significantly increased compared to the previous days, with many even purchasing standing tickets. Due to the importance of today's match, Boruto's family, who mattered the most to him, were all present. Hinata sat in the stands with Himawari beside her, along with Hayashi and Hanabi Hyuga. Quite a lot had transpired over the past 2 days. The Chunin exams had progressed exceptionally smoothly, and the opponents Boruto faced in the last 2 days were rather average. They were no match for the early eliminated Wang Ye, and just as predicted, Chisai-e and Boruto had reached the final. Today's competition was the showdown for first and second place between the two, but not in this match if the current contenders were from the Reikage village and the Otsutsuki village. They needed to compete for third place first, after which it would be Boruto and Chisai's turn for the championship match. Throughout the continuous days of watching, Boruto gradually understood that what Dear Platform had said was not false. Chisai's strength far surpassed that of the others. Not to mention Wangya, even Kagura, the current Mizukage heir, would likely struggle to defeat her. During yesterday's match, Boruto witnessed her mysterious blue flame for the first time. After witnessing it firsthand, he finally understood where her power truly originated. However, Boruto wasn't sure, so he used the summoning technique to call upon the Black Cloud, who had been suffering at home. After witnessing it, Black Cloud's response to Boruto was puzzling. It's the chakra of the Two Tails, but I can clearly sense that the Two Tails is not within her. The blue-black flames in Boruto's memory belonged to a beast known as the Two Tails, also referred to as the Cat Demon. However, Black Cloud confirmed that her power came from the Two Tails, but she was not a Jinchuriki, at least not at this moment. Boruto recalled that in future battles Himawari seemed capable of temporarily transferring the tailed beast's chakra to others. But on the surface the person who received the chakra would show obvious differences. If Chisai had also obtained chakra from someone else, then why was there no sign of chakra leakage? Aside from the exams, there had been progress in the investigation of the game. Orochimaru had finally discovered the anomaly with the helmet. It was quietly absorbing the user's chakra, although the amount absorbed each time was not large. Given that Boruto with Black Cloud's enhancement was essentially a humanoid-tailed beast, the amount of chakra stolen was negligible, which is why it took several days of investigation before any discovery was made. The second discovery pertained to Boruto's earlier concern how the helmet managed to provide such a realistic sensation. Through the research conducted by Orochimaru, Kabuto and later Tsunade, they found that each time the helmet was used it would attack the brain regions corresponding to the five senses using electrical signals. This induced slight hallucinations, but relying solely on such technology could not achieve the precise, long-lasting and stable sensory experiences for players. They realized that if only electrical signals were used, the current required to achieve such advanced technology would be enough to destroy the user's brain. Following this discovery, they drew two conclusions. One was that the helmet contained not just electronic components but also a rune used to transmit chakra. It was this rune that allowed it to use safe currents to provide such a secure and realistic sensory experience. The other conclusion was that this technology had not just emerged in the ninja world. Through Tsunade's Hokage-level authority, they discovered that the inventor of this technology was a researcher named Shojio Kase from the Konoha Research Institute. Approximately 3 years ago, an experiment he conducted led to a massive accident, after which he was ordered to cease the development and experimentation of this technology. Moreover, if all went well, he would also face trial, as his experiments had been conducted without permission. The failure of the experiment had also resulted in the death of a test subject, but just as he was about to be tried, he disappeared. Subsequent investigations revealed that he had absconded with all his research data and materials as well as a confidential document, and he was last spotted in the Rain Village. Due to the dangerous nature of the technology, all those materials became classified, effectively adding serious charges of carrying classified documents and fleeing to the accusation of accidental murder. Now, although he was merely a researcher, he had already become a rank-wanted criminal in Konoha. Furthermore, as it was later discovered that the confidential materials he stole posed a threat to the safety of the ninja world, his status was escalated to S-rank. He also became the first S-rank-wanted criminal without any actual combat capabilities since the establishment of Konoha. Due to the village's interests at stake, a few individuals asked Tsunade to inform Naruto, of course only telling him that she had stumbled upon information about Shojio Kase. This also resulted in Naruto, who was already overwhelmed with the Chunin exams and the 5 Kage summit, having yet another urgent matter to address. With his clone stretched thin, Naruto could only dispatch his most trusted individual to handle this matter, confident that the person's abilities would lead to a quick resolution. Thus, a messenger hawk designated for communication between the two was released from the windowsill of the Hokage's office. At that time there were only 4 people present, including Naruto, one of whom was a strategist from Konoha, and the other 3 were Hokage. That evening Tsunade conveyed the matter to the members of the Moon Organization. Upon hearing the details, everyone understood who Naruto was contacting, and they believed that if he were to resolve it, it would be swift. Boruto and the others also realized that they needed to take action, after understanding that following today's match they had to set off for the Zero Organization's base. To ensure that they would be the first to arrive at the Zero Organization, Tsunade had kept some information from Naruto, not disclosing their discovery of the Zero Organization's stronghold. This meant that Boruto and his group were still significantly ahead in terms of progress. Boruto set the departure time for next Monday, and if all went as planned, that man would also return to the village on that day. The investigation regarding the game was nearing its end, and Boruto understood that the unnamed individual was definitely connected to the organization. He needed to have a serious discussion with her. Also, the Radiant Stone event happened to conclude on that day. According to plan, Boruto intended to give Himawari her birthday gift before leaving. If all went well, he would not be able to celebrate Himawari's birthday in person, so he decided to give her the gift before leaving. The sun shone brightly over my village today, and even the gentle breeze against the face felt warm. The sweltering weather stirred a similar restlessness within the crowd as evidenced by the empty water bottles in their hands showcasing their eagerness for the decisive battle. After a long wait of several minutes at exactly 11 o'clock in the morning the host's voice finally resounded again. Next let us welcome the contestants of this final showdown. As the host introduced the contestants his waving arms demonstrated his professionalism. They are the genius girl from Lane Village who masters the power of demon fire Chisai-e. 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 As soon as the host finished introducing the first contestant a deafening cheer erupted in the venue. The supporters of Chisai-e's voices nearly lifted the roof off the arena. Sure. Please everyone quiet down a bit. In order to properly conclude the introduction of the next contestant the host made a silencing gesture placing his finger on his lips. The audience was accommodating. After his appeal only a small portion continued to cheer. The other contestant is the dark horse of this Chunin exam, a genius boy from my village and the youngest participant in this competition. As the host introduced Boruto his words noticeably increased. After all he was a local from my. However he insisted he was a neutral party. Known as the instant killer Uzumaki Boruto. Similarly after his introduction Boruto's supporters began to cheer but they were not calling out his name. Instant killer. Instant killer. What kind of ridiculous nickname is that? As Boruto approached the arena amidst the roaring cheers a sense of embarrassment washed over him. If this Boruto were the same as before he would have thought the nickname was cool. But sadly the current Boruto was a 23-year-old youth and such a strange title only gave him goosebumps. Boruto stood on the stage slowly exhaling a breath to calm his fluctuating emotions due to embarrassment. For today's match Boruto decided against using a blade. After all it would be foolish to use a sword against a pure ninjutsu type ninja, especially a fire-style ninja. If what Kurikumo said was true and Chisai-e indeed possessed the chakra of the two tails then her flames would reach temperatures capable of melting steel. Boruto did not dare gamble on whether his child's cut would be melted by her so he chose to use standard ninja tools knowing that even if they were melted by Chisai-e he wouldn't be too heartbroken. The combat strategy Boruto prepared was to use shuriken combined with ninjutsu. Hey! Chisai-e. With his hand on the pocket at his waist Boruto prepared for the battle to begin loudly calling out his opponent's name. Don't forget you promised me the condition. The girl opposite him also did not prepare any other ninja tools, she crossed her arms in front of her chest palms claw-like and close to her face standing with her legs in its stance. Upon hearing Boruto's words she did not respond verbally but nodded. A tense atmosphere arose between the two as they silently gathered the vast chakra within them ready to act at the referee's command. Boruto formed a hand seal similar to a sword finger with his other empty hand. If one had Byakugan they would see his chakra converging at 2 points. One was in Boruto's right eye where the chakra was transforming into a faint blue and the other was in his lung suggesting that he was about to release a ninjutsu from his mouth. The cheers of the audience continued and the supporters for both sides were still calling out their titles neither wanting to be outdone as the volume grew louder. At the peak of the heightened atmosphere the host who had been silent for a while finally spoke again. The match begins. At 11:10 in the morning the 7th Chunin Joint Exam Grand Finals commenced. As the last word fell both sides sprang into action. A blue flame erupted from beneath Chisai-e immediately enveloping her and when the flames dissipated a beautiful figure appeared in her place. One could see that on her blue hair a pair of similarly blue cat ears had appeared and a tail blue with black streaks grew from her coccyx. The tail and ears were made of chakra not real, they swayed in conjunction with the gentle breeze. Indeed this is the chakra of the two tails. Boruto confirmed Kurikumo's earlier speculation realizing that if this were the case he still had a chance at victory. After all with the conclusion of the fourth great ninja war more and more tailed beasts were willing to accept humans. This meant that the tailed beast transformation of Jinchuriki was no longer uncontrollable. If the opponent truly were a Jinchuriki given Boruto's current strength there would be no point in fighting. However since the opponent was not a Jinchuriki Boruto still had a chance to defeat her. As Chisai-e completed her transformation Boruto could distinctly feel the temperature of the air rising rapidly. So far the surrounding air had reached at least around 41 degrees. Compared to the previous 32 degrees, it had risen by a full 9 degrees. It was worth noting that the arena designed for contestants to showcase their skills was roughly the size of a standard football field albeit circular in shape. In such a spacious venue merely because Chisai-e stood there the temperature had skyrocketed to this extent and one could not help but admire her strength. What a monster. Looking at the distorted air caused by Chisai-e a bead of sweat trickled down Boruto's If her opponent were Wolf Fong Boruto believed Wolf Fong would not last 5 minutes. Boruto took a deep breath. After the first exam and the small skirmish with Chisai-e he understood a principle with his current physique he had no advantage in speed. Thus he must strike first. As this thought arose in his mind Boruto couldn't help but tremble. Finally. After such a long time since Boruto had returned he had finally encountered a peer worthy of his serious efforts. Looking up at his opponent Boruto bent his previously formed sword finger closer to his lips. Then he took out several shuriken from his waist, blowing a breath onto them, expelling all the chakra he had gathered in his chest onto them. With a flick of his wrist, the shuriken flew towards Chisai at a bizarre angle. During their flight, the shuriken showed no signs of slowing down, instead they spun faster and faster, gradually developing a layer of green chakra. Whoosh, whoosh, a series of piercing sounds emerged, audible to everyone present, which was the sound of the ultra-high-speed rotating shuriken slicing through the air. This technique was a modified version of the Uchiha-style shuriken that Boruto had developed when he fully mastered it, a unique shuriken ninjutsu exclusive to him. Wind Release Shuriken. The shuriken entwined with green chakra whizzed toward the blue-haired girl. This technique was inspired by Boruto during the Chunin exams of the past, where he had used it while cheating with scientific ninja tools. However, back then Boruto had used a scroll to cheat and did not actually know this technique. It was only after learning the Uchiha-style shuriken technique that he recalled this move. He had been seeking opportunities to explore this technique himself, and after his relentless efforts he finally mastered it, albeit with some differences from the original Wind Release Shuriken. Suddenly an audience member questioned, does he not know that shuriken are ineffective against Chisai? His companion beside him also appeared puzzled. Indeed, the speed of the shuriken cannot catch up with Chisai. The surrounding audience members who had initially supported Boruto also expressed doubts, wondering if he had misjudged the situation, if this technique would have no effect on Chisai. Not just the strangers, even Boruto's companions did not understand the purpose of his move. In the next instant, Chisai dodged the incoming shuriken with an uncanny posture, her supple body and formidable core abilities eliciting screams from the audience. Chisai! Chisai! Many of the audience members who had originally supported Boruto began to switch sides, now cheering for Chisai. You must realize that shuriken pose no threat to me. After performing a 2.5 spin in the air, Chisai effortlessly dodged all the shuriken, landing gracefully on the ground and directing a question at Boruto. Of course. Boruto had already understood that given Chisai's flexibility and reaction speed, even the Uchiha-style shuriken technique would not be effective against her. However, there are always exceptions. Vroom vroom vroom, the piercing sound of wind returned, not just coming from the front but from all directions around Chisai except below her feet. What is that thing? The audience, who had previously doubted Boruto's strength, immediately changed their tune, and soon the cheers for Boruto erupted once more. Damn it, I dodged all of them. Chisai, standing still, discovered that the shuriken she had just evaded were now flying back toward her, enveloping her in a cage woven from shuriken. Even with her unparalleled flexibility and reflexes, she could not escape becoming a caged bird. I told you, of course I know. Wind Release Shuriken is special because it differs from ordinary shuriken. Not only does it have a faster speed and sharper blades, but most importantly it can change direction once. As long as the control over her chakra is precise enough, it can turn in any direction, but it can only change direction once. To ensure that Chisai would be hit, Boruto specifically designed 2 interference elements. These are a sufficient number of shuriken and a sufficiently bizarre angle during flight. These 2 interference factors would lead Chisai to believe that dodging once would negate the shuriken's attack trajectory. Then, as expected, Chisai would fall into a momentary state of relaxation. It was at this time that the true killing move would reveal itself. In the eyes of the audience outside, the shuriken that had already been dodged after traveling a certain distance turned in a strange manner and surrounded Chisai, who was at the center. Despicable. A rare expression of anger crossed Chisai's calm face, and then Boruto threw several more shuriken from the front, completely sealing off her escape options. The blue-haired girl understood that there was no way she could escape now. She covered her head with her hands, and then an immense wave of chakra erupted from her body. A fiery aura far surpassing what she had used before enveloped her, with the flames reaching heights of over 10 meters, nearly as tall as the stands. As Chisai activated her chakra flames to protect herself, Boruto did not remain idle. He understood that to combat such a powerful fire-style ninja he could only employ a large-scale water-style technique. It had to be extensive enough to cover the entire arena to pose any threat to her. Attempting to execute a water-style technique capable of changing the environment without water would require preparation even for Boruto. Boruto joined his hands together, channeling chakra with all his strength, his abdomen swelling. He waited for Chisai to emerge from the flames, and what awaited her would be one of the strongest water-style users among their peers. Incredible. The audience outside saw Chisai emerge unscathed from the flames and achieve something they had never witnessed before. Tap tap tap, thick molten iron dripped onto the arena as the eerie blue flames gradually diminished. The blue-haired girl appeared once again, gasping for air. It seemed that melting so many shuriken had taken a toll on her. She initially just intended to use the flames to slow down the shuriken's flight speed and eventually halt them. However, the moment the flames contacted the shuriken, she realized that the wind chakra had formed a membrane that was exceptionally resilient, making it a futile endeavor to neutralize their offensive. Of course, Chisai was unaware that to prevent her from easily blocking these shuriken, Boruto had specifically utilized the chakra of the dark cloud. Thus, although the chakra attached to the shuriken appeared thin, its quality was astonishingly high. This was the second trap Boruto had set for her, forcing her to expend a significant amount of chakra to melt the shuriken. Once her chakra was depleted to a certain extent, what awaited her would be Boruto's water-style technique. Boruto was not prepared to give Chisai a chance to recover, even though he did not know how she could use the chakra of the two tails. However, as long as he could exhaust her chakra, Boruto was confident he could achieve victory. After all, compared to ninjutsu, Boruto was far more confident in his taijutsu. As long as his opponent did not have the enhancement of tailed beast chakra, his taijutsu would undoubtedly prevail. What is that? Monster! Monster! At this moment many audience members began shouting as Boruto's maneuvers had completely surpassed their comprehension. Thus, amidst the astonishment of the crowd, even Boruto, who was not yet a genin, unleashed a water-style technique that many ordinary jonin might not be able to perform. Water Release Great Waterfall Technique. To create sufficient power, Boruto chose this jutsu over the broader Great Waterfall Technique. In Chisai's eyes, an unmatched torrent carrying the momentum of an army surged towards her. Damn it! She once again assumed her previous posture, blue flames appearing around her, but this time the flames were no longer a towering pillar but rather a sphere. Chisai was enveloped in flames, waiting until the water that engulfed the entire arena slowly receded after more than 10 minutes. The two figures that emerged on the arena appeared vastly different. Boruto had expended little energy as he could use the chakra of the dark cloud to replenish himself, but the girl across from him was not the same. As Boruto had anticipated before the match began, Chisai was not the Two Tails Jinchuriki and could not directly replenish her chakra, so her Two Tails chakra must be limited. From the start of the match until now, Boruto's only goal had been to exhaust Chisai's Two Tails chakra as much as possible. Now he had achieved his objective. Then let the second match begin. This novel's performance fell short, its narrative and character development faltered, and its prose remained underdeveloped, thus it concludes hastily. The next work shall strive for greater refinement, offering readers a more immersive and resonant experience. Thank you for your companionship. My sincerest apologies. Should you wish to explore how the story unfolds beyond this point, please continue reading. Those wishing to carry the tale forward may refer to the author's original outline below, a framework conceived before revision, though its details would require thoughtful adaptation. The narrative progression aligns precisely with the chronological order of the anime and manga. After defeating Kira Sai, Boruto learns from her the origin of the blade he now wields, and of her bond with the Two Tails. She was an orphan found and raised by the beast itself. Later, Boruto supports her ascension to the position of Raikage. Thereafter the 5 Kage return to their respective villages, each accompanied by their retainers. Subsequently, Kawaki activates the Ketsu Tsukuyami, igniting the Shinobi War. From this point onward the plot closely mirrors that of the game, except for one pivotal divergence: Boruto grants Kawaki the chance to live in the modern era. The means by which he accomplishes this is his divine technique known as Dark Abyss. This technique conjures a black hole existing simultaneously across all timelines. Upon Boruto's return to the present, he dispels the technique, leaving Kawaki to reside peacefully in Konoha as it is today. Mitsuki perishes, but in the author's conception he hails from the village hidden in the rain. His death deepens the bond between Boruto and Naruto, creating the moment Boruto finally reveals the full truth to his father. Naruto, burdened by guilt over failing to fulfill his vow to Nagato, resolves, fueled by this sorrow, to join Boruto in unifying the shinobi world. Togashi survives, for his scientific genius remains indispensable, particularly his revolutionary prosthetic eye technology capable of unlocking terrifying power. An entire army wielding Mangekyo Sharingan would be a force beyond reckoning. Once these matters are settled, Boruto travels to the land of snow to attend Princess Yukihime's wedding, and their masters the ice release. The timeline then advances to the eruption of the main arc. After defeating Momoshiki, Boruto's karma seal is purged by the black cloud, erasing Momoshiki entirely. Boruto thus emerges as a fully realized evolved variant of the Otsutsuki lineage. His physical resilience now rivals that of the Otsutsuki themselves, and his strength surges exponentially. Entering the Kara arc, even seasoned members of the organization stand no chance against him. Later, aboard an aircraft, Boruto discovers Kawaki, who upon awakening proves to be another time-displaced traveler from the future. Their alliance culminates in the defeat of Isshiki, after which Kawaki achieves his complete form. The plot then shifts to the thawing of the artificial humans and Kodai's restoration of memory, ushering in the first great climax. Anticipating this, Kodai forges a divine tree human in advance, intending to eliminate both Boruto and Kawaki. Yet this crisis proves manageable for the two, now vastly stronger than in their previous lives. Defeated, Kodai flees only to stumble upon the corpse of Shinki under the guidance of Shirbai, and seduced by its whispers merges with it. However, insufficient energy delays Shirbai's resurrection. During this extended interlude, Boruto unifies the shinobi world. Boruto's expanded retinue includes Mei Terumi, the 5th Mizukage and 3 Tails Jinchuriki, alongside her disciple Shiranui Kira Sai, the new Raikage, and 2 Tails Jinchuriki, a newly cloned Earth release user, nearly identical to Inoki's late grandson, installed as the 6th Tsuchikage following Inoki's passing. Shinki the new Kazekage of Tsunai and Sarada Uchiha the 7th Hokage of Konoha. Further bridging the chasm between civilian and shinobi lies the collaborative invention of scientific ninja tools, forged by Orochimaru Kabuto Yakushi Togashi and Amato, ushering in a new equilibrium of power. With the shinobi world's most elite and most humble warriors united under one banner, Boruto swiftly achieves unification, redefining the daimyo's role from sovereign ruler to revered ceremonial figurehead. Thereafter the land is reorganized into autonomous provinces, each governed by elected delegates who convene to deliberate on all matters of state. 7 years after Kodai's flight, Shirbai fully awakens, precipitating the final world-spanning war against him, which ends in decisive victory. Thus concludes the tale. Farewell.